Chapter 1. The sky stretched endlessly, a pristine and flawless emerald canvas. Under ordinary circumstances, such a breathtaking vista would evoke a sense of tranquility and fervor in one's heart. Yet, ever since Jiang Wenzhe's rebirth in this world, each time he gazed upward, an inexplicable sense of trepidation and fear would grip his heart. His intuition warned him that lurking beyond the azure expanse was peril, and that calamities might descend from the heavens. Jiang Wenzhe pondered for 16 years, yet even today, he had not uncovered a definitive answer. Run! The wild boar is escaping. You were so focused on the trap that you neglected to observe the weather. A voice, tinged with urgency, reached Jiang Wenzhe's ears, none other than Li Gui, a person with whom he had a contentious relationship. Not only was he a reborn individual, but in this life his ancestors had also produced a scholar. His grandfather had been a talented student, which fostered a sense of maturity in him from a young age, accompanied by a strict family upbringing. Conversely, Li Gui was notorious for his mischievousness and pettiness. He could bully others at will, but those he oppressed were not permitted to retaliate, lest they find themselves going home to report the matter to their elders. The adults in Li Gui's household were equally indiscriminate in their protection, making it difficult for him to find common ground with his peers. As he shifted his gaze from the sky to the trap he was overseeing, he caught sight of a yellow-brown wild boar, roughly the size of a calf, darting past the trap that he and his companions had laboriously set. "Oh dear, what's happening, Wenzhe? I had a feeling your careful approach would lead to this." Only a few days remain until the recruitment of disciples by the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. If you do not cooperate effectively in the hunt, it will be challenging to pass the selection. These words came from Jiang Wenzhe, the former head of the Dragon River town and now the village chief of Longhe Village. In the world Jiang Wenzhe had been reborn into, the culture of cultivation seemed to flourish remarkably. It appeared that even common folk and those from remote mountain villages were well aware of the exploits of cultivators. Moreover, the imperial government spared no effort in nurturing those within its jurisdiction who had the potential to cultivate. Jiang Wenzhe was oblivious to how other nations supported their cultivators, but in the kingdom of Shishu, it was known that whenever a cultivator emerged from a household, the status of that family, indeed, the entire clan, would elevate to that of a gentry. Not only would they receive land grants, but they would also be exempted from all taxes and corps labor. Jiang Wenzhe had never heard of any cultivators emerging from Dragon River Town, or even the broader Jing County. Yet he had witnessed a cultivator firsthand. 8 years ago, a disciple from the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, one of the 4 great sects of the kingdom of Shishu, had chased a serpent demon to the vicinity of Dragon River Town, where Jiang Wenzhe resided. Seeing that escape was hopeless, the serpent demon unleashed a poisonous mist upon the town. The densely populated town, home to around 150,000 souls, was devastated by this toxic cloud, with only a little over 100 survivors who would become the residents of present-day Longhe Village. It was this sudden calamity that truly convinced Jiang Wenzhe of the accuracy of his instincts. Had it not been for his intuition providing a strong warning 50 breaths in advance, he would not have had sufficient time to hide in a water vat to evade the poisonous mist. However, despite his premonition of impending danger, he was powerless to save his family. Only his beloved grandfather, upon hearing his cries, rushed to his side and managed to shelter them both in the vat just in time, using a clay basin to shield their heads and block the poison, allowing the 2 of them to survive by a stroke of luck. Among the survivors of that disaster, many had witnessed both the cultivators and the rumored demonic beasts. Jiang Wenzhe said little, grasping the 3-stone hard bow he carried with him. He nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and closed his eyes, aligning his aim with his intuition towards the fleeing wild boar. Jiang Wenzhe, who had taught Jiang Wenzhe the arts of combat and archery, was momentarily taken aback. He felt as though the young man drawing the bow had transformed into a seasoned warrior. Every aspect of his posture, the steady rhythm of his breath, and the aura radiating from him were in stark contrast to the scholarly demeanor he had once embodied. Li Gui, who had rushed to Jiang Wenzhe's side, exclaimed angrily, "Where have you been? Even if you can draw a 3-stone hard bow, what then? Who would dare to join you in the Falling Sunset Sword Sect selection?" Occupying the latrine, without relieving oneself. From the woods emerged several young men, armed with bows, arrows, and spears. Jiang Wenzhe's intuition distinctly sensed malice in the gazes of the three leaders among them. These individuals were members of Li Gui's household, seeking to gain the coveted nameplate from the falling sunset sword sect that Jiang Wenzhe possessed. Today, Li's family had proactively proposed taking the young men into the mountains for training and joint hunting, a ruse set by them to acquire that nameplate. And in Longhe village, the number of those coveting Jiang Wenzhe's nameplate extended far beyond the Li family. Li's family was merely the first to make a move, and as the time for the falling sunset sword sect's recruitment drew nearer, more individuals would attempt to seize the nameplate from him. In the eyes of the villagers, Jiang Wenzhe was perceived as a frail scholar, the most vulnerable and easily bullied individual. Fortunately, this nameplate was crafted by cultivators as long as he did not actively erase the blood mark upon it. No one could take it away from him. Thud! As Jiang Wenzhe released the bowstring, a sharp crack echoed, and the arrow shot forth, swiftly closing in on the wildly fleeing boar. Roar! Before the chapter concluded, please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. But what transpired next left all present wide-eyed and breathless, for the arrow Jiang Wenzhe had loosed pierced the wild boar's right eye. The creature, the size of a calf, let out a chilling howl, colliding headfirst into a massive tree before it. Boom! Crack! The enormous tree, which required the embrace of two adults to encircle, splintered and crashed down upon the still howling boar. Its cries and struggles gradually weakened, and it became evident to all that the wild boar had sustained a fatal injury and would not survive much longer. My heavens, Wenzhe, when did your archery become so precise? A slender youth, roughly the same age as Jiang Wenzhe, burst forth from the crowd. His name was Lizhi. Like Jiang Wenzhe, he was a survivor of the serpent demon incident 8 years prior. Having grown up in the same village, Lizhi was well aware of Jiang Wenzhe's previous level of archery skill. Jiang Wenzhe silently replied, "No other reason. My intuition is as precise as if I had a cheat code." Yet, outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, turning to Li Gui and remarking nonchalantly, "If you don't want to go, then don't. No one is begging you to join. It was your insistence that you wanted to accompany us to participate in the falling sunset sword sect's election of new disciples." Li Gui, along with his father, uncle, and third uncle, stared at Jiang Wenzhe in utter astonishment. In their memories, Jiang Wenzhe had always been the epitome of a modest, scholarly gentleman. How was it that he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person today? Moreover, what had they just witnessed? A wild boar on the brink of becoming a demon had been slain by Jiang Wenzhe with a single arrow. The three brothers of the Li family exchanged looks of trepidation, their expressions reflecting their fear. Jiang Wenzhe's intuition sensed that their animosity was dissipating. "Li Gui, you must listen closely to what I am about to say." In an instant, the sharp aura surrounding Jiang Wenzhe vanished, reverting him back to the gentle, scholarly figure he once was. His gaze swept across the faces of Li Gui's uncle, father, and third uncle. With deliberate calmness, he stated, "You are well aware of how the nameplate for the falling sunset sword sect's disciple selection is obtained. It was earned through the sacrifice of the lives of over 100,000 people from Dragon River Town. You were fortunate that during the serpent demon's assault on Dragon River Town, you happened to be returning home for Uncle Li's wedding, thus escaping this calamity." Upon hearing this, the adults present, including village chief Jin Xingzhou, unconsciously revealed expressions of lingering fear. Their eyes gleamed with relief. Had they not left Dragon River Town 8 years ago, their survival in that disaster would have remained uncertain. Lizhi, who had also survived the serpent demon incident, seemed to recall his deceased parents and kin, his mood darkening as he returned to his uncle's side. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe continued. Unflinching, the cultivators who drove the serpent demon to the vicinity of Dragon River Town came from the falling sunset sword sect, and their blunder led to the tragedy that befell Dragon River Town. In compensation for the mistakes made by their disciples, they granted us survivors 3 nameplates. At this juncture, Jiang Wenzhe's aura once again became formidable. his piercing gaze fixated on the four members of the Lee family as he articulated each word with conviction. My name card was earned through the lives of my parents, uncles, aunts, and younger cousins. Anyone who harbors ill intentions, I would not hesitate to emulate the wrath of a commoner. In the past, when the cultivators from the Falling Sunset Sword Sect sought the survivors of Longhe Town, Jiang Wenzhe had been thoroughly intimidated. In his perception, cultivators were exalted beings, viewing mortals as mere ants. Even if a significant number of mortals perished due to his own blunder, he believed that simply eradicating the surviving mortals would resolve the predicament entirely. However, the cultivators of this world were not as cold-blooded as Jiang Wenzhe had envisioned. Although they maintained a superior demeanor in front of mortals, upon locating the surviving villagers of Longhe Town, they not only healed the living but also detoxified them. To atone for the mistakes of their disciples, they bestowed name cards upon Jiang Wenzhe, Xiong Lizzie, and another child who had already departed from Longhe village, explicitly stating that at any time, they could present the name card to the Falling Sunset Sword Sect to partake in the entrance examination, thereby exempting themselves from any challenge. For Jiang Wenzhe and Li Gue, entering a cultivation sect represented an opportunity to leap from a fish to a dragon, to transform their own destinies and that of their families. In the woods deep within the back mountains of Longhe village, Xiong Lizzie, somewhat perplexed, scratched the back of his head and remarked, Wenzhe, do refrain from being overly pedantic. Why would you emulate a commoner? I seem to recall hearing Master Jiang mention it before. Master Jiang was Jiang Wenzhe's grandfather, who had inadvertently been afflicted by the poisonous mist emitted by a serpent demon. The cultivators from the Falling Sunset Sword Sect had employed their spells to purge the demonic poison from his body. Yet, it ultimately drained his vitality, and he passed away 3 years ago. From that moment forth, the villagers of Longhe began to regard him with a peculiar gaze. When a commoner is enraged, blood spills within 5 steps. Does that ring a bell? Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's reminder, Xiong Lizzie suddenly came to a realization. Yes, that's the phrase. But the master said that killing in anger is wrong. The hearts of the Li family sank at this moment. They had been contemplating coercing Jiang Wenzhe into surrendering his name card. They simultaneously turned to glance at the wild boar down the slope, which lay motionless. The fear etched on their faces intensified. Yet if Li Gue could enter a cultivation sect and become a cultivator, it would be a remarkable boon for the Li familia's single individual attaining enlightenment would elevate the entire household. To forfeit such an opportunity felt profoundly unsatisfactory. Jiang Wenzhe chose to disregard the gathered Li family members and instead turned to Jin Xingzhou, smiling as he inquired, Uncle Jin, we have successfully hunted a wild boar. This should suffice for the selection of disciples at the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. Should it not? Jin Xingzhou first regarded Jiang Wenzhe with a deep gaze, astonished by the archery skills he had just displayed. After exhaling slowly, he replied, the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, as one of the 4 major cultivation sects in our Shishu kingdom, has been established for less than a millennium, resulting in a shallow foundation and limited cultivation resources. Thus, they do not recruit disciples with inferior spiritual roots. Suddenly, Li Gue, standing among the 3 Li brothers, interjected, Jiang Wenzhe, the cultivator who provided you with the name card must have assessed your spiritual roots as well. Jiang Wenzhe nodded with confidence and responded, yes, I possess a pseudo-spiritual root aptitude with attributes of water, wood, fire, and earth. However, I can use the name card to waive the spiritual root assessment as long as I pass the entrance trials. I can join the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. Wenzhe, my younger brother Gue, possesses wood, fire, and metal spiritual roots. Encouraged by the gaze of his elder brother, Li Gui's father stepped forward to assert, if we could utilize your name card to exempt my younger brother from the entrance trials, he could directly enter the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. At that time, whether it be the Falling Sunset Sword Sect or the government, they would bestow generous rewards, sufficient for a mortal to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Rest assured, I can swear to the heavens. All the benefits that my younger brother receives upon entering the sect will belong to you. He then hastily added, I can even offer my younger brother-sister in marriage to you. We shall not interfere with your servants or maids. Li Laosan also chimed in, you possess a pseudo-spiritual root aptitude with 4 attributes, yet the most looked down upon is still the earth attribute for cultivation. Moreover, you are the sole individual in your family. Even if you successfully join a cultivation sect, there will be no one to accept the court's conferred honors. There's truly no need to squander that name card. It would be far more prudent to exchange it for something of value to yourself. Jiang Wenzhe was acutely aware of his spiritual root aptitude. The cultivator from the Falling Sunset Sword sect who had tested his spiritual roots and issued the name card had candidly stated that his aptitude was unsuitable for cultivation. In the words of that cultivator, the essence of cultivation lies in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through one's spiritual roots. Refine it into the 10 attributes of wood, fire, earth, and water. Jiamu, Imu, Binghua, Dinghua, Wutu, Jitu, Gongjin, Xi and Jin, Rinshui, and Gui Shui. Each type of magical energy possesses its own advantages and cultivation directions. Adhering strictly to the principles of the 5 elements mutual generation and restriction. For instance, the power of Gongjin attribute is unparalleled in offensive capabilities, naturally suited for the path of sword cultivation. The Rinshui attribute is imbued with robust vitality and is particularly adept at manipulation. It can evolve towards healing spells or the path of an alchemist, according to Jiang Wenzhe's spiritual root attributes. The most suitable magical energy for cultivation would be the Wu-2 and Ji-2 attributes. Cultivating other attributes would be constrained by the 5 elements conflicts. The characteristics and developmental directions of earth attribute magic are rather moderate, even somewhat inferior, ranking lower in enhancing the strength of cultivators compared to all other magical attributes. The earth attribute has the yang representative of Wu-2, characterized by steadiness and inclusiveness, boasting formidable defensive and bearing capabilities. Its developmental direction includes earth-based defensive spells, control of terrestrial forces, and manipulation of gravity and terrain. The Yin representative, G2, is notable for its delicacy and fertility, possessing nourishing and nurturing properties. Its developmental direction encompasses earth-based healing spells, cultivation of spiritual herbs and trees, as well as supportive and protective earth spells. In terms of defensive spells, metal, water, and wood attributes can all be developed, while healing attributes are completely overshadowed by water and wood attributes. As for offensive capabilities, they are virtually non-existent. When cultivators reach the 4th level of Qi refining, they will awaken their divine consciousness. With this consciousness, they can command flying artifacts, liberating themselves from the earth's constraints to soar through the skies. Thus, cultivators often jest about those who practice earth attribute magic, claiming they can only bully mere mortals bound to the ground. Yet, in the eyes of cultivators, they are also regarded as unattainable geniuses, such as those who possess. Unfortunately, Jiang Wenzhe does not belong to that category. Li Gui's uncle eventually advised, Wenzhe, please prioritize the greater good. Our Li family will certainly treat you well. If Jiang Wenzhe were not a time traveler, or if this world did not harbor cultivators and concepts of immortality, he might have agreed to the Li family's proposal. However, having traversed into the realm of cultivation, to forsake the path of immortal cultivation in the pursuit of longevity would render his journey meaningless. Even as a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes, he would never miss the opportunity to join a cultivation sect. Furthermore, his intuition could clearly perceive that the malice of the 4 members of the Li family towards him had escalated to an extreme. It seemed that the moment he uttered a refusal, they would resort to desperate measures to coerce him. Yet, he was not a fish on a chopping board, to be at their mercy. Jiang Wenzhe smiled brightly and declared, prioritize the greater good. Why should I prioritize your greater good? His voice suddenly emanated from beside Li Gui. The 4 members of the Li family widened their eyes, gazing at the handsome youth, who appeared beside them like a ghost, his face adorned with a smile. Nin Shadow Step. This is the highest realm of Nin Shadow Step. On the other side, Jin Xingzhou exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, revealing what Jiang Wenzhe had just done. His cheeks were filled with astonishment and disbelief, for this lightness technique was taught to Jiang Wenzhe by him. Nin Shadow Step is a high-level lightness skill that combines body techniques, internal cultivation, and tactical strategy. It is extremely challenging to master, yet once perfected, it grants the practitioner a tremendous advantage in combat and stealth. The Nin Shadow Step comprises 3 levels of cultivation, each with its unique effects and challenges. The foundational technique is called Silent Step, which serves as the basis for Nin Shadow Step. the goal of practicing this step is to enable the practitioner to move silently while walking or running. This requires meticulous control over footfalls and acute awareness of the surrounding environment to avoid contact with objects that may produce sound. By controlling the contact between the foot and the ground through internal power, one achieves a noiseless effect. The advanced technique is called shadow step, which not only requires the practitioner to move silently, but also to completely conceal their aura. When perfected, the practitioner seems to merge with their surroundings, making them nearly undetectable. The highest level technique is the Nian shadow step currently being demonstrated by Jiang Wenzhe, which combines the silent movement of silent step and the aura concealment of shadow step, further enhancing speed and unpredictability. The practitioner moves like a ghost, their speed akin to a meteor, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Achieving this realm allows one to suddenly appear in unexpected positions or to truly come and go without a trace while stealthily moving. Jiang Wenzhe had practiced for over 20 years, yet he had merely scratched the surface of the second level of this lightness technique. Jiang Wenzhe had only studied martial arts with him for 4 years and had already mastered this lightness technique to its highest level. Li Gui, witnessing Jiang Wenzhe suddenly traverse a distance of 4 to 5 meters and appear beside him without a sound, felt his mind come to a halt. Are you human or ghost? After hearing Li Gui's startled exclamation, his uncle instinctively raised his spear to sweep towards Jiang Wenzhe. Oh dear, uncle. You. But Jiang Wenzhe's figure vanished once more before everyone's eyes, and Li Gui's uncle struck Li Gui squarely with the spear shaft. Over there, Li Gui's third uncle suddenly shrieked, his eyes and cheeks filled with terror. The crowd followed the direction of his pointing finger, looking up the slope. There, amidst the trees a dozen meters away, stood Jiang Wenzhe, holding a sturdy 3-stone bow, a quiver full of arrows slung over his back. With the same warm smile as when they first met, he gazed at them. Boom! At that moment, the hairs on the bodies of the 4 members of the Li family stood on end. As a chill surged from their tailbones to the crown of their heads, only then did the 4 members of the Li family realize how terrifying Jiang Wenzhe was, who had previously exuded an air of scholarly politeness. Possessing top-tier lightness skills and having mastered the art of hitting a target from 100 paces, they could think of no one who could contend with Jiang Wenzhe, whose brilliance had suddenly emerged. Except for the elusive cultivators they had only heard of. In the forest, Jiang Wenzhe and his uncle Xiong Lizzie had yet to recover from the shock of Jiang Wenze's sudden display of supreme lightness skills. In the blink of an eye, the situation transformed into Jiang Wenzhe confronting the 4 members of the Li family alone, or rather, Jiang Wenzhe single-handedly imposing a sense of dread upon them, rendering them incapable of any movement. Wenzhe, you. Jiang Wenzhe yearned to say something to ease the tension in the forest, yet he felt a tickle in his throat, unsure of what to say. I remember now. Nian shadow step is the lightness technique that Uncle Jiang taught us. After much contemplation, Xiong Lizzie finally recalled what Nian shadow step was. Jiang Wenzhe had previously been the constable of Longa Town, and his 2 renowned techniques, Shattered Bone Palm and Shadowless Step, were famous throughout Jinyuan County and even the entire Shishu Huaidingdao. Longa Town had thrived before being destroyed by the snake demon largely due to Jiang Wenzhe's ability to deter unscrupulous elements. Stay calm, Wenzhe. You must remain calm. It was the eldest of the Li family who quickly grasped that their group could not employ coercive tactics to obtain the nameplate from Jiang Wenzhe. Moreover, they might provoke him, and within 10 breaths, the 4 members of the Li family would become souls beneath his arrows, prompting them to seek peace. Jiang Wenzhe continued to wear a smile on his face, gazing at them with his bow in hand. Forget it, I no longer desire your nameplate. Please do not kill me. As Li Laoda uttered words of submission, Li Gui's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, crying out loudly and pleading. Jiang Wenzhe observed the 4 members of the Li family from a distance, but his heart was already embroiled in a fierce internal struggle, ever since his grandfather's passing. The villagers' gazes towards him had grown increasingly unsettling. With an innate sense of intuition, Jiang Wenzhe could accurately deduce their intentions. Thus, he had deliberately concealed his true strength during his martial training, all to prepare for a moment like this. Wenzhe, I am your uncle the heir. You cannot kill us. Ultimately, Li Gui's father could no longer withstand Jiang Wenze's pressure and, with a trembling voice, begged for mercy, saying, it was the pig fat that clouded our judgment, causing us to demand your name card. Among the 3 brothers of the Li family, the 3rd brother was inept and timid, merely following the words of his elder brothers. The eldest, possessing a sharp mind and agility, was the first to capitulate to Jiang Wenzhe. The most prudent and decisive was the 2nd brother, whose words were rarely contested by the eldest or the youngest. As for Li Gui, he was nothing more than a clown, relying solely on the unity and protective instincts of the three Li brothers to assert his dominance in Longhe village. Having personally witnessed the destruction of Longhe town, Jiang Wenzhe profoundly realized how effortlessly one could extinguish a life. While the struggle to save one was fraught with challenges, thus, he established a personal boundary. As long as he was merely dealing with his adversaries, he would never harbor murderous intent himself. However, if anyone dared to entertain thoughts of killing him first, he could only express his regrets and advise them to be more cautious in the next life. Uncle Lier, please do not speak recklessly. When did I ever say I intended to kill you? Sensing that the moment was ripe, Jiang Wenzhe smiled and said, Uncle Jin, Uncle Xiong, you must bear witness for me. Upon hearing his words, Jin Xingzhou immediately interjected. Indeed, old Li, how could you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? Wenzhe has grown up under our watch. His family has a scholarly lineage of Jinshe. How could he possibly engage in such deeds? Uncle Xiong, being a man of integrity, opened his mouth but was at a loss for words, causing the Li family to fume in frustration. Yes, Uncle Lier, Wenzhe is a fine person. He far surpasses your Li Jiu. At a critical moment, it was Uncle Xiong who finally voiced his honest thoughts, which genuinely reflected his feelings. After hearing his nephew's words, Uncle Xiong quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, what Li Ji said is correct. The most astute of the Li brothers exchanged glances, their eyes landing on the feeble Li Gui on the ground. In a fit of anger, the second brother slapped his precious son and scolded, You brat! I warned you not to bully others. Yet you disregarded my words. Let us see how I shall discipline you today. Eldest brother, third brother, we must not protect this unruly rascal any longer. Jiang Wenzhe's instincts informed him that the second brother's reprimand was merely for show, a facade to appease himself, for the predicament the Li family faced was directly tied to Li Gui's attempts to obtain his name card. Hence, he felt compelled to stoke the flames of their fear. Uncle Jin, nightfall approaches. We should hasten our preparations to return to the village. Jin Xingzhou, no longer daring to underestimate Jiang Wenzhe, nodded in agreement and said, Yes, let us quickly gather our things and descend the mountain. Jiang Wenzhe slung his longbow across his back and approached the lifeless wild boar. The Li brothers and Li Gui let out a collective sigh of relief, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. The eldest brother's eyes reflected a desire to retreat, unwilling to provoke Jiang Wenzhe further. Yet the second brother's gaze held a lingering resentment, for the name card was crucial for his precious son's acceptance into the Luoxia sword sect. Without it, Li Gui would have to compete with others for a place. According to village head Jin Xingzhou's inquiries, the Luoxia sword sect only accepted disciples every 10 years, attracting over 10,000 applicants for selection. The selection process consisted of 2 stages. The first was the entrance trial, where candidates would be placed in the mountains outside the sect's gates, required to traverse the terrain on foot and hunt a low-tier demon beast, or gather 10 spiritual herbs. The first 3,000 individuals to meet either condition and reach the sect gates would advance to the second stage, the spiritual root aptitude test. After this test, those with false spiritual roots, those too old, or those without spiritual roots would be eliminated, leaving only a little over 1,000 to join the Luoxia sword sect, ascending to become the revered and powerful cultivators in the eyes of mortals. Should Li Gui participate in this selection, his chances of passing, which were already less than 10%, would be nearly zeroed. However, the name card in Jiang Wenzhe's possession could exempt him from any trial. Given Li Gui's innate potential as a true spiritual root, this chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. If Li Gui were to obtain the name card from Jiang Wenzhe, it would be tantamount to gaining direct entry into the Luoxia sword sect. Conversely, for Jiang Wenzhe to join, he must first pass the entrance trial and then use the name card to bypass the aptitude test. Even so, there remained the possibility of being turned away, as he would need to secure a position among the top 3 in the entrance trial. Instinctively sensing that the Li family had not yet given up on the name card, Jiang Wenzhe approached the wild boar where Li San and Uncle Xiong were preparing to gut it. Raising his right hand, he said, Uncle Li San, allow me to lend you a hand. With that, he heightened his intuitive perception and activated the bone-crushing cotton palm technique taught by Jin Xingzhou, channeling his inner strength. He then gently struck the wild boar's back, with a sound akin to a deflating balloon. The boar, which was the size of a calf, collapsed, its flesh and skin seemingly melting to the ground. Bone-crushing cotton palm. The bone-crushing cotton palm was indeed Jin Xingzhou's signature skill, divided into 3 levels. However, due to variations in exerted force, the second level branched into a series of explosive hidden techniques. The technique Jiang Wenzhe executed was one of the highest forms of this art, capable of shattering an opponent's bones without leaving a trace. Jiang Wenzhe merely smiled without uttering a word, while the 4 members of the Li family stood frozen in place, watching in astonishment as Uncle Xiong and his nephew dismantled the boar's carcass, revealing a pile of bone fragments the size of soybeans. Goodness, the bones are reduced to dust. Uncle Xiong looked at Jin Xingzhou in sheer disbelief. Uncle Jin, your martial prowess is truly remarkable. After the initial shock, Jin Xingzhou's face reflected a bittersweet expression. While it was true that Jiang Wenzhe's skills were derived from his teachings, he had only grasped the surface of the techniques. Jiang Wenzhe, on the other hand, had captured the essence of these martial arts, particularly the bone-crushing cotton palm, which he had merely mentioned to Jiang Wenzhe in passing. I am truly getting old. Jiang Wenzhe turned and smiled at the 3 Li brothers and Li Gui. This time, the second brother lacked the courage to meet Jiang Wenzhe's gaze. The 4 members of the Li family hastily gathered the majority of the wild boar meat and slung it over their shoulders. The remaining meat was scarcely enough for Uncle Xiong and his nephew to carry. Jiang Wenzhe gestured with his chin, signaling them to leave quickly, as he had matters to discuss with Jin Xingzhou. The Li family, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly made their way down the mountain with the wild boar meat. Speak, Wenzhe, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Jin Xingzhou approached Jiang Wenzhe, and before he could finish his words, Jiang Wenzhe slumped feebly to the ground. His delicate visage turned ashen, and beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, visibly crawled up his forehead. I'm fine. It's just that I've exhausted my strength. A hint of relief finally graced Jin Xingzhou's cheeks as he helped Jiang Wenzhe to lean against a nearby tree trunk. I told you, you've only been training for a short while. No matter how extraordinary a talent you may be, you cannot possibly possess the sufficient skill to wield the bone-shattering cotton palm. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Wenzhe turned to Jin Xingzhou and said, Uncle Jin, I do not wish to inquire why you possess such formidable martial arts lineage, nor will I delve into your past. I only ask that you assist me in fending off those who covet my nameplate. I am willing to bring Jiro along to participate in the disciple selection of the Luoxia sword sect. Surely, the one you worry about the most is that girl. Ever since the incident with the serpent demon, Jiang Wenzhe had sensed that Jin Xingzhou's identity was far from ordinary, especially given the hints he had inadvertently revealed regarding cultivators and the world of cultivation. This only further underscored the peculiarity of his identity. The smile on Jin Xingzhou's face gradually faded, and his gaze towards Jiang Wenzhe turned solemn. In the past, he would have found it hard to believe that someone as frail as Jiang Wenzhe could harbor such thoughts. Yet today, the methods and cunning displayed by Jiang Wenzhe dispelled all his doubts. If Jiang Wenzhe was willing to assist his daughter, passing the entrance trials of the Luoxia sword sect would be a mere formality. As for the issue of spiritual roots and potential, that would ultimately depend on one's fortune. Lacking spiritual roots would render even a nameplate useless in gaining entry into a sect of cultivation. Jiang Wenzhe felt compelled to share this with Jin Xingzhou at this juncture because it was not only the Li family that coveted his nameplate. After all, his ancestors had once achieved the status of a provincial scholar, and his grandfather was the only one in Longhe village to hold the title of a licentiate. Regardless of how envious the villagers were of his nameplate, they had to bury their desires deep within. However, as the time for the Luoxia sword sect to recruit disciples drew near, those daring enough to act on their ambitions would certainly increase. The only person capable of shielding him from such troubles was Jin Xingzhou, the mysteriously esteemed village chief. Very well. Upon returning to the village, you shall stay at my home and remain obedient. I shall deal with those who harbor designs on your nameplate. I thank you. Uncle Jin. After a period of recuperation, Jiang Wenzhe had restored a considerable portion of his expended internal energy. With Jin Xingzhou's support, he stepped out of the confines of the Wangyue forest. Uncle Jin, I recall you once mentioned that the bone-piercing force has 2 applications. Jiang Wenzhe posed a question he had long wished to ask. The soft technique gives rise to the bone-shattering palm and the bone-shattering cotton palm. What then is the other application that derives from it? Moreover, I sense that the bone-shattering cotton palm is not the culmination of this martial art. Jin Xingzhou was taken aback for a moment before replying. Could it be that you are the legendary martial prodigy capable of deducing even this? Indeed, the bone-shattering cotton palm is not the ultimate endpoint of this martial art. Jiang Wenzhe's intuition informed him that Jin Xingzhou had just made a significant resolution. Wenzhe, what I am about to disclose must remain between us. Rest assured, Uncle Jean, I understand the principle of keeping secrets. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Jin Xingzhou's expression turned serious. The bone-piercing force has both soft and twisting applications. The soft technique generates the bone-shattering palm and the bone-shattering cotton palm, while the twisting technique coils the bone-piercing force into a ball and strikes it into the opponent's body. The resulting martial art is called the shattering dark force, which, upon impact, will turn the internal organs of the victim into a pulp. If one masters the shattering dark force to its pinnacle, the tightly coiled bone-piercing force can be projected as a technique known as the shattering forcehair palm. Within 5 steps, a heavier opponent will be instantly obliterated, while within 10 steps, death is certain. Its lethality surpasses that of the bone-shattering palm. Jin Xingzhou paused momentarily, licking his lips before continuing. To combine the shattering forcehair palm with the bone-shattering cotton palm into a single strike is the ultimate secret of this martial art, the shattering void divine force. Jiang Wenzhe was momentarily stunned. He had just intuitively deduced the methods of executing the shattering dark force and the shattering forcehair palm. His instincts told him it was within his capability. Yet when contemplating the combination of the bone-shattering cotton palm with the shattering forcehair palm, his intuition suggested it was beyond his reach, perhaps an endeavor only achievable by an immortal cultivator. Earlier, in the woods, he had merely executed the bone-shattering cotton palm once, exhausting all his internal energy. The energy consumption for the even more potent shattering forcehair palm would undoubtedly be greater. Not to mention that merging 2 oppositional forces into a single technique seemed to him a task that only a cultivator could accomplish. A mere mortal would surely perish in the attempt. Uncle Jean, you're not suggesting that this martial art was passed down by cultivators, are you? Jin Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wenzhe's inquiry, then regarded him with curiosity. Your question implies you believe in the existence of such a martial art as the shattering void divine force. I believe in the existence of the shattering void divine force, but it is certainly not something that an ordinary mortal can wield. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's resolute statement, Jin Xingzhou felt a lump in his throat. His eyes reddening, though he quickly concealed it, awkwardly stating, the shattering void divine force is merely a figment of imagination. I shall share with you a practical technique. When you shoot an arrow, wrap the soft force around the arrowhead. This will allow your arrow to fly silently. I call it the silent arrow. Jiang Wenzhe gazed at Jin Xingzhou in astonishment, his instincts affirming that he could indeed execute the silent arrow immediately. Wenzhe, you have completely depleted my reserves. I entrust Jiro to your care. In truth, Jiang Wenzhe yearned to ask Jin Xingzhou why, having bestowed upon him all his hidden treasures, he would not accept him as a disciple. Yet his instincts warned him that such a question might jeopardize their relationship, as it seemed Jin Xingzhou harbored a strong aversion to taking on apprentices. Due to their agreement, the two returned directly to Jin Xingzhou's home in Longhe village. Father's back. As Jiang Wenzhe approached the small courtyard of Jin Xingzhou's home, he heard a soft feminine voice emanating from within. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld a slender figure emerging from the inner room. Ah, Brother Wenzhe. Jiro, it has been far too long. The moment Jiro, who had just exited the room, spotted Jiang Wenzhe, her exquisitely delicate face flushed crimson. Her body, which had been moving toward the courtyard, froze in place. Her head bowed in shyness, unable to meet Jiang Wenzhe's gaze. Her hands instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her dress, yet the tear mole beneath her left eye was impossible to conceal. How old are you now, yet still so timid? What will you do if your father is no longer around? Though Jin Xingzhou doted on his daughter immensely, he was equally exasperated by her shy demeanor around outsiders. Previously, he had only addressed this issue privately with Jin Jiro, but this time he spoke of it in front of Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe felt as though Jin Jiro might faint from embarrassment at any moment and quickly interjected. Uncle Jin, you should hurry to the Li family's home to oversee matters. If you do not make an appearance, they may not know how to handle the wild boar meat. All right, you troublemaker. The village head. Jin Xingzhou wields considerable influence in Longhe village. After all, he publicly declined the position of county head in Jinyuan County, choosing instead to remain voluntarily as the village chief of Longhe, due to his official status and the bond he shares with the villagers. The residents of Longhe harbor both respect and a modicum of trepidation towards him. It is precisely this dynamic that led Jiang Wenzhe to seek his collaboration and assistance. In his earlier days of martial arts training, Jiang Wenzhe frequently visited Jin Xingzhou's home, often staying there after the passing of his grandfather. He initially wished to converse with Jin Jiro, but as dusk approached, he felt it was improper for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. so he merely exchanged greetings with her before retreating to a side room to rest. During the day, while he exerted himself in the Wishing Moon Mountain woods, the rigorous application of the bone-shattering cotton palm left Jiang Wenzhe with some internal injuries. With the recruitment period for disciples of the Luoxia sword sect just days away, it was imperative for him to restore his condition to its peak. Jiang Wenzhe concealed himself at Jin Xingzhou's residence for 5 days, thwarting the schemes of those who sought to seize his precious name card. Typically, the villagers of Longhe treated Jiang Wenzhe with great respect and care, yet when it came to their own interests, they exhibited a remarkable capacity to turn against him. However, everything culminated on the day the Luoxia sword sect opened its doors. Early that morning, all the young people in Longhe village, aged 15 to 20, gathered before Jin Xingzhou's home. Although the Luoxia sword sect had not explicitly stated which age group they would be recruiting, it was generally understood that anyone over 20, unless possessing a single attribute spiritual root or a rare spiritual root, would be turned away. Conventionally, the Luoxia sword sect recruited disciples every 5 years, but as Jin Xingzhou had mentioned, the sect, being less than 1,000 years old among the 4 major cultivation sects of the Shishu kingdom, lacked the foundation and the predominance of sword cultivators necessary for large-scale recruitment. Therefore, the selection of new disciples was not only stringent, but also yielded very few successful candidates. It is evident how invaluable the name card in Jiang Wenzhe's possession was. As the time to depart for Jinyuan County approached, Jiang Wenzhe had still not made an appearance after 5 days of seclusion in Longhe village, prompting those eager to seize the final opportunity to acquire a name card to erupt in curses. Furthermore, there was no sign of Xiong Lizzie among the crowd. Jin Xingzhou, accompanied by Jin Zhiro, Li Gui, Gu Dashan, and several other youths, boarded a vessel bound for the dock outside Jinyuan County, after traveling 30 miles away from Longhe village. Jin Xingzhou tapped on the cabin door and called out, "Wenzhe, you can come out now." Having already hidden in the cabin, Jiang Wenzhe opened the door and cautiously peeked at his fellow villagers standing on the deck. Gu Dashan, Li Gui, and the others, upon realizing that Jiang Wenzhe had long been aboard, visibly displayed expressions of anger and animosity. Jiang Wenzhe chose to ignore his former friends, chuckling lightly as he inquired, "Uncle Jin, did Lizzie truly give his name card to Li Gui? How could Uncle Xiong agree to such a matter?" The Li family, deterred by Jiang Wenzhe's evident strength, abandoned their plans to obtain a name card from him and instead set their sights on Xiong Lizzie, ultimately striking a deal with the Li family that remains unclear. Jin Xingzhou shook his head gently, indicating that he was unaware of the particulars, but after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "In truth, keeping that boy among mortals is not necessarily a bad thing. Based on the information I've gathered from above, the cultivation world is devoid of benevolence and ethics, and if it weren't for you, I would be quite reluctant to send Zhiro to participate in the selection." Jiang Wenzhe glanced at the exceedingly docile Jin Zhiro, who was closely following her father, and found himself increasingly curious about Jin Xingzhou's true identity. "Uncle Jin, could you enlighten me about the other 3 cultivation sects in the Shishu kingdom?" Jin Xingzhou, seemingly unencumbered by previous reservations, readily agreed to Jiang Wenzhe's inquiry, saying, "Of course, it's only a matter of time before you all learn about it." Subsequently, Jin Xingzhou began to recount the details of the other cultivation sects within the Shishu kingdom. The kingdom comprises 12 administrative districts, with Jiang Wenzhe's home situated in Longhe village of Jinyuan County, under the jurisdiction of Huaiding Dao. The 4 major cultivation sects are as follows: the Luoxia sword sect, occupying Huaiding Dao, Yuling Dao, and Kuiqing Dao; the Zhengqi Academy, which controls Yanhan Dao, Danfeng Dao, Kaianglindo, and Shijing Dao; the Chongshu View, ruling Yunzi Dao, Suifeng Dao, Jinchuan Dao, and Beijiang Dao; and the Yulong Temple, which occupies Qingsong Dao and is now known as Qingtian Dao. In fact, over 900 years ago, the Shishu kingdom was home to only 3 major cultivation sections. However, a remarkable female sword cultivator, renowned as the Fairy of Luoxia, emerged in the kingdom, forcefully seizing 3 territories from the Yulong Temple and founding the 4th major sect, the Luoxia sword sect. After listening to Jin Xingzhou's account, Jiang Wenzhe suddenly became aware of a previously overlooked issue. His ancestor, a successful scholar, had been a disciple of the Zhengqi Academy, yet he had never encountered any mention of cultivators before the age of 8. Furthermore, among the volumes in his family collection, there was not a single record pertaining to the cultivation world or its practitioners. An instinctive sense suggested to him that someone was concealing the existence of cultivators in the cultivation world. Perhaps Jin Xingzhou was involved in this very endeavor, leading him to tentatively ask, Uncle Jean, why haven't you shared these matters with us before? Some things are better kept from you for your own good. Jiang Wenzhe replied, shaking his head gently. As I mentioned earlier, the cultivation world is not as idyllic as we imagine. Your yearning for it stems from the fact that the Luoxia sword sect, which occupies Huaidingdao, was founded by a renowned female hero. The Fairy of Luoxia continues to serve as the supreme elder of the Luoxia sword sect. Thus the sect tends to adhere to certain principles. At this point, Jiang Wenzhe discreetly glanced around before leaning closer to Jiang Wenzhe and whispering cautiously, however, in the past century, the conduct of the Luoxia sword sect's cultivators has increasingly mirrored that of the Yulong Temple, which once dominated Huaidingdao. Jiang Wenzhe grasped the underlying message without needing to rely on intuition. He understood that he was not born into a cultivation world governed by reason, but rather into the sphere of influence of a sect that ostensibly upheld such values. Moreover, as time passed, the Luoxia sword sect's conduct had gradually aligned with that of other cultivation sections. Contemplating this, Jiang Wenzhe took the name card he had kept close to him and began to toy with it. The card resembled a palm-sized piece of milky white jade, with a drop of coagulated blood forming a seal in its center. During the day, the talisman appeared unremarkable, yet at night, it radiated a faint spiritual glow. The fact that he had acquired this card, which allowed him to bypass any selection challenge, was solely due to its affiliation with the Luoxia sword sect. Had this been any other sect in response to the serpent demon incident, they would likely have shown indifference. If they were genuinely concerned about their sect's reputation, it would be far simpler to eliminate the surviving mortals than to seek out the survivors and present them with name cards. I understand now, Uncle Jean. Thank you for sharing this with me. Jiang Wenzhe carefully stowed away his name card and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe smiled broadly and said, by imparting this knowledge, I hope you will look after Zhou. By the way, I will take you to the dock in Jinyuan County and then return to the village. At that time, a cultivator from the Luoxia sword sect will come to escort you for the assessment. Won't father accompany us further? The one who reacted most strongly was, of course, Jiang Wenzhe, who had always assumed that Jiang Wenzhe would escort everyone to the gates of the Luoxia sword sect. The Cultivation Sect is not a realm where mortals can tread freely. Zhou, if you are unable to pass the test, your father will personally bring you home. Jiang Wenzhe gazed at his daughter with a mixture of reluctance and concern. And after calming himself, he continued, however, if you succeed in entering the immortal gate, then devote yourself to your training and become the first immortal of the Jiang family. Jiang Wenzhe's intuition suggested to himself that Jiang Wenzhe was implying that this farewell might very well be permanent. However, he was concerned that voicing such sentiments would burden Jiang Wenzhe with unnecessary pressure, and on another note, perhaps he was not entirely unafraid of accepting the anguish of this parting. Was it truly a separation between the celestial and the mundane? Observing Jiang Wenzhe and the father-daughter duo, Jiang Wenzhe pressed his lips together and clenched his fists. According to the regulations of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, disciples were not permitted to leave the mountain gate until they had reached the foundation establishment stage. Yet both Jiang Wenzhe and Jiang Wenzhe were mere mortals without any inheritance from cultivators, having never even encountered the methods of cultivation to this day. Achieving the foundation establishment stage from a state of no cultivation at all typically required at least a decade or two, if not more. For those with inferior spiritual roots, it was not uncommon to spend 30 or 40 years in training. Jiang Wenzhe was already 45 years old. Who could say whether he would still be around in 3 or 4 decades? Hence, the state's robust support for cultivators, providing them with territories and exempting them from taxes, was intended to ensure that the nation's cultivators could pursue their practices without worry. They simply needed to focus on their cultivation within the sect. Jiang Wenzhe silently retreated to the stern of the passenger ship, staring blankly at his hometown, which gradually faded from view. That he neither disturbed Jiang Wenzhe and her father with intimate conversations, nor sought out his childhood companions from the same village. While Jiang Wenzhe had once been quite popular in Longhe village, in recent days, their parents had gone to great lengths to locate him. This was especially true after Li Gui successfully acquired Xiong Lizi's name card. The uncles and aunts who had frequently praised Jiang Wenzhe were now spurred into a frenzy, attempting to coerce him into surrendering his name card through desperate means. Jiang Wenzhe could understand their actions and would not hold it against those who fought for their children. However, to those companions he had grown up with, Jiang Wenzhe appeared to be a heartless and ungrateful individual. The moment he emerged from the cabin, he could instinctively sense their thoughts and attitudes toward him. Concerning this, Jiang Wenzhe felt no desire to explain or argue. especially as he was about to leave the comfort of the mundane world to enter the realm of cultivation, that it was best to sever ties with everyone and concentrate solely on his training. 2 hours later, the people from Longhe village on the ship spotted a cluster of buildings emerging in the distance. This was the dock of Whitingdao in Jinyuan County. Whitingdao was primarily known for its production of salt and tea. The Jinyuan dock served as a crucial hub for the north-south waterways of the Shishu Kingdom, with over 500,000 residents living in the county and its surroundings. Even Longhe Town, situated 2 hours away by water from Jinyuan County, had approximately 150,000 residents 8 years ago. Had it not been for the recent serpent demon incident, the population of Longhe Town would likely have exceeded 200,000 by now. However, today the dock was markedly less crowded than usual, with neither salt merchants nor tea traders allowed to approach. Even the riverside peddlers and shopkeepers had closed their businesses, rendering the local residents, accustomed to the bustling atmosphere, quite unsettled. Jiang Wenzhe, upon noticing the figures of officials and soldiers appearing several miles from the dock, was immediately reminded of his previous life's college entrance examination. Even after transcending into this world, he was still fixated on the exam. It seemed he was truly beyond redemption. Jin Xingzhou approached Jiang Wenzhe with Jin Zhiro in tow and overheard him muttering a nonsensical lament. What was this about entrance exams? What did he mean by being beyond redemption? And what exactly was transcending? Before Jiang Wenzhe could respond, Jin Xingzhou continued, "Once we arrive at the dock, don't wander off. The magistrate will provide you with the necessary weapons and equipment for the assessment. Wenzhe, Zhiro, I entrust you to look after each other. Consider it a request from your Uncle Jin." Jiang Wenzhe hurriedly replied, "Uncle Jin, please don't say that. Although we lack the formal title of master and disciple, our bond is nonetheless genuine. Besides, Zhiro and I have grown up together. I cannot bear to see her suffer." "Humph, Uncle Jin." Jiang Wenzhe was indeed a hypocrite. No sooner had he finished speaking than a disgruntled snort echoed from the ship. Both Jin Xingzhou and Jiang Wenzhe turned to find that the source was Gu Dasan, a fellow villager. Behind Gu Dasan, Li Gue wore a smug expression, having concocted numerous tales about himself today. "Li Gue, my brother, congratulations on acquiring Lizzie's name card," Jiang Wenzhe exclaimed as he swiftly moved to join his childhood companions, playfully hooking his arm around Li Gue's neck with a grin. "But I'm quite curious. What conditions did your family offer that compelled Lizzie to willingly part with his name card?" Though this was not the first time Li Gue witnessed Jiang Wenzhe employing his stealthy movement technique, he was still startled into a stiffened posture by Jiang Wenze's sudden appearance. The other villagers, however, were seeing this for the first time, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Brother Gu, you've called me a hypocrite with no familial ties and no moral compass." After jesting with Li Gue, Jiang Wenzhe turned to Gu Dasan, a cheerful smile gracing his face. "But pray tell, what gave you the audacity to provoke me? You are not in a position to do so, considering you have both a mother and a younger sister. Are you not concerned about the trouble you might bring upon them by angering me?" Gu Dasan, gazing at Jiang Wenze's warm smile, found it eerily reminiscent of the Jiang Wenzhe he once knew. Yet, at this moment, he could not shake the feeling that Jiang Wenze's smile was unnaturally terrifying. "Let me offer you a word of advice. Given our shared village ties, the world of cultivation is entirely distinct from the mundane world. It would be wise to contemplate your role in the realm of cultivation sooner rather than later." With that, Jiang Wenze's figure inexplicably vanished from beside Li Gue. When they caught sight of him again, he had returned to the stern of the ship, smiling and engaging in conversation with Jin Xingzhou. Li Gue, feeling as though he had become a mere pile of flesh, sank to the ground. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down his cheeks. His eyes were filled with nothing but fear. Had Jiang Wenzhe chosen to harm him, he would not have even had a moment to react. Similarly, Gu Dasan wore a face of trepidation, utterly baffled by Jiang Wenze's newfound terrifying demeanor. Soon, under Jin Xingzhou's guidance, the boat from Longhe village entered the vast expanse of the dock. The Jinyuan dock was capable of accommodating 30 to 40,000 people simultaneously, yet today, the total number of individuals present barely reached 2,000. This was not due to a lack of young people in Jinyuan County, but rather because only these few were aware that today was the day the Falling Sunset Sword Sect would be recruiting disciples. With a population of at least 800,000 within the eligible age range across the 3 regions that the Falling Sunset Sword Sect occupied, one could only imagine how many more would have gathered for the selection if word had spread unchecked that in fact, the villagers of Longhe had already gained a significant advantage from Jiang Wenzhe, as they were among the few who knew how to participate in the selection for the Cultivation Sect. Unlike many of their peers from Jinyuan County, who might have heard of cultivators, but had no idea how to seek a master. "Brother Jing, is this the young man from your village? He appears quite spirited," remarked a middle-aged man dressed in official attire as he approached Jin Xingzhou and the youths from Longhe village. "Long time no see, old Dong. Is your son going as well? This opportunity is hard to come by, of course. We're sending him to give it a try." The official named Dong turned and kicked the young man beside him, exclaiming, "You clueless brat. Don't you know to greet people? Oh. Nephew Dong Biao pays his respects to Uncle Jin." Jin Xingzhou cast a disinterested glance at Dong Biao before stating seriously, "Old Dong, where's Qianhua?" Dong, glancing around and failing to spot Qianhua, replied with confusion, "Why are you looking for him?" "I just saw him patrolling the area a moment ago. It's nothing much. I just wanted to borrow his Jinshan Bao for a bit." Upon hearing this, both Dong and Dong Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if Jin Xingzhou had uttered something incomprehensible. "I'll go find him. After today's events, I'll treat you both to some drinks." With that, Jin Xingzhou instructed the youths from Longhe village, "Stay by the dock and don't wander off. In a short while, the county office will provide you with sustenance, should you miss the opportunity to visit the Laoxia sword sect. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Li Gue, Gu Dashan, and others nodded eagerly, affirming they would not wander off. Wenzhe, Jiro, follow me. Jiang Wenzhe and Jin Jiro naturally had little to say and followed Jin Xingzhou towards the spacious area by the ferry. "Uncle Jin, the Jinshan Bao is a treasure of unparalleled rarity I have encountered in my lifetime. It is said that someone once used this very Bao to slay a first-tier demon beast. The Jinshan bear, hence its name." Upon hearing Jin Xingzhou's explanation, Jiang Wenzhe could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. But a first-tier demon beast is equivalent to a practitioner in the qi refining stage. And even a bear, untrained in the ways of demons, is not an adversary to be trifled with. I found it. A smile unexpectedly graced Jin Xingzhou's cheeks, a sight Jiang Wenzhe had never witnessed before. Soon, guided by his intuition, Jiang Wenzhe spotted the silhouette of a constable hiding among the willow branches. Jin Xingzhou turned to see Jiang Wenzhe gazing sideways, his expression shifting from shock to relief. "Wenzhe, can you quietly steal the longbow from behind that person?" Jiang Wenzhe immediately surmised that the constable hiding behind the willow was Qianhua, yet he wondered if Jin Xingzhou was serious about having him steal from an official. "Rest assured, I guarantee he will not trouble you. In truth, without needing his intuition, Jiang Wenzhe could guess that Jin Xingzhou sought Qianhua's Jinshan Bao for his own purposes. "All right, I shall give it a try." Jiang Wenzhe nodded in agreement, then began to intuitively determine how to pilfer the longbow wrapped in brocade cloth from Qianhua. Before long, an opportunity presented itself, and he swiftly employed his most advanced light-footed technique. Shadow stealth, moving into Qianhua's blind spot. Silently, he approached from behind, deftly untying the pouch slung across Qianhua's body. He also snatched the quiver hanging at his waist, once he had the longbow and quiver in hand. He retraced his steps back to Jin Xingzhou, who, along with Jin Jiro, stared at Jiang Wenzhe in wide-eyed astonishment. They had long anticipated Jiang Wenze's intentions and had witnessed the entire process of him stealing Qianhua's bao and arrows. In reality, they had merely seen Jiang Wenzhe appear beside the willow, remaining for less than 5 breaths before vanishing from sight. Shadow stealth. This is true shadow stealth indeed, arriving without a trace, departing without a sound. Unseen by day, unmanifested by night. Meanwhile, Qianhua, concealed among the willow trees and scanning the surroundings, caught sight of Jin Xingzhou, a knowing smile appearing on his face. However, upon noticing the pouch in Jiang Wenze's hand, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He watched, wide-eyed, as Jiang Wenzhe untied the silk cloth, revealing a long black bao, its arms resembling the handles of 2 curved sabers. My Jinshan Bao. This bao was instantly recognizable to him. He was convinced that no second Jinshan Bao could be found in the entire kingdom of Shishu. Qianhua's eyes turned blood-red as he activated his minor mastery of shadow stealth and charged towards Jiang Wenzhe with 6 parts of his strength in the cracked dark force. "Little thief, prepare to pay with your life." Jiang Wenze's intuition immediately provided feedback, alerting him that Qianhua was closing in with his minor mastery of shadow stealth and 6 parts of cracked dark force. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qianhua's palm struck Jiang Wenze's back. Yet, to Qianhua's disbelief, he felt the cracked dark force he had infused into Jiang Wenze's body being countered by an equal measure of cracked dark force. Impossible. This cannot be. Qianhua could not fathom that anyone within the kingdom of Shishu could surpass his mastery of cracked dark force, and yet, here was Jiang Wenzhe, negating his attack with an equal force. To achieve such a feat, one would need to have cultivated to the level of cracked palm, a notion Qianhua found utterly inconceivable. Jin Xingzhou promptly gathered the young individuals from Longhe village who were destined for the Luoxia sword sect selection. Producing the official roster to make annotations, Jiang Wenzhe noticed his relatives' names, including Qianhua, listed under the relationship of master and disciple. After verifying the roster, the young individuals, their eyes filled with trepidation, began boarding the vessel. "Father, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself." As the time for the youth from Longhe village to board the vessel drew near, Jin Jiro could no longer contain her emotions and tearfully bid farewell to Jin Xingzhou. Jin Xingzhou first embraced Jin Jiro, then patted Jiang Wenzhe on the shoulder. Jiang Wenzhe looked into Jin Xingzhou's eyes, nodding earnestly to convey his understanding. He then took Jin Jiro's cold little hand and ascended the ship's gangway, while Jin Jiro turned back repeatedly, waving at Jin Xingzhou. "Dear apprentices, once aboard the flying vessel, please find a place to rest quickly. Tomorrow morning, the entrance trial will commence." Jiang Wenzhe, Jin Jiro, and the other youths aboard the vessel all clearly heard this proclamation. Yet they searched for the speaker in vain. Guided by his intuition, Jiang Wenzhe could ascertain the speaker's location. However, he dared not look directly, as the spiritual awareness of a practitioner was formidable and rivaled his own perceptive instincts. Jiang Wenzhe and Jin Jiro paused in a corner near the ship's rail. "Jiro, let us rest and regain our strength." Imichum. At that moment, Jin Jiro resembled a docile little kitten, closely trailing Jiang Wenzhe and not daring to stray. The other youths, meanwhile, were quite reserved, naturally clustering with those they recognized. Soon, the flying vessel ascended gently, leaving the ground behind, prompting astonished gasps from those who had never experienced flight before. As some bolder individuals wandered around the deck, the young ones quickly shed their shyness, rushing to the rail to marvel at the scenery or running about the deck. The practitioners of the Luoxia sword sect made no effort to intervene. Nor did they utter a word. It was not until deep into the night, past the hour of the pig, that these exhausted youths began to seek out places to rest. Jin Jiro had already fallen asleep on Jiang Wenzhe's shoulder for 2 full hours. As for Jiang Wenzhe, he practiced the Zhinshan Bao technique through a combination of meditation and intuitive perception. This was the key to his mastery of shadow stealth and the cracked palm over the past 4 years. Moreover, his intuition continually warned him that someone harbored ill intentions towards him. The only individuals with whom he had a grievance were those who had journeyed from Longhe village alongside him. Jiang Wenzhe found himself baffled as to why they would harbor such deep-seated malice against him. Frankly, he had already shown considerable tolerance towards those who coveted his reputation, should he truly appear to be easy prey. He would no longer concern himself with any semblance of courtesy. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was approaching, and as the ship was in flight, it seemed the day broke half an hour earlier than on the ground. Jin Jiro's crystalline eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes, frantically surveying her surroundings. "Awake now. If you need to relieve yourself, go to the little house over there." Jiang Wenzhe's voice suddenly reached her ears, the content of which was rather embarrassing. Jin Jiro's fair cheeks flushed crimson, extending even to her neck and earlobes. "Jiro, you must be bolder in the future. The realm of cultivation is not like being at home, where someone is always looking after you." Jiang Wenzhe rose to his feet, guiding the nearly fainting Jin Jiro toward the designated area for relief. This was information he had gleaned from a cultivator adept in piloting the flying vessel the previous night. After addressing their urgent needs, Jiang Wenzhe led Jin Jiro to the bow of the ship. As he gazed out, a vast expanse of misty clouds obscured his view, and looking down at the ground revealed an ominous darkness that was particularly terrifying. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened, allowing a faint glimpse of the verdant earth and the meandering rivers below. Jiang Wenzhe felt it was akin to his past experience on an airplane, with the only distinction being the wider vista before him. "We have arrived. Upon disembarking, the entrance examination will commence immediately. Fellow disciples, please brace yourselves." Suddenly, a warm voice resonated in the minds of those aboard, rousing even the slumbering individuals. Soon, acquaintances consciously gathered, quietly deliberating their strategies for the impending assessment. "Wenzhe Gij, shall we not seek out Brother Gu and the others?" Jin Jiro inquired softly, noticing Jiang Wenzhe's lack of intention to find their companions from Longhe village. Jiang Wenzhe gently shook his head, replying, "There is no need. Even if we were to find them, they would likely distance themselves from me. Moreover, I do not wish to be burdened by a group of hangers-on during the selection process. To secure a place among the top 3, I must excel. Jinjiro shared his sentiment, as she too was not particularly fond of interacting with Gudasan and his entourage. Welcome, everyone, to the entrance examination for the new disciples of my Luoxia sword sect. A total of 14,984 individuals will participate in this assessment. A resounding male voice echoed from the mist-shrouded sky, and Jiang Wenzhe sensed that the speaker was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. The examination begins once you disembark from the flying vessel, and the task is to traverse the silent night forest to reach the eastern mountain gate. Additionally, you are required to slay a demonic beast, which can be achieved through collaboration. For those who prefer not to take the risk of hunting a demonic beast, you may opt to gather 10 spirit herbs. Completing either of these conditions and being among the first 3,000 to arrive at the mountain gate will advance you to the second round of the examination. The remainder will be eliminated. New disciples with a name tag who do not wish to participate in the first round may remain aboard the vessel. In the blink of an eye, the flying vessel descended into the mist-enshrouded silent night forest. The voice that had previously warned them echoed once more in their minds. All right, those wishing to partake in the first round of the examination may disembark. Remember, the mountain gate of Luoxia sword sect lies to the east. Jiang Wenzhe furrowed his brow slightly, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings. His intuition indicated that east was in the direction from which the vessel had arrived. Jiro, do you know where east is? Jinjiro, taken aback by his question, looked around, her face suddenly betraying a look of panic. I cannot see the sun. I do not know where east is. What should we do? Wenzhe Gij? Jiang Wenzhe observed the throngs of young individuals who disembarked and recklessly ran in various directions, none heading toward the back of the vessel, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To lose one's way in the fog-laden woods could lead to misfortune. Those fortunate enough might find their way out, while others could remain lost until the conclusion of the entrance examination. It was no wonder that the Luoxia sword sect's entrance assessment could eliminate so many participants at the very first hurdle. Perhaps many would fail to even surpass the initial challenge. Wenzhe Jiang, do not celebrate prematurely. I shall be waiting for you at the finish line, just as Jiang Wenzhe and Jinjiro prepared to leave the vessel. Li Gui suddenly interjected. Jiang Wenzhe had already stepped out onto the ship's railing but turned back to Li Gui, saying, Brotherly, it is said that enemies should be resolved, not deepened. This is my final reminder. The cultivation world is not like your home. Here, no one will coddle you. With that, he concluded his warning and proceeded with Jinjiro toward the exit of the vessel. At this moment, only the two of them remained. The others had long since vanished from sight. Come, this way. Without further thought, Jiang Wenzhe led Jinjiro in the direction the flying vessel had come from. Li Gui, still aboard the ship, observed their chosen path and burst into laughter. Ha, Jiang Wenzhe, I am eager to see your expression when you fail the selection. As Jinjiro followed Jiang Wenzhe for quite a distance, she could still hear Li Gui's mocking laughter. Wenzhe Gij, I do not like Li Gui. I have always despised him. Jiang Wenzhe chuckled softly, replying, It matters not. If he continues to remain oblivious to his own place, he will soon vanish from your world, and you need not expend energy over someone so ignorant. Jiang Wenzhe had a clear objective: to gather 20 spirit herbs before heading to the mountain gate of Luoxia sword sect. As for hunting demonic beasts, that was entirely unnecessary. The two of them could easily attract attention while doing so. He possessed merely a pseudo-spiritual root, and during the initial stages of joining a cultivation sect, it was imperative to lay low and develop without drawing undue attention. Once he acquired sufficient strength for self-protection, he would reconsider whether to take bold steps forward. There, spirit herbs, with an uncanny intuition guiding him. Jiang Wenzhe and Jinjiro swiftly gathered 20 spirit herbs in just 2 hours. Wenzhe Gij, the sun. Look, upon reaching a slightly more open area, Jinjiro lifted her gaze to spot the sun faintly emerging in the sky. Its position was directly opposite to the direction Jiang Wenzhe had been leading her. Jiang Wenzhe glanced up at the sun, which flickered in and out of view through the mist. His intuition warned him that this sun was a mirage. Jiro, do you trust me or your own judgment? Jinjiro, taken aback by his question, replied anxiously, Of course, I trust you, Wenzhe Gij. All right, since you believe in my words, then follow me. Jiang Wenzhe continued toward the direction his intuition had indicated. Having lived 16 years in this reincarnated world, throughout those years, his instincts had never led him astray. which only fueled his desire to become a cultivator. If his intuition remained accurate, then the hidden crisis lurking behind the clouds was indeed real. Having personally witnessed the destruction of Longhe Town, Jiang Wenzhe understood that only formidable strength could safeguard the things he held dear when calamity struck. Jinjiro chose not to gaze at the dim sun above any longer and instead kept pace with Jiang Wenzhe as they navigated through the dense forest. To avoid confronting the demonic beast blocking their path, Jiang Wenzhe had to lead Jinjiro along a winding route through the woods. The two traversed from noon until dusk, with Jinjiro's strength completely depleted. "Let us stop here for today. We shall find a place to rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Jinjiro's delicate face was etched with fatigue, yet she insisted, "I am fine. Wenzhe, I can still walk." Jiang Wenzhe chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Do not worry. We are far ahead of the others. We have ample time to rest." Half an hour ago, Jiang Wenzhe discovered that the mist enveloping the silent night forest was gradually dissipating. His intuition suggested that the dispersal of the mist was a man-made event. This indicated that only those participating in the selection tomorrow morning would be able to find the correct direction by following the sun. Without the mist being cleared, Jiang Wenzhe believed that among the more than 10,000 participants, no more than 10 would truly reach the gates of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. He chose a natural tree hollow as their campsite, allowing Jinjiro to rest comfortably within it. Meanwhile, he employed his shadow concealment technique to swiftly survey the area within a 500-meter radius of the hollow. He also set up some rudimentary warning traps in the forest to ensure that no demonic beasts or humans could approach their campsite unnoticed. In truth, Jiang Wenzhe did not need to go to such lengths, as the demonic beasts in the Silent Night Forest were generally non-aggressive. However, he understood that demonic beasts were not mere wild animals. If cornered, they could be deadly. Jiang Wenzhe adhered to the principle that caution ensures longevity, for no one could predict whether predatory demonic beasts might emerge from the Silent Night Forest upon returning to the hollow. Before he could even speak, the little girl Jinjiro rushed over and tightly embraced Jiang Wenze's right arm. Without needing to rely on intuition, the gentle tremor of her petite frame confirmed her fear at that moment. "It's all right, Jiro. I will always stay by your side," he reassured her, ruffling her hair affectionately. The little girl merely nodded in silence. Throughout the day, as they traversed the woods, Jiang Wenzhe had collected any edible items they encountered, ensuring that neither of them was hungry or thirsty. They were simply exhausted from the prolonged journey. Leaning against Jiang Wenzhe, Jinjiro soon drifted into a sweet slumber. As for Jiang Wenzhe, sleep was out of the question. Despite not encountering any demonic beasts that day, it was due to his keen intuition that he had deliberately avoided them. Crack! In the depths of the night, one of the warning traps set by Jiang Wenzhe was triggered. The crisp sound echoed through the dense forest, instantly capturing Jiang Wenze's attention from his feigned slumber. "This is bad." Through his intuitive perception of the external situation, he swiftly received a warning of 8 sources of danger. Jiang Wenzhe immediately sprang into action, grasping the Jinshan Bao with his left hand while cradling the drowsy Jinjiro in his right arm, rushing out of the hollow. Then, he spotted 16 glowing green eyes watching him from the woods a mere 10 meters away. "What is that?" Jinjiro, just awakened, let out a terrified scream upon seeing the glowing eyes in the forest. Jiang Wenzhe leaped, carrying Jinjiro onto a large tree behind him, placing her on a branch close to the trunk. "Don't be afraid, Jiro. Hide here and don't make a sound," he instructed. Initially, Jiang Wenzhe thought it would take some effort to convince Jinjiro to release her grip, but to his surprise, she obediently let go, swiftly grasping the tree branch instead. Though he said nothing, Jiang Wenzhe felt a mix of astonishment and satisfaction at Jinjiro's composure. It truly echoed the saying that one should not judge a book by its cover. This girl, who usually appeared delicate and timid, displayed remarkable courage in the face of danger. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wenzhe retrieved a fire starter from his belongings, skillfully tossing it into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. The fire starter ignited as it flew, briefly illuminating the woods and revealing that the glowing eyes belonged to a pack of wolves. However, these wolves were unusually large, some the size of small ponies. And among them was an elderly wolf with gray fur, towering even larger than a mule. The moment Jiang Wenzhe threw the fire starter, the wolf pack was startled, and in the blink of an eye, 8 demonic wolves scattered. Jiang Wenzhe could distinctly sense that they had encircled him and Jinjiro. There was no time to ponder why there were wolf-type demonic beasts in the Silent Night Forest. With the Jinshan Bao in his left hand and an arrow in his right, he firmly gripped the tree trunk with his feet, slowly drawing back the 6-stone Bao using all his strength. "How? Piercing bone arrow, go." Jiang Wenzhe, relying on his intuition, anticipated the position of the first demonic wolf to attack him, and Jinzhou, the moment the demonic wolf lunged, he released the arrow infused with his crushing force. Whoosh! Bang! Oh! Jinzhou could not see what transpired in the forest. She only heard the swift whoosh of the arrow slicing through the air, followed by the demonic wolf's mournful howls, which quickly fell silent. In Jiang Wenzhe's intuitive perception, that arrow had pierced through the wolf's mouth, entering its heart and resulting in instant death. Let us change locations. After dispatching the first wolf that attacked, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly scooped Jinzhou into his arms and propelled himself past the fallen beast. Escaping the encirclement of the wolves, oh! The wolf pack's leader let out a howl, prompting the surrounding wolves to respond immediately. They pursued Jiang Wenzhe and Jinzhou, creating a cacophony of rustling sounds as they darted through the woods. Jiang Wenzhe realized that even alone, he would not be able to escape the predatory wolves, much less with Jinzhou and TOW.TO survive. He had to eliminate the remaining 7 wolves before his strength was depleted. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wenzhe activated his shadow concealment technique, leaping to the treetops, 20 meters above the ground. Zhiro, wait here. I'll take care of those beasts and come back for you. Okay, brother Wenzhe, be careful. Jinzhou obediently released him, tightly gripping a nearby branch. As Jiang Wenzhe prepared to leave, he heard her words of caution, now free of the burden. He was finally able to execute his shadow concealment technique to perfection. He swiftly jumped onto a rock, knocked an arrow, and drew back the Jinshan bow. Using his intuition to locate all the hidden wolves in the forest, he then aimed at the closest wolf and released the bowstring. Whoosh! Oh! The arrow shot from the Jinshan bow flew through the air, producing a piercing sound. It struck one of the demonic wolves in the left eye, though it did not kill it immediately. The force of the impact shattered its brain into a pulp. While the wolf did not perish on the spot, it lost its ability to move and collapsed, groaning helplessly, with a sigh of relief. Jiang Wenzhe exhaled slowly, knocking another arrow and drawing back the bow once more. He released 2 more arrows in quick succession, sending 2 additional wolves to join their fallen comrade. Now, only 5 wolves remained in pursuit of Jiang Wenzhe and Jinzhou. The wolf leader, realizing that it had lost 3 of its pack, immediately ordered a halt to the chase. The remaining wolves, using the cover of night, retreated back to the leader's side, seizing this rare opportunity to catch his breath. Jiang Wenzhe shook out his slightly numb right arm. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content ahead. The Jinshan Bao, ultimately a formidable weapon weighing 6 stones, can only be drawn by Jiang Wenzhe due to his profound martial prowess. His adept use of cotton strength, in conjunction with the power of the earth through his feet, allows him to barely draw the Jinshan Bao. In situations where he is running or positioned incorrectly, he would be unable to do so. As time progresses, the severely wounded demon wolf has fallen silent, with a soft whimper. Whoosh! Jiang Wenzhe's instincts are as sharp as if he were equipped with a cheat code. Upon sensing imminent danger, he immediately counterattacks, dispatching the demon wolf that sought to ambush him with a swift arrow. The demon wolf leader, having already suffered significant losses, dares not take further risks and chooses to retreat from the standoff with Jiang Wenzhe as dawn approaches. Jiang Wenzhe's instincts confirm that the demon wolf pack's departure from the silent night forest poses no threat to others. It is only at this moment that Jiang Wenzhe realizes his back is drenched in cold sweat. Having exerted himself fully 5 times with the Jinshan Bao technique, he has reached the limits of his strength, were the demon wolf leader to persist in a final confrontation, even at the cost of his life. He could only manage to slay 2 more demon wolves. Yet, a beast remains a beast. When faced with a formidable opponent, it knows when to retreat. The night gradually recedes from the silent night forest, revealing lovely clouds in the eastern sky. The young ones who had been lost in the forest for a day and a night finally glimpse the right direction. Some, disregarding their exhaustion, hasten eastward, while others, realizing they have been heading in the wrong direction, abandon their quest to reach the Laoxia Sword Sect. This signifies their relinquishment of entry into the realm of cultivation. At sunrise, Jiang Wenzhe emerges from the dense woods, carrying Jinzhou on his back, and then he beholds a magnificent mountain range, intermittently appearing through the mist. Upon sighting this breathtaking range, Jiang Wenzhe confirms that it is indeed the legendary sacred site of cultivation. The Laoxia Mountain Range. It is said that within the Laoxia Mountain Range, rivers crisscross and waterfalls cascade, enveloped in mist year-round due to its abundant water sources. The most renowned aspect is the stunning cloud vistas during dawn and dusk. At sunrise and sunset, the clouds in the sky are painted with vibrant hues, resembling a celestial masterpiece. Furthermore, the beauty of this scenery is ever-changing, so much so that even the most skilled literati and poets cannot adequately capture the essence of the Laoxiao mountain range. Additionally, the Laoxiao mountain range is renowned as the finest spiritual vein in the Western Shu Kingdom. Nurtured by rich spiritual energy, it harbors numerous rare and exotic beasts, spirit herbs, and medicines. For cultivators, this place is truly a paradise. How beautiful, Brother Wenzhe. It is truly magnificent here. Jinjiro's physical constitution is somewhat inferior. After perching in the treetops for half the night, her feet have developed a large blister. After pricking the blister, she completely loses her ability to walk. Jiang Wenzhe has no choice but to carry Jinjiro onward, causing the poor girl's cheeks to flush with embarrassment due to her introverted nature. Even in Longhe village, Jiang Wenzhe had been hesitant to approach her too closely. Were it not for their encounter with the demon wolves last night, he would not have dared to breach the boundaries of propriety by embracing her. As his upbringing forbids such behavior, nevertheless, Jiang Wenzhe's speed while carrying Jinjiro is several times faster than the previous day. Had they traveled at yesterday's pace, it would have taken until noon to exit the forest. After running for half an hour across the wilderness, Jiang Wenzhe finally spots a cluster of buildings constructed at the foot of the mountain. As he approaches, he discovers that the architecture of the Laoxiao sword sect is predominantly built into the mountainside. The main structures, crafted from wood, are rustic and elegant, harmoniously integrated with the surrounding natural environment. Although Jiang Wenzhe and Jinjiro had seen the Laoxiao sword sect's buildings long before, it takes them a full hour of running for Jiang Wenzhe to reach the nearest structure. To refer to it merely as a building would be an understatement. It resembles a colossal sword carved from white jade, over 30 meters tall, firmly planted in the ground, serving as the mountain gate. Brother Chu, look, atop the jade sword's hilt, a watchtower has been erected for the disciples guarding the mountain gate. Initially, the disciples of the Laoxiao sword sect stationed there have not noticed Jiang Wenzhe and Jinjiro. However, as Jiang Wenzhe helps the limping Jinjiro approach the mountain gate and inadvertently triggers the security barrier, their attention is finally drawn to them. What on earth? How did mortals get here? Just as Jiang Wenzhe prepares to call out, his instincts inform him that someone is approaching. Whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of two soft whooshes, two beams of spiritual light shoot out from the white jade mountain gate, halting 3 meters above Jiang Wenzhe and Jinjiro. Upon looking up, they see two cultivators dressed in moon-white robes, adorned with identical silver crowns, carrying sword sheaths on their backs, and standing atop silver-white, flying swords. This is Jinjiro's first encounter with cultivators, and she instinctively retreats behind Jiang Wenzhe, peering out with a mix of curiosity, astonishment, and trepidation, yet she dares not meet their gaze. Esteemed cultivators, we are new disciples participating in this selection. May I inquire where the second assessment is located? Jiang Wenzhe's instincts tell him that their unexpected arrival with Jinjiro has caught the Laoxiao sword sect's cultivators off guard. Therefore, he hastily states his identity and purpose before they can respond. No way, new disciples usually arrive for the entrance assessment in the afternoon. The Laoxiao sword sect disciple hovering in midair exclaims upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words. Chen Shidi, hurry and report this matter. Yes, Brother Chu. The Chun disciple promptly takes flight deeper into the Laoxiao mountain range upon receiving Brother Chu's directive. Meanwhile, Brother Chu descends to the ground, deftly retracting his flying sword into its sheath with a gesture. Brother Chu appears to be around 27 or 28 years old, sporting a square face and standing at an impressive height of approximately 175 centimeters. After a moment of contemplation, he addresses them in a tone laced with astonishment. You two, this is the mountain gate of the Laoxiao sword sect. Based on past experiences with selecting disciples, the earliest newcomers typically exit the Silent Night Forest by the 4th hour. It is currently the 5th hour of the rabbit, which means you exited the Silent Night Forest at the 3rd hour of the tiger. Upon hearing Brother Chu's words, Jiang Wenzhe cannot help but chuckle inwardly. It seems he has been too hasty. Had he taken an additional hour or two to leave the forest, they wouldn't have arrived here so prematurely. I truly do not know. The night was shrouded in thick fog. Jiang Wenzhe feigns ignorance, stating, My sister and I lost our way from the outset and wandered aimlessly for a day and a night. It was only when we saw the morning glow today that we realized we were on the forest's edge. Brother Chu looks at him incredulously and replies, That doesn't make sense. The Yunine Grand Formation reveals a solar illusion for a quarter of an hour every hour. One could still see the sun through the clouds? Jiang Wenzhe responds in astonishment. We were so focused on searching for spirit herbs and medicines that we completely overlooked this matter. To lose one's way without checking the sun for direction. And yet you persist in searching for spirit herbs and medicines. Do you not fear failing the assessment? Not at all. I have my name card. If I fail the first assessment, I can use my name card to exempt myself from it. Jiang Wenzhe replies nonchalantly, but if I succeed in the first assessment, then I shall use my name card to exempt myself from the second assessment. This, indeed, that is a clever strategy. Why did I not think of it back in the day? Jinzhiro gazed at Jiang Wenzhe in utter astonishment, feeling as though the refined and courteous elder brother she remembered had been slain, killed by this man, who spoke nothing but fabrications and falsehoods. What could possibly transpire that a new disciple participating in the entrance selection would find themselves at the mountain gate? Suddenly, a voice imbued with a tone of seriousness resonated from deep within the Wanxia sword sect. Following this, several streaks of radiant light emerged from the mist, all clad in silver-white robes, and standing upon flying swords. The practitioner bearing the surname Chu hastily clasped his hands in salute, stating, reporting to Master Qi, they accidentally stumbled upon the edge of the Silent Night Forest. After the cloud concealment great formation ceased its operation, they immediately sought the way out of the Silent Night Forest. They arrived at the mountain gate at the 5th watch, so it is inferred that they departed from the Silent Night Forest at the 3rd watch. Instantly, the cultivators suspended in midair on their swords turned their astonished gazes towards Jiang Wenzhe and Jinzhiro. Jinzhiro bashfully lowered her head, attempting to conceal herself behind Jiang Wenzhe as much as possible. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe displayed an expression of innocence and bewilderment, as if utterly unaware of any wrongdoing. Master Qi, presumably a foundational stage cultivator, swept his gaze over Jiang Wenzhe and Jinzhiro before turning to the Qi disciple beside him and instructing, May you, Zhang Zhongmi, you are to immediately reassess their trajectory. Yes, Master. After assigning the Qi disciples to re-evaluate the path taken by Jiang Wenzhe and Jinzhiro, Master Qi turned back to them, a beaming smile adorning his face. First and foremost, congratulations to both of you for passing the first round of our sect's assessment. Now, please present any spiritual herbs you have gathered or evidence of beasts you have slain. Should you pass the second round's spiritual root aptitude test, upon joining our sect, you will be granted an opportunity to select a cultivation method from the 9th level of the library. At this moment, the Chu disciple interjected, reporting to Master, this young man possesses a name card. Hearing this, Master Qi cast a somewhat surprised glance at Jiang Wenzhe. However, the other Qi practitioners present began to chatter animatedly. What need is there for a name card if he is participating in the entrance examination? He could have directly come for the spiritual root aptitude test. Indeed, why endure the trials of the Silent Night Forest if he has a name card? In all my years, I have never encountered anyone so foolish. Silence. Master Qi scolded the nearby Qi practitioners to be quiet, then turned to Jiang Wenzhe with a cheerful demeanor. Congratulations, junior disciple, from this moment forth. You are a disciple of our Wanxia sword sect. May I see your name card? After retrieving the spiritual herbs he and Jinzhiro had collected, Jiang Wenzhe took out his treasured name card. As he spread his hand, the name card astonishingly levitated and landed in Master Qi's grasp. Very well. This is indeed a name card personally crafted by our sect's Golden Core elder. Jiang Wenzhe couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself, reflecting on how the cultivator who had given him the name card 8 years prior was indeed a Golden Core practitioner. I am Qi Kongqing. May I inquire your name, nephew? I am Jiang Wenzhe. And this is my younger sister, Jinzhiro. Master Qi chuckled lightly, nodding. Jiang nephew, while it is true you possess a name card issued by the Golden Core elder, we must still assess your spiritual root aptitude. Please take this crystal ball into your hands. Without hesitation, Jiang Wenzhe accepted the crystal ball presented by Qi Kongqing. Jinzhiro felt as though Qi Kongqing was performing a magic trick, conjuring a crystal ball comparable in size to a pomelo from thin air. Upon Jiang Wenzhe grasping the pomelo-sized crystal ball, it immediately shimmered with 4 colors: aquamarine, emerald green, fiery red, and earthy yellow. Before the gathered assembly, 4 orbs of light, each the size of a finger, materialized within the crystal ball. Water, wood, fire, earth for attributes of pseudo-spiritual roots, disqualified. The Chu disciple promptly retorted, disqualified my foot. That young man is exempt from the spiritual root aptitude test due to his name card. Can someone with pseudo-spiritual roots still join the sect? Moreover, his roots can only cultivate earth attribute magic. That we are a sword cultivation sect. Indeed, how can such a waste be accepted into our ranks? Jiang Wenzhe had long anticipated that his spiritual root aptitude would elicit skepticism from others. Yet he had done all he could. If the Wanxia sword sect did not recognize the significance of the name card and refused him, he would have no recourse. Meanwhile, Jin Zhiro, standing behind Jiang Wenzhe, could not help but reveal a look of worry and urgency in her eyes. Qi Kongqing's brow furrowed, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to swallow his words back. Based on his intuitive perception, he found himself in agreement with the sentiments expressed by the Qi disciples. Jiang Wenzhe felt an urgent need to devise a strategy. Should these cultivators continue their debate, he might very well lose the opportunity to join the sect. Zhiro, continue. Soon, his intuition prompted him to hand the crystal ball meant for testing spiritual roots to Jin Zhiro. In his quest to join the sect, Jiang Wenzhe had pushed himself to the limit. At this juncture, he truly saw no other course of action. Thus, without further thought, he transferred the crystal ball, which emanated 4 colors of spiritual light, into Jin Zhiro's hands. Jin Zhiro instinctively accepted the crystal ball from Jiang Wenzhe, and instantaneously, the 4-colored glow vanished. Instead, a pale azure light began to emerge within the crystal ball. Ultimately, a light sphere, the size of a pigeon egg and as translucent as jade, coalesced within the crystal ball. This is a wind spiritual root. My heavens, it truly is a wind spiritual root. Ha ha ha. A genius with a wind spiritual root. As Jin Zhiro's spiritual root attribute was revealed by the crystal ball, all cultivators present shifted their focus onto her. Qi Kongqing, filled with excitement, retrieved a talisman from his robes, channeling his energy as he trembled slightly. I report to Master. A genius possessing a wind spiritual root has been discovered. With that, he tossed the talisman into the air, which transformed into a fiery red light and soared deep into the Wanxia mountain range. Jin Zhiro edged closer behind Jiang Wenzhe, her cheeks, neck, and the tips of her ears flushed with crimson. Jin niece, when you meet the master, please speak a few kind words for me. A fawning smile graced Qi Kongqing's face as he even descended from midair to the ground. It was only then that Jiang Wenzhe discerned Qi Kongqing's appearance, a somewhat gaunt elderly man, with graying hair, sunken cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and appearing to be in his 50s. Upon hearing Qi Kongqing's words, Jin Zhiro's eyes glimmered with determination. Wind spiritual root. Where is the wind spiritual root? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Wanxia mountain range, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping towards the mountain gate. Jiang Wenzhe caught sight of a flash of golden spiritual light in the air, and then a towering figure materialized before the mountain gate. The distance of 1,000 miles was traversed in the blink of an eye. Was this the speed of a golden core practitioner? Disciple pays respects to Master. Greetings, Master. The disciples of the Wanxia sword sect standing at the mountain gate bowed to the middle-aged man, who stood over 6 feet tall, muscles bulging, and sporting a thick beard. Jiang Wenzhe thought to himself that if this master were just a shade darker, he would resemble a fierce warrior like Zhang Fei or the notorious Li Kuei. Ha ha ha, it truly is a wind attribute. Jiang Wenzhe pinched his thigh fiercely to suppress a laugh. He had often imagined the leader of the falling sunset sword sect as a beautiful woman or a dashing young man. Yet he never anticipated that it would be a burly figure like Black Whirlwind. His appearance was utterly incongruous with the elegant name of the sect. Little girl, become my disciple. The leader, Luo Tianqing, spoke in a casual manner to Jin Zhiro. With me, Luo Tianqing, protecting you, I assure you will successfully refine your golden core. Luo Tianqing, do you, a brute, truly know how to teach a disciple? A distant, resonant howl echoed from the depths of the falling sunset mountains. And soon 7 imposing silhouettes emerged before the mountain gate, making way. Along with the first to arrive, Luo Tianqing, there were a total of 4 men and 4 women, all golden core cultivators. Disciple Qi Kongqing pays respects to all esteemed uncles and aunts. Disciple pays respects to all revered ancestors. As the golden core cultivators intruded, the Qi refining stage disciples of the falling sunset sword sect became mere background figures. They stood obediently like quails, though they whispered amongst themselves in hushed tones. The elusive golden core elders have all arrived. Of course, this is a rare spiritual root of a different kind, even more uncommon than a heavenly spiritual root. I have been in the sect for 20 years, and this is the first time I have seen so many golden core elders. Support me. Get lost. I feel weak too. These golden core cultivators surrounded Jiang Wenzhe and Jin Zhiro, and with their cultivation and spiritual awareness, they could easily discern the nature of Jinjiro's spiritual root without the need for a crystal ball. Moreover, Jinjiro held a crystal ball in her hand. Emanating a soft azure glow, Jiang Wenzhe's gaze swept over the golden core cultivators and landed on a stunning female cultivator clad in an apricot yellow palace dress, radiating an aura of coldness. His instincts told him this was the same ice-cold female cultivator who had given him her name card 8 years prior in Longha Town. Yet, the figure from his memory who had presented him with the name card and shared insights on cultivation was a middle-aged man. Could this be the embodiment of that golden core cultivator? Additionally, the warmth of the middle-aged man's aura lingered in his memory, contrasting starkly with the frigid presence of the female cultivator in apricot yellow. The golden core cultivators were all on edge, each claiming to be the best candidate to take Jinjiro as their disciple. Junior sister Huang, you, the cold and beautiful female cultivator scoffed, senior brother Ko. You already have a pure yang body disciple you have the spare energy to take in a wind spirit root disciple. All of you have your own direct disciples. Junior sister Huang. I will expel those useless disciples immediately. Little master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Esteemed brothers and sisters, we ought to consult the young lady's opinion. The only male cultivator among the Golden Core members who matched Jiang Wenzhe's fantasy of the falling sunset sword sect leader spoke up to mediate. Indeed, junior brother Zhou is right. Let us inquire about the young lady's thoughts. Young lady, my name is Zhou Ming. I am your 4th granduncle. Get lost, you pretty boy. Don't let this young lady be deceived by you. Come to your 5th granduncle's side, and I'll introduce you to a fine young man. Sure, Xiaorong, what kind of person is that boy of yours? Don't go and harm her. All right. Suddenly, an elderly woman among the Golden Core cultivators interjected, revealing her large, yellowed teeth as she addressed Jinjiro. You should come under your master's guidance. Among the entire Falling Sunset Sword sect, aside from the ancestor, I hold the highest seniority. Sister Chio, are you certain you can properly instruct a wind spirit root disciple? The cold female cultivator replied icily, last time, you took a fire attribute heavenly spirit root disciple, and he fell into demonic deviation before even reaching the mid-foundation stage. Huang Shuiying, you cannot blame this on me. It was his own obstinacy in practicing the fire divine art. Jiang Wenzhe felt as if he were drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the heated argument among the 8 Golden Core cultivators. The pressure they inadvertently released would instill fear even in Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone him and Jinjiro, who were mere mortals without any cultivation. Choose me, little girl, choose me. I am the leader. Aside from the ancestor, I wield the greatest authority in this sect. Nonsense, little girl. If you choose me, I guarantee you will have pills to consume every day. I refuse. You are all untrustworthy. Finally, Jinjiro, who had been hiding behind Jiang Wenzhe, spoke up that as soon as her words left her lips, the 8 Golden Core cultivators were left dumbfounded. I passed the entrance trial with Brother Wenzhe. He has a name card that exempts him from the second test. Just because Brother Wenzhe has poor spiritual root qualifications, you refuse to admit him. Jiang Wenzhe could swear that this was the first time he had seen her raise her voice so loudly in protest. Especially directed at Golden Core cultivators. More importantly, her words were a strong defense for him. After speaking, Jinjiro seemed to lose all her strength, stumbling as if about to collapse. Jiang Wenzhe instinctively reached out and caught her in his arms, only to realize she had fainted. Whether it was due to overwhelming anxiety or the oppressive aura of the Golden Core cultivators, he could not tell. Esteemed seniors, please forgive my sister's misunderstanding of Uncle Chi. Jiang Wenzhe managed to speak with difficulty. She is timid and introverted, unable to bear the affections of the seniors. The Golden Core cultivators, unlike ordinary folks, did not rush over at the sight of someone fainting. With just a cursory probe of their spiritual awareness, they could ascertain that Jinjiro had merely fainted from excessive tension and would be fine after a bit of rest. The cold female cultivator Huang Shuiying lightly waved her hand, conjuring a delicate bed made of ice beside her. She then effortlessly lifted the unconscious Jinjiro from Jiang Wenzhe's embrace and laid her gently on the icy bed, which, though seemingly sculpted from ice, radiated warmth instead of coldness. Jiang Wenzhe had never encountered the spells of cultivators and was bewildered by the phenomenon. Furthermore, the atmosphere before the mountain gate of the Falling Sunset Sword sect had grown exceedingly tense. As Jinjiro's earlier words carried significant weight, the expression on the leader Luo Tianxing's face darkened, resembling black whirlwind Li Kai. He cast a glance at Qi Kongqing, whose face had drained of color. Qi Kongqing, master, disciple. An elderly man with graying hair knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. The gazes of the other 7 golden core cultivators fell upon him with disapproval. Huang Shuiying raised her hand, seizing the name card from Qi Kongqing. This is the name card from Longhe Town 8 years ago. Jiang Wenzhe felt a surge of certainty as Huang Shuiying accurately identified Longhe Town. He was convinced this was the same name card she had personally handed to him 8 years ago. However, during the quarrel among the golden core cultivators, he had heard that Huang Shuiying had only refined her golden core 6 years ago. While the middle-aged man who had given him the name card was referred to as an ancestor by his fellow cultivators, this situation was perplexing, but there would be time to ponder it later. The most pressing matter was to save Qi Kongqing's life. Esteemed seniors, my sister has misunderstood Uncle Qi. Jiang Wenzhe began. Master Qi initially acknowledged his identity as a disciple. It was only during the assessment of spiritual roots that he remarked the disciple was unfit for entrance into the sword cultivation sect, which led to my younger sister's misunderstanding. Master Qi's intention was that sword cultivators primarily harness the attributes of metal and fire, while the junior, despite possessing multiple spiritual roots, is only suited to cultivate earth attribute magic. Entering the sect for training would render the path ahead exceedingly arduous. At this moment, all present turned to look at Jiang Wenzhe, including the golden core cultivators and Qi Kongqing along with a host of disciples. Jiang Wenzhe remained composed, methodically explaining, however, my younger sister mistakenly believed that Master Qi did not acknowledge the outcome of my entrance examination. Hence, she spoke those misinterpreted words that on her behalf. I offer my apologies to all the esteemed seniors here. With that, Jiang Wenzhe bowed respectfully to the members of the Falling Sunset Sword sect. Indeed, that is what I meant. I kindly ask for your discerning judgment, Master and Elders, despite being a Foundation establishment true cultivator. Qi Kongqing was oblivious to the ladder Jiang Wenzhe had extended, and failing to descend it would truly be unbecoming of his true cultivator status. Luo Tianqing's expression improved significantly, yet he seemed reluctant to let the matter rest. Looking down at Qi Kongqing, he intoned, Qi Kongqing, the sect entrusted you to oversee the selection of new disciples that I shall reiterate. Any new disciple meeting our selection criteria shall be welcomed into our fold. Considering your timely report on the discovery of a Wen spiritual root disciple, your responsibility for this selection task remains intact. However, the credit for this task shall be halved. Do you accept this penalty? Qi Kongqing hurriedly nodded. Yes, 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 I acknowledge my mistake. Thank you, Master and Teacher, for your guidance. Quickly, everyone, do not remain idle. Prepare yourselves to await outside the Silent Night Forest. At is urging. The long-ignored Qi refinement disciples finally sprang into action, soaring on their flying swords towards the distant edges of the Silent Night Forest. Soon, only Qi Kongqing, Jiang Wenzhe, Jin Jiro, and 8 golden core cultivators of the Falling Sunset Sword sect remained at the mountain gate. Jiang Wenzhe's instincts suggested that the 8 golden core cultivators were deliberating on who would take Jin Jiro as a disciple. Jiang Shizhi, I am grateful for your defense of this old man just now. A voice resonated in Jiang Wenzhe's mind, reminiscent of Qi Kongqing's, though he had not heard him speak. This was the technique of spiritual sense transmission, a minor spell that would be available to him once he reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement and condensed his spiritual sense. Fearing that his inadvertent speech might disturb the golden core cultivators, Jiang Wenzhe could only smile and nod at Qi Kongqing to indicate his understanding. The golden core cultivators were likely also utilizing similar spiritual sense transmission techniques. As Jiang Wenzhe and Qi Kongqing could only observe the shifts in their gazes and expressions, subsequently, one golden core cultivator, visibly displeased, departed in a flash of escape light, evidently having failed to secure the right to take on a disciple. After nearly half an hour of contention, only 4 golden core cultivators remained at the mountain gate: the sect leader Luo Tianqing, the elegant Shi Xiarong, the dashing Zhou Ming, and the icy beauty Huang Shuiying. Shi Xiarong, a golden core cultivator, formed a hand seal and cast a spell upon Jin Jiro. The slumbering Jin Jiro awakened swiftly, all traces of fatigue vanishing from her cheeks. The young girl, upon waking, instinctively gasped as she first beheld the 4 golden core cultivators, and then caught sight of Jiang Wenzhe standing nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped down from the ice bed and, lifting her skirt, dashed to Jiang Wenzhe's side. Brother Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe initially intended to ruffle her little head affectionately but restrained himself, instead gently admonishing, Jiro, Do not be disrespectful to the esteemed seniors. My lord. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more exciting. Seeing her demeanor, it was clear she had not grasped the meaning of his words and could only take his hand to approach the 4 golden core cultivators. Bowing respectfully, she addressed them, Master and Ancestors, Zhou Ancestor, Shi Ancestor, Huang Ancestor. My sister has always been particularly timid and introverted, finding it somewhat challenging to communicate with unfamiliar individuals. She may require my presence to facilitate smoother exchanges. I ask for your understanding. Zhou Ming waved his hand with a smile. No worries, no worries. Let me be straightforward. Little girl, do you wish to take me, Zhou Ming, as your master? You didn't hear what this disciple just said. Did you? Shi Xiaorong, exuding the air of a noblewoman, interrupted Zhou Ming. It is only fitting that a timid girl like Zhou seeks a female cultivator as her master. 5th junior sister, it is indeed reasonable for the little girl to take you as her master. Luo Tianxing intoned, however, your little monkey is no easy character, and should this girl go to your Tianzhu Peak, who knows what trials she may face? Does he dare? I won't spare him. Huang Shuiying, exuding a chilling aura. Retorted without reservation, sure sister, anyone can boast if you are willing to confront Yi Shouqing. Just toss him to the earth fire abyss. Huang junior sister, you. Little girl, I am the sole inhabitant of Listening Sword Peak. Huang Shuiying paid little heed to Shi Xiaorong, turning to Jin Jiro with utmost seriousness. If you become my disciple, you will be the first grand disciple of the Listening Sword Peak lineage. Jiang Wenzhe subtly activated a gentle force, discreetly tapping Jin Jiro's hand twice. Although she did not comprehend the gesture, she nodded slightly in agreement. 3rd senior brother, Shi senior sister, Zhou senior brother, you all witnessed it. Jiro wishes to take me as her master. Huang Shuiying's eyes sparkled with delight, yet her exquisite features bore no trace of a smile. Luo Tianxing, Shi Xiaorong, and Zhou Ming exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with displeasure as they regarded Jiang Wenzhe. Perhaps Jiang Wenzhe's gentle touch was imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet before golden core cultivators, no minor action could escape their spiritual sense. The reason Jiang Wenzhe encouraged Jin Jiro to take Huang Shuiying as her master was twofold. Firstly, Huang Shuiying's temperament and the nature of her cultivation abode made her the most suitable choice for Jin Jiro compared to other golden core cultivators. Furthermore, 8 years prior, when Huang Shuiying presented him with her name card, the aura she exhibited was quite extraordinary. His instincts also affirmed that taking Huang Shuiying as a master was the optimal choice. Very well, a wager is a wager. Congratulations, little junior sister. Unaware of the specifics of the golden core cultivator's discourse, Shi Xiaorong remarked before swiftly ascending in her escape light back to her cave dwelling. Zhou Ming also chuckled lightly and turned to depart. Little one, if you trust me, choose the Earth's sovereign soil spirit technique as your primary cultivation method. A voice, reminiscent of Zhou Ming's tone, suddenly echoed in Jiang Wenzhe's mind, though he sensed it was not Zhou Ming speaking. However, he felt no malice from the one communicating with him. Jiang Wenzhe, once you enter our sect, do not tarnish our sect's reputation. Yes, master and ancestor. After encouraging Jiang Wenzhe, Luo Tianxing also took to the skies, flying back into the sect. Huang Shuiying shot Jiang Wenzhe a frosty glance without uttering a word. Yet her intent was clear. This icy beauty signaled her impending departure, urging him to speak swiftly if he had anything to convey. Jiang Wenzhe could only ask, Huang ancestor, may I speak a few words with my younger sister? Huang Shuiying nodded slightly in acquiescence, then turned away, not looking back at Jiang Wenzhe and Jin Jiro. Brother Wenzhe, can I not take on a master? Jin Jiro whispered her innermost thoughts as she followed Jiang Wenzhe to the opposite side of the mountain gate. Jiang Wenzhe chuckled softly. Jiro, do you have any idea how many individuals yearn to be disciples of golden core cultivators? Do not be afraid. You were very brave when you stood up for me just now. I did not. It was not. Jin Jiro's cheeks flushed crimson like an apple as she hastily denied his words. Jiro, what I am about to say, you must remember well. Jiang Wenzhe's tone suddenly took on a serious demeanor, prompting Jin Jiro to lift her head and gaze at him with an expression of earnestness. In her recollection, whenever Jiang Wenzhe spoke in such a grave manner, it signified that the matter at hand was of great importance. Jiang Wenzhe, maintaining a steady gaze into Jin Jiro's eyes, spoke softly yet clearly. Until we both reach the foundation establishment stage, it would be prudent to avoid encounters. Even if we do meet, we must feign unfamiliarity, for you are a genius with an extraordinary spiritual root. While I am but a wastrel with a false spiritual root. If others were to witness us, it could easily invite trouble. Should you have anything to convey to me, it is best done through written correspondence. Do you understand? After a considerable pause, Jiang Wenzhe nodded gently, signaling her comprehension. A smile then graced Jiang Wenzhe's face as he added, "Very good. Also, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation and strive to become a foundation establishment cultivator as soon as possible. Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage may freely leave the sect. If too much time passes, it may become impossible to see Uncle Jiang again. Do you understand?" Given that Jiang Wenzhe had successfully joined the Falling Cloud Sword sect, Jiang Wenzhe felt it necessary to remind her of the distinctions between mortals and immortals. Yes, Wenzhe understands. Once all necessary explanations were rendered, Jiang Wenzhe led Jiang Wenzhe to Huang Shuiying's side. Huang Shuiying uttered not a word. With a mere flick of her sleeve, she enveloped Jiang Wenzhe in a wisp of spiritual light and soared deep into the Falling Clouds mountain range. "Little one, considering your astute understanding of the situation, this bottle of Yuan Sui Dan is bestowed upon you." Just as Jiang Wenzhe began to exhale in relief, Huang Shuiying's consciousness echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a small orb of spiritual light shot forth from the direction where Huang Shuiying and Jiang Wenzhe had vanished, finally hovering steadily before him. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of the Yuan Sui Dan, his intuition informed him that it was an exceptionally rare treasure. After catching the palm-sized white jade bottle, Jiang Wenzhe bowed in reverence towards the Falling Clouds mountain range. "Oh my, Jiang Shizi. Master Huang has actually bestowed upon you a bottle of Yuan Sui Dan." With the master and the Golden Core elder having departed, Qi Kongsheng, responsible for the new disciples' entrance examination, finally found the courage to speak. However, his attention was entirely captivated by the white jade bottle in Jiang Wenzhe's grasp. His gaze brimming with envy and desire. "Master Uncle, what significance does this Yuan Sui Dan hold?" Qi Kongsheng endeavored with great difficulty to shift his gaze from the bottle, looking into Jiang Wenzhe's eyes. He remarked enviously, "Shizi, you truly are unaware of the fortune you possess. The Yuan Sui Dan is a concoction that can only be crafted by cultivators at the nascent soul stage. It significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators." Taking your false spiritual root talent as an example, after consuming the Yuan Sui Dan, your cultivation speed could at least reach the level of a true spiritual root aptitude if you use it judiciously. You could reach the 5th or 6th level of qi refining within 5 years. Jiang Wenzhe nodded in understanding, then placed the white jade bottle containing the Yuan Sui Dan into the pouch where he previously kept his name cards. Turning to Qi Kongsheng with a respectful demeanor, he inquired, "Master Uncle, I have some questions that I hope you can clarify for me." Qi Kongsheng waved his hand and conjured a set of tables and chairs from his storage artifact. As he brewed tea, he encouraged, "Ask away. Anything I know and can share, I shall certainly impart to you." Jiang Wenzhe previously chose to assist Qi Kongsheng with the intention of fostering a favorable relationship with this foundation-building cultivator. This would subsequently allow him to inquire about the specifics of the Luoxia Sword sect and the broader realm of cultivation, as he, after all, possessed only a rudimentary understanding of these matters. Jiang Wenzhe primarily wished to pose 4 questions to Qi Kongsheng: the particulars of the Luoxia Sword sect, a general overview of the cultivation world, the relationship between cultivators and the secular realm, and advice regarding his own cultivation. Qi Kongsheng responded to Jiang Wenzhe's inquiries with a wealth of information, though whether he fully adhered to the principle of open and exhaustive communication remains uncertain. To begin with, he elaborated on the specifics of the Luoxia Sword sect, established over 8 centuries ago by the celestial maiden of Luoxia and her disciples in the Luoxia mountain range. The sect boasts 1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator, 9 golden core cultivators, over 1,000 foundation-building true cultivators, and more than 40,000 qi refining disciples. For Jiang Wenzhe, the concepts of nascent soul and golden core were rather distant. So Qi Kongsheng merely mentioned them in passing. He focused instead on detailing the situation of the qi refining disciples and foundation-building true cultivators within the sect. The qi refining disciples are categorized into 2 groups: the Tao-seeking academy and the cultivation academy. Typically, new disciples with 3 spiritual roots are assigned to the Tao-seeking academy, which comprises the largest contingent of the Luoxia Sword sect, numbering approximately 36,000. These disciples are required to complete tasks assigned by the sect before they can engage in cultivation during their free time. Naturally, the completion of these tasks is compensated with a specified amount of spirit stones, the universal currency within the cultivation world. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and premium. The exchange rate is roughly 100 inferior spirit stones for a single middle-grade spirit stone, and 100 middle-grade spirit stones for a superior one. Premium spirit stones are so rare that even nascent soul cultivators seldom encounter them, which is why Qi Kongqing only briefly mentioned them. Moreover, it is quite uncommon for individuals to exchange superior spirit stones for middle-grade ones, while the exchange of middle-grade spirit stones for inferior ones is rather prevalent. New disciples possessing 2 types of spiritual roots are allocated to the Cultivation Academy. Disciples in the Cultivation Academy are exempt from sect duties. Their sole focus is to wholeheartedly cultivate and enhance their own abilities, receiving a monthly reward of 3 inferior spirit stones. Of course, there are also disciples with 3 spiritual roots in the Cultivation Academy. The Tao Seeking Academy holds an annual Tao discussion conference, akin to a martial arts tournament in the secular realm. The top 10 contestants from this conference gain the opportunity to join the Cultivation Academy and devote themselves to rigorous training. In Jiang Wenzhe's view, the disciples of the Tao Seeking Academy are akin to auxiliary or outer disciples, whereas the disciples of the Cultivation Academy are regarded as inner disciples. The most esteemed Qi refining disciples within the Luoxia sword sect are not those from the Cultivation Academy, but rather the direct or inherited disciples of various Golden Core elders. Every 5 years, the Cultivation Academy hosts a ranking competition, with exceptional performers having the potential to be accepted as direct disciples by Golden Core cultivators. The status of an inherited disciple is typically established upon entry into the sect. For instance, Jin Jiro is the inherited disciple of the Golden Core cultivator Huang Shuiying. Upon reaching the foundation building stage, disciples are granted the privilege of establishing their own cave dwelling within the Luoxia mountain range. They may also serve as sect stewards, overseeing specific tasks to earn merit points. Merit points can only be accumulated by cultivators above the foundation building stage, and after amassing a sufficient quantity, they can be exchanged within the sect for magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, materials, and other resources for cultivation. Foundation building cultivators wishing to earn merit points can undertake tasks at 6 locations: the Library Pavilion, the Transmission Pavilion, the Sword Cleansing Pavilion, the Alchemical Fragrance Pavilion, the Spirit Beast Pavilion, and the Flying Courier Pavilion. Stewards, upon receiving a task, may, if necessary, post tasks in the Tao Seeking Academy to temporarily hire disciples to assist in their completion. For instance, the disciples that Qi Kongqing previously had by his side were all temporarily recruited from the Tao Seeking Academy to lend a hand. Naturally, posting a task requires the payment of spirit stones. It is not an expectation for Tao Seeking Academy disciples to work for free. If a foundation building cultivator prefers not to earn merit points, they can cultivate within their own cave dwelling. Additionally, they receive an annual offering of 1 middle-grade spirit stone, essentially allowing them to acquire spirit stones without effort. Upon advancing to the Golden Core stage, they may claim a mountain peak within the Luoxia mountain range as their personal cultivation ground. Thus, Golden Core cultivators often refer to themselves as belonging to a specific peak lineage, signifying their capacity to take on disciples and impart knowledge within the sect. After Jiang Wenzhe grasped the general circumstances of the Luoxia sword sect, he proceeded to inquire about matters concerning the cultivation world. After taking a sip of tea, Qi Kongqing began to elucidate the situation of the cultivation realm. Referencing the geographical position of the Luoxia sword sect, the sect is one of the 4 major cultivation sects within the territory of the Shishu Kingdom, which is a vassal state of the Zhuwei Empire. The Zhuwei Empire oversees a dozen vassal kingdoms, with Shishu being merely one of them. Above the Zhuwei Empire lies the Lingxiao Celestial Dynasty, which encompasses 5 vassal empires, including the Zhuwei Empire. Further still is the Tianqi Prefecture, home to 3 prominent celestial dynasties coexisting side by side. The Tianqi Prefecture is simply one of the vast regions delineated within the southern heavens, categorized based on the orientation of mountains, rivers, and lakes. The celestial dynasties referred to by Qi Kongqing originally denoted mortal empires under the governance of cultivators in the void refinement stage. Subsequently, empires capable of nurturing ascendant cultivators were also classified within this category. The ability to cultivate void refinement cultivators signifies the formidable strength of such an empire. In this world, the concept of ascension exists, albeit differing from Jiang Wenzhe's recollections of ascension. The cultivation hierarchy is categorized into 9 stages. From the lowest to the highest: Qi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation passing. This world can support great beings in the divine transformation stage to advance to the void refinement stage, indicating that only those at the void refinement stage possess the ability to ascend to another realm. An empire is characterized by the presence of at least one divine transformation cultivator among its sects, while a kingdom must have at least one nascent soul cultivator. Only nascent soul cultivators possess the capability to establish sects and pass down their doctrines. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenzhe finally comprehended why the Shishu kingdom extended such privileges to cultivators. The status of a nation in this world is entirely contingent upon the strength of its most powerful cultivators. The cultivation methods within the cultivation realm are diverse, with the Tao school, Confucian school, and Buddhist school being revered as the three major sects, representing the most ancient schools of cultivation. In terms of power systems, there exists a sword cultivator system dedicated to the mastery of sword techniques, with the Luoxia sword sect being a prominent sect in this regard. Additionally, there are systems focused on spell casting, as well as those devoted to the cultivation of physical prowess. Less common are the sound cultivators, who wield music as a weapon, and the soul cultivators, who employ formidable divine consciousness for direct attacks. Moreover, there exist various unorthodox paths such as demonic cultivation, ghost cultivation, monster cultivation, and corpse cultivation. The cultivation realm also features a multitude of professional classifications, collectively referred to by cultivators as the 100 arts of cultivation. Common skills encompass talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact forging, and formation techniques, alongside core sect traditions encompassing mechanisms, puppetry, beast and insect control, poison crafting, and the nurturing of malevolent spirits. In essence, the cultivation culture of this world is extraordinarily vibrant, with myriad schools of thought and practice flourishing in a display of rich diversity. Fortuitously, Jiang Wenzhe had chosen the correct path from the outset, arriving at the gates of the Luoxia sword sect a day and a half early. This afforded him ample time to glean these insights from Qi Kongqing. Finally, Jiang Wenzhe broached the subject of his own cultivation. Although 8 years prior, a cultivator who had provided him with a name card had systematically discussed the matters of cultivation, he had merely perceived it as a story at that time. Now that he had joined a sect, he realized the necessity of seeking further guidance as he embarked on his own cultivation journey. Qi Kongqing regarded Jiang Wenzhe with a solemn expression and said, "Jiang Shizhi, I must be candid with you. Your aptitude is truly ill-suited for cultivation, especially in a sect primarily focused on swordsmanship." Subsequently, Qi Kongqing recounted to Jiang Wenzhe the circumstances surrounding the cultivation practices of individuals possessing different spiritual root qualities. In summary, among cultivators blessed with pseudo-spiritual roots, it is considered an extraordinary achievement if even 1 out of 10 reaches the foundation establishment stage, and it is exceedingly unlikely that they will advance to the later stages of foundation establishment. Moreover, there have been no records of pseudo-spiritual roots achieving the golden core in the history of the Falling Sunset Sword sect. As for those with 3 spiritual roots, only about 30 to 40% manage to reach the foundation establishment stage, which is less than half, and their hopes of condensing a golden core are quite dim. Most remain trapped in the later stages of foundation establishment for their entire lives. Only cultivators with 2 or more spiritual roots can relatively easily attain the foundation establishment stage. With a 30% chance of condensing a golden core, cultivators with heavenly or exotic spiritual roots constitute the primary force in the pursuit of golden cores, with over 80% of golden core practitioners belonging to these categories. Jiang Wenzhe, however, did not take Qi Kongqing's pessimistic remarks about his prospects to heart. Instead, he inquired about the nature of exotic spiritual roots. Master Qi, both heavenly and exotic spiritual roots are singular in nature. Yet, why does it seem that the sect places greater emphasis on exotic spiritual roots? Qi Kongqing leisurely sipped his tea before elucidating. I trust you are aware that the magical power cultivated by practitioners strictly adheres to the principles of the 5 elements, their interactions of generation and restraint. Thus, each element possesses its strengths and weaknesses. At this juncture, Qi Kongqing glanced toward the mountain gate behind him and cautiously continued. However, the magical power cultivated from exotic spiritual roots lacks such deficiencies. The rarity of exotic spiritual roots surpasses that of heavenly roots, making encounters with attribute restraining scenarios virtually impossible. Our sect has been established for over 800 years, and including the newly initiated Sister Jane, we have encountered merely 2 practitioners with exotic spiritual roots, Upon hearing Qi Kongqing's explanation, Jiang Wenzhe finally comprehended why the Golden Core practitioners of the Falling Sunset Sword sect became so fervently competitive over Jinjiro. The rarity of exotic attributes' spiritual roots, combined with the difficulty of encountering their restraining counterparts, rendered them exceedingly coveted. Conversely, if he could effectively manage the issue of attribute restraint, it would imply a significant enhancement to his foundational strength. Guided by an innate intuition, Jiang Wenzhe felt he had discovered the direction in which his cultivation should proceed. "Master, please take a seat and have some water to soothe your throat," Qi Kongqing remarked. Finally realizing that Jiang Wenzhe had been standing beside him throughout their exchange, he then retrieved a chair from his storage tool for Jiang Wenzhe and poured him a cup of tea. "Thank you, Master." Jiang Wenzhe admitted that he had not rested properly for 2 days, and despite his youth, he could hardly withstand such exhaustion. Graciously accepting Qi Kongqing's invitation, he approached the tea table. Jiang Wenzhe carefully set down the Jinshan bao he had been carrying. Placing it gently beside the tea table, he then sat down, lifting the teacup before him to take a modest sip, moistening his parched throat. A bao, it appears to be crafted from 500-year-old climbing vine for its limbs. Qi Kongqing's consciousness swept over the Jinshan bao, immediately recognizing the material used in its construction. With a look of regret, he remarked, "What a pity such fine materials have been employed to make a bao of little utility." Curious, Jiang Wenzhe inquired, "Oh, Master, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Adjusting his sitting posture, Qi Kongqing responded, "Bows and arrows are of some utility only in the mundane world. In the realm of cultivation, once one has condensed their consciousness, they can employ the technique of object manipulation for long-range attacks. Furthermore, controlling magical tools through this technique is not only more flexible and straightforward, but it also allows for a vastly greater number of attacks compared to bows and arrows." At this point, Qi Kongqing cast a disdainful glance at the Jinshan bao, continuing his explanation. "Moreover, a cultivator's consciousness can be utilized not merely to manipulate magical tools. It can also extend outward to perceive the surrounding environment. The trajectory of arrows can be seen with ease, unless one is faced with a scenario of 1,000 arrows raining down with no place to hide. Cultivators possess numerous methods to counter such rigid linear assaults." After listening to Qi Kongqing's words, Jiang Wenzhe grasped why the cultivation world held bows and arrows in such low regard. To put it simply, while bows and arrows offer the advantage of range, a cultivator's object manipulation technique can seamlessly encompass this benefit. Evading attacks from magical tools is significantly simpler than avoiding arrows. However, Jiang Wenzhe felt that Qi Kongqing's perspective was somewhat one-sided. Indeed, magical tools employed by cultivators far surpass ordinary bows and arrows in every aspect. Yet, what if one could refine bows and arrows into magical tools? Bestowing them with a potency comparable to that of magical tools would surely be formidable, he posited. Jiang Wenzhe voiced this viewpoint, only to be met with Qi Kongqing's laughter. According to Qi Kongqing, the most formidable attackers among cultivators are undoubtedly sword cultivators. That a golden core sword cultivator can effortlessly strike down an enemy from 1,000 miles away, as easily as reaching into a pouch, while a bao, refined into a magical tool, could also reach such distances and elevate its attack power to that of a magical tool of the same rank. Even a cultivator with extraordinary archery skills would find it challenging to hit their target consistently. Ultimately, this leads to the conclusion that a cultivator's consciousness is remarkably potent when aware of an impending attack that one cannot withstand. There is ample time to evade, rendering any formidable strike futile if it cannot find its mark. Therefore, from every conceivable angle, the cultivation world lacks a viable niche for weapons like bows and arrows. "I see now. I have been enlightened, Master." Although Jiang Wenzhe verbally acknowledged his newfound understanding, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. From Qi Kongqing's words, it became clear that bows could indeed be refined into magical tools, and their power could be heightened to the level of a full-force strike from an equivalent magical tool. Guided by his innate intuition, Jiang Wenzhe seemed to have identified the path forward in his cultivation. Given that he could only cultivate earth attribute magical power, whose greatest strength lies in defense, he could bolster his defenses to the fullest, ensuring that no one could harm him. In doing so, he would secure an invulnerable position, compensating for his lack of long-range offensive capabilities with a bow and arrow. Coupled with his remarkable intuition, hitting every target would become second nature. Decided, I shall become an archer. Jiang Wenzhe's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination as he unconsciously voiced his aspirations for cultivation. "Jiang Shizizi, forgive my candidness. Cultivating spiritual herbs and medicines is truly more suited to you." Qi Kongqing Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's declaration, sincerely responded, "The path of a sword cultivator is not suitable for you. It would be best for you to remain at the sect, avoiding entanglements with the outside world." Earlier, when Qi Kongqing had described the dynamics between the cultivation world and the mundane realm, Jiang Wenzhe had been eager to inquire about the competitive relationships among various sections. "Thank you, Master. I will take care," he replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Master, does your tone imply that the cultivation world is exceedingly perilous?" "Perilous? Ha ha ha. The true cultivation world cannot merely be described as dangerous." Qi Kongqing chuckled lightly at Jiang Wenzhe's inquiry, gesturing toward the vast falling sunset mountain range behind him. "Have you ever pondered why, within a grand sect that has stood for centuries, there are only over 40,000 members? It should be noted that in the first 200 years of the sect's establishment, any individual with a spiritual root would have been welcomed into the fold." "Indeed," Jiang Wenzhe acknowledged. "Although the Falling Sunset Sword sect is relatively young compared to the other three major sects in the Shishu Kingdom, 800 years is an eternity in the eyes of ordinary mortals, spanning multiple lifetimes. Yet, why does the Falling Sunset Sword sect currently have only over 40,000 cultivators? I would be grateful for your elucidation." "Master," Jiang Wenzhe could roughly speculate the reasons, yet nothing could convey the truth as clearly as allowing the cultivators themselves to recount their experiences. Qi Kongqing, without any hesitation, candidly stated, "In the kingdom of Shishu, apart from the four major sects of cultivation, there exists a vast number of practitioner families and independent cultivators. These cultivators are the ones truly devoid of training resources, which is why they are so inclined to assassinate the disciples of the four prominent sections. Do you have any idea how expansive the Luoxia mountain range is? It stretches an impressive 80,000 miles, and the Luoxia sword sect occupies merely a minuscule portion of the most spiritually abundant area. Within this mountain range, countless cultivators perish each year." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenzhe slightly parted his lips. Although he was aware that the world of cultivation was far from tranquil, the thought of over 10,000 cultivators falling each year within a single mountain range was staggering. Qi Kongqing did not delve deeper into this matter, but Jiang Wenzhe had already resolved, until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, he would not step outside the sect. However, as long as his nephew remained at the sect, he would encounter no significant danger. Qi Kongqing, believing he had frightened Jiang Wenzhe, quickly offered reassurance. "Our sword sect disciples do not engage in the despicable antics of bullying or oppressing their peers as seen in other cultivation factions." Jiang Wenzhe, following Qi Kongqing's lead, shifted the conversation. "By the way, Master Uncle, how are new disciples arranged after joining? Are there any benefits? And how do they manage to survive before they refine their inner cores?" Qi Kongqing, uncertain if Jiang Wenzhe would heed his advice, promptly responded, "Even if you hadn't asked, I would have clarified this for you. Most new disciples are ordinary mortals lacking any cultivation. Hence there are numerous dining halls within the Tao-Seeking Institute and the Cultivation Institute. Food is provided at no cost, available throughout the 12 hours of the day." As he spoke, Qi Kongqing retrieved a plethora of items from his storage bag. Upon entering, new disciples receive 3 sets of Qiaoyan clothing, a low-grade magical identity token, a low-grade Qingxia sword, a low-grade flying magical tool, a detailed sect guidebook, a book of sect regulations, and an explanation of the 5 elemental powers. Lastly, a storage bag is provided, though new disciples cannot access items from it until they condense their spiritual consciousness. Therefore, it is crucial to safeguard this storage bag, as the sect will not provide a replacement if lost. Jiang Wenzhe stared at the array of items presented before him, momentarily taken aback before stating, "Master Uncle, I find it hard to believe that the sect is as resource-deprived as the outside world claims. Why is it that so few are able to successfully join the sect each time disciples are recruited?" Qi Kongqing, with a proud demeanor, replied, "Institutions like the Zhengqi Academy and Chengshu Temple typically enroll 3,000 to 5,000 new disciples. Yet, every autumn hunt, they are utterly defeated by our sword sect. The reason lies in our sect's stringent entrance examination requirements." Autumn hunt? Jiang Wenzhe was unfamiliar with the term, before he could inquire further. Qi Kongqing elucidated. "It is an exchange event organized by the Kingdom of Shishu for the young cultivators. Based on the rankings of the 4 major sects, it determines the resources allocated for the next 5 years." Jiang Wenzhe nodded in understanding. Previously having doubted the rationality of the Luoxia sword sect's entrance examination, it turned out there were valid considerations behind this arrangement. Logically, the assessment should begin with testing spiritual root qualifications. Selecting all new disciples possessing such roots, followed by conducting an entrance trial to rank them. However, the Luoxia Sword Sect's approach involved an initial entrance trial, where those eliminated might possess exceptional spiritual roots. Moreover, during the entrance trial, the sect provided misleading hints, causing those who strayed in the wrong direction to run even further away. The faster they ran, the greater the distance from the true mountain gate. By the next day, when they could accurately discern their bearings, Jiang Wenzhe estimated that half of the participants would likely abandon the selection process. Those undeterred by failure and willing to persevere would have a strong chance of passing the first round of tests. Thus, it was clear that those who successfully navigated the two barriers of the Luoxia Sword Sect's examination and gained entry were not mere idlers. In truth, these two evaluations represented the simplest, most fundamental threshold on the path of cultivation. Qi Kongcheng, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Once you enter the world of cultivation, you will truly comprehend its hardships." Within the sect, many Qi refinement disciples remain trapped at a single realm, toiling for decades without breakthroughs. Some even exhaust their entire lives without establishing their foundations, watching helplessly as their lifespans dwindle, ultimately passing away with unfulfilled dreams. Therefore, it is wise for those lacking resolve to refrain from seeking suffering in the world of cultivation. After grasping the profound implications of the Luoxia Sword Sect's entrance evaluation, Jiang Wenzhe's respect for the Luoxia Fairy deepened further. "Master Uncle, must I wait here until the other disciples who joined the sect arrive before entering?" Qi Kongqing nodded. "Indeed. However, this process may take at least 5 days, sometimes extending to the 10th day." Having spent so long in the silent night forest, the new disciples were exhausted, some even injured. Pointing to a distant building, Qi Kongqing said, "That is the resting place for new disciples. You should head there to recuperate after the entrance examination concludes. The sect will arrange for new disciples to enter the Tao-Seeking Institute and the Cultivation Institute. By the way, you are the top scorer in this year's entrance trial." Suddenly recalling Jiang Wenzhe's achievement, Qi Kongqing called out to him as he prepared to leave with his belongings. "Once you enter the Tao-Seeking Institute, you can use your identity token to access the 9th level of the library to select a cultivation method. This is your only opportunity to enter the 9th level, so make sure to seize it." "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your enlightening guidance. I am deeply grateful," Jiang Wenzhe expressed, genuinely feeling enriched. At this moment, the Luoxia Sword Sect and the world of cultivation were no longer shrouded in mystery. Holding his entrance package, he approached the courtyard. Qi Kongqing mentioned, "Oh, a new celestial master has arrived. Come, wash up inside." To Jiang Wenzhe's surprise, the individuals in the courtyard seemed to be ordinary mortals, devoid of any cultivation. "Greetings, good sir. My name is Jiang Wenzhe. What are you all doing here?" The middle-aged man who approached to assist Jiang Wenzhe with his entrance package suddenly trembled, then, with a hint of trepidation, replied, "I am a servant at the welcoming courtyard, akin to a server in a worldly tavern. You may call me Xu Zhenghao. It is too much to address me with such respect." Instinctively sensing the respect and trepidation the mortals in the welcoming courtyard held towards him, Jiang Wenzhe asked, "Are you injured, Jiang Xianshi? Is there anything you need? I can arrange it immediately." Observing Xu Zhenghao's anxious demeanor, Jiang Wenzhe once more felt the palpable divide between cultivators and ordinary mortals. "I am uninjured and do not desire anything. I simply wish to rest." Xu Zhenghao nodded obediently. "I understand, Jiang Xianshi. Please rest well. I will remain outside, ready to assist at any moment." After dismissing Xu Zhenghao, Jiang Wenzhe took a moment to sense the situation within the small courtyard. Once his intuition assured him of his safety, he finally relaxed his tense nerves. At last, he had reached this pivotal juncture. Ever since receiving the calling card bestowed upon him by the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, for the past 8 years, Jiang Wenzhe has been preoccupied with the aspiration of joining a celestial sect. Now that he has finally fulfilled this long-held ambition, a wave of irresistible fatigue rises from the depths of his heart. After indulging in a warm bath, he reclines on his bed, allowing himself to rest peacefully. He falls into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following morning, unable to bear the turmoil of his internal organs any longer. He then instructs Xu Zhenghao, who has been waiting outside his courtyard, to prepare some food. Xu Zhenghao, upon receiving Jiang Wenzhe's orders, departs with a cheerful demeanor. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Wenzhe still feels an overwhelming drowsiness. However, his ingrained habit of maintaining a disciplined schedule prevents him from succumbing to sleep. Hence, he retrieves the books gifted by the sect upon his initiation and begins to peruse them meticulously. Much of the content he encounters has already been narrated to him by Qi Kongqing, with only certain intricate details that he had previously overlooked. The library. As Jiang Wenzhe delves into the intricate descriptions of the sect's details, a profound curiosity regarding the falling sunset sword sect's library blossoms within him. The library serves as a repository for the sect's tomes, jade slips, and techniques, with the first and second floors accessible to all disciples. The third, fourth, and fifth floors are reserved for disciples at the foundation establishment stage and above, while those in the Qi refinement stage require a recommendation from a foundation establishment cultivator to gain entry. The sixth, seventh, and eighth floors are exclusively for golden core cultivators, and the ninth floor remains a realm even the golden core cultivators find difficult to access. Due to his mature mindset and family upbringing, Jiang Wenzhe has harbored a love for reading since childhood. His interests know no bounds. He revels in any book that he has yet to explore. Thus, his initial thought is to visit the library to see if there are any suitable tasks awaiting him. As for Qi Kongqing's suggestion to delve into the cultivation techniques of spiritual herbs and plants, Jiang Wenzhe finds little interest in that. After dedicating an entire day to thoroughly examining the books provided upon his entry, he discovers that the introduction to the 5 elements magic bears striking resemblance to the teachings imparted to him 8 years prior by the cultivator who presented him with his calling card. In fact, the insights shared by that cultivator were far more detailed than those found in the written text, leading Jiang Wenzhe to suspect that the book's content has been deliberately abridged. At the very least, it fails to mention the interrelations of the 5 elements or how to utilize these relationships to cultivate the attributes of magic he requires. After a day spent immersed in reading, as he prepares to rest, he hears that new disciples have arrived at the guest hall for respite. According to the attendants, the newcomers have sustained considerable injuries and require medical attention. Initially, Jiang Wenzhe contemplates introducing himself to this new disciple, but now he realizes that any attempt at connection would be futile. The following day, the number of successful initiates into the sect begins to swell. These individuals, having traversed a labyrinth of misguided paths for an entire day and night, do not relent but instead press on to participate in the selection. This demonstrates their resolute character and indomitable spirit. Individuals possessing such fortitude are unlikely to fall short of great achievements in the future. After 6 days of respite at the guest hall, Jiang Wenzhe finally receives word from a senior disciple regarding preparations to head to the Tao Seeking Institute and the Cultivation Institute. It becomes evident that, after a full 8 days, only 3,000 of the young aspirants have emerged from the Silent Night Forest, while over 10,000 others have seemingly abandoned their quest for selection. Among them undoubtedly lie individuals with exceptional spiritual roots, yet their lack of tenacity has led to their disqualification. Having grown weary of his prolonged stay at the guest hall, Jiang Wenzhe eagerly dons the sect's disciple uniform, a finely crafted Qiaoyun robe. However, due to his minor status, he forgoes the ceremonial headpiece. With a natural scholarly aura, he adorns himself in the cloud-white attire of the Falling Sunset Sword sect, securing the low-grade magical weapon, the Qingxia sword, and the Zhenshan bow to his back. Instantly, he radiates a sense of heroism, leaving the new disciple residing opposite him momentarily speechless at the door. The newly arrived disciples, having received the notification, all don their Qiaoyun robes, securing their Qingxia swords behind them as they march toward the mountain gate of the Falling Sunset Sword sect. At this moment, 2 enormous flying vessels are anchored at the mountain gate. New disciples destined for the Tao Seeking Institute are instructed to board the flying vessels, while those heading to the Cultivation Institute are asked to wait momentarily until their peers depart. Jiang Wenzhe observes that the majority of the new disciples ascend the flying vessels via a suspended ladder, evidently indicating that disciples with dual spiritual roots are a rarity. As he follows the throng onto the flying vessel, an instinctive warning flares within him, sensing that someone harbors ill intentions towards him. Jiang Wenzhe, how did a pseudo-spiritual root cultivator manage to infiltrate the sect? The new disciples aboard the vessel have witnessed firsthand the rejection of pseudo-spiritual root disciples at the gate, many of whom they personally know. The moment someone voices the claim of a pseudo-spiritual root cultivator's presence, chaos erupts aboard the vessel. Jiang Wenzhe casts a calm gaze at the self-satisfied Li Gui, who boasts of possessing 3 spiritual roots and has easily passed the selection with the calling card of Xiong Lizzie. Soon enough, Jiang Wenzhe finds himself isolated, with the new disciples aboard the vessel casting curious glances between him and Li Gui. "Speak up, Jiang Wenzhe. Have you lost your tongue? Fool." Jiang Wenzhe merely utters a couple of words before turning away, making his way toward the bow of the vessel. Who are you calling a fool? You read nothing but a pseudo-spiritual root waste. What right do you have? Li Gui attempts to unleash a tirade of slanderous accusations, hoping to tarnish Jiang Wenzhe's reputation and drive him out of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. Yet, he is abruptly interrupted as a sharp sting of pain surges through his cheek, sending him reeling in a daze before collapsing onto the deck. Who dares to create such a ruckus with foul language here? The one who intervenes is a senior brother skilled in swordsmanship, though it is Jiang Wenzhe's first encounter with him. Senior brother, it's him, it's Jiang Wenzhe. So, you are the esteemed Jiang disciple who was the first to pass the initiation trials for the new disciples. Truly a remarkable talent. The senior who reprimanded Li Gui first expresses admiration before breaking into a friendly smile. I am Yin Jing'an. A pleasure to meet you. According to the regulations of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, disciples are ranked by cultivation level. Among those of the same realm, seniority is determined by age, while conflicts among disciples are strictly prohibited. Should there be any irreconcilable disputes, one need only to approach the law enforcement hall to request the opening of the life and death cave. The parties involved can enter the cave, and the last one to emerge will determine the outcome. Individuals like Li Gui, who thrive on gossip and dare only to engage in verbal sparring, are regarded as the most contemptible cowards within the sect. Yin Jing'an casts a sidelong glance at Li Gui, remarking, "This junior brother, are you not aware that humiliating fellow disciples can lead to collective retaliation?" "Ah, he is hitting me. Senior brother is bullying me. Come see, senior brother is bullying me." Jiang Wenzhe had already anticipated that Li Gui would resort to such tactics, a strategy that had proven effective during his time in Longhe village. However, Jiang Wenzhe remains unfazed, for even if Li Gui's cries attract the attention of his father, Li Laer, he would not dare to intervene against Jiang Wenzhe. This very circumstance has led Li Gui to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Wenzhe. What is going on? What is all the fuss about? At last, Qi Kongqing is drawn over by Li Gui's wailing, and only then does Yin Jing'an come to his senses, observing Li Gui flailing on the deck of the flying vessel. He feels as though he has just ingested a fly, a sensation of disgust washing over him. The surrounding crowd casts disdainful glances at Li Gui, instinctively retreating as if avoiding a plague. Those who can successfully pass the initiation trials of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect cannot possibly be weaklings. If they were, they would never have emerged from the Silent Night Forest. Uncle, you must stand up for me." Li Gui unleashed his unique talents. Throwing himself at Qi Kongqing's feet, weeping profusely, he animatedly recounted how Jiang Wenzhe and Yin Jing'an had conspired to bully him, a tactic that might have proven effective in Longhe village. Alas, this was not the case here. As they stood within the revered sect of the Falling Clouds Sword Sect, Qi Kongqing distinctly recalled that Li Gui had bypassed the entrance examination by using a name card to exempt himself from the second round of spiritual root qualification assessments. Such nepotism was already looked down upon by the disciples of the sect, and now, with Li Gui sowing discord among fellow sect members, there was no way Qi Kongqing would allow him to join. Get lost, strip him of his clothes, and throw him out. In a fit of rage, he kicked the inconsolable Li Gui off the flying vessel, and soon after, two Qi refining disciples approached to retrieve Li Gui's Chaoan shirt, storage bag, Qingxia sword, and other possessions. One disciple then took the now naked, wailing Li Gui away on a flying sword. Shortly thereafter, that disciple returned to report, "Master Uncle, I have cast him back into the heap of eliminated mortals." Upon seeing Li Gui, Jiang Wenzhe had only uttered the word idiot at the outset, and then remained silent, neither arguing nor taking pleasure in Li Gui's misfortune, but simply watching him play the fool. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong venue. This was not Longhe village, and his clownish antics garnered no audience here. What a pity! Indeed, it was a pity. He had already been admitted to the sect, only to bring about his own demise. Hearing Jiang Wenzhe's sigh, Yin Jing'an couldn't help but chime in. Jiang Wenzhe gently shook his head, saying, "I do not lament for him, but rather for his parents and uncles, especially his sister, who sacrificed everything to provide him with the opportunity to enter the immortal gate." Li Gui's farce was merely an interlude for the majority. As the flying vessel glided smoothly toward the depths of the Falling Clouds mountain range, the newly admitted disciples shifted their focus to the impending life within the sect, including Jiang Wenzhe, who soon forgot all about Li Gui. Dear students, there is more to this chapter ahead. Please click to the next page to continue reading. There is even more excitement to come. Brothers and sisters, this is the Spirit Beast Pavilion that spans the entire sect. Inside, there are flying mounts available for everyone to borrow. Until you master sword flight, you may utilize these mounts for transportation. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Wenzhe, Yan enthusiastically introduced the purpose of the buildings beneath the flying vessel to the new disciples. As the flying vessel delved deeper into the falling clouds mountain range, they occasionally witnessed senior disciples soaring overhead on their swords. Jiang Wenzhe noticed a particular senior disciple flying back and forth from the flying vessel several times, each pass eliciting cheers and excitement from the new disciples. This is the Transmission Pavilion. If you wish to learn techniques and spells, you should come here. Every day, foundation building masters hold lectures and teachings. Should you have any queries regarding your cultivation, feel free to consult them here. This is the Library Pavilion. The first and second floors are open to all disciples. If you wish to consult materials and broaden your knowledge, you are encouraged to explore here frequently. Jiang Wenzhe's attention was drawn to the vast structures built against the mountainside, and he silently resolved to visit the Library Pavilion once he settled in. After a brief tour of the Falling Clouds Sword Sect, the flying vessel finally came to a halt near the cliff beside the Tao-seeking courtyard. Yan Jing'an led the group down from the flying vessel toward the architectural complex of the Tao-seeking courtyard. When they had previously observed from above, the courtyard appeared densely packed with buildings. But upon entering, they discovered that each structure was a separate small courtyard, each occupying approximately half an acre, with a spacing of about a yard between them. Brothers and sisters, there are tens of thousands of disciples within the Tao-seeking courtyard. Therefore, the courtyards have been distinctly numbered, named according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. You have been assigned to the Wushan district of the Tao-seeking courtyard, where the prohibition array outside each small courtyard is a milky white color, indicating that the courtyard is unoccupied. Yan Jing'an announced, you can activate the prohibition using your identity jade tokens, but once done, the token will be bound to that courtyard's array, unless you leave the Tao-seeking courtyard. You cannot change your residence. You may now seek your own dwelling. What to do next can be found in the sect's detailed record. Of course, you may also inquire with other senior brothers and sisters. Jiang Wenzhe silently followed the throng of new disciples, contemplating which courtyard would suit him best. For now, he aimed to remain as inconspicuous as possible, avoiding any attention. Thus, he preferred a quieter location, ideally one where he could reside alone. The cliff? Soon, Jiang Wenzhe's instincts provided feedback. Indeed, the cliff had a residence that matched his criteria. Utilizing his stealthy shadow skip technique, Jiang Wenzhe detached himself from the main group and headed toward the cliff indicated by his intuition. There, beneath a cliff occupying an area of at least 2 acres, he spotted a small courtyard enveloped in a milky white spiritual light. Due to the terrain, there were no other small courtyards within a 500-meter radius. Jiang Wenzhe promptly decided to settle here, as it was secluded and unbothered by others, perfectly aligning with his plan for discreet development. He pressed his identity jade token against the milky white prohibition membrane, which subsequently infused the token with the array's energy. The true appearance of the small courtyard was revealed. It comprised 3 rooms constructed from stone and wood. The outermost room served as a bedroom. The central room appeared to be a living area, and concealed behind the living room was a simple meditation chamber, ideal for contemplation. Upon entering the small courtyard, Jiang Wenzhe first attended to the cleanliness. Even though it looked quite tidy, after personally sweeping the area, he placed his belongings within the rooms. Glancing at the sun in the sky, he estimated it was around noon. Logically, it was time to find something to eat. Yet, Jiang Wenzhe was more inclined to visit the Library Pavilion to learn more about the world of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wenzhe had developed a fondness for keeping everything within his grasp and comprehension. Whenever he encountered something unfamiliar or unclear, he felt compelled to understand and dissect it. In simple terms, he harbored an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Exiting his small courtyard, Jiang Wenzhe retraced his steps in search of the nearest Spirit Beast Pavilion. According to the sect's detailed record, the Spirit Beast Pavilion was dedicated to the breeding of spiritual insects and beasts. These pavilions, scattered throughout the sect, were referred to as Spirit Beast Stations, where disciples lacking the ability to fly could borrow flying spirit beasts for transportation. If one were to walk, it would take at least 2 hours to traverse from the Tao-seeking courtyard to the Library Pavilion. To reach the more distant Transmission Pavilion, it might take up to 3 hours. Senior sister, I would like to borrow a flying spirit beast. Upon entering the Spirit Beast Station, Jiang Wenzhe encountered a chi-refining female cultivator. who appeared to be around 20 years old. However, she was undoubtedly over 26 years of age. The Falling Cloud Sword Sect recruited disciples once every decade, with the recognized age limit for admission being between 16 and 20 years. This senior sister was at least from the previous cohort. As the newly admitted disciples were all untrained mortals, her youthful appearance was due to the remarkable anti-aging effects of the cultivation method. Junior brother, are you a newly admitted disciple? The caretaker of the Spirit Beast Station quickly surmised Jiang Wenzhe's status as a new disciple upon noticing he lacked any cultivation. Yes, here is my identity jade token. Junior brother Jiang Wenzhe, you are quite bold. It took me quite some time before I dared to engage with seniors possessing actual cultivation. Jiang Wenzhe chuckled lightly and remarked, Senior sister is not a villain. Perhaps she is quite amiable, so what is there to fear? Giggles followed as he added, Oh, junior brother, your words are as sweet as honey. I wonder how many young women you will ensnare in the future. This remark was one Jiang Wenzhe dared not pursue further. Instead, he gently retrieved his identity jade tablet. This is a mid-tier spiritual beast, the black-winged spirit crane. Simply inform it of your precise destination. Jiang Wenzhe gazed at the towering spirit crane, which stood nearly 3 meters high, and bowed slightly to the female cultivator, saying, Thank you, senior sister. With that, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and his form gracefully landed upon the crane's back. I wish to go to the library pavilion. Could you escort me? Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's request, the black-winged crane emitted a clear, melodious CRY.IT, then swiftly exited the Spirit Beast Station, unfurling its wings to soar into the mist-laden sky. As Jiang Wenzhe watched the distant buildings of the Tao-seeking Institute grow ever smaller beneath him, his gaze shifted to the obscured peaks of the luminous Sunset Mountains. Suddenly, he recalled the necessity of the entrance examination arranged by the luminous Sunset Sword Sect. Without a firm ability to discern direction, even joining the sect would render one utterly stranded. The crane glided Jiang Wenzhe into a thick cloud, instantly obscuring his surroundings. Should other new disciples encounter such a scenario, they might well be frightened into tears. Yet, Jiang Wenzhe, accustomed to relying on his instincts, felt no sense of danger, allowing himself to fully relax and extend his arms, savoring the gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks. At that moment, Jiang Wenzhe yearned to let out a joyous cry to express the exhilaration bubbling within him. Soon, he perceived a change in the light before him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the crane had emerged from the cloud. Before him lay a breathtaking realm of indescribable beauty, a scene so enchanting that Jiang Wenzhe could only deem it a paradise. Approximately half an hour later, the crane descended, landing at the foot of a cliff towering 30 meters high. This was indeed the library pavilion of the luminous Sunset Sword Sect, where a Spirit Beast Station was also established at the cliff's base. After dismounting from the crane, it returned to the Spirit Beast Station to rest. The plaza before the library pavilion was expansive, comparable to 5 or 6 standard football fields, where disciples of the Sword Sect occasionally descended or took flight on their swords. Jiang Wenzhe lifted his gaze. Gazing up at the library pavilion, while on the flying vessel, he had perceived it as vast, but now standing before it, he realized it was even larger than he had imagined. The structure seemingly hollowed out a section of the mountain. Featuring a clearly defined 9-layer entrance along the cliffside, the first 5 layers witnessed disciples entering and exiting intermittently, while the upper 4 levels appeared entirely deserted. Wandering leisurely towards the first floor of the library pavilion, Jiang Wenzhe observed cultivators soaring overhead on various flying artifacts and swords. From the information he had gathered at the entrance of Chikai City, he learned that the first floor housed scrolls, bamboo slips, and stone carvings, all containing visually accessible texts. From the second floor upward, the stored books required spiritual consciousness to read. Thus, any disciple entering the second floor must possess at least the cultivation level of Qi refinement 4th layer. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their spiritual roots, refining it into magical power according to their cultivation methods. Generally, accumulating 100 strands of magical power signifies reaching the Qi refinement 1st layer. While those with exceptional spiritual root qualities can achieve this within a single day, however, from the Qi refinement 2nd layer onward, the speed of magical power cultivation significantly decreases. Upon reaching the Qi refinement 4th layer, one's spiritual consciousness naturally condenses. The further one progresses in cultivating magical power, the slower the pace becomes, with some even stalling at certain realms for years or even decades. Cultivating immortality is not as straightforward as many presume. unless one possesses the legendary spirit-devouring body, which requires no active cultivation, as the body instinctively absorbs and expels heavenly spiritual energy. Jiang Wenzhe's spiritual root quality, tested personally by a golden core cultivator, was merely average, consisting of 4 elemental roots without any notable distinction. As he entered the corridor, he noticed a layout chart of the first floor of the library pavilion on the wall. After a brief glance, his attention fell upon the section dedicated to earth attributes. Since his aptitude was only suitable for cultivating earth-based magical power, it was only natural that he perused all related texts. Only by truly understanding earth attributes could he contemplate how to cultivate them effectively. Earth attributes are divided into 2 categories: Wu Earth, representing Yang Earth, and Ji Earth, representing Yin Earth, despite both being earth attributes. Their characteristics and cultivation directions are entirely different. Following the signs within the library pavilion, Jiang Wenzhe arrived at the section dedicated to earth-related texts. Within, the space was further divided into 4 chambers: Wu Earth, Ji Earth, spells, and formulas. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenzhe entered the Wu Earth chamber. Inside, he beheld shelves of stone filled with a plethora of texts. The most common were stitched books, alongside bamboo slips and silk scrolls. In a corner, he even spotted stone carvings and bronze engravings inscribed with words. Jiang Wenzhe casually surveyed the chamber's arrangement before approaching the leftmost shelf. He reached for the book at the upper left corner and, aided by the soft white light within the chamber, examined its cover. Overview of Wu Earth attributes. He then flipped through the pages and began to read the content, which primarily discussed the generative and restraining relationships of Wu Earth attributes. In summary, it stated, Ren water generates wood, wood generates Bing fire generates Wu Earth. Wu Earth is inherently restrained by Jia wood, thus one must exercise caution when contending with practitioners of wood attributes, especially those cultivating Jia wood magical power. Jiang Wenzhe spent 3 hours on the first floor of the library pavilion engrossed in reading, until hunger compelled him to return to the Dao Seeking Institute in the Wushan district. After enjoying a hearty meal in the brightly lit dining hall, he returned to his small courtyard on the cliff to rest. Before sleep, 3 thoughts occupied Jiang Wenzhe's mind. First, he aimed to swiftly peruse all the texts in the Wu Earth chamber of the first floor. Once he completed this task, he would ascend to the 9th level of the library pavilion to claim his reward for ranking first in the entrance examination. His final thought was that upon acquiring the cultivation methods, he would wholeheartedly dedicate himself to training. From his 3 hours of reading that day, Jiang Wenzhe had gleaned insight into how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through his spiritual roots. His instincts suggested that this method would indeed allow him to absorb the energy. However, to be prudent, he planned to find time to attend lectures in the transmission pavilion. Early the next morning, Jiang Wenzhe packed a meal to go as he ate in the dining hall. Upon returning to the library pavilion, he dove into the Wu Earth chamber, not emerging for an entire day. After spending 5 exhaustive hours reading, he returned to the Dao Seeking Institute, fatigue evident on his face. Over the course of 18 days of early departures and late returns, Jiang Wenzhe finally managed to skim through the texts within the Wu Earth chamber. While he could not claim to be thoroughly knowledgeable about Wu Earth attributes, he at least understood the fundamentals. Having completed a preliminary review of the Wu Earth chamber's records, Jiang Wenzhe ascended the stairs to the 8th floor of the library pavilion. Nephew, this area is forbidden to disciples. Just as Jiang Wenzhe approached the entrance to the 8th floor, he was halted by 2 foundation-building uncles. His instincts warned him that any misstep would invite lethal consequences. Esteemed uncles, I am Jiang Wenzhe, one of the top 10 new disciples who reached the mountain gate during the entrance examination. With this, Jiang Wenzhe respectfully presented his identity jade tablet. One of the elderly men, whose hair and beard were completely white and whose skin resembled that of an infant, furrowed his brow slightly. Senior Brother Chu. Indeed, there remains one new disciple who has yet to enter the 9th layer to select their cultivation method. The elder named Chu shook his face in disbelief, regarding Jiang Wenzhe with a peculiar expression. Nephew Jiang, you truly possess remarkable patience. Most disciples who gain access to the 9th layer to select their cultivation methods do so on the same night. By the morning of the 2nd day at the latest, he would surely arrive here. Could it be that such an important matter could slip the mind of a disciple? Jiang Wenzhe replied with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. The disciple has never forgotten. I simply chose today to come. Enough, enough. Brother Chu, interjected a middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator who had been the first to speak against Jiang Wenzhe. When to arrive is a matter of personal freedom. Jiang Wenzhe, upon entering the 9th level of the library, you will have one opportunity to select a cultivation method. You must deliberate carefully during your selection. Once you break the restrictions, there will be no room for regret. Yes, the disciple will remember. Following this, the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators each took out a jade token from their robes, placing it alongside Jiang Wenzhe's identity token at the entrance to the 9th level of the library. Immediately, a stone staircase emerged from the cliff, step by step, leading to the entrance of the 9th level. Jiang Wenzhe caught the jade token that flew towards him and, after bowing to the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, proceeded toward the 9th level of the library. Brother Luan, what do you think of this disciple? Unhurried and unafraid of strong authority, he is indeed a promising candidate for the path of the sword. The Miao surname Foundation establishment cultivator chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, however, I have noticed that Jiang Wenzhe possesses a pseudo-spiritual root, encompassing the attributes of water, wood, fire, and earth. A pseudo-spiritual root. Brother Juan, the Foundation establishment cultivator, looked incredulously at the Miao surname cultivator. My spiritual sense has long since broken through to the golden core stage. How could I misjudge a mortal's spiritual root? A pseudo-spiritual root. What a pity. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wenzhe, the 2 Foundation establishment uncles behind him were engaged in this discourse. Upon reaching the entrance of the 9th level of the library and passing through the corridor, he was momentarily taken aback, for within the space of the 9th level of the library, there existed only a modestly sized pentagonal stone chamber. Sparse stone holes were carved into the stone walls, some shrouded in a layer of restrictions, while others were empty and barren. On the ground, the characters for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were inscribed in a haphazard manner. Had it not been for the flickering spiritual light emanating from the restricted walls, Jiang Wenzhe might have suspected he had stumbled upon a false library. Soon, he scanned the chamber and discovered that within the restricted stone holes lay a jade slip and a set of paper books. The covers of the books bore titles such as certain techniques, certain powers, and certain classics, without any additional descriptive text or explanation. Found it, the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit Technique, at last. Jiang Wenzhe comprehended that the mysterious powerhouse who had impersonated Zhou Meng to remind him was urging him to select a cultivation method. Indeed, one could only see the names of the techniques within. Instinctively, he felt that this technique was the most suitable for him among those in the 9th level. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wenzhe resolved to choose the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit Technique as his primary cultivation method. He placed his identity jade token upon the restriction, and after a brief flicker, the yellow restriction enveloping the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit Technique suddenly vanished. The jade slip, suspended in midair, dropped onto the books. And Jiang Wenzhe promptly collected both the jade slip and the books. He pondered that he had but one task ahead of him. No, there was another matter he nearly forgot. Jiang Wenzhe suddenly recalled that disciples of the Luoxia sword sects seeking Dao Institute were also required to complete tasks assigned by the sect. As he exited the entrance of the 9th level of the library, he overheard someone from the 8th level mention resigning from the task of managing the jade slips on the 2nd level. Instantly, Jiang Wenzhe thought that perhaps he could take on this task of organizing the jade slips. This way, he could remain in the library, for he had not forgotten that he had only perused the books in the stone chamber of the Earth Attribute region. Moreover, after finishing the Earth Attribute books, Jiang Wenzhe intended to explore the Wood Attribute region's books as well. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Only by truly understanding one's weaknesses can one better compensate for deficiencies. Lost in thought, Jiang Wenzhe returned to the 8th level of the library just in time to see a disciple requesting leave from the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, Miao and Luan. Although Jiang Wenzhe only caught the latter half of the conversation, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. The 2nd level of the library received a significant influx of disciples daily seeking materials, often leaving the jade slips in disarray, making it difficult for those in need to locate them. Thus, the library stewards had issued a task from the Seeking Dao Institute for organizing the jade slips, which entailed returning the misplaced slips to their rightful places. However, due to the overwhelming number of Qi refinement disciples, even if only 1/30th of them visited the library each day, there would still be thousands rifling through the jade slips. Those who accepted this task found themselves spending nearly all their time organizing jade slips, leaving little opportunity for cultivation. The remuneration had risen to 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. Yet it was still insufficient to retain workers. Many disciples resigned after 3 to 4 months, as the task proved exceedingly burdensome. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly devised a solution to address this issue. Once the departing disciple had left, Jiang Wenzhe stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Shu, may I take on the task of organizing the jade slips on the second level of the library?" Brother Luan, the Foundation establishment cultivator, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wenzhe's words. While Brother Chu could not help but chuckle, saying, "Of course, there's no problem at all. Just hand me your identity jade token. You may take as long as you wish to complete the task. And you shall receive 5 low-grade spirit stones as remuneration each month." Brother Luan had intended to say something, but recalling Brother Chu's previous words, he swallowed back his remarks. After accepting the task of organizing the books, Jiang Wenzhe learned that the Chu surname cultivator was named Chu Ming, a formidable expert at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, mere steps away from condensing his golden core. Through their conversation, Jiang Wenzhe discovered that he could not only rest within the library, but also that there was a dining room hidden within the stone house behind the fire attribute jade slip area on the second floor, accessible only to disciples belonging to the library. For Jiang Wenzhe, who longed to immerse himself in the library daily, this task of organizing jade slips was indeed a perfect fit. "Jiang Shiji, let me make one thing clear." As Jiang Wenzhe prepared to leave, Chu Ming suddenly issued a warning. "If you fail to perform this task adequately and cause trouble, not only will your remuneration be deducted, but if the matter escalates, you may find yourself facing punishment in the law enforcement hall." Jiang Wenzhe smiled confidently and replied, "Rest assured, Shu, I will surely dedicate myself to completing this task." "Very well, off you go." After Jiang Wenzhe departed from the entrance of the 8th level of the library, Brother One remarked, "Brother Chu, did we overlook anything just now?" Chu Ming glanced at his notes and reflected on the instructions given to Jiang Wenzhe, then confidently asserted, "We missed nothing. I even informed him which dishes in the library's dining room are the best." "That's good. How long do you think this lad can last? Who knows? He might just come asking for leave in 2 or 3 months. Soon." Jiang Wenzhe returned to the entrance of the second floor of the library. In stark contrast to the desolate first and third floors, the second floor was bustling with activity, a scene that could only be described as overwhelming. After all, apart from the newly admitted disciples who ventured to the first floor for mundane texts, those possessing spiritual awareness invariably flocked to the second floor. This often resulted in the jade slips being haphazardly strewn about, leaving those searching for relevant slips at a loss. Jiang Wenzhe first returned to his residence at the Tao Seeking Institute, where a small marketplace thrived among the neighboring institutes. This marketplace had been established by the disciples themselves. As necessity breeds commerce, Jiang Wenzhe had gleaned such information from Qi Kaiqing. After a brief stroll through the marketplace, he efficiently acquired 10 wooden boxes and several planks. He also borrowed some ink and brushes from a senior brother selling miscellaneous items, inscribing on the planks, "Temporary placement for jade slips. Please return the jade slips you have finished reading to the corresponding wooden boxes. Cultivating civility begins with me." Jade slips into boxes, and spiritual power flourishes. He then labeled the boxes according to the 5 elements, indicating the temporary placement for each type of jade slip. Having prepared these items, Jiang Wenzhe took out his storage bag and casually asked a kind-hearted senior sister passing by the marketplace to assist him in storing the items within. Complimenting her beauty and kindness, he departed gracefully, riding a flying creature back to the library. Upon arriving at the library, he was met with an even greater number of seniors possessing spiritual awareness. Selecting another kind-hearted senior sister, he requested her assistance in retrieving the wooden boxes and planks. Under the curious gazes of many seniors, he placed the boxes and planks at the exit of the stone chamber. Jiang Wenzhe provided guidance and explanations, and soon, a senior brother preparing to leave the library deposited a jade slip, unsure of where to place it, into one of the wooden boxes. Upon noticing the inspiring slogan, a satisfied smile spread across his face. With someone leading the way, others naturally followed suit. As Jiang Wenzhe continued to explain and guide, he took the opportunity to thoroughly organize the jade slips scattered throughout the stone chamber on the second floor. After 10 days of diligent effort, he finally completed the reorganization of the jade slips. From that moment on, Jiang Wenzhe no longer had to roam around while sorting the slips. He could intuitively determine the proper placement of each jade slip upon holding it, drastically reducing the time required for organization, a feat that would be impossible for others to achieve. Gradually, the disciples, through subtle influence, became accustomed to placing their finished jade slips into the box at the stone chamber's entrance when they did not wish to take the longer route back. Jiang Wenzhe transitioned from being unable to leave the second floor of the library to being able to step away for 2 to 3 hours before returning to organize the slips. During this period, Jiang Wenzhe also made time to attend several classes at the transmission hall, where he learned about sensing and refining the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. He discovered that the teachings of those foundational disciples were not as clear as what was presented in the books, leading him to discontinue attending classes at the transmission hall. On the evening following the acquisition of the Earth Sovereign Soil Spirit Art, Jiang Wenzhe thoroughly studied the technique from beginning to end. According to the introduction of the technique, it cultivates pure Wutu attribute spiritual power. Furthermore, the Earth's Sovereign Soil Spirit Art is remarkably comprehensive, allowing cultivation from the Qi refinement stage all the way to the early stage of void refinement. This implies that the technique can support his cultivation up to ascension. During this time, Jiang Wenzhe perused numerous texts related to Earth attribute spiritual power, gaining a clear understanding of the characteristics of Wutu attribute power. In summary, Wutu attribute power is renowned for its stability and inclusiveness. Among the 10 attributes of spiritual power, Wutu boasts the highest defensive capability. Additionally, it possesses the ability to manipulate the forces of the earth, enabling the effortless casting of spells such as earthen walls and earth spikes. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one could even induce minor earthquakes and alter terrain that if one were to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. They could potentially manipulate gravity. Due to the stable nature of Wutu attribute power, cultivators possessing it exhibit remarkable endurance and recuperative abilities, making them the least fearful of protracted battles. However, despite these advantages, the drawbacks of Wutu attribute power are often criticized by cultivators, i.e. the absence of the capability to cultivate gravity spells. Other earth attribute spells such as earth spikes, earthen walls, earth shields, and even earthquakes can only be unleashed through the ground itself. In contrast to cultivators who can effortlessly soar through the air on swords or tools, those cultivating earth attribute power often find themselves relegated to passive defense, unable to launch proactive attacks. This was precisely why Qi Kongqing had deemed Jiang Wenzhe unsuitable for entry into the Falling Sunset Sword sect before his initiation. The Earth Sovereign Soil Spirit Art can refine Wutu attribute power to its utmost purity, standing among the top-tier techniques for cultivating Wutu. Recently, while perusing a compendium of earth attribute techniques, Jiang Wenzhe encountered a passage that noted that upon reaching a certain level of mastery with the 10 attributes of spiritual power, one would naturally comprehend a peculiar ability known as divine powers. Common divine powers associated with earth attribute power include hardening, earth control, and stone control. These divine powers denote abilities that cultivators acquire innately during their trainings, corresponding to the characteristics of a particular type of spiritual power or the essence of a spell. While spells and talismans necessitate specific preparations or training for usage, divine powers can be invoked merely through comprehension and concentration. Within the realm of cultivation, all techniques that reach a certain stage will give rise to one or more divine powers, collectively referred to as technique divine powers. The technique Jiang Wenzhe had chosen from the 9th level of the library would enable him to initially grasp a divine power upon reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement. This divine power, named Amber Armor of the Earth, is celebrated as the most formidable defensive divine power among the 5 elemental spells. Without exception, the term ultimate divine power refers to the pinnacle of a given attribute's potential characteristics within the 10 attributes of spiritual power. Beyond that lies the laws of heaven and earth, a force accessible only to cultivators at the Great Ascension stage. Accounts of the 10 ultimate divine powers within the 5 elemental spells are recorded in texts. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. The pinnacle of the magical prowess associated with the wood element, known as Jiamu, is the formidable technique called Qi Ming Chuan Tian Ci. The ultimate spell of the wood element's secondary attribute, Yimu, is referred to as Tianjue Bailing Suo. For the fire element, represented by Binghua, the supreme power is embodied in the technique Jinwu Fen Shijin, while the secondary attribute, Dinghua, boasts the formidable skill of Liuxing Zuhinhua. The earth element, governed by Wu Tu, possesses the unparalleled defensive technique known as Dadi Hupajia, whereas the secondary earth attribute, Ji2, wields the fearsome Shihun Huangquan Jie. The metal element, represented by Gung Jin, showcases the devastating technique Suishing Light Yanzhan, and its secondary counterpart, Xian Jin, commands the skill Xingming Suhun Lian. Lastly, The water element, manifested by Ren Shui, boasts the breathtaking technique Tianhe Liuli Pu, while Gui Shui wields the haunting Shuhan Yuming Bo. These 10 supreme techniques are universally acknowledged within the realm of cultivation as the most potent spells, strictly adhering to the principles of mutual generation and restraint inherent in the 5 elements. However, the defensive capabilities of Dadi Hupajia are in a league of their own, unlike other supreme techniques, which may have parallel or comparable counterparts. For instance, the destructive power of the ultimate techniques of Geng Jin and Bing Hua is deemed equal. Similarly, the lethal prowess of the ultimate techniques of Jiamu and Gui Shui is not to be underestimated, although they fall slightly short in comparison to their Geng Jin and Bing Hua counterparts. The techniques of Yimu and Xian Jin are equally matched in their ability to ensnare and restrain foes. The ultimate technique of G2 also demonstrates considerable strength in this regard, only slightly lacking when compared to Yimu and Xian Jin, primarily due to its limitation of remaining grounded. Yet, in the arena of defense, Dadi Hupajia stands unrivaled, with no contenders in sight, let alone equals, according to the records of the cultivation method. Once practitioners cultivate the Dihuang Tuliang Ju to the 10th level of Qi refinement, they can initially grasp the technique's powers. Through the manipulation of spells, known as divine technique spells, practitioners can control these powers. Divine technique spells are typically non-replicable, unlike other elemental spells or ordinary incantations, and can only be utilized upon meeting specific conditions. The divine technique spell of the Dihuang Tuliang Ju is called Dihuang Hupadun, which allows practitioners to condense the technique Dadi Hupajia into a shield form, serving as protection for themselves or their allies. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the powers of the Dihuang Tuliang Ju undergo substantial transformation. The Dihuang Hupadun can be condensed and compressed into a scale resembling a thumbnail. When these scales are linked together, they ultimately form a suit of armor that provides comprehensive defense, leaving no vulnerabilities. This divine technique spell is referred to as Dihuang Hupajia, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an early-stage nascent soul cultivator without shattering. As for cultivators of equal rank, their offensive measures can be completely disregarded. Once a practitioner condenses their nascent soul and ascends to the nascent soul stage, the powers of the cultivation technique will be further enhanced, allowing them to bestow Dihuang Hupajia upon those nearby. Upon reaching the transformation stage, they may even bestow an everlasting Dihuang Hupajia upon others, one that will never fade as long as the practitioner remains alive. Naturally, the interplay of the 5 elements means that Dadi Hupajia is countered by the ultimate technique Qiming Qi Dianjun of the Jiamu attribute. However, the effectiveness of such elemental counters varies under different circumstances. For instance, when a mighty mountain is ablaze, dousing it with a mere bucket of water is futile. In a similar vein, to condense a Qingming Qi Dianjun powerful enough to penetrate the defenses of Dadi Hupajia, one would require an equivalent or even excess of pure Jiamu magical energy. Yet, the amount of pure Jiamu energy a practitioner can safely manipulate is exceedingly limited. Excessive refinement may lead to a backlash, causing the practitioner's limbs and organs to exhibit signs of wooden transformation. Other elements such as fire, metal, and water face comparable limitations, with the ultimate fire technique, Jinwu Fenshi Jian, being labeled a self-destructive technique. Except for the celestial being Jinwu, who inherently possesses this technique, any other being, be it a demon or human, who attempts to cultivate it meets their demise. Otherwise, the technique's name would not bear the Jinwu designation. Thus, to wholly counter an opponent's technique, one must wield an equal or greater volume of pure magical energy. However, the nature of Wu-Tu magic is characterized by stability and inclusiveness, effectively rendering it devoid of restrictions. Practitioners can refine it as much as they desire without adverse effects. The records at the conclusion of the Dihuang Tuliang Ju state that practitioners of this technique continually undergo the purifying effects of Wu-Tu energy on their physical bodies. Over time, this results in an exceptionally resilient physique. Even without consciously employing the protective powers of the technique, a practitioner's physical defense alone can withstand the vast majority of basic and intermediate elemental spells. Thanks to their immense physical resilience, the latent power they can unleash is correspondingly immense, enabling them to rival the strength of their peers specializing in physical cultivation. They can even utilize techniques and talismans designed to amplify their physical potential, such as Ju Li and Ju Li Fu, unleashing several times or even dozens of times their usual strength. Furthermore, there is an important aspect of the Dihuang Tuliang Ju that is not explicitly recorded. Yet, Jiang Wenzhe has gleaned from perusing other texts concerning earth element magic that a prevalent note across most of these texts is that Wu Tu magic excels in earth escape techniques. These escape techniques are classified as advanced spells within the realm of elemental magic, with increasing difficulty levels. Among these, fire and water escape techniques are relatively easier to master, followed by wood and earth escape techniques, while metal escape techniques are the most challenging. Now equipped with a cultivation method and a general understanding of the characteristics of earth element magic, Jiang Wenzhe is ready to embark on the true path of cultivation. He has specifically requested a 5-day leave from the library's steward and returned to his residence at the Qiudao Academy in the Wushan district to enter seclusion for cultivation. Jiang Wenzhe. You certainly have kept me waiting. As he ascended the cliff to his dwelling, an exceedingly displeased voice resonated in his ears. His instincts told him that the speaker was genuinely dissatisfied with him. Observing the high ponytail female cultivator who leapt down from her flying sword, he sensed her strength was on par with the steward Luan Pingzhong at the library. Luan Pingzhong was the first to confront Jiang Wenzhe when he attempted to ascend to the 9th floor of the library. "Ah, this esteemed master, what brings you here?" Jiang Wenzhe was certain he had never encountered this individual before, and he had certainly not violated any sect laws. Thus, he was genuinely bewildered as to why this foundation establishment female cultivator sought him out. "Sister Jean, you never fail to mention my name. Wenzhe, it seems there's nothing particularly noteworthy about it." After sizing up Jiang Wenzhe with an air of disdain, the foundation establishment female cultivator remarked, "This is a package from Sister Jean for you. It has been delivered, and if you wish to live a longer life, it would be wise to keep your distance from her." As she spoke, she produced a large wooden box from her storage bag and placed it before Jiang Wenzhe. Then, employing her sword technique, departed without a backward glance. What is her problem? Jiang Wenzhe stood dumbfounded in front of his small courtyard for quite some time before daring to mutter softly, "In the Lianxia sword sect. The only person who would send him something and share the surname Jean would be that little girl, Jean Zhiro." Throughout his life, Jiang Wenzhe had always regarded Jean Zhiro as a younger sister. However, the memories of her actions prior to his enrollment in the Lianxia sword sect stirred a ripple of conflicting emotions within him, leaving him uncertain of his current feelings toward her. He moved the items that Jean Zhiro had sent to him into his room, and upon opening the box, he discovered a thick letter nestled inside. At the bottom of the box lay an assortment of various items, both consumables and necessities. Jiang Wenzhe carefully opened the letter and began to read. "Brother Wenzhe, I have officially joined the Lianxia sword sect, becoming a disciple of the Listening Sword Peak. I am now the first disciple of Master Huang Shuiying. Although my master appears quite aloof, she is kind-hearted and genuinely cares for me. Therefore, you needn't worry about me. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to foundation establishment soon. Brother Wenzhe. These are apricots I picked from my master's courtyard. Please do taste them and see if they are to your liking. My master brought me some pastries, but I have devoured all the delicious ones. So I am sending you the ones that aren't as tasty. Today, under my master's guidance, I sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It turns out being a cultivator is so fascinating. Brother Wenzhe, I have broken through to the first level of qi refinement. My master says I am a rare genius among thousands. However, I am well aware that Wenzhe, my elder brother, is the true genius, capable of mastering even the most formidable martial arts, such as the stealthy shadow and bone-penetrating power. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wenzhe had finished reading the letter in his hand. The image of Jean Zhiro, diligently writing to him at her desk, floated into his mind. Speaking of which, it was Jean Zhiro who had patiently taught herself to read and write. Indeed, her introverted nature made it nearly impossible to teach her without his keen intuition to discern her thoughts. Zhiro has already cultivated to the first layer of qi refinement. Given her aptitude, she must have progressed to the second layer by now. After carefully storing away the letter and items Jean Zhiro had given him, Jiang Wenzhe prepared to attempt the Earth Sovereign Soil technique that very night. Although the Earth Sovereign technique is the pinnacle method for cultivating the Wutu attribute of magical power, its difficulty is certainly among the highest tier. Seated cross-legged on the mat in the secret chamber, he followed the instructions he had read regarding how to enter a meditative state, with his gaze directed towards his nose and his nose focused on his heart. He emptied his thoughts and attentively sensed the luminous points drifting around him. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until Jiang Wenzhe perceived several glimmering yellow light points materializing in his mind. At last, this must be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. he gently inquired within himself, maintaining his current state that as the yellow light points flitted by, more and more appeared in his awareness. Alongside green, blue, and red points, these various colors of light represented the spiritual energy attracted by his innate roots. Once the light points coalesced into a mass, Jiang Wenzhe promptly guided his consciousness to draw the four-colored mist into his body. Suddenly, his intuition cautioned him against indiscriminately absorbing all the spiritual energy at once. He needed to first lead in the blue water attribute energy, transforming it into green wood attribute power within his body, before subsequently guiding in the green wood attribute energy to further refine it. Once the wood attribute power had transformed into red fire attribute power, he would then draw in the fire attribute energy to infuse it into the fire attribute power. Finally, he would refine the fire attribute power into yellow earth attribute power, at which point he could introduce the yellow earth attribute energy. Only after completing all these preceding steps would it be the opportune moment to operate the first layer of the earth sovereign soil technique. Refining and purifying the earth attribute power into the Wu2 attribute. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. But it was merely a fleeting moment as Jiang Wenzhe immediately followed the guidance of his intuition to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the process of refining magical power was intricate and complex, Jiang Wenzhe made no errors. He successfully cultivated a trace of Wu2 attribute power from the earth sovereign soil technique, storing it in his dantian. While he felt a surge of excitement after achieving this, he refrained from allowing his elation to manifest outwardly. After a brief rest, he began the second round of magical power cultivation. To truly reached the first layer of qi refinement. He needed to cultivate 100 traces of the earth's sovereign soil technique's power, so it was not yet time for celebration. Jiang Wenzhe focused his mind and cultivated 12 strands of Wu2 attribute power from the earth's sovereign soil technique in one breath. Unable to withstand the pangs of hunger any longer, he staggered out of the secret chamber. Hunger and thirst are sensations most detested by low-tier cultivators, yet they are a primal instinct for survival. Only upon reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement can one barely endure hunger and thirst, practicing for 3 days and nights without sustenance. Of course, the predecessors in the cultivation realm had long since developed a pill known as the fasting pill to counter such situations. Even low-tier cultivators can go 3 days and nights without food or drink after consuming one. However, Jiang Wenzhe had not prepared any fasting pills, as he had yet to reach the stage where long-term seclusion required their use. Thus, he only prepared food and water at his residence. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he did not immediately return to seclusion, but instead indulged in a restful sleep in his bedroom. Jiang Wenzhe realized that cultivating magical power in accordance with his intuitive guidance was quite taxing on his spirit. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. After replenishing his energy, he would be better equipped for seclusion and cultivation. Upon awakening, Jiang Wenzhe consciously consumed a bit more food before stepping back into the secret chamber to meditate and cultivate once again. Once more entering a meditative state, Jiang Wenzhe quickly sensed the presence of spiritual energy from heaven and earth and repeated the steps from his initial cultivation, refining the spiritual energy attracted by his innate roots into the Wu2 attribute power of the earth sovereign soil technique. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had slipped by, during which he had cultivated a total of 36 strands of magical power, with only 2 days remaining before he was to return to the library to undertake the task of organizing books. Jiang Wenzhe initially believed that 5 days would suffice for him to reach the first layer of qi refinement. Now, however, it appeared he had overestimated his talent or underestimated the difficulty of the earth's sovereign soil technique. With that in mind, he decided to test the efficacy of the Yuanshui pill. Jiang Wenzhe had never forgotten the pill Huang Shuiying had given him, which had left Qi Kongxing drooling with envy. He retrieved a Yuanshui pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a sensation of indescribable coolness permeated from his abdomen to his limbs and internal organs. Following this, he felt an abundance of the 5 elemental spiritual energy surrounding him. Indeed, after consuming the Yuanshui pill, Jiang Wenzhe could even sense the presence of metal attribute spiritual energy. However, he chose not to dwell on the metal attribute energy and instead focused intently on his magical power cultivation. As he refined the power, Jiang Wenzhe found his consciousness becoming exceedingly sensitive. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. It is even capable of discerning the specific attributes of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, the The spiritual energy perceived by cultivators is merely the 5 elemental energies. However, after consuming the Yuan Sui Dan, the spiritual energy that one can sense transforms into 10 distinct types. This implies that one only needs to absorb the energies of Ren water, Yi wood, Bing fire, and Wu earth. The absorbed spiritual energy is devoid of any mixed attributes, making the refinement process not only swift, but also effortless. Within a mere day, Jiang Wenzhe had cultivated over 50 strands of the Earth's sovereign soil spiritual arts magical power. Approximately 12 hours later, the effects of the Yuan Sui Dan began to wane. Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhe felt that the speed at which he refined his magical power slowed down several-fold, and the process began to require more of his energy. Upon counting the Yuan Sui Dan remaining in the white jade bottle, he found only 9 left, which was hardly sufficient. Jiang Wenzhe's keen intuition alerted him to a critical issue. The effects of the Yuan Sui Dan as described by Qi Kongqing were merely superficial. Jiang Wenzhe sensed that the true effect of the Yuan Sui Dan was to enhance the cultivator's perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he trained his body to absorb only the spiritual energy that he required, it would be tantamount to cultivating his magical power as if he were still under the influence of the Yuan Sui Dan, seizing the moment while the effects of the Yuan Sui Dan had not completely faded. Jiang Wenzhe, aided by his intuition, successfully grasped the essence of the Wu Earth attribute's spiritual energy. He then continuously stimulated his body with his consciousness, imprinting the sensation of Wu Earth attribute's spiritual energy into his memory. The following day, Jiang Wenzhe ingested a second Yuan Sui Dan, this time not only aiming to cultivate his magical power at the quickest pace possible, but also to ensure that his body memorized the sensations of Ren water, Yi wood, Bing fire, and Wu earth. In simple terms, Jiang Wenzhe sought to instill in his body a memory that would lead him to absorb only these 4 types of spiritual energy in the future. With the 2 Yuan Sui Dan consumed, Jiang Wenzhe naturally progressed to the first layer of Qi refinement. From this moment onward, he officially transcended the realm of mortals and became a true cultivator. After the holiday concluded, Jiang Wenzhe returned to the library as promised to continue his task of organizing books. However, upon returning, he became taciturn, sorting the books as if driven by instinct. Of course, no one paid heed to the actions of a disciple at the first layer of Qi refinement. As long as Jiang Wenzhe performed his duties well, that sufficed. Jiang Wenzhe spent 3 months and a days within the library, entirely oblivious to the enchanting silhouette that observed him from a distance every 6 days. While desperately trying to tame his own body, Jiang Wenzhe realized that his ability to remember the sensation of Wu Earth attributes' spiritual energy stemmed from having read an ample number of books on the subject. Thus, his subconscious was able to retain the memory of the Wu Earth attributes' spiritual energy. Armed with this hypothesis, Jiang Wenzhe promptly altered his strategy, dedicating his free time to studying books related to Ren water, Yi wood, and Bing fire in the stone chamber of the library. Seasons changed, and 3 years passed since Jiang Wenzhe and Jiang Wenzhe had joined the Luoxia sword sect. The majority of Jiang Wenze's time was spent within the library, and he rarely ventured out. Throughout these 3 years, he focused solely on seeking the essence and sensations of the Ren water, Yi wood, and Bing fire attributes. During this endeavor, he devoted 12 hours each day to practicing the Earth's sovereign soil spiritual arts incantations to cultivate his magical power. Yet, despite his efforts, Jiang Wenzhe only advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, keeping pace with his fellow disciples who had joined the sect around the same time. In contrast, Jiang Wenzhe had broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and successfully condensed her divine consciousness by the middle of last year. Immediately after achieving this milestone, she rushed to the library to convey her newfound ability to communicate through divine consciousness, sharing her thoughts with Jiang Wenzhe for an entire day. At that time, Jiang Wenzhe had only reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, capable of employing merely a few rudimentary spells. Thus he could only listen quietly to Jiang Wenzhe's transmissions without the means to engage in conversation. After 3 years of diligent effort, Jiang Wenzhe finally perused all the books pertaining to the Ren water, Yi wood, and Bing fire attributes. He resolved to enter seclusion for a substantial period to thoroughly imprint the sensations of these energies within his body. With this decision made, Jiang Wenzhe approached the steward overseeing the library to take his accumulated leave over the past 3 years. The steward calculated that he could rest for a total of 6 months, while also settling the remuneration for Jiang Wenze's tasks in the library over that time. Jiang Wenzhe had accrued a total of 180 low-grade spirit stones, After completing the arrangements for his leave, Jiang Wenzhe did not immediately return to the Tao-seeking institute for seclusion. Instead, he made a trip to the Danqiang Pavilion, spending 20 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 10 bottles of food-suppressing pills. In the world of cultivation, it is a commonly accepted rule that unless it concerns exceptionally rare elixirs, pills that can be mass-produced typically come in bottles containing 10. Hence, Jiang Wenzhe procured a total of 100 food-suppressing pills. Consuming a single pill ensures that he can go without food or drink for 3 days and nights, making 100 pills sufficient for a year-long retreat. Once back at his residence, Jiang Wenzhe did not rush into seclusion. Instead, he took out paper and pen to write a letter to Jiang Zhiro, informing her of his intention to enter seclusion for approximately 6 months. That he refrained from elaborating further, as divulging too much might invite trouble. 2 days after Jiang Wenzhe returned to his abode, a foundation-building senior uncle, who frequently delivered messages for Jiang Zhiro, arrived at his door. She said nothing, simply placing the items that Jiang Zhiro had entrusted her to deliver before him, and then turning to leave. "Wait a moment. Could you please pass this letter to Zhiro?" "What Zhiro? You are merely a disciple of the Tao-seeking institute. How dare you address me as uncle?" Jiang Wenzhe shrank back his neck, hurriedly correcting himself. Yes, I kindly ask this esteemed uncle to deliver this letter to Master Jiang." Humph. To elaborate, Jiang Wenzhe has been in contact with this beautiful female senior for 3 years. Yet she has never offered him a kind expression. Moreover, they have never exchanged a word beyond the essentials, leaving Jiang Wenzhe unaware of her name even now. Consequently, he refers to her in his mind as Cold Senior. Her proud demeanor, coupled with her high ponytail, strongly resembles a particular haughty angel from his memories. Utilizing her manipulation technique, Cold Senior snatched the letter from Jiang Wenze's hands and, with a flick of her ponytail, departed on her sword. Not lingering any longer, Jiang Wenzhe moved the items entrusted to him by Jiang Zhiro, delivered by Cold Senior, back to his small courtyard. He then retrieved his identity jade token, channeling his spiritual energy to activate the defensive array outside the courtyard, signifying that the master of this space is in secluded cultivation and must not be disturbed unless a matter of sect-wide calamity arises. After thoroughly verifying that his preparations were flawless, Jiang Wenzhe officially commenced his closed-door cultivation. Of course, the focus of his cultivation was not merely the enhancement of his spiritual energy, but rather training his body to recognize the essence of the earthly spiritual energies he required. After 3 years of diligent effort and preparation, Jiang Wenzhe resolved to consume the remaining 8 yuan sui dan in one go. This meant he had to ensure his body retained the essence of the Ren water. He would, and Bing fire spiritual energies within the span of 8 days. Upon ingesting the yuan sui dan, Jiang Wenzhe once more experienced the exhilarating sensation of effortlessly cultivating the Earth's sovereign soil spirit formula. However, the task of operating the formula and refining the spiritual energy was left to his subconscious, while his focus remained steadfast on sensing the 3 types of earthly spiritual energies. Before long, Jiang Wenzhe lost track of time. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume a sustenance pill. All his remaining time and energy were devoted to attuning himself to the essence of the earthly spiritual energies. Once the effects of the yuan sui dan had completely dissipated, he promptly ingested another to continue his memorization and perception. Jiang Wenzhe was uncertain of the number of yuan sui dan he had consumed. But at one moment, it felt as if he had achieved a profound realization. His body could precisely absorb and refine the earthly spiritual energies it required. After enduring hardship, he had finally accomplished his goal after 3 years of effort. Immersed in an indescribable ecstasy, Jiang Wenzhe continued his cultivation, reluctant to awaken. Even consuming the sustenance pill became an instinctual action, until a certain moment, his intuition suddenly signaled to him that his holiday had come to an end, and he was to return to his duties the following day. Upon receiving this intuitive prompt, Jiang Wenze's consciousness awakened from its state of oblivion. He then felt as if his awareness had sprouted wings, effortlessly breaking free from the confines of his mind's sea, soaring through his brain, exiting the room, and even transcending the restrictions beyond the courtyard. The entire cliff came into view, and any movement within his line of sight was perceptible to him. Is this what it means to have divine consciousness? It felt utterly wondrous. After half a year of cultivation under the effects of the yuan sui dan, Jiang Wenzhe discovered that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement. By the time he reached the fourth layer, his divine consciousness had already coalesced, though he had not noticed it at the time. It was only upon awakening that he realized he had attained this level of divine consciousness. Possessing divine consciousness signified that he had transcended the ranks of low-level cultivators. At this stage, cultivators could not only manipulate flying artifacts through their divine consciousness and liberate themselves from the Earth's constraints to soar freely, but it also meant they could learn and utilize a greater variety of spells, such as manipulation techniques and heavenly eye techniques, which do not demand specific attributes of spiritual energy. Moreover, he could accurately control the elemental spells he was capable of cultivating. For instance, Jiang Wenzhe could now precisely employ the rock spike technique to target ground-based opponents within the range of his divine consciousness. Divine consciousness also served as the foundation for controlling talismans, puppets, and spirit beasts, subjects Jiang Wenzhe had not extensively studied, so he would refrain from elaborating on the Jiang Wenzhe. The greatest advantage of divine consciousness was the ability to read the contents of jade slips. During the 3 years prior to his seclusion, he had spent considerable time in the library, poring over various texts. If he were to employ his divine consciousness, he could revisit all the books he had previously read within a mere 3 months. This thought ignited a sudden desire within Jiang Wenzhe's heart to peruse every jade slip housed within the library of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. After 3 years of preparation and 6 months of arduous cultivation, Jiang Wenzhe had finally mastered the ability to cultivate continuously under the effects of the Yuan Sui Dan for him. Every moment was now devoted to practicing the Earth's sovereign soil spirit formula. Jiang Wenzhe coined a term for this state, referring to it as the Wu Earth spiritual energy cultivation mode. His body and subconscious had memorized the essences of the Ren water, Yi wood, Bing fire, and Wu Earth spiritual energies, allowing him to cultivate only the Wu Earth attribute of spiritual energy. Logically, Jiang Wenzhe should have shifted his focus to learning Earth attribute spells or delving into the myriad arts of cultivation. Once he reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the difficulty of cultivating spiritual energy would sharply escalate. It would be at that point that he would return to the library to study. Within the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, most disciples from the Tao-seeking courtyard found themselves stuck at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, while those from the cultivation courtyard often stagnated at the 9th or 10th layers, making no progress. These insights were gleaned from 3 years spent in the library, listening to the casual conversations of senior disciples who frequented the place. Jiang Wenzhe had never contemplated what to do once he reached a plateau in his cultivation. He only wished to peruse every book within the library. As for the cultivation of Earth attribute spells, he deemed it unnecessary. Even while reviewing the introductions to Earth attribute spells, he had already resolved not to waste time on ordinary Earth attribute spells. Given that Earth attribute spells were unlikely to inflict damage on cultivators of other attributes, he questioned the need to expend his energy on them. That said, he was not entirely averse to practicing spells altogether. Practical spells such as manipulation techniques, heavenly eye techniques, and levitation techniques were still essential to learn. Otherwise, he would have to rely on flying creatures for each visit to the library. Additionally, he recognized the necessity of mastering the Earth Escape technique, as it was a powerful spell that could save one's life in critical moments. Should he encounter an opponent he could not defeat, he could simply use the Earth Escape technique to burrow underground. Unless one mastered the Yi-wood attribute's mystical spells, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to counter the Earth Escape technique. Furthermore, Jiang Wenzhe held a keen interest in Earth attribute gravity spells. Though such spells were exclusive to cultivators in the later stages of the Golden Core realm. In summary, compared to the cultivation of spells, Jiang Wenzhe preferred to read and satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Upon concluding his seclusion, Jiang Wenzhe first assessed his surroundings, discovering that only 2 Yuan Sui Dan remained, along with over 50 sustenance pills. He carefully stored the Yuan Sui Dan, as these would still be useful even at the foundation establishment stage, and hence should not be wasted. After taking a bath, he donned a new uniform issued by the sect each year. Now 20 years of age, he had reached the age where he could don a crown. He tried on a ceremonial headpiece but found it uncomfortable and promptly removed it, simply tying his long hair back with a band. Using his divine consciousness, he opened his storage bag and retrieved the inferior flying artifact given to him upon entering the sect. Initially, Jiang Wenzhe had meticulously selected one with Qi Kongqing, ultimately opting for a flying artifact resembling a bamboo kite. Following the formula he had memorized to perfection, he performed a levitation technique on the flying artifact. Instantly, the artifact, boasting a wingspan of 2 meters and a length of 3 meters, floated into the air. Jiang Wenzhe leaped onto the back of the bamboo kite, his right hand forming seals to apply the manipulation technique to the artifact beneath him. The bamboo kite swiftly ascended into the sky under his divine consciousness' guidance. Jiang Wenzhe had long since grown accustomed to riding flying mounts, though they did not always follow his commands. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. They will only reach their destination in the shortest possible time. However, now Jiang Wenzhe can whimsically control the flight direction of the bamboo kite. The sensation of liberating oneself from the constraints of the earth and soaring freely through the sky is truly exhilarating. Regardless of Jiang Wenze's usual composure, once he fully mastered the control techniques of the bamboo kite, he couldn't help but laugh heartily while maneuvering it through various aerial maneuvers. Occasionally, he would encounter senior brothers or sisters adept at handling flying artifacts, who would merely smile at his antics. For every newly initiated cultivator had engaged in similar exuberance. Indeed, it was quite ordinary for Jiang Wenzhe to simply laugh. Some cultivators could hardly contain their excitement, eager to share their newfound ability to fly with everyone they met. As Jiang Wenzhe experimented with a myriad of flight trajectories, he made his way towards the library pavilion. This time, he directly guided the flying artifact to descend before the entrance of the 8th floor of the library pavilion. In the past, he had to painstakingly ascend the stairs to arrive here. Now, he no longer needed to envy others who could land directly at the entrance. Master Uncle, I have come to report for duty. The stewards of the library pavilion frequently changed, as they were merely there to accumulate merit points for the sect. It wouldn't be long before they resigned or moved on to other tasks, making it exceedingly rare for someone to remain in the library pavilion for several years. The newly appointed steward took Jiang Wenze's identity, jade token, and quickly located the relevant information from a ledger-like record. 5 spirit stones, responsible for the task of organizing books on the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. The foundation-building cultivator looked at Jiang Wenzhe in astonishment, saying, "Junior, why is your remuneration so high?" Jiang Wenzhe replied with dignified composure, "When I took on this task, the remuneration was indeed 5 spirit stones. Such a straightforward task offering 5 spirit stones is exceedingly generous. I can only offer you 1 spirit stone." After hearing this foundation-building cultivator's words, Jiang Wenzhe could not help but be taken aback. Even after traversing into the realm of cultivation, he still encountered situations akin to crossing the river and demolishing the bridge or killing the donkey after the grinding. Master Uncle, during the task of organizing books on the 2nd floor of the library pavilion, I have managed to make it this effortless. Jiang Wenzhe argued logically. With your insight, you should be aware of the previous conditions of the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. You created the temporary storage area for the jade slips, and now that the task has become simpler, there is no need to expend so many spirit stones to hire disciples from the Path-Seeking Academy to organize the books. Jiang Wenzhe wished to express that the task of organizing jade slips seemed simple only because he undertook it. Should another person take over, it would revert to the chaotic and disordered state within a month. The newly appointed steward clearly did not wish to be the one to bear the brunt of this expense and coldly stated, "Regardless, I can only give you 1 spirit stone. If you wish to do it, then do it. If not, I can find someone else." Jiang Wenzhe merely pursed his lips in silence and then clasped his hands, saying, "I shall abide by Master Uncle's arrangements." Having encountered such scenarios of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge or killing the donkey after the grinding before, Jiang Wenzhe recalled that in his previous life, he had enjoyed the benefits of a grueling work schedule. His primary concern was not to lose his position in the library pavilion as a disciple of the Path-Seeking Academy. If he did not actively undertake sect tasks within 3 months, the sect would directly assign him tasks, at which point he would have no choice but to comply. After revising the employment record, Jiang Wenzhe returned to the 2nd floor of the library pavilion with his identity jade token. After years of diligent effort and gradual transformation, the task of organizing jade slips had become so simple that he could complete it in just 6 hours. Moreover, now that Jiang Wenzhe had condensed his spiritual consciousness, he could utilize the telekinesis technique to place the jade slips. The difficulty of the work had plummeted to the extent that he could read while completing his tasks. Naturally, Jiang Wenzhe devoted all his energy to reading, by perceiving the written information recorded in the jade slips through his spiritual consciousness. His speed exceeded that of reading with the naked eye by more than tenfold. Soon, Jiang Wenzhe's attention was captivated by the vast collection of books within the library pavilion of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. His keen intuition prompted him to remind himself to organize the jade slips approximately every 6 hours. After completing these tasks, he would return to the stone chamber to focus on his reading. The cultivation mode of the earth attribute mana operated incessantly, allowing him to seamlessly integrate his studies with his practice. Not long after Jiang Wenzhe returned to the library pavilion, the renowned genius of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, Jiang often frequented the library pavilion. Within less than 5 years since joining the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, Jiang had elevated her cultivation from that of an ordinary mortal to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Among the disciples at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, some had cultivated for over a decade or even 2. While the majority had trained for 3 to 4 decades, many speculated that in 20 years, Jiang would undoubtedly succeed in foundation building, becoming the youngest foundation-building cultivator in the sect. However, some claimed she would require only 10 years to achieve this. Jiang Wenzhe paid little heed to the gossip surrounding him, fully aware that Jiang's purpose in visiting the library pavilion was simply to find someone to confide in. However, now that Jiang Wenzhe had also condensed his spiritual consciousness, he could converse freely with Jiang without drawing the attention of others on the surface. It appeared as though Jiang and Jiang Wenzhe were merely reading in the same stone chamber, and they did not even exchange glances. When Jiang was absent, Jiang Wenzhe was wholly absorbed in his reading. As he perused more and more jade slips, he found himself confronted with an increasing number of questions that he could not comprehend or found intriguing. This only fueled Jiang Wenzhe's desire to seek understanding and resolve the mysteries that perplexed him. Half a year after formulating the Earth Attribute Mana Cultivation Mode, Jiang Wenzhe's cultivation level advanced from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the 6th layer. 2 years later, he broke through to the 7th layer, entering the ranks of low-level cultivators in the later stage. Upon reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the speed of mana cultivation abruptly slowed. Through intuitive perception, he received feedback indicating that his body was absorbing mana to enhance his physical constitution. This was a process that every cultivator inevitably experienced, without ample mana to strengthen the physical body. How could a cultivator's lifespan extend to over 200 years upon reaching the foundation building stage? The lifespan of Qi refinement cultivators is not significantly different from that of ordinary mortals, with most only living to around 120 years. Only foundation building cultivators can attain a lifespan of over 200 years. Furthermore, cultivators practicing wood attribute or water attribute mana may extend their lifespans to between 230 to 260 years. Moreover, the Earth's sovereign soil spirit art that Jiang Wenzhe practiced inherently possessed the effect of cleansing the body and enhancing physical strength. Once he confirmed that his cultivation was proceeding smoothly, Jiang Wenzhe shifted his focus back to his reading. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Wenzhe and Jiang had been cultivating in the Falling Sunset Sword Sect for a decade. The sect was set to initiate a new round of disciple selections, particularly after the last intake yielded a genius with wind spiritual roots. This time, several foundation-building cultivators were eager to undertake the task of presiding over the entrance examinations for new disciples. As for the disciples of the Path-Seeking Academy, many were keen to join in the excitement. 2 months prior to the new disciples' admission, the entire sect buzzed with discussions regarding the recruitment of new disciples. Jiang Wenzhe had little interest in external affairs. He remained immersed in the library pavilion, diligently engrossed in his reading. "Brother Wenzhe, this is the snack my senior sister taught me to make. Please taste it and tell me how it is." On the day the new disciples' entrance examination commenced, all the disciples with free time within the sect flocked to the mountain gate to observe the spectacle. The entrance to the 2nd floor of the library, which was typically bustling with activity, now lay nearly deserted. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe was engrossed in reading books related to weapon forging within a stone chamber, which, despite its vastness, contained only himself and Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang's call, Jiang Wenzhe finally withdrew his attention from the jade slips and turned to observe the now 26-year-old Jiang at a first glance. Her appearance bore little noticeable change compared to a decade ago. But overall, she had transformed significantly. Standing at around 170 centimeters, her figure had matured, shedding the frail appearance of a mere sprout, though her school uniform mirrored that of ordinary female disciples. The pale yellow hue of her Qiuyun skirt harmonized beautifully with the style of the listening sword peak. The prominent peaks of Yuna Mountain thrust the collar of her clothing upward, inadvertently revealing a deep and pristine valley when she bent slightly to converse with Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe instinctively averted his gaze, looking instead into Jin Zhirou's sparkling eyes as he inquired, "Where is Master Lang today? Why is she not by your side? Senior Sister Lang went to witness the new disciples' entrance examination. Wenzhe, would you care to sample the pastries I made?" Jiang Wenzhe chuckled softly upon hearing Jin Zhirou's words. "Ah, so she too has developed an interest in other matters, the flavor. Since 4 years ago, the pastries that Master Lung has sent me must have been crafted by you." Just a mere taste allowed Jiang Wenzhe to discern the time frame of when Jin Zhirou had prepared treats for him. Upon hearing his words, a sweet smile blossomed on Jin Zhirou's cheeks. "Wenzhe, this is the Yuan Sui Dan my master gave me." With a gentle motion, Jin Zhirou brushed her waist pouch and produced a jade vial. Presenting it to Jiang Wenzhe while transmitting her thoughts, "You have remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement for 3 years. The further one progresses in Qi refinement, the slower their cultivation speed becomes. I wish to converse with you sooner." Jiang Wenzhe glanced at the elixir in Jin Zhirou's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. From the idle chatter of the disciples in the library, he had learned that Jin Zhirou had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for a full 4 years. While it was indeed challenging to break through from the 9th to the 10th level, based on Jin Zhirou's previously demonstrated cultivation speed and her resources, she should have undoubtedly advanced to the 10th level by now. At that moment, Jiang Wenzhe comprehended her intention. This girl wished to reserve the elixir for him. "Foolish girl, do you see what this is?" Instead of accepting the vial from Jin Zhirou, Jiang Wenzhe retrieved a vial containing Yuan Sui Dan from his own pouch. Yuan Sui Dan? Jin Zhirou, merely scanning with her spiritual sense, discovered that Jiang Wenze's white jade vial contained 2 Yuan Sui Dan. She couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at him, knowing that even she could only obtain 1 such elixir each month. "It was bestowed upon me by Master Huang a decade ago. I know, my master mentioned it to me. But, Jin Zhirou hesitated, clearly wanting to inquire further. Jiang Wenzhe understood that, given his subpar spiritual root, achieving the 7th level of Qi refinement in 10 years must have involved consuming all the Yuan Sui Dan and enduring arduous training. The fact that he still possessed 2 left her puzzled. "The situation is this. I discovered the Yuan Sui Dan." Jiang Wenzhe explained to Jin Zhirou about his development of the Wutu attribute mana mode. However, Jin Zhirou found herself utterly perplexed by his explanation, only grasping that he had identified a method to accelerate mana cultivation based on the elixir's effects that so that's how it is. Jiang Wenzhe, relying on his intuition, could tell from Jin Zhirou's bewildered expression that she had not comprehended anything. However, elucidating the Wutu attribute mana cultivation method was no simple task. He could only nod gently and say, "It is as I have described. You may use these elixirs for yourself, if you do not strive to cultivate diligently. There may come a day when my cultivation surpasses yours. Isn't it only right that you should surpass me? Wenzhe is the true genius." Jiang Wenzhe smiled warmly, listening earnestly to Jin Zhirou's heartfelt confessions. "Wenzhe, I find the cultivation method I practice exceedingly difficult." Jiang Wenzhe chuckled. "You possess a rare spiritual root. When faced with questions or obstacles, the resources for reference and guidance are scant, hence the overwhelming sense of difficulty. My master said the same, and she even borrowed Master Huang's name to procure a wind attribute cultivation method from a certain auction of the Yunyao immortal dynasty." Jin Zhirou replied somewhat discontentedly. "She returned with just 1 cultivation method, nothing else at all." Jiang Wenzhe gently reassured her, "The cultivation methods available on the market cannot compare to those housed within the sect. While methods are easy to obtain, the experiential wisdom required for cultivating them is far more elusive." "Wenzhe, why are you still defending my master?" After a decade of growth, Jin Zhirou was no longer as easily embarrassed as in her childhood. Yet her introverted nature had seen little change. In truth, many of the questions she had just confided in him ought to have been addressed to her master. Jiang Wenzhe, sensing her deep-seated frustrations regarding her cultivation method, posed a question. "May I take a look at the method you are practicing?" Reluctantly, Jin Zhirou handed over a light blue jade slip from her storage pouch, eager for Jiang Wenzhe to resolve all her queries. "Here." Upon receiving the jade slip from Jin Zhirou, Jiang Wenzhe began to read its contents with his spiritual sense. After about the span of a stick of incense, Jiang Wenzhe returned the slip to Jin Zhirou. Closing his eyes, he relied on his intuition to deduce the proper cultivation method for the Xuanfeng Qinju. The Xuanfeng Qinju appeared to be a sword cultivation technique. Within its teachings lay a spell known as Xuanfeng Yujin Shu, accompanied by a unique flying sword called retorted. Yet, Jiang Wenzhe's intuition suggested that this method emphasized not the sword technique nor the flying sword itself, but rather the manipulation of musical notes associated with the flying sword. As such, he perceived this technique to be a rare form of sound cultivation. According to its teachings, employing the flying sword necessitated the use of 7 distinct musical notes. The retorted was typically stored within a bamboo flute, which served not only as a chief but also as the artifact for controlling the flying sword. By playing specific melodies, the practitioner could direct the sword to execute various complex offensive or defensive maneuvers. The sword's body, as thin as a cicada's wing, was both light and sharp, allowing it to fly with almost no sound, enabling it to approach its target stealthily. Its remarkable flexibility allowed for agile directional changes in midair, making the trajectory of its attacks difficult for enemies to predict. Each variation in melody corresponded to different attacking patterns and transformations. As the practitioner's cultivation deepened, the bond between them and the flying sword would grow increasingly intimate, potentially reaching a state of mutual understanding. In such a state, even without the flute, the practitioner could manipulate the sword through sheer will. The pinnacle of Xuanfeng Yujin Shu was akin to the free and unrestrained wind. Omnipresent, formless, and boundless, Jiang Wenzhe rubbed his temples, his brow knitting in concentration. Though he had derived the correct cultivation method for the Xuanfeng Qinju through his innate intuition, the mere thought of articulating these concepts to Jinzhiro felt overwhelming. Wenzhe Gij, water. Jinzhiro observed Jiang Wenzhe furrowing his brow and rubbing his temples, mistakenly believing that he, like her, was perplexed by the intricacies of the cultivation technique. With heartfelt consideration, she poured a glass of water for him and said, "It's all right. I will take my time to cultivate. Mastery is not something that can be achieved overnight." However, this approach was flawed. The prerequisite for gradual cultivation is the understanding of how to proceed. Jiang Wenzhe refrained from drinking the water that Jinzhiro had placed before him. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meet her eyes and asked earnestly, "Child, do you trust my words?" Without hesitation, Jinzhiro nodded affirmatively. "Yes, of course, I believe you." "In that case, do not practice the Xuanfeng Yujin technique just yet. Use my consciousness to convey to Jinzhiro a few representative flute melodies directly into her sea of consciousness." He added, "First, learn these melodies thoroughly. The more proficient you become, the better. After a month, you may then begin your practice of the Xuanfeng Yujin technique." "Wow, Brother Wenzhe, these melodies are so beautiful," Jinzhiro remarked, somewhat entranced, as she listened to the flute pieces Jiang Wenzhe had transmitted. The tide of the azure sea, the swordsmith's mountain, wishing for affection and fluttering. Why do these pieces have such peculiar names? I understand now. Brother, I will definitely master all these melodies. Jiang Wenzhe felt that it was more pragmatic to directly instruct Jinzhiro on how to cultivate rather than explain the methods. It seems someone is coming. You should head back now. If you have any questions in a month, feel free to ask me. Unbeknownst to them, Jinzhiro and Jiang Wenzhe had conversed for an entire day. After giving her a few reminders, he allowed her to leave. "All right, I understand, Brother Wenzhe." After departing from the library, Jinzhiro returned to Tingjin Peak, filled with joy, to practice the flute pieces that Jiang Wenzhe had taught her. Following her departure, Jiang Wenzhe, quite unusually, returned to his small courtyard at the Qidao Academy. While reviewing the cultivation methods that Jinzhiro was practicing, he suddenly realized that the Earth's sovereign soil spirit technique he was cultivating seemed to lack any mention of magical artifacts or treasures. Consequently, Jiang Wenzhe chose to return to his courtyard and took out the jade tablet that recorded the Earth's sovereign heavenly spirit technique to examine it closely. He discovered that aside from the incantations of the technique, it only recorded a few specific spells and methods of divine powers. As for the artifacts and treasures that should accompany the technique, not a single word was mentioned. Yet, his intuition informed him that this technique indeed lacked corresponding artifacts and treasures. If he were to truly comprehend the ultimate divine power of the Earth Amber Armor, which corresponds to the property of Wu Earth, he feared that even in the realm of cultivation, he would struggle to find materials capable of perfectly accommodating this power. Based on the overview of artifacts and treasures he had just perused, It was evident that these items were designed to assist cultivators in stabilizing and expending their magical energy with ease. Much like the accompanying treasure of the Xuanfengqin technique, the Radizi soft sword, which itself mimics the essence of condensed wind, that to merely define wind is far too broad and ambiguous. However, if one were to define the sword as wind, then both the sword techniques and the sword control would have a clear focal point, enabling the cultivator to understand precisely how to manipulate their magical energy. Jiang Wenzhe's hypothesis stemmed primarily from his contemplation of the ultimate divine power of the Bing fire attribute. The legendary golden crow, born with the ability to wield the ultimate divine power of the Bing fire attribute, the golden crow's world-burning flame, could incinerate 99 of all things in existence. No material could withstand the scorching of the golden crow's world-burning flame, let alone any treasure that could amplify its might. Should the power of the golden crow's world-burning flame increase further, it would encroach upon the laws of the universe. The same reasoning applies to his own cultivated divine power, which, in theory, should represent the ultimate manifestation of the Wu Earth attribute. The divine power itself had already maximized the potency and characteristics of the Wu Earth attribute. Therefore, no artifacts or treasures could enhance the power of the Earth Amber armor. The concept of laws is something that only cultivators at the Mahayana stage or above, even ascended beings, can truly grasp. Of course, the absence of accompanying treasures for his cultivated technique did not imply that he must engage in duels with bare hands. The refinement of suitable magical artifacts needed to be prioritized, while the matter of treasures could be considered at a later date. Upon joining the Falling Sunset Sword sect, he had already resolved to use a bow and arrow as his primary means of attack. Now that he had come across literature concerning magical artifacts, he was determined to diligently study all related texts before embarking on the refinement of his own artifacts. After resting for a night in his courtyard, Jiang Wenzhe returned to the library and immersed himself in the collection of books regarding magical artifacts and treasures. Brother Jiang, you are responsible for organizing the books, aren't you? Just as Jiang Wenzhe was engrossed in his reading, a somewhat timid inquiry came from behind him. Pulling his consciousness away from the jade tablet, he instinctively glanced towards the source of the voice. It's a newly admitted junior disciple. In a quick sweep of his consciousness, Jiang Wenzhe discerned that the disciple who had approached him was an uninitiated mortal in a Cultivation Sect. Mortals donning disciple uniforms were typically those who had just entered the gates of the mountain. How did you know I was a newcomer? It seems every senior brother and sister can tell I'm new. Jiang Wenzhe felt it was impossible to explain the nuances of perception to a mortal. Until one condenses their consciousness, they cannot comprehend the limitations of mere eyesight. You will naturally come to understand this once you reach the 4th level of qi refinement, Jiang Wenzhe said with a gentle smile. By the way, what brings you to seek me? Oh, it's like this. My great-grandfather sent me to call for you. The new disciple quickly slapped his forehead and added, he said the steward of the library has something to discuss with you. Great-grandfather? Jiang Wenzhe, relying on his instincts, sensed that the steward of the library sought him out to dismiss him from his duties, intending to assign the task of organizing the jade tablets to this young lad. All right, I will go meet him. In truth, the steward of the library had no intention of dismissing him, as he was already preparing to resign from the library duties in half a month to seek a position at the sword-washing pavilion to learn the craft of artifact refinement. Having nearly completed his study of the jade tablets on the 2nd floor of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect's library, he could always return later to review any that he had missed. Uncle, you were looking for me? Soon, Jiang Wenzhe arrived at the 8th floor of the library, where he found the newly appointed steward of the library. You must be Jiang Wenzhe, my nephew. You appear rather delicate. Not at all like a disciple of the sword sect. Jiang Wenzhe merely smiled faintly without responding, and the steward could tell from his tone that he was a straightforward individual. While reviewing the work, jade tablets. I noticed that my nephew has been organizing jade tablets in the library for 10 years. At this point, the steward looked at Jiang Wenzhe with an odd expression and continued, moreover, you have not claimed your remuneration for a full 7 years. Given your level of magical energy, it seems you are on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement. It is time for you to attempt to advance to the Cultivation Academy. There is no longer a need for you to remain at the Qi Dao Academy. Truthfully, Jiang Wenzhe had completely forgotten about the Cultivation Academy. Disciples there received a monthly reward of 3 low-grade spirit stones, and they only needed to focus on cultivation without the burden of completing sect tasks. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle. May I ask when this year's Dao Discussion Conference at the Qidao Academy will take place? Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's inquiry, the steward's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was quite unusual for a disciple of the Qidao Academy to be unaware of when the Dao Discussion Conference commenced. In a little over 2 months, it always begins on the 10th day of the 10th month. How could you not know? Jiang Wenzhe genuinely had no idea when the conference was scheduled. He only knew that disciples who secured a top 10 position in the conference would be promoted to the Cultivation Academy. In any case, your task of organizing jade tablets in the library is no longer suitable for you. Please check the remuneration owed to you. Jiang Wenzhe accepted the 84 inferior spirit stones presented by the steward of the library, meticulously counting them before placing them into his storage bag. Master Uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he stated. Go on. After departing from the 8th floor of the library, Jiang Wenzhe returned to the stone chamber on the 2nd floor, where books on magical artifacts and treasures were housed. He contemplated finishing the jade slips in this chamber within 2 months, after which he would attend this year's Dao Institute's discussion conference. Once he advanced to a disciple of the Cultivation Academy, he would have ample time to study artifact forging. However, reflecting on the numerous texts he had perused regarding magical artifacts and treasures, Jiang Wenzhe realized that he had yet to encounter any references to bows and arrows as magical tools. Perhaps, as Qi Kongsheng had said, there simply was no fertile ground for bow and arrow artifacts in the realm of cultivation. Jiang Wenzhe's thoughts were straightforward. All magical tools were crafted by cultivators themselves. If there were no bow and arrow artifacts, then he could forge them himself. Unbeknownst to him, it had already been over a month since Jiang Wenzhe had stepped down as the Jade Slip administrator of the library. The once tranquil library suddenly became a cacophony as the brothers and sisters who occasionally visited began to express their frustrations over the frequent inability to locate the Jade Slips they sought. Over time, this naturally led to discontent, with some even resorting to lodging complaints before the library steward. Yet, these matters bore no relevance to Jiang Wenzhe as long as he could find the Jade Slips he had yet to peruse. The grievances of others were of no concern to him. Brother Wenzhe, why have you ceased your task of organizing the Jade Slips? The voice of Jinzhiro echoed in Jiang Wenzhe's mind. I have searched for quite some time, and still cannot find the Jade Slip I left unfinished last time. Following his intuition, he effortlessly located Jinzhiro, who was separated from him by 2 shelves. As he read the characters inscribed in the Jade Slip with his spiritual sense, he conveyed to Jinzhiro through thought, I plan to attend this year's Dao Institute's discussion conference. I aim to advance to a disciple of the Cultivation Academy, so I have resigned from my duties at the library. Really, Jinzhiro exclaimed excitedly upon receiving Jiang Wenzhe's message, drawing the attention of the disciples accompanying her to the library. What is the matter, junior sister? What has brought you such joy? Inquired the strikingly aloof Master Cold. Jinzhiro's exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet anyone's eyes. Her bashful demeanor set the hearts of the male disciples interested in her racing. No, nothing. Senior sister, after a moment of hesitation, Jinzhiro finally whispered to the cold and elegant figure, I want to see this year's Dao Institute discussion conference. Ah, you've finally come to that realization, Master Cold replied with a hint of excitement. You should have attended the discussion conference long ago. Let me tell you, my nephew is only 29 this year, yet he has already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. He is sure to qualify for entry into the Cultivation Academy this year. He is merely 3 years your senior. If you were to choose a partner, one like him would be ideal. Jinzhiro's expression suddenly shifted, and she hurriedly transmitted to Jiang Wenzhe, Brother Wenzhe, hero. Jiang Wenzhe, fully aware of her unspoken thoughts, interrupted her mental transmission, replying, Do not take Master Cold's words to heart. One day, when your cultivation surpasses hers, she will understand how presumptuous her earlier remarks were. I will heed Brother Wenze's advice. Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhe felt as though the cultivation mode he had maintained was akin to being infused with a drop of lubricating oil. The heavenly spiritual energies of the 4 attributes, Ren water, Yi wood, Bing fire, and Wu earth, began to surge into his body, irresistibly drawn by his spiritual roots that he sensed every pore in his body opening up, unconsciously absorbing the heavenly spiritual energy. Although this rapid absorption lasted only about half an hour, Jiang Wenzhe's cultivation effortlessly ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, during this breakthrough, an extraordinarily unique sensation flooded his mind. It felt as though he could wield the Great Strength Technique at will. The Great Strength Technique was a practical spell within the Earth attribute category, with a moderately high level of difficulty. Yet, he had never actively studied it. Typically, those who learn the Great Strength Technique do so to create Great Strength talismans, as using the technique directly to temporarily enhance one's own strength consumes not only magical power, but also considerable mental energy. It is far more efficient to utilize a talisman, spending a few spirit stones to gain the same strength enhancement without the need for arduous training in the technique. Soon, intuition provided insight. This was a manifestation of comprehending a technique. Technique manifestation, great strength unmatched. Jiang Wenzhe gazed in astonishment at his right palm. The comprehension of a technique was an inevitable occurrence for cultivators that in truth, spells and talismans in the realm of cultivation originated from techniques. With many spells created as interpretations of these techniques, talismans serve as a means to preserve spells on talisman paper, allowing for their release when needed. Thus, techniques are often far more potent than spells and talismans. Unless one's cultivation method is exceedingly rudimentary, there would be no emergence of technique manifestations. However, such rudimentary methods can only support a cultivator up to around the 9th level of Qi refinement. Once a cultivator breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they will inevitably master at least one technique. Some methods align closely with the characteristics of magical power, allowing cultivators to master 2 or even 3 techniques. Jiang Wenzhe's cultivation method, a top-tier technique of the Earth attribute, made it entirely reasonable for him to grasp a technique at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Typically, the techniques mastered in the early stages are relatively weak. For example, the techniques associated with the Earth attribute would usually include hardening, petrification, or earth control. However, the Great Strength Technique is a mid to upper tier technique that requires a cultivator to reach the later stages of foundation establishment or even the initial stages of golden core cultivation to master. Nevertheless, exceptions exist. There are fortunate individuals in the realm of cultivation who grasp top-tier techniques from the very beginning. Brother Wenzhe, congratulations on reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. A sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from Jiang Wenzhe, which could not possibly escape the notice of other cultivators with developed spiritual senses. Jinzhiro, whose spiritual sense was constantly attuned to Jiang Wenzhe, was the first to recognize his breakthrough in cultivation. As the fluctuations of Jiang Wenzhe's magical power intensified, more and more individuals took notice. According to sect regulations, when witnessing a fellow disciple's breakthrough in cultivation, everyone must refrain from interruption, even offering protective support to the one experiencing the breakthrough, as such moments are of utmost significance to all cultivators. No one knew when they might encounter their own breakthrough, so those who felt Jiang Wenzhe's advancement remained silent. It was only after Jiang Wenzhe opened his eyes that his fellow disciples began to speak, offering their congratulations. Congratulations, brother. Well done, brother, to achieve a breakthrough just 1 month before the discussion conference. Congratulations, brother, following his breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Jiang Wenzhe's cultivation had evidently surpassed that of the disciples perusing the library. Thus, addressing him as brother was entirely appropriate. You lad, it's true that one cannot judge a book by its cover. In truth, most of those disciples who congratulated Jiang Wenzhe were either meeting him for the first time or had only encountered him a few times. Within the stone chamber, only Jinzhiro and Leng Yin were privy to Jiang Wenzhe's true capabilities. Leng Yin had witnessed Jiang Wenzhe's ascension from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. The frost upon her cheeks melted silently. Moments ago, she had boasted about her nephew attaining the 7th level of Qi refinement at the tender age of 29, declaring him a remarkably gifted cultivator. Here was Jiang Wenzhe, having reached the 8th level by the age of 20-6. To speak frankly, such a pace of cultivation rivals that of those prodigies who have been assigned to the Cultivation Academy from the very beginning. Thank you, Uncle Lang, for protecting me, Jinzhiro conveyed with a gentle glance towards Jiang Wenzhe before approaching the seemingly engrossed Jinzhiro, who was pretending to read the jade slips. Brother Wenzhe, after practicing the flute for a month, today I naturally learned a sword technique from the Xuanfeng Yujin art. Upon receiving Jinzhiro's mental message, Jiang Wenzhe merely chuckled inwardly. If Jinzhiro could indeed enhance her cultivation progress of the Xuanfeng 7 sounds technique through her flute practice, it confirmed that his intuitive perception had not erred. You have merely learned one sword technique. The Xuanfeng 7 sounds technique comprises 9 techniques in total, Jiang Wenzhe conveyed through his thoughts. Head to the stone chamber on the first floor where miscellaneous records are stored. Once inside, walk right for 12 bookshelves. On the second to last layer of the 98th compartment of that shelf, you will find numerous musical scores. I need you to learn at least 50 of them. Understood. Although Jinzhiro did not grasp Jiang Wenzhe's reasons for requesting her to study so many musical scores, she knew to follow his instructions. Once completed, she would naturally obtain what she desired. Brother Wenzhe, there are only 35 days until the Dao Discussion Conference. Jinzhiro initially intended to leave the second floor of the library to search for the musical scores Jiang Wenzhe mentioned on the first floor. But she paused slightly, recalling something, and conveyed to Jiang Wenzhe, "The conference will take place beneath Master Zhang's Chaotian Peak at that time. 10 arenas will be established at the stone steps leading to Chaotian Peak. To become a disciple of the Cultivation Academy, one must become an arena master and unconditionally accept one-on-one challenges from all disciples of the Dao Seeking Academy until there are no challengers left. At which point the conference will conclude. The 10 successful arena masters will gain the qualification to advance to disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Oh, I see. Thank you, girl." After hearing Jiang Wenzhe's gratitude, Jinzhiro merely pursed her lips before departing the stone chamber towards the first floor of the library. The male disciples who had originally stayed in the same stone chamber as Jiang Wenzhe followed behind Jinzhiro and Lung Yin to the first floor of the library. Jiang Wenzhe's intuition provided feedback that he had broken through to the 8th level of qi refinement in the library, creating a minor stir. Remaining there would surely make him the center of attention. With some reluctance, he glanced at the jade slips he had yet to peruse. That he had just encountered an introduction to a magical item called the message ring and intended to delve deeper into its contents. However, with his breakthrough occurring at this moment, he had no choice but to borrow the jade slip to study it later in his residence. Should he linger any longer, he risked being cornered by those with ulterior motives. Jiang Wenzhe left the library with utmost discretion. Upon reaching the hall on the second floor, he noticed piles of jade slips amassed before each stone chamber, where 5 first-level qi refinement junior disciples were sweating profusely as they organized the slips. A brief scan with his consciousness revealed that their efforts still contained errors. What was already a tangled mess continued to worsen. They were unlikely to sort through this chaos effectively, with the unfinished jade slips in hand. Jiang Wenzhe discreetly exited the library. As he passed through the library's exit restrictions, both his identity token and the jade slip bore an imprint indicating that he had taken a jade slip from the library. Should he wish to re-enter in the future, he must present this jade slip. Otherwise, access would be denied. Jiang Wenzhe returned to his residence in the Dao Seeking Academy with great humility and promptly reviewed the contents inscribed within the jade slip. It detailed several methods for crafting ordinary magical items, among which he found particular interest in a magical item known as the message ring. This item is crafted in pairs and can take the form of either rings or bracelets. The jade slip described the message ring's function as rather trivial, its sole purpose being resonance. When one message ring is mentally struck, the other will receive the corresponding response in kind. Such items are typically worn by couples, parent and child, or masters and disciples when they are separated by distance. Their primary function is to ensure both parties are aware of each other's safety. Of course, they can also be used to call for help in times of danger or trouble. However, if one is within close proximity, sending a message using a transmission talisman is far more effective. The talisman conveys information with greater precision, while the message ring only transmits fluctuations in consciousness. The only advantage is that the resonance distance of the message ring is at least 3,000 miles. If one is willing to invest quality materials and effort, a magical-grade message ring can be crafted, allowing for resonance over distances of up to 100,000 miles. Ultimately, this magical item is considered largely useless by contemporary cultivators, often regarded as a mere curiosity crafted for amusement by couples. It is akin to a telegraph in the realm of cultivation, capable of resonating over vast distances. It is certainly far superior to the telegraphs of my previous life. Jiang Wenzhe immediately fetched paper and ink to transcribe the crafting method for the message ring. Resolving to create a set for himself once he mastered the art of crafting, as Jiang Wenzhe exited the library, he cast a glance at the sky. His intuition indicated that calamity was drawing ever closer. The time for cautious development had concluded. His next task was to establish his foundation with utmost urgency. Having completed this phase of cautious growth, it was time to transition into the next stage. First, he must secure a position within the top 10 of the upcoming Dao discussion conference, then rapidly acquire the skills for crafting magical items upon entering the Cultivation Academy. Ultimately, he needed to prepare for his foundation establishment. Only then could he freely leave the sect. The ability to leave freely would enable him to seek solutions to avert the impending calamity that if he remained merely a chi refinement practitioner. He would be trapped within the sect, powerless to prevent the disaster. With these thoughts, a robust and profound aura began to coalesce within Jiang Wenzhe. He activated the bone-piercing inner strength that he had not summoned for 10 years, and his body resonated with the sound of cracking joints. Jiang Wenzhe felt capable of effortlessly wielding the pinnacle techniques of the Shattered Bone Cotton Palm and the Shattered Momentum Empty Palm. Shattered Sky Divine Force, go! Guided by his intuition, Jiang Wenzhe simultaneously unleashed the soft power of the Shattered Bone Cotton Palm and the entwining force of the Shattered Momentum Empty Palm, then thrust forward towards his courtyard. The air before his palm seemed to solidify, coalescing into a translucent palm imprint that struck the center of the courtyard 8 meters away with astonishing speed. Poof! Rumble! After the thunderous roar, a crater the size of a bathtub emerged on the courtyard floor. Entirely polished by rock, the destructive power of the Shattered Void Divine Technique, which I conjured with a mere flick of my hand, proved astonishing. Jiang Wenze's body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. It was my first time employing the Shattered Void Divine Technique, a skill that existed only in theory, and I had only exerted 40% of my strength. Moreover, I had mastered the Colossal Power Divine Technique. Should I unleash the Shattered Void Divine Technique with its full force under the enhancement of this divine ability? I feared that a single strike could obliterate this small courtyard I called home. Given that the might of the bone-piercing force had escalated to such a terrifying degree, one could only ponder how much the power of the mountain-shaking bow technique had intensified. Jiang Wenzhe returned indoors to retrieve the mountain-shaking bow, a treasured possession he had cherished for a decade. 10 years prior, he had relied on the finesse of cotton energy, exerting all his strength just to barely draw the 6-stone-hard bow. Now, he found that with a mere slight effort from his arms, he could effortlessly pull it back. The 6-stone-hard bow felt as light in his hands as a 30-pound soft bow. Presenting no challenge whatsoever, silent arrow, piercing arrow, phantom arrow, silent piercing arrow, piercing phantom arrow, string of pearls, 5-star conjunction. Jiang Wenzhe shot all the arrows from his quiver in one breath. Yet, the arrows he released could not withstand the force of the 6-stone bow at full draw. Upon striking the rocky cliff behind the courtyard, they shattered into fragments. It was only at this moment that Jiang Wenzhe realized there was no place within the Falling Sunset Sword sect to replenish his arrows. Furthermore, the 6-stone mountain-shaking bow utterly failed to meet his requirements. Perhaps I should first seek someone to refine the mountain-shaking bow into a magical artifact, and concurrently customize some sturdier arrows, from what Jinjiro had conveyed. The essence of the Dao conference was to defend the arena, continuing until no challengers remained to contest the position of the arena master. The disciples of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect's Dao Academy consistently numbered around 36,000. Those who participated in the Dao conference were undoubtedly disciples with a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Without reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it would be impossible to accept challenges from other disciples. With my cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, I should be considered among the highest in terms of cultivation within the Dao Academy. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content ahead. However, possessing a mere pseudo-spiritual root constitution and not being a sword cultivator, one is bound to encounter challenges. Thus, one must be well prepared to confront the trials posed by disciples at the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wenze's mind swiftly conjured subsequent plans. With over 30 days remaining until this year's Dao Discussion Conference, he decided to head to the Sword Washing Pavilion to learn the art of weapon forging. Simultaneously, he intended to issue a forging request, preferably seeking the assistance of a forging master at the foundation establishment stage to transform his Jinshan Bao into a magical artifact. Although Jiang Wenze's knowledge was not exceedingly vast, he could discern the materials required for crafting the Jinshan Bao, which, even within the realm of cultivation, constituted excellent materials for forging mid-tier magical artifacts. If he could find a master forger to undertake the task, the Jinshan Bao should indeed be capable of being refined into a top-grade magical artifact. Magical artifacts and treasures possess a clear hierarchy. For instance, The Qingxia sword gifted to Jiang Wenzhe upon entering the sect is classified as a low-grade magical artifact, which, in truth, lacks formidable power. Its enhancement of magical properties is minimal, primarily serving to maintain the nature of one's magical energy that it merely reaches the threshold where it can be manipulated by spells and divine consciousness, allowing it to barely exhibit the magical attributes of its wielder. In contrast, mid-grade magical artifacts are markedly different. They not only possess enhanced magical properties, but also maintain these properties with stability, making them significantly easier to control compared to their low-grade counterparts. Jiang Wenzhe recalled a record he had seen in a jade slip, which narrated the tale of a qi refinement practitioner at the 4th level who effortlessly vanquished 1,000 well-trained soldiers using a mid-grade magical artifact. As for top-grade magical artifacts, they are theoretically the pinnacle of artifacts, exhibiting formidable enhancements and stability. Regarding magical properties, draw a comparison. If a cultivator's basic fireball technique has a power level of 10, the same technique wielded with a top-grade magical artifact could amplify its power to 20. Thus, the strength of cultivators within the same realm can be significantly influenced by the utilization of magical artifacts and talismans. Even though Jiang Wenzhe had attained the 8th level of qi refinement, facing a practitioner at the 6th level wielding a mid-grade magical artifact could still lead to defeat with the slightest misstep. Within the realm of cultivation exists a category of magical artifacts referred to as supreme-grade artifacts. These are artifacts that possess preliminary magical capabilities but cannot be nurtured within a cultivator's body using their magical energy. The primary distinction between magical artifacts and treasures lies in this aspect. Magical artifacts cannot be internalized by cultivators for nurturing. This is due to the insufficient quality of the materials used in forging magical artifacts, which prevents the refinement of pure materials to the level required for crafting treasures. In contrast, the materials for crafting treasures are devoid of any impurities, allowing cultivators to internalize them and nurture them with their own magical energy. Consequently, materials suitable for crafting treasures often require thousands of years to mature, while those for magical artifacts are typically ordinary materials aged over 100 years, but less than 1,000. After resting for a night in his small courtyard, Jiang Wenzhe rose early the next morning and set forth on the flying magical artifact bestowed upon him upon entering the sect. Heading towards the sword-washing pavilion. Conventionally, a place for forging artifacts would be named the Forging Pavilion or Divine Weapon Pavilion. However, since the Luoxia sword sect predominantly focuses on sword cultivation, the forging of artifacts is primarily centered around sword weapons. Hence the name Sword-Washing Pavilion. There are several methods for cultivators to forge artifacts, with the most common being fire attribute cultivators utilizing their magical energy to perform fire control techniques. Nevertheless, all cultivators require magical artifacts. Even if every fire attribute cultivator became a forger, it would still be impossible to meet the vast demand for magical artifacts among practitioners. Thus, the practice of utilizing demonic fire and earth fire for forging was born. Demonic fire is typically sourced from nurturing fire attribute spirit beasts, but the more prevalent method involves harvesting the earth vein fire, which is both stable and widely available. The active volcanoes are natural sources for gathering earth fire. Not all cultivation sects possess volcanoes, yet within these sects, there are cultivators with extraordinary abilities who can penetrate the earth's crust to gather the fire from the earth's core to assist their disciples in forging artifacts. The earth fire chamber within the sword-washing pavilion of the Luoxia sword sect was established in this manner. The sword-washing pavilion is situated on the northern foothills of the Luoxia mountain range. Venturing further north would lead one out of its bounds. Jiang Wenzhe descended upon a vast plaza, at the end of which stood a massive stone sword intricately carved from blue stone, embedded diagonally into the ground. Adorning the blade of the colossal stone sword were the characters for sword-washing pavilion, carved in a dynamic and flowing style. Beneath the stone sword was a grand entrance. Measuring over 10 zhang wide and 5 to 6 zhang high, this served as the sole entryway into the sword-washing pavilion. This was Jiang Wenzhe's first visit to this place. He had frequented other locations such as the Transmission Pavilion, Spirit Beast Pavilion, and Danxiang Pavilion on several occasions. As he approached the entrance, he could distinctly feel a wave of heat surging forth. Passing through the long corridor, he arrived inside the sword-washing pavilion, where the first sight that greeted him resembled a bustling marketplace. Here, the stalls were filled with essential materials for cultivation, primarily gathered by disciples who had ventured into the Luoxia mountain range for training and exploration. The Luoxiao mountain range, spanning 80,000 li, was only partially occupied by the Luoxiao sword sect. The majority of the mountains remained untouched, teeming with various spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as hosting numerous low to mid-level demon beasts, a treasure trove recognized by the cultivation communities of the Shishu Kingdom and its neighboring realms. Moreover, the Luoxiao mountain range was the sole place where disciples of the Luoxiao sword sect could venture out for adventure and training. However, once beyond the protective mountain array of the sect, one's life and death would rest solely on their own shoulders. In comparison to the demon beasts residing within the mountains, the true peril lay with the loose cultivators or practitioners from other sects who sought spiritual herbs and medicines. Otherwise, when Jiang Wenzhe first entered the sect, Qi Kongcheng would not have mentioned that every year, thousands of cultivators meet their demise within the Luoxiao mountain range. The aura of Bing fire and Wu earth is so rich here. As Jiang Wenzhe delved deeper into the sword-washing pavilion, he immediately sensed the exceptional concentration of Bing fire and Wu earth energy within. This place is indeed well suited for my cultivation. If I were to stay here for 10 years, I should be able to meet the requirements for foundation establishment. His consciousness swept across the stalls selling materials, and suddenly, his intuition signaled the presence of a treasure. Following this instinct, Jiang Wenze's awareness settled upon a stall manned by a junior sister at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the stem of a millennium-old Huangyu Wenju, with its subdued luster and jade-like diameter, caught his eye. Typically, the materials sold in the sword-washing pavilion's hall are foundational items aged 1 to 200 years. If a material exceeds 300 years, whether sold at the marketplace established by the Luoxiao sword sect on the eastern foothills or submitted to the sect, one could receive 5 to 6 or even 7 to 8 low-grade spirit stones in return. Yet, who would have expected that among a collection of foundational materials, a stem of supreme-grade material aged 1,000 years would be hidden? Jiang Wenzhe was troubled by the lack of suitable bowstrings for crafting his magical bow and arrow, and this stem of millennium-old Huangyu Wenju was precisely what he needed for that purpose. "Senior brother, you can take all the materials from my stall for 3 spirit stones," the junior sister nervously stated upon noticing Jiang Wenzhe lingering in front of her stall. Jiang Wenze's gaze fell upon her, and his intuition indicated that she bore an unhealed injury. Initially contemplating a fortunate find, he couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion upon seeing a junior sister selling materials while injured. "This junior sister, I am merely interested in purchasing this stem of millennium-old Huangyu Wenju. Would 50 spirit stones suffice?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenzhe reached a decision. Earning spirit stones was simpler than eating or drinking. There was no need to take advantage of an ordinary disciple without power or influence, so he stated his intention directly. A millennium Huangyu Wenju. Jiang Wenzhe extracted a stem that appeared yellow on the surface from among a pile of 100-year-old Huangyu Yenju stems. However, upon closer inspection, a jade-like green sheen became evident beneath the yellow exterior, easily overlooked if one did not pay attention. "Yes, this is the vine." In a swift manner, a multitude of juniors gathered around Jiang Wenzhe upon hearing about the legendary 1,000-year-old jade-like emerald bamboo vine. "Martial sister, you truly possess the 1,000-year-old jade-like emerald bamboo vine?" One eager disciple in the crowd inquired, prompting the martial sister to turn in astonishment towards Jiang Wenzhe. "Martial sister, I have already offered the highest price in the market. Even if you were to sell it at the bazaar, you could only fetch this amount. Brother." "Oh, martial sister, please agree to it." As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation often lack clarity, while bystanders see more clearly. The martial sister's thoughts had yet to catch up with the unfolding reality. Meanwhile, a familiar face beside her had already realized the situation and was urging her with impatience. "All right." Jiang Wenzhe refrained from further elaboration. Retrieving 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and placing them on the table where the materials were displayed, he then collected the purchased materials back into his storage bag and turned to leave amidst a chorus of astonished, envious, and incredulous gazes. Currently, the majority of the onlookers in the hall of the sword-washing pavilion were fixated on that pile of spirit stones, within the ranks of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. An ordinary disciple could only toil for an entire year to earn a mere 20 spirit stones. After deducting the costs of elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans for cultivation, managing to retain 5 spirit stones was already commendable. After all, Those with inferior spiritual roots required copious amounts of elixirs to hasten their cultivation of magical energy, particularly upon reaching the 7th level of qi refinement. Without consuming elixirs, one could forget about advancing to the 8th level for a lifetime. To speak of Jiang Wenzhe's current cultivation level, it was solely due to the Yuan Sui Dan gifted to him by Huang Shuing all those years ago, by relying on the Yuan Sui Dan and innate intuition. He pioneered a cultivation model for the Wu to attribute magical energy, allowing himself to train under the effects of Yuan Sui Dan continuously for the past decade. In other words, it was as if he had been consuming Yuan Sui Dan for 10 years to attain this 8th level of qi refinement. Now that all the materials for crafting the Zhen Mountain Bow had been gathered, the next step was to find someone to forge the magical artifact and customize the arrows. After a night of contemplation, Jiang Wenzhe felt the necessity to forge 20 to 30 low-grade magical arrows as a reserve. He had never paid attention to the discussions surrounding the Dao conference. He was unaware of which disciples were most likely to advance to the Cultivation Institute this year. However, he only needed to prepare for encounters with upper-grade magical artifacts, or even top-grade ones. After all, no matter how ostentatious disciples in the qi refinement stage were, being able to produce a top-grade magical artifact was the pinnacle of their capabilities. In fact, it was already a stretch for disciples of the Cultivation Institute to present an upper-grade magical artifact. In other words, upper-grade magical artifacts were the finest that disciples in the qi refinement stage could afford. Only those in the foundation establishment stage possessed the financial means to equip themselves with numerous upper-grade magical artifacts, and those wielding top-grade artifacts were at least of mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Nonetheless, Jiang Wenzhe's philosophy was one of preparedness. If his opponents brandished only mid-grade magical artifacts, he could counter with the martial techniques derived from his bone-shattering fist. However, should someone truly unveil an upper-grade or top-grade magical artifact, he would not be intimidated, Brother Yin. While Jiang Wenzhe was scanning the surroundings for signs to commission the forging of artifacts, he unexpectedly encountered Yin Jing'an, the senior who had guided the new disciples and introduced them to the sect's circumstances a decade prior, when Jiang Wenzhe first entered the sect. At that time, Jiang Wenzhe had yet to become a cultivator and was unaware of how advanced this enthusiastic senior's cultivation had progressed. However, he could discern with his heavenly eye technique that Yin Jing'an had also reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Have we met before, junior brother? Yin Jing'an, who had been conversing with his friend, suddenly heard Jiang Wenzhe calling him and instinctively probed with his spiritual sense. He felt he should have seen Jiang Wenzhe before, yet could not recall where. Furthermore, seeing that the other's cultivation was at the 8th level of qi refinement only deepened his bewilderment. Given the limited number of high-ranking qi refinement disciples in the Falling Sunset Sword sect, he should have been familiar with anyone surpassing the 7th level of qi refinement. It has been 10 years since I last met Brother Yin. It is only natural that you do not remember your junior. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Yin Jing'an could not help but gaze at Jiang Wenzhe's visage. I remember now. You are Jiang Wenzhe, junior brother Jiang. But you have only been initiated for 10 years. Jiang Wenzhe offered an awkward smile, saying, Brother, please do not be overly astonished. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. Wait a moment, junior brother Jiang. You must clarify things before you go. A senior who had previously accompanied Yin Jing'an suddenly interjected, blocking Jiang Wenzhe's path. He swore that he had never encountered Jiang Wenzhe before, when had another 8th level qi refinement junior appeared within the sect. This was undoubtedly news that could send shockwaves throughout the Cultivation Institute. Yin Jing'an also dared not trust his memory, but as he recalled Jiang Wenzhe's name, he could not help but remember the words of Li Jiu. It is impossible. It cannot be. You cannot possibly possess false spiritual root qualifications. Upon witnessing Yin Jing'an's astonished expression, Jiang Wenzhe's first instinct was to hastily depart. However, upon reconsideration, he would also be present at the Dao conference in a month's time. Evading now would not alter the outcome. It would be better to boldly acknowledge it. Brother Yin, may I inquire where I might post a task to forge a magical artifact? False spiritual root qualifications. Junior brother, what do you mean by that? Jiang Wenzhe's inquiry left Yin Jing'an perplexed, inwardly exclaiming, Can you not see my confusion? I can forge magical artifacts. What type of artifact do you wish to create? The majority of the disciples in the sword-washing pavilion were those studying the art of forging. And upon hearing that Jiang Wenzhe intended to forge a magical artifact, numerous onlookers gathered to inquire. Jiang Wenzhe turned to the eager junior who had interjected, smiling, I wish to forge an upper-grade magical artifact. If you possess the capability, an upper-grade magical artifact, I beg your pardon for the interruption. I must take my leave. For disciples in the Qi refinement stage, being able to forge a mid-grade magical artifact was already a remarkable feat. Upper-grade artifacts could only be crafted by foundation establishment stage uncles. Jiang Wenzhe sighed helplessly, cupping his hands in farewell to Yin Jing'an, preparing to depart. Junior brother, hold on. If you wish to forge an upper-grade magical artifact, I can take you to find an uncle. Yin Jing'an finally regained his composure, gripping Jiang Wenzhe's arm tightly, and saying, "Follow me. This way." "I apologize, Brother Yang, but I have pressing matters and cannot accept your invitation." "No, old Yin, we had just agreed. Do not leave." Yin Jing'an led Jiang Wenzhe through the maze-like, sword-washing pavilion, swiftly leaving the boisterous Brother Yang behind. Turning left and right, they arrived at a hot and steamy corridor where no sect disciples lingered due to the sweltering temperature. "Junior Brother Jiang, quickly tell me, are you a heaven spiritual root cultivator?" Gazing at the eager expression on Yin Jing'an's face, Jiang Wenzhe rubbed his nose and replied, "I possess the qualifications of false spiritual roots in water, wood, fire, and earth attributes. If I were a heaven spiritual root cultivator, do you think I would need to seek assistance in forging a magical artifact?" Yin Jing'an could hardly believe his ears, tugging at his hair in utter confusion and exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could a false spiritual root cultivate so rapidly?" Despite appearing to be in his mid-20s, Yin Jing'an was actually 48 years old this year. He had spent a full 30 years since joining the sect. After a considerable time, Yin Jing'an finally accepted that Jiang Wenzhe, with false spiritual roots, had achieved the 8th level of Qi refinement within a decade. "Brother Yin, where is the artifact forger you mentioned?" Jiang Wenzhe, sensing Yin Jing'an's fluctuating emotions through intuition, waited until he sensed that Yin Jing'an had adjusted his mindset before asking the question that concerned him most. "The artifact forging room of Uncle Gu is just ahead." "Junior Brother Jiang, but I must remind you of one thing." Yin Jing'an had returned to his usual warm-hearted demeanor, advising Jiang Wenzhe. "Master Gu's temperament is somewhat eccentric. However, his techniques in artifact forging are undoubtedly sound. It is merely that he possesses very distinct ideas of his own." Observing Yin Jing'an's hesitant demeanor, Jiang Wenzhe found himself increasingly intrigued by this Master Gu. Eccentric temperament, distinct ideas. How fortuitous. For he too was a person of significant thought. After absorbing Yin Jing'an's cautionary words, Jiang Wenzhe ventured further into the shadowy corridor. He soon arrived in a stone chamber cluttered with various odds and ends. Taking in the disheveled arrangement, it was easy to believe that no one resided there. "Master Gu, are you present?" "It's me, Xiao Yin." Suddenly, as Jiang Wenzhe cautiously followed Yin Jing'an deeper into the room, he inadvertently stepped upon a peculiar shield, roughly the size of a basin. Through his spiritual perception, he realized that this shield was, in fact, a mid-grade magical artifact. It seemed to be called the Mu Li Shield, requiring the infusion of wood, fire, and earth attributes of magical energy to fully unleash its power. Yin Jing'an appeared quite knowledgeable about this shield, not only naming it, but also elucidating its activation method. With a thought, Jiang Wenzhe summoned the wood, fire, and earth energies within him and channeled them into the Mu Li Shield. Suddenly, the unremarkable, dark shield burst forth with vibrant hues of emerald, crimson, and earthy yellowed. It swelled to the size of a door and began to revolve slowly around Jiang Wenzhe and Yin Jing'an, leaving a trail of three-colored spiritual light in its wake, which was rather pleasing to behold. "In a way, Junior Brother Jiang, you can actually activate this shield." Yin Jing'an stared, wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight of Jiang Wenzhe successfully commanding the Mu Li Shield. "But you did tell me how to activate this artifact, so it shouldn't be surprising that I can," Jiang Wenzhe replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Yin Jing'an opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Turning his face away, it was then that he caught sight of a scraggly old man, dressed in tattered robes, with hair that seemed untouched by water for years, and cheeks stained with dirt. Obscuring his features, the old man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and once he locked eyes with Yin Jing'an, he bellowed, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my domain? Get out, get out. Both of you leave," Yin Jing'an hurriedly explained. "Master Gu, it's me, Xiao Yin. I don't care who you are, just get out, get out." Jiang Wenzhe, sensing Yin Jing'an's urgency, or perhaps his agitation, noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Intuitively, he could sense that Master Gu was extremely agitated, perhaps due to a lifetime of efforts going unrecognized. hence his brusque manner as an outlet for his emotions. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wenzhe smiled gently and remarked, Master Gu, although this artifact is classified as mid-grade, I feel its defensive capabilities rival those of a top-grade artifact, by utilizing the earth attribute as a shield and continuously infusing it with the vitality of wood and fire attributes. It is indeed a brilliant concept. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Master Gu's tone shifted to an odd pitch. Even if you say that, you still need to leave. Quickly leave. Jiang Wenzhe, accustomed to engaging with others through intuitive perception, could grasp the old man's thoughts with absolute certainty. Thus, he shook his head in regret, saying, I had initially intended to ask Master Gu to assist me in forging a longbow artifact, but it appears I must seek out those who only understand sword forging instead. Nonsense. Those fools only know how to forge broken swords. What do they know about crafting artifacts? Master Gu immediately redirected his ire towards other artifact smiths, swiftly appearing before Jiang Wenzhe. It was only then that Jiang Wenzhe realized the old man possessed peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Nephew Jiang Wenzhe, I pay my respects to Master Gu. Master Gu extended his grimy hand, saying, Bring me the specifications for the artifact you wish to forge. Jiang Wenzhe hastily presented his requirements and materials with utmost reverence. A longbow artifact. After reviewing Jiang Wenzhe's specifications, Master Gu responded with a peculiar expression, In all my years of forging, this is the first time I have encountered someone wanting to forge such a thing. With profound respect, Jiang Wenzhe said, Master Gu, I am very interested in the art of artifact forging. Might I remain by your side to observe and learn? Master Gu merely glanced at the materials in his hands and remarked, 500 years of climbing vine, 1,000 years of cloud bamboo vine. Quite suitable for crafting a longbow, young man. What do you intend to forge this for? For the upcoming discourse in a month. I plan to attend the Cultivation Academy. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's intention to forge a longbow for the impending discourse, Yan Jingyan stood frozen, at a loss for words. Yet, when he heard Jiang Wenzhe would participate in the event with a longbow artifact, he was even more taken aback. Water, wood, fire, earth pseudo-spiritual roots. Yet the magical energy is so pure and robust. Master Gu, upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, immediately employed his heavenly eye technique to assess his cultivation and spiritual root quality. The efficacy of the heavenly eye technique is determined by the strength of one's spiritual awareness. Even a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement could discern Master Gu's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Now, with a true cultivator at that level observing Jiang Wenzhe under the enhancement of the heavenly eye technique, he could naturally see through Jiang Wenzhe's spiritual root quality and even the state of his magical energy. In the dim and stifling stone chamber, Yan Jingyan was tongue-tied, unsure of what to say. Master Gu was equally taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! Splendid. I shall forge you a longbow artifact. How many years has it been since a disciple specializing in earth attribute magical energy has appeared in our sect? Thank you, Master Gu. And regarding the remuneration, Master Gu waved his sleeve, releasing a cloud of dust that enveloped Jiang Wenzhe and Yan Jingyan. Jiang Wenzhe quickly closed his mouth, fearing that speaking further would fill it with dust. At that moment, Master Gu declared with immense pride, I craft artifacts based solely on my mood, young man Jiang. This Muli shield, I have consumed dust from its forging for decades, and since you can activate it, I shall gift it to you. Jiang Wenzhe quickly clasped his hands together, expressing, Thank you for your generosity. Master Gu.as for my desire to study artifact forging. Sensing the old man's joyful mood through his intuitive perception, Jiang Wenzhe realized that he might seize an opportunity. Observing your crafting is no trouble at all. But should I disturb your work, you shall not enjoy the consequences. Jiang Wenzhe smiled and replied, Understood. I am grateful for Master Gu's guidance. Yan Jingyan stared blankly at the ancient master who turned to walk towards the earth fire room. In his recollection, the ancient master had never been this normal. He was either arguing or scolding, making interactions quite challenging. Yet, in just a few brief exchanges, Jiang Wenzhe managed to persuade the ancient master to willingly forge weapons for him free of charge. Furthermore, he even gifted Jiang Wenzhe a mid-grade magical artifact, which, to Yan Jingyan, appeared to be little more than a low-grade one. However, the quality of the gifted artifact was not the crux of the matter. What truly baffled him was that this eccentric, or rather obnoxious, old man had taken the initiative to offer up a magical artifact. He simply could not fathom how Jiang Wenzhe had managed to tame this temperamental elder. Of course, although the ancient master had a peculiar temperament and often disregarded conventions during weapon forging, his skills were undeniably formidable. None of the 4 other foundation-building weaponsmiths within the Washing Sword Pavilion would dare to claim superiority over him. They could only criticize him for being unorthodox. Jiang Wenzhe, with a cheerful demeanor, stowed away his wooden shield and turned to Yan Jing'an, saying, "Brother Yan, would you like to observe the ancient master forge a weapon together?" "Ah, can I?" Yan Jing'an stammered. Anyone aware of the ancient master's reputation within the Washing Sword Pavilion would long to observe this master craftsman at work up close. Why not? Hurry up. If we dawdle, it might provoke the master's displeasure. Under Jiang Wenzhe's urging, Yan Jing'an followed closely behind him into the ancient master's earth-fire room. The overview provided to new disciples upon entering the sect clearly documented how the immortal of the setting sun employed great powers to penetrate the crust beneath the setting sun mountain range, drawing forth the fires of the earth to create a dedicated forging space for the sect's disciples. The earth fire rooms were classified into 3 tiers. The lowest tier was free for disciples wishing to learn weapon forging, with around 300 rooms available. The next tier allowed for the forging of superior-grade magical artifacts and was free for foundation-building cultivators, although disciples in the forging stage would need to pay a rental fee. The finest earth fire rooms could only be accessed by the sect's stewards, while ordinary foundation-building cultivators had to pay a usage fee to gain entry. The ancient master's earth fire room belonged to this elite tier. Boom! After Jiang Wenzhe and the somewhat anxious Yan Jing'an entered the earth fire room, the ancient master activated the restrictions, sealing the entrance. He then initiated 2 formations, causing 2 streams of cool air to surge forth and swiftly dispel the heat within the room. Jiang Wenzhe's consciousness quickly scanned the arrangement within the ancient master's earth fire room. His attention was immediately drawn to the meticulously arranged forging materials displayed on the stone shelves: cold crystal stone, fire copper, azure water jade, blood coral, spirit silkworm silk, and Xianise marrow. All of these were exquisite materials suitable for crafting superior-grade magical artifacts or even treasures. The ancient master, upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, cast a slightly surprised glance in his direction, asking, "Young Jiang, do you recognize these materials?" Jiang Wenzhe instinctively sensed that the ancient master was testing his foundational knowledge. Thus, he replied at a measured pace. "Respectfully, master, I am familiar with any materials recorded in the sect's library, though such a young lad." Yet with such bold claims, the ancient master, while speaking, formed a hand gesture to invoke a spell, summoning 8 wooden boxes from the stone shelves and presenting them before Jiang Wenzhe for him to open in sequence. "Youngster, if you can name these materials," he continued, "I shall reward you with a supreme-grade magical artifact." At this point, the ancient master's aura surged dramatically, startling Yan Jing'an, who staggered back a few steps before regaining his composure. However, upon hearing the ancient master's words, Yan Jing'an broke out in a cold sweat, urgently conveying through his consciousness, "Jiang Shidi, you should quickly apologize to the master." Jiang Wenzhe's gaze swept over the wooden boxes before him, and he pointed to the leftmost box, declaring, "This material is called spirit jade. It is refined from a substance known as spirit sand, possessing a strong capability to channel spiritual energy. It is suitable for all magical artifacts, especially those intended to enhance the power of spells. This material is called crimson gold, a premium fire attribute material, ideal for crafting fire attribute attack magical artifacts. This material, which resembles dry wood, is actually obtained from the Qingmu vine after refinement. Possessing remarkable vitality. It is commonly used in the creation of wood attribute auxiliary magical artifacts, and can also be employed in alchemy to extend the efficacy of medicinal pills." Jiang Wenzhe recounted the names, origins, and uses of the materials in front of him with the fluency of one well-versed in the subject. Obsidian, a premium earth attribute forging material, is best suited for creating defensive magical artifacts. Crimson flame copper, extracted from fire copper, serves as a premium fire attribute material, perfectly suited for crafting fire attribute attack magical artifacts. He pointed to the last wooden box. Jiang Wenzhe instinctively uttered the name of the material, but immediately sensed that he had made a mistake. He gently squeezed his hand before continuing. "This is spirit mushroom wood, formed after soaking spirit mushroom in lotus dew for a century. It not only grants the spirit mushroom wood the ability to self-repair damage, but also renders it incredibly flexible and resistant to deformation. This is undoubtedly a prime material for crafting wood and water attribute magical artifacts. It is simply astonishing that the master possesses such a treasure. While Jiang Wenzhe lavishly praised the ancient master, he secretly contemplated how he might acquire some of this spirit mushroom wood. If he could incorporate it into the crafting of a longbow magical artifact, he would no longer need to worry about excessive force damaging the artifact, as those embedded with spirit mushroom would possess self-healing capabilities. Not to mention, he was merely crafting a magical artifact. This time, not only did Yin Jingyan gawk at Jiang Wenzhe, but even the ancient master was left in a state of astonishment. How did you recognize the spirit mushroom wood? Jiang Wenzhe chuckled softly as he explained, the differences between spirit mushroom wood and spirit mushroom softwood may appear subtle to the eye and touch. Yet there is a distinct tactile difference. Pure spirit mushroom wood feels exceedingly smooth, while spirit mushroom softwood has a texture reminiscent of lotus roots. The ancient master was momentarily taken aback, regaining his senses only after a considerable pause, before returning the materials to their places on the stone shelves. Consider yourself fortunate, young lad. When you depart, I shall bestow upon you a supreme-grade magical artifact. Jiang Wenzhe smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, Master, how could I possibly accept another magical artifact? If it pleases you, I would be grateful for just a portion of the spirit mushroom wood. Bah, you clearly have your eye on my treasure, yet speak of politeness. The ancient master was not one to indulge Jiang Wenzhe. Spitting in disdain, it took me over 100 years to cultivate this small amount of spirit mushroom wood. To think you could use it in your pitiful bow, even if you offered me 10 supreme-grade magical artifacts, you would not acquire it. Jiang Wenzhe was well aware of the precious nature of spirit mushroom wood. However, the materials lay right before him, and if he could somehow obtain some to incorporate into his longbow magical artifact, it would be more than adequate for him to reach the stage of golden core. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Young lad, if you wish for my treasure, it is not impossible. Please, senior, speak forth. Whatever I can do, I shall certainly endeavor to accomplish. His instincts warned him that the old man intended to set a trap. Yet this was an opportunity to obtain spirit mushroom wood, and he felt compelled to take a chance. The ancient master's eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Wenzhe and Yin Jingyan. And suddenly, a thought struck him. With a sly grin, he said, Aren't you preparing to participate in this year's Tao discussion conference? I want you to defeat all the participants and become the true disciple of the 10th seed in the Cultivation Academy. Jiang Wenzhe, feeling somewhat bewildered, scratched the back of his head. He truly lacked understanding of the true Cultivation Academy and the disciples within the various Golden Core Cultivators training grounds. When he first entered the sect, he sought information about the Falling Sunset Sword sect from Qi Kongqing, who selectively refrained from discussing the true Cultivation Academy and the Golden Core Elder's training grounds. This was primarily due to Jiang Wenzhe's poor spiritual root aptitude, leading Qi Kongqing to believe that he would forever be confined to the quest for Tao Academy. After joining the sect, Jiang Wenzhe immersed himself in reading and cultivation, never concerning himself with the affairs of the true Cultivation Academy. Although he had heard scattered remarks from Jinjiro regarding the conditions within the Golden Core Elder's training grounds, Ancient Master, my knowledge of the true Cultivation Academy is rather limited. What does it mean to be the 10th true inheritance disciple? Not one to shy away from seeking knowledge, Jiang Wenzhe asked. Yin Jingyan exclaimed in surprise. What? Jiang Shidi? You don't even know about the true inheritance disciples. I don't know, Jiang Wenzhe replied. I only know that the disciples of Golden Core cultivators are referred to as direct disciples or something similar. Upon hearing Jiang Wenze's words, Yin Jingyan clenched his fists and then released them, taking a considerable time to explain wearily. The top 10 true inheritance disciples are the most formidable disciples of our Falling Sunset Sword sect during the Qi refinement stage. The disciples of Golden Core Elders are divided into direct disciples and true disciples. But the 10 true inheritance disciples of the true Cultivation Academy are acknowledged as true disciples by the entire sect. Every 5 years, the disciples of the true Cultivation Academy compete in a martial arts tournament to select these 10 true inheritance disciples. Before this small chapter could conclude, Jiang Wenzhe quickly nodded. I know about that. It seems that the Golden Core Elders will take in disciples around this time, right? Yin Jingyan appeared utterly drained, staring blankly for a while before stating, being accepted as a true disciple by a Golden Core Elder is reserved for those who were unable to secure a spot among the top 10 true inheritance disciples yet possess exceptional aptitude. Oh, I see. Jiang Wenzhe sensed that Yin Jing'an was on the brink of a breakdown and promptly adopted a serious demeanor, addressing him. Yin Shixiao, please elaborate on how the 10th true inheritance disciple of the True Cultivation Academy comes to be through the Tao discussion at the Quest for Tao Academy. It was then that the ancient master interjected, "He, the Quest for Tao Academy is indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. Just like you, Jiang, the sect occasionally witnesses the emergence of one or two prodigies. 500 years ago, the venerable patriarch of Falling Sunset personally decreed that any disciple of the Quest for Tao Academy who defeats all challengers at the Tao discussion would replace the 10th true inheritance disciple of the True Cultivation Academy upon entering." Although Jiang Wenzhe instinctively sensed that the ancient master was digging a pit for him, he did not expect it to be this profound. Defeating all participants at the Tao discussion would not necessarily offend anyone. But entering the True Cultivation Academy in such a manner would directly usurp the 10th position among the true inheritance disciples. This was indeed a surefire way to make enemies. I can't believe this. You old rascal. However, cultivating immortality was not a matter of merely coexisting peacefully. It was a process fraught with competition and pursuit. The books Jiang Wenzhe read and the fragments of conversation he absorbed from his fellow disciples invariably emphasized one point. The path of cultivation was a relentless struggle, a pursuit where the opportunity to attain enlightenment might only arise once, and missing it could mean a lifetime of regret. Moreover, as the competition intensified, the stakes grew ever higher. One misstep could lead to total ruin. If he did not wish to become a stepping stone for others on their path to greatness, he had no choice but to tread upon them instead. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Wenzhe made his choice and looked at the ancient master with utmost seriousness, stating, "I can agree to your request, but you must provide me with the Lingji softwood and that segment of the Qingmu vine right now." The ancient master, observing Jiang Wenzhe's unwavering resolve, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Splendid! Your character is commendable. Had I possessed such decisiveness in my youth." His words trailed off, as Jiang Wenzhe sensed a hint of regret in the ancient master's tone. Jiang Shidi, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Yin Jing'an felt as though the foundation of his 30 years of cultivation had crumbled in that instant. He frantically grasped Jiang Wenzhe's shoulders, shaking him while exclaiming, "Setting aside the seniors at the Quest for Tao Academy, the disciples at the True Cultivation Academy are all dual spiritual root geniuses. They couldn't secure a position among the top 10 true inheritance disciples. What audacity drives you, a mere pseudo-spiritual root incapable of cultivating gold and fire attributes, to challenge their positions?" Though Jiang Wenzhe struggled to maintain his balance under Yin Jing'an's fervent shaking, his gaze remained calm and unperturbed. Once Yin Jing'an had vented his emotions, Jiang Wenzhe softly inquired, "Yin Shixiao, how many disciples with pseudo-spiritual roots exist within the sect?" Having regained his composure, Yin Jing'an reflected carefully and replied, "There are indeed a few. Even two who possess the illusion of all 5 elemental roots." Jiang Wenzhe pressed his lips together. "And among the pseudo-spiritual root disciples who successfully entered the sect through the decennial selection, how many have managed to do so? I can only think of you," Yin Jing'an admitted. The ancient master suddenly interjected, "In the past 480 years, Jiang has been the only one to gain entry into the sword sect as a pseudo-spiritual root disciple." Jiang Wenzhe chuckled lightly. "Now do you understand, Yin Shixiao? Everything I have achieved thus far is a result of relentless striving. Securing a position among the top 10 true inheritance disciples is surely no harder than passing the sect selection as a pseudo-spiritual root disciple. Remember this, Shidi. Until you have expended your utmost effort, how can you be certain that miracles do not exist?" Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Yin Jing'an felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. Even the flow of his spiritual energy felt smoother than before. Meanwhile, the ancient master, who seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, stood rooted in place, his right hand clutching at his disheveled beard. It was only after he forcefully pulled out a few strands that he regained his composure, gazing at Jiang Wenzhe with tears brimming in his eyes. Good. If I have not yet exerted my utmost, how can I know that I will not condense a golden core?" Jiang Wenzhe, observing the ancient master in tears, felt a shiver run down his spine. He had merely intended to offer Yin Jing'an a dose of bitter wisdom. Yet it appeared that the ancient master had ingested the entire concoction. "Jiang Wenzhe, thank you for alleviating the burdens that have plagued me for over 40 years. The ancient master transformed into a different persona. his demeanor and speech adopting an air of dignity. He performed a hand gesture to retrieve the Qingmu vine and Lingji soft wood, regarding Jiang Wenzhe with utmost seriousness. With these materials in hand, my dear disciple, your fortune may just allow you to refine a superior magical artifact. Come, let us commence the forging process at once. Jiang Wenzhe beckoned to the still-dazed Yen Jing'an, and together they followed the ancient master into the forging chamber on the next level. The chamber was filled with a radiant orange flame, 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, emanating from the ground. Jiang Wenzhe sensed the abundant fire and earth attributes spiritual energy saturating the room. For him, it was akin to a sanctuary for cultivation. Unfortunately, the intensity of the flames was so high that he would likely have to leave within a day to avoid being scorched or even afflicted by fire poison. Both Jiang Wenzhe and Yen Jing'an remained by the entrance, refraining from advancing towards the seething flames. Once inside the forging chamber, the ancient master adopted a serious demeanor. You too must remember, the most crucial ability for a forging master is the control over materials. As he spoke, the ancient master uncle retrieved a large cauldron, appearing entirely in a deep crimson hue, from his storage bag, stating, "This cauldron is for refining tools, while the furnace is for concocting elixirs." Both the cauldron and the furnace serve as instruments for stabilizing and controlling temperature, which is why those practitioners of dark arts refer to their targets as furnaces and cauldrons. With each task he undertook, the ancient master uncle meticulously explained his rationale. However, Yen Jing'an, lacking theoretical knowledge, soon found himself bewildered by the master uncle's explanations. He understood that this was a rare opportunity for learning, and even in confusion, he felt compelled to take notes. In contrast, Jiang Wenzhe had already perused all the texts and jade slips concerning tool refinement housed within the library of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. Coupled with the ancient master uncle's articulate and intuitive guidance, he grasped every word the master uncle uttered and comprehended the reasons behind them. After approximately 2 hours of roasting the refining cauldron over the earth's fire, the temperature within finally met the requirements for forging high-quality magical implements. The ancient master uncle first placed the Jinshan bow into the cauldron and then secured the lid. Through Jiang Wenze's spiritual perception, he observed that the bowstring of the Jinshan bow was almost instantaneously reduced to ashes. The bow's limbs were also visibly refined at an accelerated pace, ultimately leaving behind a viscous substance within the cauldron that resembled malt sugar. This was the material obtained from the refining of the 500-year climbing vine, intended for crafting longbow magical implements. At this juncture, the temperature within the refining cauldron soared higher, prompting the ancient master uncle to add a millennium-old emerald bamboo vine into the mix. After a series of delicate refining techniques, the vine, initially as thick as a little finger, was reduced to the diameter of a small yellow bean. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Finally, the ancient master uncle added the Qingmu vine and Lingji cork into the refining cauldron, then opened the exit to the refining chamber, allowing Jiang Wenzhe and Yen Jing'an to step outside for some fresh air. After all, both Jiang Wenzhe and Yen Jing'an were merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement, struggling to endure the prolonged heat of the earth's fire. Upon exiting the chamber, Yen Jing'an immediately took out a jade slip to record the insights he had memorized about tool refining. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe returned to the main hall of the sword washing pavilion to purchase a bundle of 150-year-old Shaya golden bamboo, intending to use it for crafting arrows. After witnessing the ancient master uncle's refining process, Jiang Wenzhe felt ready to attempt some practical refining himself. While he might not be able to produce mid-grade magical implements, crafting a few low-grade ones was well within his capabilities. After a brief respite, Jiang Wenzhe and Yen Jing'an returned to the ancient master uncle's refining chamber. After 10 hours of continuous refining and smelting, the Qingmu vine and Lingji cork had also been refined. These materials had previously been purified by the ancient master uncle, allowing them to enter the crucial fusion stage that would determine the quality of the magical implement. This phase truly tested the skill of the refiners, requiring them to perfectly merge the refined materials. If the fusion process took too long and was not completed as envisioned, the materials within the cauldron risked being incinerated by the earth's fire. Conversely, if the fusion was flawed or imperfect, it would adversely affect the quality of the magical implement. For instance, materials intended for crafting treasures might result in the creation of a mid-grade magical implement instead of a superior one. However, should the fusion be executed flawlessly, Materials originally meant for mid-grade implements could yield superior treasures. At this moment, Jiang Wenzhe's heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, unlike Yin Jingyan, who was too tense to even breathe, his features contorted in concentration as he used his spiritual sense to observe the ancient master uncle's actions. It was not until the ancient master uncle successfully fused the four refined materials into a resplendent azure longbow under the direct heat of the earth's fire that Jiang Wenzhe let out a sigh of relief. At this juncture, the ancient master uncle too felt a surge of anxiety. While he had successfully shaped the magical implement he sought to create, the fusion of the materials had not reached an ideal state. He needed to rectify these imperfections before the materials were completely consumed by the earth's fire. Just as he felt time slipping away, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy rushed into the magical implement he was manipulating. With astonishing speed and precision, it rectified the flaws that could compromise the quality of the implement. Now, Jiang Wenzhe's intuition urged him, "If I do not intervene, I will only acquire a mid-grade magical longbow." Thus, at this critical moment, he stepped in to rectify the flaws that the ancient master uncle had no time to address. Although the ancient master uncle was taken aback and even astonished, his composure as a top-tier refiner prevailed. He promptly closed the lid of the refining cauldron, halting the earth's fire from continuing to smelt the magical implement inside. As the earth's fire was isolated from the cauldron, the temperature gradually decreased, solidifying the magical implement. Only then did the ancient master uncle have the opportunity to turn and gaze at Jiang Wenzhe, who offered a strained smile and returned. It was not that Jiang Wenzhe lacked the understanding of a polite yet dignified smile. Rather, he had maximized the fire output during the material fusion process. Yin Jingyan had affixed 3 cold chi talismans to himself to withstand the recent heat of the earth's fire. Jiang Wenzhe had also utilized cold chi talismans, but he had drawn closer to the refining cauldron to assist the ancient master uncle in addressing the flaws. Just a few steps had rendered the cold chi talismans ineffective, yet fortunately, the refining process had concluded flawlessly. Once the temperature within the refining cauldron had gradually diminished to a manageable level, the ancient master uncle cast a spell to extricate the cauldron from the earth's fiery embrace. Throughout the refining process, Jiang Wenzhe and Yin Jingyan had taken 4 breaks, yet the ancient master uncle had not left the chamber since entering. His exhaustion was considerable, and after retrieving the refining cauldron from the earth's fire, he exited the chamber for a brief respite. As for Jiang Wenzhe and Yin Jingyan, they sprinted outside the moment the chamber's restrictions were lifted, gasping for air. "Jiang kid, you, master uncle, may I borrow your refining cauldron to craft some arrows?" Jiang Wenzhe interjected before the ancient master uncle could speak, causing Yin Jingyan to stare at him in disbelief. It was inconceivable for a refiner's cauldron to be lent to others. Yet what astonished Yin Jingyan even more was the ancient master uncle's response. "Fine." Jiang Wenzhe turned to Yin Jingyan and remarked, "Brother Yin, there are still 10 days until the debate meeting begins. Shouldn't you prepare something? I've been getting ready for the debate meeting all along." Upon hearing Jiang Wenze's reminder, Yin Jingyan finally snapped to attention, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Right, the debate meeting. Master Uncle, Jiang Jr., I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than Yin Jingyan dashed out of the ancient master uncle's refining chamber. At that moment, the ancient master uncle inquired, "Now tell me, kid, who taught you your refining techniques?" "Of course, it was you, master uncle. Didn't you notice that my methods closely resemble yours?" The ancient master uncle suddenly charged toward Jiang Wenzhe. Seizing his collar and bellowing, "I recognized it, which is why I found it suspicious. Those techniques are entirely my unique methods, and I have never taken on any disciples. Could it be that you are a natural-born refiner?" With his extensive experience, the ancient master uncle could discern that Jiang Wenze's refining techniques were wholly derived from his OW. In other words, Jiang Wenzhe had merely witnessed him refine a magical implement once and had entirely memorized the essential techniques. He had even integrated and perfected the techniques to a point that surpassed the master uncle himself, as the master uncle could not match Jiang Wenze's precision and speed in addressing such numerous flaws. "Do not be so agitated, master uncle. If it truly comes to it, I could always become your disciple. Couldn't I?" The ancient master uncle suddenly released Jiang Wenzhe with a playful scold. "Get lost. Who would dare take you as a disciple? You little monster, come, let me take a closer look at your refining skills." Although the ancient master uncle claimed he would not accept Jiang Wenzhe as a disciple, his curiosity about Jiang Wenze's refining level was evident. While Jiang Wenzhe wished to personally craft arrows, his body could not withstand the earth's fiery heat. The ancient master uncle seemed to sense Jiang Wenze's concerns, retrieving a white jade vial from his storage bag and tossing it over, saying, "This is a Xianbing pill. Taking one will ensure you remain impervious to the earth's fire for 3 days. This elixir is not easy to come by, so you must use it sparingly." Jiang Wenzhe had once acquired the Xianbing Dan, and his mind involuntarily conjured the image of himself purchasing the Biga Dan at the Danxiang Pavilion. It seemed that he had seen the name of this particular elixir on the publicly displayed list of medicines available at the pavilion. The price was exorbitantly steep. A single Xianbing Dan cost 80 spirit stones. Furthermore, the Xianbing Dan was in a state of high demand, with a mere 30 pieces being produced each month. Now, with Master Gu casually handing him a vial of Xianbing Dan, it equated to a treasure worth 800 spirit stones. Were he to sell it, he could easily command a price of 1,000 spirit stones. Indeed, alchemists and artifact refiners were the affluent elite among cultivators. And the more skilled they became, the wealthier they grew. After consuming a Xianbing Dan, Jiang Wenzhe felt the temperature of the earth fire diminish by 90%. He could now sit within 3 meters of the earth fire. Employing the artifact refining techniques imparted by Master Gu to begin preheating the refining cauldron. The cauldron previously used for crafting longbows required nurturing of the artifact, but Master Gu retrieved a different refining cauldron for Jiang Wenzhe. Upon receiving the cauldron, Jiang Wenzhe displayed no hesitation, instinctively channeling his magical energy to cast a levitation spell on the cauldron, then maneuvering it to the center of the earth fire. Once the temperature within the cauldron reached the necessary level for artifact refinement, Jiang Wenzhe placed the materials he had procured for crafting arrows into the cauldron for refinement. Each action and every detail aligned flawlessly with the teachings Master Gu had earlier conveyed. In fact, Jiang Wenzhe executed even the minutiae with greater precision than Master Gu himself. Standing silently behind Jiang Wenzhe, Master Gu's expression shifted with uncertainty, but it was not until Jiang Wenzhe successfully crafted 10 lower-grade magical arrows that Master Gu finally exhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed, there exists a genius who comprehends and masters the art with such ease. Wenzhe, though I am eager to take you as my disciple, my capabilities fall short." Jiang Wenzhe sensed the sincerity behind Master Gu's words. Turning to face him earnestly, he declared, "Master Gu, should anyone inquire as to who taught me the art of refining, I shall certainly say it was you. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Remember that, young one." Master Gu laughed heartily. "My name is Gu Kaiyang, and with a prodigy like you to inherit the art of refining, what do I have to fear regarding the failure to condense my essence, even if I were to dissolve? What of it?" Jiang Wenzhe felt that Gu Kaiyang had indeed transformed significantly. His previously stooped figure now stood tall and straight. "This is the essence of my artifact refinement wisdom, although you have grasped the most critical aspects. You still lack experience." Gu Kaiyang produced a storage bag from behind and tossed it to Jiang Wenzhe, saying, "Take it, young lad, that you've reached the 8th layer of qi refining, yet still use the beginner's storage bag. No need to fear embarrassment." What is embarrassment, after all? Jiang Wenzhe utilized his spiritual sense to lift the storage bag that Gu Kaiyang had thrown, finding not only a jade slip within, but also a shuttle-shaped magical artifact. "Master, this artifact. This is my gift to you. It is called the Chuan Tiansi, a top-tier flying artifact." Gu Kaiyang nonchalantly replied, "It is my most cherished creation, and I have inscribed the method of its operation within the jade slip." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenzhe looked towards Gu Kaiyang and asked, "Master, what is your true intention in having me challenge the 10th seat of the true disciples at the Cultivation Institute? Surely, it cannot merely be for amusement at my expense? Nothing of the sort. I merely feel that the Sword Sect has grown too complacent, too rigid in its ways." Gu Kaiyang gently shook his head. "Your emergence will undoubtedly send ripples through the Sword Sect, so do not forget the promise between us." With that, Gu Kaiyang performed a spell, retrieving the longbow artifact from the cooled refining cauldron. "A fine piece. With further refinement, it shall become a magical treasure." Wenzhe, proceed. Gu Kaiyang first admired the exquisite longbow, measuring nearly 1.7 meters in length, enveloped in a verdant light, before levitating it towards Jiang Wenzhe. As Jiang Wenzhe grasped the bow's handle, he felt as though he were holding a soft, fluffy cloud, an incredibly comfortable sensation. Gu Kaiyang resumed, "This artifact was crafted with your assistance. I have left my mark upon it. The naming is yours to decide. Without your help, it could never have achieved the status of a top-tier magical artifact. Gently caressing the bowstring, Jiang Wenzhe pondered for a moment before saying, "Let it be named the Qingling Zhentiangong." Qingling Zhentiangong, an excellent name. Now that the matter of the magical artifact was settled, Jiang Wenzhe merely needed to await the commencement of the Dao discussion conference. After completing the extraction of the Qingling Zhentiangong from the cauldron, Gu Kaiyang abruptly turned, expelling Jiang Wenzhe from his artifact refining chamber. He sealed the restrictions. He tossed Jiang Wenzhe a brand new refining cauldron as a parting gift. It was at this moment that Jiang Wenzhe realized the old man's temper was rather peculiar. Originally, Jiang Wenzhe intended to return to his dwelling and await the start of the Dao discussion conference. However, upon arriving at the hall of the sword-washing pavilion, he discovered additional materials suitable for crafting arrows. Recalling the jade slip containing Gu Caiyang's artifact refining insights, he withdrew all his spirit stones and purchased all the materials available for arrow crafting in the hall. Guided by instinct, he made his way to the communal firehouse, where he could utilize the materials for free, and began crafting arrows while perusing the contents of the jade slip. Before he realized it, the date had arrived at the 10th of October. Just as dawn broke, the majority of disciples at the Qi-Seeking Institute rose to prepare to head to the Tianqiao Peak, the residence of the esteemed master. The Dao Discussion Conference was an eagerly anticipated event for all disciples refining Qi at the Luoxia Sword Sect. Even those lacking the strength to compete in duels for the title of champion could witness various combat techniques on display. Naturally, as a sect primarily focused on sword cultivation, more than 80% of the disciples prided themselves on being dashing sword cultivators. Conversely, those specializing in spells or talismans often hesitated to step into the arena, fearing ridicule from those who claimed to be the rightful heirs of the sect, especially in front of all the Qi refining disciples. As the day progressed, Jin Jiro, under the guidance of Leng Yan, arrived at the most favorable vantage point for spectating at Tianqiao Peak. The chief disciple of Tianqiao Peak, Li Qi, greeted the junior sister from Tingjian Peak, Jin, and her senior sister, Leng, with a warm smile. Li Qi, clad in a black Qiaoyan robe, stood out among the sea of white-robed disciples. He turned to Jin Jiro, saying, "Junior sister Jin, you are truly deserving of the title of the sect's foremost genius." Having reached the 10th layer of Qi refining in just 10 years, Jin Jiro offered a polite yet graceful smile in response. "Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading." As it only gets more exciting, she then quietly retreated behind Leng Yan, who chuckled lightly. "Please forgive us, young master. My junior sister's introverted nature is innate. Not at all, not at all. Having junior sister Jin visit Tianqiao Peak brings us great honor." Li Qi replied. He, along with Leng Yan and Jin Jiro, settled into a pavilion with an unobstructed view of the arena beneath the cliff. Shortly after they took their seats, a lively entourage of female disciples arrived at the adjacent pavilion. Surrounding a male disciple clad in a blood-red Qiaoyan robe, this male disciple exuded an air of roguish charm, and upon noticing Jin Jiro and Leng Yan, he teasingly remarked, "Oh, who would have thought our timid and introverted junior sister Jin would come to join the fun? Come sit by this young master. I have elixirs for you." Upon hearing the lewd words of this disciple, Jin Jiro could not help but furrow her brow. Leng Yan turned to the roguish male disciple, Yi Qingshou, and said, "It seems you have forgotten the words of our master from last time. You would do well to keep your distance from junior sister Jin. If you provoke our master, even fifth uncle cannot protect you." The disciple known as Yi Qingshou merely pouted, then took hold of a Qi refinement stage disciple trailing behind him, drawing her into his embrace and engaging in inappropriate gestures. "Young master, there are so many people here. Please stop. It tickles everyone's astonishment." The female disciple, whom Yi Qingshou had so casually toyed with, not only did not express anger, but instead reciprocated his advances, with a cold and indignant huff. She activated the restrictions surrounding the pavilion. Consequently, the seductive sounds Yi Qingshou had produced abruptly ceased, while Jin Jiro's cheeks, earlobes, and neck flushed crimson. At this moment, Leng Yan finally spoke. "Yi Qingshou has truly become increasingly audacious. Upon our return, I shall report today's events to our master." "Oh, come now. Senior sister Yi Shixiang is under the protection of 5th Shirbua. Informing master will merely place her in an awkward position." During her interactions with Leng Yan, Jin Jiro could still manage to exchange a few words. For Leng Yin treated her quite well. In contrast, Huang Shuiying, likely due to her personality, never engaged Jinzhiro in discussions beyond cultivation matters. However, Jinzhiro found herself at a loss regarding what to convey to her own master. The Tao discussion has already commenced. Why hasn't your fellow townsman arrived yet? Due to the pressing schedule and weighty tasks. Lilichi, after arranging the direct disciples of each peak to take their seats, flew down to the arena at the cliff's base on his sword and announced the commencement of the Tao discussion through the amplification array. Jinzhiro cast a gentle glance at Leng Yin and remarked, "If Wenzhe has not come, it indicates there is no need for him to be here at this moment. Junior sister, you are a direct disciple of the Sword Peak. Might you please be mindful of your standing?" Leng Yin genuinely could not comprehend how, after a decade, Jinzhiro had failed to evolve beyond her mundane perspective. That pseudo-spiritual root waste. Just as Leng Yin began her commentary, Jinzhiro's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. I concede that his ability to cultivate to the 8th level of Qi refinement is indeed impressive. Yet he is limited to cultivating only earth elemental magic. Leng Yin gestured towards the arena below, saying, "Look at the battles down there. Who would be foolish enough to stand on the ground and fight? Even if he comprehends the utmost divine ability of the earth element, it would be of no use once he departs from the earth." Jinzhiro remained unfazed and replied, "Senior sister, I understand all that you say, but I still have faith in Wenzhe. He will undoubtedly enter the Cultivation Academy through the Tao discussion." Leng Yin felt utterly exasperated with her stubborn junior sister and, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Junior sister, why must you be so obstinate? Aside from his handsome visage, what has Jiang Wenzhe done to captivate you so?" Jinzhiro did not directly respond to Leng Yin's inquiry. Instead, she pondered internally. Wenzhe is charming in every aspect, especially when he speaks earnestly yet absurdly. Unbeknownst to them, the Tao discussion was nearing its conclusion, as each session only featured 10 champions. Thus, those confident enough to ascend the arena were at least disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Typically, the 8th level disciples held a firm grasp on the champion qualification. Yan Jing'an naturally occupied one of the arenas, having successfully defeated several challengers. His arena had remained unchallenged for quite some time. What is going on with junior brother Jiang? Surely he hasn't forgotten the timing of the Tao discussion. Yan Jing'an held Jiang Wenzhe in high regard, especially since this junior brother had subdued the notoriously temperamental and difficult to approach Gu Shixiao. Although he was unaware of Jiang Wenzhe's methods, the harmonious rapport between them was undeniably remarkable. Moreover, he was keenly aware of Jiang Wenzhe's commitment to defeating all opponents at the Tao discussion, directly securing the 10th seat among the top 10 direct disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe calmly exited the sword-washing pavilion, as today marked the day of the Tao discussion. The once bustling hall of the sword-washing pavilion was now devoid of any presence. "Chuantian Sha, let me witness the swiftness of your flight." With an acute sense of timing, Jiang Wenzhe had never been tardy. Had he relied solely on the low-grade flying artifact gifted upon entry, his instincts would have long since prompted him to attend the Tao discussion. With a thought, he retrieved a pale, golden shuttle-shaped artifact from his storage bag. Channeling his magic power and forming a series of hand seals, he activated the levitation technique and object manipulation technique, allowing the Chuantian Sha to hover in midair, stepping onto the shuttle. With a push of his consciousness, it transformed into a streak of golden light shooting forth. Even though Jiang Wenzhe had braced himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the astonishing speed of the Chuantian Sha. It surpassed that of a spiritual bird or flying vessel, akin to soaring in a fighter jet. After another quarter of an hour, should no disciple step forward to challenge, this session of the Tao discussion would conclude. Lilichi, guiding the flying sword, hovered above the arena and announced loudly through the amplification array, "Junior sister, it seems you shall be disappointed. Your fellow townsman has likely become so engrossed in his reading that he has lost track of time." Jinzhiro, having heard Leng Yan's repeated disparagement of Jiang Wenzhe, initially sought to clarify that he would never be late. Now, she merely wished to silence Leng Yan with the truth, even closing her eyes for a brief rest. "Old Yan, did you not say someone would come to challenge us today? The Tao discussion is about to conclude." "Where is he?" On the arena, Yang Shixiao, who had previously met Jiang Wenzhe, looked at Yan Jing'an with a teasing expression. He had been taken aback by Yan Jing'an's intimidation, as Jiang Wenzhe was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yan Jing'an, concerned about causing Jiang Wenzhe any trouble, refrained from disclosing his magical attributes to his familiar peers. Perhaps it is for the best that he has Tcom. Revealing his earth elemental magic in front of so many would be even more embarrassing. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and Lilichi spoke again. I hereby declare that this session of the Dao discussion is. Pardon me, Shi Xiang. May I inquire if this is the venue for the Dao discussion? At that moment, a golden light halted before Lilichi, revealing a young disciple clad in a white, cloud-patterned robe. His words were amplified by the array, resonating throughout the entirety of Tianjia Peak. This disciple appeared delicate, exuding an aura of scholarly fragrance. Lilichi instinctively felt that this newly appeared disciple was a student from the Jingqi Academy. Entirely unlike a disciple of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. Nephew, what brings you here? Ah, Shi Xiang, I am here to participate in the Dao discussion. What on earth is Jiang Wenzhe thinking, arriving at such a time? In the pavilion enveloped by restrictions, Lung Yin screamed in frustration. Jin Zhiro chuckled softly. I told you, Wenzhe would surely come. On the arena, Yin Jingyan gasped in astonishment as he beheld Jiang Wenzhe suddenly soaring above the platform. What the? This guy actually showed up? Lilichi rifled through his memories, certain he had never encountered Jiang Wenzhe, an 8th-level Qi refinement disciple. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor, stating, this is indeed the arena for the Dao discussion. The 10 disciples below are the champions. You may choose any one of them to challenge, and victory will grant you the champion's position. Jiang Wenzhe nodded lightly in response to Lilichi's words. I see. Challenging them one by one seems rather tedious. Shi Xiang, may I challenge all 10 at once? Jiang Wenzhe could swear to the heavens that he had no intention of boasting. It was merely a matter of convenience that prompted this inquiry to the host of the Dao discussion. What does this mean? Who is this newcomer? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Ah, Marshall sister, I am the senior brother who purchased the jade cloud bamboo rattan from you that day. The disciples of the Taoist Academy, gathered around Tianjia Peak, erupted into fervent discussion after hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words. Similarly, the 10 champions on the debate stage were incensed. Jiang Wenzhe's remarks utterly disregarded their prowess. Who is this person that dares to challenge 10 at once? No, it is not merely a challenge. This fellow is aiming for the 10th seat among the top 10 disciples of the True Cultivation Institute. My heavens, is he truly serious? Attempting to acquire such a position in this manner? Jiang Wenzhe glanced around, his intuition suddenly overwhelmed with complex and intense feedback. This was the first time since his rebirth that he experienced such chaotic responses from his instincts. In an instant, he realized that the source of this turmoil lay before him, in the figure of his master uncle. Lilichi stared in astonishment for a while before responding with a light laugh. So it turns out he is targeting the seat among the top 10 disciples of the True Cultivation Institute. The debate has not yet concluded, and the 10 disciples who will advance to the Institute have just been determined. If this junior can defeat them one by one, not only will he successfully advance as a disciple of the True Cultivation Institute, but he will also directly obtain the 10th seat among the top 10 disciples that in my 130 years in the sect, I have never encountered such a bold junior. Jiang Wenzhe felt that he could no longer continue conversing with this host. Yet if he did not clarify the challenge against the 10 champions of the Taoist Academy, the latter could easily concoct a reason to strip him of what he rightfully deserved, even turning the tables to place him in an even more precarious position. Thank you, Master Uncle, for the information. Can the disciple begin his challenges now? Lilichi hurriedly called out to Jiang Wenzhe. Wait. Junior, please present your identity jade token. After all, the junior's goal is to become one of the top 10 disciples of the True Cultivation Institute. I apologize for not knowing your name. Jiang Wenzhe felt as if he had placed too much faith in his intuition, leading him into a predicament that could have been avoided. As the saying goes, the arrow has been loosed, and it must be shot. Reluctantly, he produced his identity jade token and handed it to Lilichi, who, employing some unknown method, cast a spell upon the token. The token then radiated a brilliant white light, projecting a multitude of characters into the air. Jiang Wenzhe turned his head to see the following inscription. Name, Jiang Wenzhe. Spiritual roots, water, wood, fire, earth. Main cultivation method, not specified. Address, for 31, Taoist Academy, Wushan District. Task record, commissioned by the librarian of the Book Pavilion on June 22, Wushan year. Commission completed on July 6, Wu year. What the devil? 4-element pseudo-spiritual roots. How did a pseudo-spiritual root manage to join the sect? No. According to the identity information, Jiang Wenzhe joined the sect in the Wushan year, which means it has been exactly 10 years. This must be a deception. a pseudo-spiritual root reaching the 8th level of qi refining in just 10 years that I remember now. Senior brother Jiang was the one responsible for organizing the jade slips in the book pavilion. The revelation of Jiang Wenzhe's identity information in public astounded and puzzled the disciples of the sword sect. Suddenly, a middle-aged man on the debate stage burst into laughter. Ha! A pseudo-spiritual root who can only cultivate earth attribute magic dares to challenge me. Indeed, he had the audacity to claim he would defeat all 10 of us. How has this fellow even managed to cultivate? He doesn't even understand the most basic principles of elemental magic. Jiang Wenzhe remained outwardly silent, but inwardly he began to chastise himself that he reflected that he should not place too much trust in his intuition, though it has always proven accurate. However, it can only execute simple perceptions and is prone to errors in complex situations. Just like today, where his very foundation was laid bare before others, in the viewing pavilion of Tianqiao Peak, Lung Yin, with a cold and gleeful demeanor, remarked, "This young man truly does not know the meaning of danger." To attend the debate is one thing, but to dare to covet the positions of the top 10 disciples of the True Cultivation Institute is another. Jin Zhiro weakly responded, with Brother Wenzhe's talent. Even the top-ranked Mei Shuer among the top 10 disciples of the True Cultivation Institute cannot compare. That I admit that this fellow possesses exceptional cultivation talent, but he can only cultivate earth attribute magic. Long Yin truly wished to pry open Jin Zhiro's little head to see what kind of enchantment Jiang Wenzhe had cast upon her. Jin Zhiro softly murmured, when Brother Wenzhe was still immortal, he was able to slay a first-tier low-level snowback wolf. Moreover, he did so while accompanying me, killing 6 snowback wolves led by their wolf king in one strike. Lang Yin was not paying attention to Jin Zhiro's words. She merely wished to see how Jiang Wenzhe would resolve today's predicament. After reading Jiang Wenzhe's identity information, Lilichi found himself at a loss for words. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more exciting. To call Jiang Wenzhe a pseudo-spiritual root waste, he has ascended from a completely untrained mortal to the 8th level of qi refining in just 10 years. This rate of improvement can only be surpassed by the genius Jin Zhiro of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. However, Jin Zhiro has an exotic wind spiritual root and is the top disciple of the Sword Peak. Enjoying resources that even he, as the top disciple of Tianqiao Peak, envies. From Jiang Wenzhe's task records, it is evident that he spent the last decade in the book pavilion without venturing elsewhere. The spiritual stones he earned could amount to merely 500. While 500 spiritual stones sounds substantial, it has been over the span of 10 years, averaging 20 spiritual stones per year. He could only purchase 10 bottles of fasting pills, but to say Jiang Wenzhe is a genius. The 4 spiritual roots of water, wood, fire, and earth are evident. Aside from cultivating earth attribute magic, he has no other path available. Moreover, earth attribute magic has always been regarded as the least desirable by cultivators. While water attribute magic shares similar offensive capabilities, it also possesses unparalleled healing and supportive abilities. Master Uncle, may I challenge the 10 champions now? Lil Lichi hesitated. Jiang Jr., are you certain you are not jesting? Master Uncle, this is a debate. How could a junior joke in such a setting? Jiang Wenzhe's gaze, expression, and tone were filled with earnestness. At this point, he had no choice but to forge ahead resolutely. During his earlier self-reflection, Jiang Wenzhe had come to understand that many things cannot simply be avoided at will, such as his previously unremarkable status. Now, suddenly stepping forward to contend for a position among the top 10 disciples of the True Cultivation Institute feels rather abrupt to many in the sect. As his strength grows, the possibility of exposure increases. It would be better to lay all his cards on the table today and allow them to truly recognize him. Come, Jiang Wenzhe. Before Lilichi could utter another word, one of the champions on the debate stage laughed heartily. I, Wang Pulin, am right here that if you have the capability, come and seize my position. Let me see how formidable your earth attribute magic truly is. Indeed, I, Zhu Hongba, also wish to witness the depth of your earth attribute magic. Daring to flaunt your skills at the debate. Count me in, come, Jiang Wenzhe. Lilichi returned the identity jade token to Jiang Wenzhe, sighing helplessly. As long as you know what you are doing. Jiang Jr., the debate stage is open to all disciples of the Taoist Academy, but combat is limited to one-on-one duels, and one should not seek to kill that AS for the rest. There are no specific requirements. In any case, it would be prudent for the junior to think carefully before taking action. In truth, the discussions and contests held by the Falling Sunset Sword Sect are closely aligned with the fierce battles of the cultivation world. During these duels, there are no restrictions on methods or duration, as long as both parties engage earnestly in combat. However, should one party rely solely on a high-grade defensive artifact for protection, the circumstances would be different. If the defensive party is attacked 50 times without retaliating, they shall be deemed the loser. Furthermore, in the course of the duel, if one inadvertently harms or even kills another due to a lack of control over their spells, it is of little consequence, provided they are not judged by the law enforcement hall's enforcers as having committed murder with intent. Such a designation would incur severe penalties from the sect. Jiang Wenzhe bowed respectfully to Lili Qi, then rode the celestial shuttle down to the arena of the debate at the foot of Tianqiao Peak. Brother Yin, Jiang Wenzhe, is it quite audacious of you to step onto my stage? A scornful voice came from a disciple of the Seeking Tao Academy. Jiang Wenzhe had intended to greet Yin Jing'an, only to find himself on the platform of another disciple. Subsequently, the platforms of the other 9 disciples descended to the ground, leaving Jiang Wenzhe and the ill-tempered disciple standing alone on the stage. Junior brother Jiang, this person is named Qin Xingqing, specializing in the fire attribute sword technique, the burning cloud sword. At that moment, Jiang Wenzhe recalled Yin Jing'an's telepathic warning and promptly responded, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yan.my apologies, Brother Qin, for inadvertently stepping onto your platform." With a demeanor of refinement, Jiang Wenzhe clasped his hands in greeting towards Qin Xingqing and advised, "Allow me to offer a word of counsel. Perhaps yielding voluntarily might still afford you a chance of entering the Cultivation Academy." "Nonsense. I need a worthless pseudo-spiritual root like you to advise me?" Qin Xingqing, infuriated by Jiang Wenzhe's words, stomped his foot, unleashing the pressure of his 8th layer of qi refinement as he bellowed, Come, I shall let you strike first, lest anyone accuse me of bullying a mere earth attribute magic waste. And let everyone see just how formidable your earth spells truly are." Jiang Wenzhe sighed inwardly, his gaze towards Qin Xingqing sharpening. Since this was a duel, he would inevitably give it his all. For in the world of cultivation, the rule of battle dictates that the surviving party is the righteous one. Brother Qin, I fear you may be disappointed. I have never practiced earth attribute spells. As Jiang Wenzhe spoke from a distance of several meters away, in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Qin Xingqing. Leaning his right arm casually on Qin Xingqing's shoulder, he remarked, "But are you certain you wish for me to strike first? If I were to attack, Brother Qin would have already been defeated. What the hell is going on? How did Jiang Wenzhe get next to Brother Qin? Did you see how he moved?" "No, I didn't catch a glimpse of any spell being cast." In the viewing pavilion of Tianqiao Peak, Lung Yin blinked, puzzled. What is this Jiang Wenzhe doing? How did he suddenly appear next to Qin Xingqing? Shadowless movement. But alas, this is merely a mundane agility technique. Against cultivators, it loses all effectiveness. Jin Jiro, having observed her father and Jiang Wenzhe practice lightness techniques since childhood, had been keenly watching Jiang Wenze's every move with her spiritual sense. Thus she clearly saw how he executed the technique. Qin Xingqing, staring in disbelief at Jiang Wenzhe who had suddenly materialized beside him, found his smile frozen in shock. Jiang Wenzhe slowly returned to his previous position, turning to face Qin Xingqing and stating, "Brother Qin, next time, I shall not show you any mercy, and do not truly believe me to be weak. Qin Xingqing, what Wenzhe used was merely a mundane martial art. You could easily counter it with your spiritual sense." A strange voice echoed in Qin Xingqing's mind, prompting him to realize he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Following his intuition, he glanced toward the cliffside pavilion, shrouded in restrictions that obscured the figure seated within. Yet his instinct told him that it was Lung Yin from the Listening Sword Peak. Lung Yin herself was unsure why she felt compelled to telepathically warn Qin Xingqing, and only after the act did she realize it was inappropriate. However, before she could retract her gaze, she saw Jiang Wenzhe turn his attention toward her pavilion, his eyes indicating he was aware of her previous communication with Qin Xingqing upon receiving the mysterious woman's reminder. Qin Xingqing finally snapped back to reality, his expression one of disdain mixed with sarcasm. "You nearly scared me to death. So it was merely mundane martial arts, and you dare flaunt such trivialities at a debate conference?" Jiang Wenzhe felt he had done all he could, providing the warnings and counsel necessary. Thus, should Qin Xingqing be defeated, it would be with his full understanding. "Brother Qin, Remember this, whether a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Wenzhe's figure vanished once more from the audience's view. Yet, anyone paying attention to the actions of the two on the stage could distinctly observe Jiang Wenzhe's movements, including Qin Xingqing, who immediately summoned his defensive artifact to shield himself. That moment, Jiang Wenzhe reappeared before him, his right hand gently pushing forward, perfectly meeting the defensive shield Qin Xingqing had conjured. Fool, I told you such mundane martial arts are beneath notice. Bone-breaking palm. But before Qin Xingqing could finish his sentence, a translucent force penetrated his shield, landing a heavy blow to his abdomen. Puffed. Instantly, it felt as though he had been struck violently in the stomach, his body folding in midair as he was sent flying 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The pain in his internal organs was akin to being stabbed by 1,000 steel needles. His features contorted as he lay curled on the arena, utterly devoid of resistance. Jiang Wenzhe spoke softly. Brother Qin, you have my respect. Will you concede voluntarily, or shall I strike you into unconsciousness? The arena, once filled with jeers and mockery, fell silent, all eyes on Jiang Wenzhe standing victoriously on the stage while Qin Xingqing lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to utter a single word. In the listening Sword Peaks pavilion, Lang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom how easily Jiang Wenzhe had bested Qin Xingqing. This is impossible. What spell did Jiang Wenzhe employ to penetrate Qin Xingqing's defenses? Jin Jiro had intended to explain. But recalling Lang Yan's earlier actions, she chose silence, unwilling to believe that what she had just told Lang Yan would suddenly be grasped by the bewildered Qin Xingqing. Did I concede? Though Qin Xingqing lay on the ground, unable to move, he was acutely aware of his predicament. To stubbornly refuse to yield would only result in being struck into unconsciousness, leading to the same outcome, defeat. Realizing the futility of further resistance, he chose to concede. With his withdrawal, he lost the title of Platform Master. Jiang Wenzhe became the new champion of the arena. Li Qi, hovering in the air on his sword, utilized an amplification array to announce the results of the duel at the debate conference. What is Qin Xingqing doing? How could he be defeated so easily by that waste? Can you even comprehend what you're saying? A person who can become the champion of the debate is a waste. What does that make someone like you, who wouldn't even dare to step onto the platform? Go, brother Jiang. Jiang Wenzhe seemed to perceive someone cheering for him, and following his instinct, he gazed towards the distant hillside. Although he could not discern the features of the individual, his intuition suggested it was the martial sister who had sold him the Millennium Jade Wisteria Vine. Esteemed disciples, the challenger has been replaced. The contest may continue. I, Jiang Wenzhe, shall claim your position as the champion. Jiang Wenzhe's brow furrowed as he observed a disciple soaring towards him on a flying sword from the ranks of spectators. This challenger, Shi Mingjun, had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. I am Shi Mingjun. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. The cautious cultivator, Shi Mingjun, maintained a vantage point atop his flying sword, surveying Jiang Wenzhe from above. In truth, Shi Mingjun's approach was the most prudent method to counter a practitioner of earth elemental magic. By distancing himself from the ground, the potency of earth-based spells would be significantly diminished. Jiang Wenzhe regarded Shi Mingjun, who hovered a dozen meters away, and with a slight smile, remarked, Well spoken. However, dear Shi, do exercise caution. The duel commenced as soon as both parties ascended the arena. No one would call for the start or end of the match. Once again, Jiang Wenzhe employed his signature technique, the shadowless movement, swiftly darting towards Shi Mingjun. Anticipating this, Shi Mingjun adeptly retreated on his sword, while forming hand seals to control his flying sword, drawing it from its sheath. Jiang Wenzhe's figure materialized 6 meters before Shi Mingjun, simultaneously unleashing a powerful strike with his right palm. Observers around the Tianxiao Peak assumed Jiang Wenzhe was destined for defeat, given that Shi Mingjun had already utilized his sword technique. The scenario appeared to be a complete rout, a sword cultivator against an earth element mage. Yet, to the astonishment of many, Jiang Wenzhe's palm strike sent Shi Mingjun's flying sword hurtling backward. The blade struck Shi Mingjun squarely in the chest, and the sudden impact forced him down from his sword, plummeting 5 or 6 meters to the arena floor, where he collapsed, unable to utter a word before losing consciousness. Jiang Wenzhe successfully defended his title. Next challenger, please, announced Li Qi, confirming Jiang Wenzhe's triumph upon realizing Shi Mingjun had fainted. Fearing further disturbances, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly employed his light-footed technique to leap to Zhu Hongbao's platform, if memory served correctly. That was indeed his name. Brother Zhu, I seek your guidance. Upon witnessing Jiang Wenzhe effortlessly vanquish Qin Xingqing, Zhu Hongbao felt an involuntary apprehension. He was acutely aware of Qin Xingqing's formidable strength, yet the individual he regarded as superior had been defeated in a single move. Old Zhu, run, urged Wang Pulin, who had previously boasted loudly, now deeply shaken by Jiang Wenzhe's overwhelming victory over Qin Xingqing. Eager for others to eliminate Jiang Wenzhe, he disregarded his pride and shouted, "Ascend to the skies." Do not grant him the opportunity to engage up close. Those who had cultivated to the 8th level of Qi refinement were no fools. They recognized Jiang Wenzhe's formidable prowess in close combat. Thus, by denying him proximity, the initiative would shift back into their hands. Responding to Wang Pulin's warning, Zhu Hongbao hastily maneuvered his flying sword to retreat to a distance of several meters in the air. At this range, Jiang Wenzhe could not employ his bone-crushing techniques effectively. "Ha! Do you see, you waste of space? This is the inherent flaw of earth element mages." Zhu Hongbao, soaring above, observed Jiang Wenzhe, standing motionless, and could not suppress his laughter. "I will show you just how impotent earth element mages are before sword cultivators." Skyward sword technique. Go! With a flick of his right hand, Zhu Hongbao formed a sword seal, summoning his mid-grade magical artifact. The Qiantian sword. Sword cultivators excel in long-range attacks, exerting a suppressive effect on practitioners of other disciplines. For earth element mages, who could only engage in ground combat, this suppression reached its zenith, would shield Jiang Wenzhe. Facing a sword cultivator for the first time, did not dare to underestimate his opponent, and summoned his defensive artifact, the tricolored radiant would shield, guided by his consciousness, successfully deflected Zhu Hongbao's sword strikes. "Ha! Do you really think possessing a defensive artifact guarantees victory?" Zhu Hongbao, flying high above, felt a surge of confidence. "If I attack you 50 times without you striking back even once, you will be deemed to be passively competing and lose your qualification to participate." Jiang Wenzhe, having prepared for the contest, was well aware of the rules, which dictated that centuries ago, a Qi refinement cultivator of the 5th level had discovered a loophole. After becoming the champion, he had employed a high-grade defensive artifact to endure his opponent's strikes. Successfully advancing to the Cultivation Academy, the following year's contest saw everyone outfitted with high-grade defensive artifacts. Ultimately, the sect revised the rules to state that the use of defensive artifacts could only block up to 50 attacks. Failure to retaliate effectively within this limit would result in disqualification from the contest. Look at that, Jin Shimi. The shortcomings of earth element mages are all too evident. Your fellow clansman is about to become the laughingstock of the sect. Jin Jiro could no longer tolerate Lung Yan's mocking of Jiang Wenzhe, and, in a rare display, raised her voice, "Sister, have you kept count of how many times you've been slapped in the face since Brother Wenzhe's appearance?" In Brother Wenzhe's words, "Is it so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence?" Lung Yan was taken aback, momentarily stunned by Jin Jiro's tone that on the arena. Jiang Wenzhe, somewhat resigned, remarked, "Alas, I did not wish for matters to escalate to this point. Since Brother Zhu has stated it thus, I shall have to embarrass myself." With that, Jiang Wenzhe brushed his hand against the storage pouch at his waist, retrieving a longbow that gleamed with a jade-green spirit root. Upon seeing the longbow, Jin Jiro could not help but chuckle. "Sister, you must now witness how Brother Wenzhe defeats the invincible sword cultivator you speak of." Jiang Wenzhe, having drawn the Qingling Zhentian Bao, naturally assumed the stance of drawing and shooting an arrow. Divine art, unmatched strength. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, the brilliant yellow aura shimmered upon Jiang Wenzhe's arms and back. The gathered crowd understood that this was a normal phenomenon resulting from a certain spell employed by him. In reality, the yellow markings that emerged on his skin were the manifestation of the original runes of the Giant Force Talisman. A phenomenon that occurs only when one wields extraordinary powers. Jiang Wenzhe held a bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right. With determination, he gradually pulled back the Qingling Zhentian Bao, stopping after drawing it roughly 1/3 of the way. When designing this artifact, he had not anticipated transforming it into a supreme-grade weapon. He had estimated his creation to be of the high-grade variety, likely a longbow of medium quality, weighing between 10 and 15 stones. However, he had not foreseen that Yin Jing'an would lead him to Gu Kaiyang, where he acquired the finest materials. the Qingmu vine, and Lingji softwood. From the ancient master. Consequently, the bow was refined into a supreme-grade artifact, resulting in a staggering draw weight of 60 stones. Jiang Wenzhe needed to activate his power, the giant force unmatched, to barely manage the bow using his cotton strength technique. Without harnessing his mystical abilities, he could not hope to budge it even a single inch with all his might. Even with only a one-third draw, the arrow released would possess the striking power equivalent to a full-force attack of a high-grade weapon. He instinctively aimed at the flying sword controlled by Zhu Hongbo and released the first arrow. Whoosh! The arrow, propelled by the Qingling Zhentian bow, flew with such velocity that even the senses could not track it. All that could be heard was the sharp sound of the arrow cutting through the air. Boom! Crack! Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Most of the onlookers were oblivious to what was occurring until they witnessed Zhu Hongbo's flying sword suddenly shatter in midair. They then saw Jiang Wenzhe's arrow fragment into several pieces as it plummeted to the ground. Accompanied by Zhu Hongbo's medium-grade flying sword, the Qiantian sword, which had also broken into two segments. Whoosh! Before the spectators at Xiaotian Peak could react, another sharp sound sliced through the air, racing past Zhu Hongbo's feet. Boom! Crack! Soon after, the flying sword beneath Zhu Hongbo disintegrated into 3 pieces, while the arrow that struck it merely split into 2. With his flying artifact destroyed, Zhu Hongbo lost his support and began to tumble from a height of over 10 meters. Although Qi refining stage disciples could use flying artifacts to escape the Earth's grasp, without one, they were bound to the ground. Even true cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could only hover briefly in midair. Daily aerial travel still required the aid of flying artifacts. Only those who condensed their golden core, attaining the golden core stage, could completely sever the bonds of the earth and achieve true flight. Jiang Wenzhe's instincts warned him that if he did not intervene to save Zhu Hongbo from the impending fall, he might become the subject of tales as the cultivator who met his end in such a manner. As Zhu Hongbo felt himself plunging into an abyss, he let out a desperate scream. Suddenly, he felt a tightening grip around his collar, and soon he landed safely on the ground. Only then did his racing heart begin to settle. Jiang Wenzhe, holding the Qingling Zhentian bow in his left hand, released Zhu Hongbo's collar with his right, and said, "I apologize, Brother Zhu, for the destruction of your 2 artifacts." Zhu Hongbo, still shaken, gazed at the Qingling Zhentian bow in Jiang Wenzhe's hands. Stammering, supreme-grade artifact. How could you possess a supreme-grade artifact? You. When Jiang Wenzhe unveiled the bow, many spectators sensed its supreme-grade nature. However, they were reluctant to believe that a relatively unknown Qi refining stage cultivator could possess such a treasure. Now, with Zhu Hongbo's words, the reality of Jiang Wenzhe's possession was firmly established. Supreme-grade artifact. My heavens! How did this fellow acquire such an item? The cold and elegant Lin Jiro looked at Jin Jiro in astonishment. Noting that even she, a true disciple of the Listening Sword Peak, lacked such an artifact, Lin Jiro gently shook her head and remarked, "I do not know, but there are only 2 or 3 artifact masters within the sect capable of forging supreme-grade artifacts. Brother Qian and Sister Ji excel at crafting swords. I suspect Brother Wenzhe sought the eccentric Gu Shixiang for this weapon. In the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, those capable of forging supreme-grade artifacts could be counted on one hand. Moreover, given that Jiang Wenzhe's supreme-grade artifact was a longbow, an almost unheard-of weapon among cultivators, many speculated that Gu Kailiang was the one who crafted the Qingling Zhentian bow for the majority of lower-tier cultivators. The finest artifacts they had encountered were high-grade ones. They might have heard of supreme-grade artifacts, which possessed powers akin to magical treasures. Yet, the Qingling Zhentian bow was undoubtedly the first supreme-grade artifact that most present had ever witnessed firsthand. Is it real? Do supreme-grade artifacts truly exist? Did you not see? Brother Zhu's artifact was shattered as though it were a piece of junk. Such power can only belong to a supreme-grade artifact. My heavens, so this is the might of a supreme-grade artifact. The various challengers on the platform exchanged glances, each using medium-grade artifacts. A few skilled individuals possessed 2 medium-grade artifacts, but in the presence of a supreme-grade weapon, they paled in comparison. Jiang Wenzhe smiled lightly and inquired, "Brother Zhu, do you wish to continue?" No. I do not wish to fight any longer." Zhu Hongbo shook his head vigorously, fearful that a refusal might provoke Jiang Wenzhe to release another arrow. "Master, Brother Zhu has voluntarily conceded. In the arena of the discussion of the Tao, Li Qi finally grasped the situation upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words. Jiang Wenzhe has challenged and defeated the champion Zhu Hongba. Zhu Hongba remains the champion. Any disciples wishing to challenge may step forward. Quick-thinking cultivators turn their gazes toward Zhu Hongba, who is now without a suitable artifact. I will go first. The first to act was a female disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refining, who soared onto Zhu Hongba's platform with excitement, exclaiming, "I humbly request guidance from Brother Zhu." Zhu Hongba realized that his artifact had been destroyed, despite his own strength at the 8th layer of Qi refining. He knew he would undoubtedly be outmatched by a 6th layer cultivator wielding a medium-grade artifact. While it was not shameful to be outclassed by someone with a medium-grade weapon, the real concern lay in the fact that if he were defeated now, he would immediately lose his qualifications as the champion of the discussion of the Tao and, with it, his chance to ascend as a disciple of the Cultivation Academy. Jiang Wenzhe pursed his lips and remarked, "I warned you not to be stubborn. Are you regretting it now? If you had borrowed an artifact to tide you over, you might still have had a chance to defend your position." Originally, Jiang Wenzhe could have refrained from expressing such words, yet his intuition suggested that Zhu Hongba was a person prone to extremes to avoid future resentment. Jiang Wenzhe decided to offer a word of caution to Zhu Hongba. Whether he could procure a magical artifact in this critical moment depended on the quality of his relationships. If someone was willing to lend him a hand, he could certainly acquire the necessary artifact. However, if he was generally unlikable, others would likely revel in his misfortune rather than assist him. After receiving Jiang Wenzhe's advice, Zhu Hongba immediately sought help from the onlooking disciples of the Tao-seeking academy, hoping to borrow a couple of magical artifacts in a pinch. Unfortunately, his social standing was not particularly favorable. After searching high and low, no one was willing to extend a helping hand at that moment, leaving him a high-level cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refining, bested by a junior sister at the 6th layer, thus losing his qualification as the champion. Subsequently, many disciples of the Tao-seeking academy, who had previously thought they had no chance, ascended the stage to challenge him. After a fierce bout, the platform, once occupied by Zhu Hongba, was claimed by a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Intuitively, this cultivator was the brilliant nephew mentioned by Lang Yin. Lang Yuan successfully defended the stage, calling out for anyone wishing to challenge the champion to step forward. In truth, all disciples with the capability to contend for the champion's title were already on the stage. After Li Qi had asked twice without anyone stepping up, Jiang Wenzhe activated his light-footed technique and arrived at the platform of Senior Brother Yang, with whom he had previously exchanged pleasantries. "Senior Brother Yang, I seek your guidance." Jiang Shidi, Li Qi, soaring in the air on his flying sword, excitedly announced, "Champion Jiang Wenzhe challenges Champion Yang Zhengqiu." Yang Zhengqiu looked at the smiling Jiang Wenzhe, feeling as though several ants were crawling on his back. After witnessing Zhu Hongba's fate, who would still dare to confront Jiang Wenzhe? But to concede outright would be a disgrace for them as sword cultivators. "Go for it, Jiang Shixiao. Whether we can ascend the stage depends on you. Jiang Shixiao, we support you. Come on, Jiang Shixiao, defeat Yang Zhengqiu." With Leng Yuan having set a precedent for successfully claiming the champion's title, the disciples of the Tao-seeking academy at the 7th layer of Qi refining were eager for Jiang Wenzhe to render the 8th layer champions powerless. Wait. Yang Zhengqiu said anxiously, "Jiang Shixiao, we can spar, but we must not damage the magical artifacts." Upon hearing Yang Zhengqiu's words, Jiang Wenzhe smiled and nodded. "That's fine. Shall I shoot at you instead?" No, that won't do." Yang Zhengqiu quickly shook his head, his face a mask of horror as he gazed at the Qingling Zhentian bow in Jiang Wenzhe's hands that a single strike from a mid-grade artifact could easily shatter it. If he were shot by an arrow, how could he possibly survive? Jiang Wenzhe, feeling helpless, said, "If we cannot damage the artifacts and cannot shoot at each other, what do you suggest we do? Should I concede instead?" "I concede. Li Shishu, I concede, little master." There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's last words, Yang Zhengqiu understood that if he wished to retain his champion title, he could only choose to concede voluntarily. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as Zhu Hongba. After Yang Zhengqiu's concession, Li Qi blandly announced, "Yang Zhengqiu concedes. His champion qualification is retained." Jiang Wenzhe cupped his hands toward Yang Zhengqiu and then jumped to the platform of another 8th layer cultivator. Champion Jiang Wenzhe challenges Champion Tao Shi. Lu Shu, I concede as well. Following Yang Jingxu's lead, Tao Shi also chose to concede. Jiang Wenzhe was then left to face Yan Jingyan, smiling as he asked, "What is your choice, Yin Xixiang, Jiang Shidi, to debate with top-grade artifacts? Only you could conceive such an idea," Yan Jingyan lamented. "This isn't fair play," he added with a frown. Jiang Wenzhe, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Without any solid backing, would I dare to claim I could take on 10 opponents? How about this, Yin Xixiang? Let us not use any artifacts at all. Let us just rely on our skills to determine the victor." Jiang Wenzhe's prowess in close combat had already been proven through Qin Xingqing's defeat. Yan Jingyan sighed helplessly and looked at Li Liqi, who was hovering in the air. "Lu Shu, I concede." After Yan Jingyan voluntarily conceded, Jiang Wenzhe finally ascended the platform of Wang Puyin, who had previously been the most vocal in challenging him. "Hee, senior brother Wang, I've come to challenge you," Jiang Wenzhe said, a warm smile on his face. Addressing the visibly distressed Wang Puyin, "I wonder if you are prepared." From another platform, Yang Jingxu gleefully chimed, "Don't be cowardly, dog. You were the one who said to let Jiang Xixiang challenge you." Now, he could no longer refer to Jiang Wenzhe as shitty, even though Jiang Wenzhe was merely 26 years old. Yet, his strength was undeniable, and calling him Xixiang was not disgraceful when Jiang Wenzhe stated he would challenge all 10 champions. The second to cheer the loudest, Zhu Hongba, had already lost his opportunity to ascend to the Cultivation Academy. Qin Xingqing, too, had missed his chance purely due to bad luck in being the first to cross paths with Jiang Wenzhe. In truth, all the champions in this debate assembly understood that whoever encountered Jiang Wenzhe first would inevitably face defeat. Wang Puyin, somewhat blustering, claimed, "Jiang Wenzhe, so what if you can attack from a distance? As long as I fly fast enough on my sword, you won't be able to do anything to me." With that, Wang Puyin jumped onto his mid-grade flying sword, preparing to counter Jiang Wenzhe's attacks with swift aerial maneuvers. Through intuitive perception, Jiang Wenzhe discerned Wang Puyin's intentions. "Senior brother Wang, you're flying swiftly on your sword," Jiang Wenzhe lazily remarked. "Aren't you afraid of colliding with my arrows?" Upon hearing Jiang Wenze's words, Wang Puyin hastily halted his flight, realizing that such a course of action would not end well for him. Jiang Wenzhe, like a wraith, glided across the platform to stand behind Wang Puyin, whispering softly into his ear, "Senior brother Wang, I'm here. I concede. Don't hit me. I concede." As Jiang Wenzhe merely approached him, Wang Puyin decisively chose to concede, and in the most humiliating manner possible. Jiang Wenzhe shrugged helplessly and said, "Brothers, is it truly acceptable for you to be this passive? If this continues, the seats among the top 10 true disciples of the Cultivation Academy will fall to me. Don't you wish to assist that senior brother from the Cultivation Academy? Are you just going to watch as I seize his position?" With Wang Puyin's voluntary concession, only 4 champions remained before Jiang Wenzhe. As he advanced, he was about to step onto the platform of the only female cultivator among the champions. "3 senior brothers, what are your thoughts? And this senior sister?" Li Liqi, feeling that it was too tedious to inquire one by one, called out, "Zhu Xiang, Xia Yifei, Su Bin, Zhang Xiaoyan. Who among you is willing to accept the challenge from champion Jiang Wenzhe? If not, you may concede directly." In the observation pavilion of Tianqiufeng, Leng Yin had lost her previous arrogance. The genius nephew she had praised to the heavens had merely reaped the benefits from Jiang Wenzhe, thus claiming a champion's title. Reflecting on her earlier evaluation of Jiang Wenzhe, she now felt a burning shame on her cheeks. "Senior sister, the one over there is the 10th true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. Yu Shangfei, isn't. Upon hearing Jinjiro's words, Leng Yin turned her gaze toward the direction pointed out. "Indeed, that's Yu Shangfei. Poor little fellow, he finally managed to secure a substitute position among the true disciples. And now it's about to be snatched away." Jinjiro, upon hearing Leng Yan's words, wore a peculiar expression. She had never heard Leng Yan speak a kind word about Jiang Wenzhe before. "Senior sister, why? Why have you suddenly changed your tune?" Leng Yan clenched her fists, her face flushed with embarrassment as she confessed, "I admit, my previous prejudice against Jiang Wenzhe was far too profound. Jiang Wenze's recent actions would undoubtedly stir a great uproar within the sect, especially after he produced a top-tier magical artifact. Even foundation-building cultivators could not help but regard Jiang Wenzhe with newfound respect. Senior brother Jiang wields a top-tier magical artifact, and I, as a junior sister, believe I am no match for him. I concede." Zhang Shaoan was the first to voice her surrender, or perhaps she had long since resolved that she would concede the moment Jiang Wenzhe stepped onto her stage. With the host, Zhang Shaoyan, conceding, what about the remaining 3 disciples? Jiang Wenzhe's intuition told him that Zhu Xiang, Xie Yifei, and Su Bin were all inclined to concede as well. However, their eyes wavered, clearly still weighing their options. Possibly encouraged by the arrival of a cultivator who had suddenly appeared at the Tianqiao Peak discussion venue during the contest for Zhu Haiba's stage point, one of the 9th-level Qi refinement seniors. Upon arriving, fixed a gaze of intense hostility on Jiang Wenzhe. Following the voluntary surrenders of Yang Zhengxiu, Tao Shi, Yin Jingyan, and Wang Pulin, Jiang Wenzhe felt that the hostility directed at him had become almost palpable. In a different scenario, he might have been unable to restrain himself from striking back, that it was clear who harbored such intense murderous intent against him within the sect. It had to be that senior brother, ranked 10th among the top disciples of the true Cultivation Academy. Moreover, Jiang Wenzhe sensed that this senior brother had a rather narrow mind. Not only did he resent Jiang Wenzhe, the instigator, but he seemed to hold a grudge against Yin Jingyan, Yang Zhengxiu, and Tao Shi as well. Thus, Jiang Wenzhe deliberately slowed his pace in challenging the host, allowing that senior brother a moment to salvage his position among the true disciples. Senior brother Jiang, I am willing to give it a try. Lily Qi cast a meaningful glance toward the spectator pavilion before announcing. Host Xie Yifei accepts the challenge from host Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe gracefully leaped onto Xie Yifei's stage, startling Xie Yifei into swiftly summoning his mid-grade defensive artifact. Simultaneously, he formed a sword seal and leaped onto his mid-grade artifact, the Liyuan sword, ascending rapidly to over 40 meters in the air. With 2 mid-grade artifacts, senior brother Xie certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Wenzhe chuckled softly. But, senior brother, how do you plan to attack me from such a distance? The effective range for a Qi refinement sword cultivator's sword control is approximately 10 zhang. Exceeding that range would significantly diminish the power of the technique, wouldn't it? Xie Yifei's face turned especially grim, yet he stubbornly retorted, enough with the nonsense. Junior brother Jiang, feel free to make your move. Jiang Wenzhe shook his head with a light laugh. Previously, sword cultivators had dominated, leaving spellcasters with little choice but to defend with all their might. Now, however, the tables had turned, with him, an earth attribute spellcaster, forcing a sword cultivator to retreat beyond the effective attack range of their sword control. This was truly a reversal of fortune. Although Jiang Wenzhe's demeanor, tone, and movements were relaxed, he held nothing back when it came time to engage. He promptly retrieved a low-grade magical arrow from his storage pouch, knocking it on the Qingling Zhentian bow and slowly drawing back the string. Xie Yifei, on the other hand, was fully focused on maneuvering his artifact, executing rapid, erratic movements in midair. He had pushed the defensive artifact to its limits, ensuring it could withstand the arrow Jiang Wenzhe was about to unleash. Jiang Wenzhe had set his sights squarely on Xie Yifei's defensive artifact. Since Xie Yifei had chosen a primarily defensive strategy for their duel, Jiang Wenzhe seized the opportunity to thoroughly assess the might of the Qingling Zhentian bow. Whoosh! Even though the onlookers had locked onto the arrow Jiang Wenzhe had drawn, it slipped from their mental grasp the instant it was released. A sharp, urgent whistle filled the air. Boom! The mid-grade defensive artifact before Xie Yifei erupted with a deafening roar. Xie Yifei felt as though his consciousness had been struck by a massive hammer. His body swayed and plummeted from the air, and the spiritual energy emanating from his defensive artifact dimmed considerably. It was evident to all that the artifact had sustained damage. However, the low-grade arrow shot from the Qingling Zhentian bow shattered into fragments, showcasing the terrifying power of a top-tier magical artifact. Jiang Wenzhe leisurely retrieved a second low-grade arrow from his storage pouch. Knocking the arrow, he drew back the bowstring and aimed. Whoosh! Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed from Xie Yifei's defensive artifact. This time, Xie Yifei felt his vital energy surging uncontrollably. His body wobbled, and his speed dwindled to a crawl. Puffed. Observing the defensive artifact, now nearly reduced to scrap, Xie Yifei steeled himself, biting his tongue to draw forth a drop of essence blood and spat it onto the artifact. As he infused it with his essence, the artifact shimmered with a dazzling crimson light. While a cultivator's essence blood could temporarily enhance the artifact's power, such an act was detrimental both to the artifact and the cultivator. Losing a drop of essence blood would require 30 days of arduous training to replenish. Yet the damage inflicted on the artifact was irreversible, potentially rendering it a mere hunk of scrap. Jiang Wenzhe was oblivious to the promise made by that true disciple of the Cultivation Academy that had compelled Xie Yifei to resort to such self-harming measures. They seemed to have misunderstood the crux of the matter. Merely blocking his attacks would not suffice. Only by defeating him could they prevent his ascension within the ranks of true disciples and seize the 10th seat. No. Jiang Wenzhe's intuition signaled that his assumption was flawed. Xie Yifei was not merely trying to endure more of his attacks. He was attempting to deplete Jiang Wenzhe's magical energy and arrows. Xie Yifei was merely the first to be swayed by that true disciple. The others, Zhu Xiang, Su Bin, and even the previously surrendering Wang Pulin and Tao Shi, would undoubtedly join forces to thwart him from claiming a seat among the true disciples. Clearly, someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, devising a likely strategy to impede him. Yet, they seem to have overlooked the characteristics of magical energy. Cultivators of earth attribute magic thrived in prolonged battles. Moreover, Jiang Wenzhe was not without preparations for this confrontation at the discussion venue. Since they wished to play this game, he would gladly indulge them. Guided by his innate intuition, Jiang Wenzhe quickly grasped the true aim of that true disciple. Furthermore, this was an opportunity to test the power of the Qingling Zhentian Bao and his own capabilities. To become an arrow cultivator was simply a path he had charted based on his conditions and instincts, and the process would require continual practice and refinement. Today presented the perfect opportunity to validate his arrow cultivator strategy. And he truly had that true disciple to thank for creating this chance for him. With that thought in mind, Jiang Wenzhe launched 2 more attacks against Xie Yifei. Whoosh, boom, crack, under the enhancement of the mid-grade defensive artifact and the essence blood of Xie Yifei. He withstood 5 strikes from the Qingling Zhentian Bao before it finally shattered. Meanwhile, Xie Yifei was struck by a backlash of divine consciousness, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices and leaving him dizzy. After barely managing to return to the ground on his sword, he collapsed directly onto the ground. Not only did Xie Yifei lose a drop of essence blood, but his divine consciousness also sustained significant damage. One should not assume that wielding an artifact with divine consciousness would render one immune to injury. The arrows shot by Jiang Wenzhe struck the artifact, and the resounding force reverberated, dispersing the divine consciousness that clung to it. This compelled the cultivator to intensify their divine consciousness to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, the artifact would lose its control over the divine consciousness and might even be knocked away by the impact of the arrows. The rapid switching of divine consciousness between tension and relaxation was akin to manipulating iron wire. Withstanding powerful attacks with divine consciousness once or twice might be manageable, but repeated assaults would inevitably harm it. Currently, Xie Yifei's divine consciousness was injured, and it would be impossible for him to recover without careful cultivation for at least half a year. Jiang Wenzhe set down the Qingling Zhentian Bao and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He then turned to Xie Yifei and asked, "Senior brother Xie, can you still take one of my arrows?" "No, I concede. I admit defeat." The mid-grade artifact that had allowed Xie Yifei to block Jiang Wenzhe's arrows was now damaged. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. He could not risk using his remaining mid-grade flying sword to block the arrows from the Qingling Zhentian Bao. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, he promptly chose to concede. With the challenger Xie Yifei conceding, he retained his position as the champion. Those who wish to challenge may now ascend the stage. The previously exuberant disciples of the Tao Institute fell silent. Having already heard the mysterious person's transmission, anyone daring to challenge at this moment should prepare to be targeted by the senior brothers of the Cultivation Academy. The flicker of mockery flashed in Jiang Wenzhe's eyes as he gracefully leaped onto Su Bin's platform. Champion Jiang Wenzhe challenges Champion Su Bin. "Su, senior brother, prepare yourself." At that moment, a disciple from the Tao Institute, who was at the 7th level of artifact refining, tossed a mid-grade artifact shield onto Su Bin's stage. Su Bin caught the shield and swiftly took to the skies on his flying sword. He then summoned the defensive artifact he had just acquired along with his mid-grade flying sword. The Chongyang Sword, Haoyang Sword Technique. Go! Jiang Wenzhe's intuition had already anticipated Su Bin's actions, and he preemptively summoned his own defensive artifact, the Muley Shield. Although Su Bin's sword attack was incredibly rapid, the defensive artifact controlled by Jiang Wenzhe seemed to possess a keen awareness, moving slowly yet consistently blocking Su Bin's strikes. Moreover, the spiritual light on the Muley shield remained vibrant, showing no signs of wear even after Su Bin's relentless assaults that lasted for nearly half a stick of incense. Once Jiang Wenzhe regained his composure, he unleashed his powerful technique, unmatched might. Drawing the bow and releasing the arrow in one fluid motion, Su Bin hurriedly maneuvered his flying sword back into his grasp, simultaneously summoning his defensive artifact to brace against Jiang Wenzhe's onslaught. Whoosh, boom, clang. However, the arrows launched from the Qingling Jintian bow were swifter, almost instantaneously catching up to the Haoyang sword and shattering it into 3 segments. Jiang Wenzhe, you? Jiang Wenzhe leisurely replied. In the arena, life and death are determined by fate. If Su's senior brother cannot bear the consequences of having his artifact destroyed, it's best to concede rather than overexert yourself. After hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Su Bin gritted his teeth and retorted, "Humph, it's merely a mid-grade artifact. Don't think I'll yield so easily. If you have the ability, destroy this defensive artifact and show me." Whoosh, thunder. At first, Jiang Wenzhe had not noticed the defensive artifact shield that Su Bin had acquired. However, upon hearing Su Bin's words, he immediately sensed something amiss with the shield. Thus, he aimed and shot an arrow at it. To Jiang Wenzhe's surprise, his arrow did not shatter upon impact with the shield, despite the overwhelming force. Moreover, Su Bin's divine consciousness showed little disturbance. Previously, Xie Yifei had used a mid-grade shield to withstand his arrows, but each time it had reverberated through his divine consciousness, culminating in Xie Yifei bleeding from his orifices after 5 arrows. Could it be that this shield was crafted from pure wood attribute materials? His intuition suggested that this was not due to attribute restraint. If it wasn't attribute restraint, it must be a matter of capability restraint. To verify his suspicion, Jiang Wenzhe aimed at Su Bin's shield once again. Through his divine consciousness, Jiang Wenzhe perceived that the shield rippled like the surface of water, absorbing the force from the arrow. Hence, the low-grade artifact arrows did not shatter because most of the force was absorbed by the shield. Furthermore, Jiang Wenzhe keenly sensed that Su Bin's magical power was being rapidly depleted. Indeed, the shield possessed the ability to absorb impact, but activating this power required a continuous supply of magical power from the cultivator. Ha ha! Did you see that, Jiang Wenzhe? As long as I have this shield, you cannot harm me. Jiang Wenzhe couldn't help but internally scoff. It must be said, this artifact truly does counter his direct arrows. However, when it comes to controlling soft energy, I am the expert here. Ignoring Su Bin's smug grin, Jiang Wenzhe once again nocked an arrow, employing the technique of bone-shattering cotton palm, wrapping the cotton energy around the arrow in spirals. Following the guidance of his intuition, he released the bowstring of the Qingling Jintian bow. Boom! The crowd witnessed the shield before Su Bin suddenly fly out, crashing heavily into him and sending him hurtling backward. Su Bin felt a surge of blood surging within him, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could even hit the ground, he lost consciousness, narrowly escaping death on the stage thanks to the timely intervention of Lilichi. With champion Su Bin unconscious, champion Jiang Wenzhe emerged victorious. Ordinarily, when someone is knocked unconscious, it signifies the loss of their champion title. However, the disciples of the Tao Institute remained unusually quiet, standing in place, none daring to ascend Su Bin's platform. What just happened? Now, everyone was most concerned about how Su Bin inexplicably lost the match. He had clearly found a way to counter Jiang Wenzhe, so it was illogical for him to be defeated so swiftly. In the pavilion, Long Yin once again glanced at Jin Zhiro, sensing that among those present, only her junior sister could provide an answer. It was the silent arrow. Jin Zhiro did not disappoint Long Yin. Revealing the reason for Su Bin's defeat, the silent arrow, the arrow was shot without a sound. Suddenly, Long Yin recalled that Jiang Wenzhe had indeed launched an arrow. Strangely, she had not heard the usual piercing whistle of an arrow slicing through the air. Jin Zhiro pursed her lips, refraining from responding to Long Yin's probing question, feeling that the atmosphere of the Tao conference had turned particularly eerie, devoid of the earlier excitement. It was as if everyone had been frozen in place, all targeting Jiang Wenzhe. Brother Zhu Xiang, what about you? Do you wish to fight? Of course I wish to fight. Zhu Xiang had just agreed to Jiang Wenze's challenge when suddenly, a flying sword gleaming with bright azure spiritual light shot out from the Tianxiao Peak viewing pavilion. The radiance emitted from this sword indicated that it was a top-grade artifact, and it appeared to be a wood attribute flying sword. Isn't this the famed artifact of Yu Shangfei, the Songgang sword? The Bai Bo shield, yes. The shield Su Bin just used must be Yu Shangfei's defensive artifact, the Bai Bo shield, that why Yu Shangfei truly had the audacity to involve himself in the matters of the Tao Institute's conference. Such trivialities. If this were happening to you, you would be just as anxious. After all, he is the 10th seed among the top 10 disciples of the Cultivation Academy. The disciples of the Tao Seeking Institute may be oblivious to the existence of the Bai Bo shield, unaware of the Song Gang sword, and have no knowledge of who Yu Shangfei is. However, the disciples of the Cultivation Academy, especially the direct disciples from the various peaks of the Sword Sect, are all too familiar with these matters. Jin Zhiro, fuming, stood up and exclaimed, "This is too outrageous. Yu Shangfei, he is utterly excessive." Leng Yin, with her usual indifference, replied, "It is your brother Wenzhe who is being unreasonable, insisting on challenging the 10 champions of the debate conference. If Wenzhe possesses such strength, why shouldn't he challenge them?" Jin Zhiro immediately countered, "If he is dissatisfied, the ranking competition among the disciples of the Cultivation Academy will take place next year. He can reclaim his position then." Leng Yin reached out to gently ruffle Jin Zhiro's hair and remarked, "My silly junior sister, things are not as simple as you think. The resources enjoyed by the top 10 true disciples of the Cultivation Academy are no less than yours. The reason you have such high-quality resources is due to your wind spirit root. If Yu Shangfei's position were to be taken by Jiang Wenzhe, the resources he would receive would be equivalent to those of an ordinary disciple of the Cultivation Academy. In the realm of the Tao, a single misstep can lead to numerous delays. If he cannot secure his position, he may have to wait an additional 20 years to establish his foundation." Jin Zhiro blinked and excitedly said, "If Brother Wenzhe can obtain those resources, with his talent, he could establish his foundation within 10 years, right?" Leng Yin, taken aback by Jin Zhiro's words, nodded slowly. "There is some truth to that. However, Jiang Wenzhe is a soil attribute spell cultivator. The people in the Cultivation Academy are unlikely to treat him kindly. They might even unite to ostracize him." Jin Zhiro hardly heard the latter part of Leng Yin's statement, her mind consumed with thoughts of how Jiang Wenzhe could claim a seat among the true disciples of the Cultivation Academy. If he did, he would be able to establish his foundation within a decade, allowing her to openly be with Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe finally faced an opponent who brought out a top-grade magical artifact, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Earlier, he had only drawn the Qingling Zhentian Bao 1/3 of the way to shoot an arrow. Even so, that was sufficient to easily shatter a mid-grade flying sword. If he were to fully draw the Qingling Zhentian Bao, the arrow released could potentially obliterate both sword and wielder. After all, the power of a top-grade magical artifact reaches the realm of treasures, which can only be wielded by golden core cultivators. Perhaps Jiang Wenzhe is merely a level 8 Qi refinement soil attribute spell cultivator. Yet with the top-grade magical artifact Qingling Zhentian Bao in hand, even foundation-building cultivators must tread carefully. The attack of a top-grade magical artifact could inflict fatal injuries upon a foundation-building cultivator. "Brother Zhuxiang, are you ready? I am about to launch my attack," Jiang Wenzhe announced, allowing Zhuxiang ample time to familiarize himself with the mid-grade flying sword he borrowed from Yu Shangfei, while also giving himself a chance to replenish some of his mana. Although he was employing magical techniques, as long as his mana was sufficient, there would be no risk of diminished power or failure of his techniques. However, maintaining the operation of his techniques for an extended period had already consumed about 30% of his mana. Had he not developed a cultivation mode for Wu's soil mana, he would not dare to be reckless and allow his opponent to prepare. He would undoubtedly choose to achieve a swift resolution to his goals. After manipulating the Song Gang sword that Yu Shangfei lent him, Zhuxiang, filled with confidence, turned to Jiang Wenzhe and said, "Come on." Upon hearing Zhuxiang's words, Jiang Wenzhe exerted himself to fully draw the Qingling Zhentian Bao to its crescent moon state. My heavens, it is fully drawn. This top-grade magical artifact had reached its maximum potential. All the cultivators present, except for Jin Zhiro, believed that Jiang Wenzhe could only draw the Qingling Zhentian Bao 1/3 of the way. However, Jin Zhiro had heard her father explain that as long as one could draw a hard bao, one could draw it fully with cotton strength. Thus, she was confident that Jiang Wenzhe had not exerted his full strength on the debate conference platform. Whoosh! Before Zhuxiang could recover from the shock of Jiang Wenzhe fully drawing the Qingling Zhentian Bao, Jiang Wenzhe released the bowstring. The arrow shot from the fully drawn top-grade magical artifact was astonishingly swift, even leaving behind a subtle ripple in the air. cultivators with spiritual awareness could see it clearly. Boom! In the midst of the commotion, including Lang Yin, Lu Liqi, and numerous foundation-building cultivators, no one saw where Jiang Wenzhe's arrow had gone. They only heard a tremendous explosion as the mid-grade flying sword in front of Zhu Xiang detonated as if it had self-destructed. The fierce shockwave rapidly spread outward, directly impacting Zhu Xiang, who was flying in the air on his sword. He felt his spiritual awareness, which was attached to the Song Gang's sword, shatter in an instant. A wave of force then swept toward him, knocking him off balance. The Song Gang sword, now completely out of Zhu Xiang's control, spun wildly in the air, slashing out waves of azure sword energy. Clearly, someone was secretly manipulating the Song Gang sword. Whoosh! Standing on the debate conference platform, Jiang Wenzhe once again fully drew the Qingling Zhentian bow, aiming at the Song Gang sword, which was still spinning and slashing in the air. Boom! Another tremendous explosion resonated as the wildly spinning and slashing Song Gang sword was forced to change direction, heading straight for the startled Zhu Xiang. Don't come near, Zhu Xiang screamed in fright, instinctively summoning his magical artifact to block the Song Gang sword. Clang, 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 crack. Zhu Xiang's mid-grade flying sword was instantly ensnared within the sword energy generated by the slashing of the top-grade Song Gang sword. A series of intense metallic clashes echoed through the air, sparks flying, and the sight alone was enough to instill fear. Ultimately, Zhu Xiang's mid-grade flying sword could not withstand the onslaught of the top-grade Song Gang sword. Shattering into 3 pieces and plummeting to the ground, the Song Gang sword, merely a top-grade artifact, dimmed after forcibly destroying a mid-grade artifact, clearly suffering significant damage and possibly dropping from a top-grade to a mid-grade artifact. The degradation of an artifact's quality is generally irreversible, and even after falling to a mid-grade artifact, its power would not be as potent as a pure mid-grade artifact. Brother Zhu Xiang, hurry and run. I am going to attack again, Jiang Wenzhe announced once more, fully drawing the Qingling Zhentian bow on the debate conference platform. I concede. Brother Jiang, I concede. Don't shoot. In the face of imminent danger, Zhu Xiang had lost all remnants of pride as a level 8 Qi refinement cultivator. He hastily flew back to the ground on his sword, shouting his concession. Thus, Jiang Wenzhe had successfully challenged all the champions of this debate conference. However, this did not guarantee that he would secure the 10th seed among the top 10 true disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Champion Zhu Xiang concedes. Maintaining his champion status, Lu Liqi could not help but feel excited. Jiang Wenzhe was the first person he had seen attempt to obtain a seat among the true disciples of the Cultivation Academy through the debate conference. He utilized the amplification formation to proclaim loudly. Champion Jiang Wenzhe has successfully challenged all 10 champions and achieved ultimate victory. If there are no objections from the disciples of the Tao Seeking Institute, Champion Jiang Wenzhe shall receive the 10th seat among the top 10 true disciples of the Cultivation Academy upon entering. If anyone has any objections, they may present them now. Defeating Jiang Wenzhe in the arena will also secure the 10th seat among the top 10 true disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Young Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading for even more excitement. Jiang Wenzhe has ceased the operation of his mystical arts, attentively sensing the thoughts of those around him who regard him with unusual gazes. Previously, he had perceived a flicker in the eyes of Wang Pulin and Tao Shi, who had surrendered earlier. His intuition indicated that Yu Shangfei was secretly contacting them, hoping they would intervene to thwart his bid for the position of a true disciple. Consequently, Jiang Wenzhe altered his strategy, drawing the Qingling Zhentian bow to its full extent and compelling Zhu Xiang to concede that in a contest where both parties wield comparable magical prowess, the outcome hinges upon the quality and quantity of their magical artifacts. Regrettably, Jiang Wenzhe, armed with the exceptional Qingling Zhentian bow, stood in a league of his own, not merely among the disciples of the Tao Seeking Academy, but even when compared to those from the Cultivation Academy. Any confrontation would merely result in a dimensional suppression. Let it be reiterated, the champion Jiang Wenzhe has indeed qualified for the position of a true disciple at the Cultivation Academy. If anyone has objections, they are invited to step forward. Defeating Jiang Wenzhe would grant them the coveted seat. Those who have entered the Cultivation Sect are far from foolish. Those who have attained the 7th level of Qi refinement are even less likely to lack intelligence. Even if someone desired the position of a true disciple at the Cultivation Academy, upon seeing the exceptional artifact in Jiang Wenzhe's hand radiating a pale azure light, they would promptly regain their composure. After observing for some time, the disciples of the Tao Seeking Academy have come to realize a singular truth. Those who engage in combat against Jiang Wenzhe typically end up merely spitting blood and suffering minor injuries. This is because he shows mercy and does not prioritize the cultivators as primary targets. Otherwise, how could a chi refinement cultivator hope to withstand the assault of an exceptional artifact? Unless someone else could produce an exceptional artifact to counter. It is inconceivable for a chi refinement cultivator to halt Jiang Wenzhe's advance towards the position of a true disciple at the Cultivation Academy.com. Jiang Wenzhe, after a considerable pause, Wang Pulin, who had previously conceded, suddenly spoke up. You are but a pretender, a waste with only the ability to cultivate earth attribute magic, relying on exceptional artifacts to attract attention at the Dao discussion conference. Jiang Wenzhe paid no heed to the suddenly defiant Wang Pulin, instead turning to cast a knowing glance at Yu Shangfei, who still sought to obstruct him at this juncture, even if he were to falter and fail to claim the position of a true disciple. The one who bested him would assume that esteemed role. Or perhaps they do not wish for him, an earth attribute cultivator, to become a true disciple at the Cultivation Academy. You truly are like a mangy dog that recognizes its master after a morsel of soup. Yang Zhentiu, another champion, could not resist mocking. Have you forgotten how you howled in fear earlier, begging for mercy? How is it that you now bark again, unafraid of being brought to your knees? Shut your mouth. Yang, after I deal with this pretender, I will come for you, Wang Pulin retorted, soaring onto the arena where Jiang Wenzhe stood. Simultaneously, a palm-sized shield flew from the observation pavilion atop Tianzhao Peak, landing beside Wang Pulin. He immediately infused his magical energy into the shield, causing it to expand from the size of an adult's palm to that of a tabletop. From the aura it emanated, this shield was, astonishingly, also an exceptional artifact, the Tongling Songjia shield, the prized artifact of the second-ranked true disciple, Xiang Yang, from the Cultivation Academy. Indeed, even senior brother Xiang Yang, the second-ranked true disciple, has made an appearance. Who could have anticipated that this situation would become increasingly intriguing? In the observation pavilion, Lang Yin did not express the same pessimism towards Jiang Wenzhe as before, yet her face bore an expression of indignation. The Cultivation Academy remained shameless as ever. Initially, Jin Zhiro felt a surge of anger upon witnessing an individual from Tianzhao Peak intervening in the Dao-seeking Academy's discussion. However, upon seeing the playful glint in Jiang Wenzhe's eyes, she promptly calmed her racing heart. In her memory, whenever such a smile graced Jiang Wenzhe's countenance, it signified that someone was about to face dire misfortune. Jiang Wenzhe uttered no words. Once again invoking his mystical arts, he knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed. Whoosh! Upon releasing the bowstring, the arrow, of inferior magical artifact caliber, soared towards Wang Pulin with a sharp, piercing sound. Boom! The arrow struck the Tongling Songjia shield, and the tremendous impact caused the inferior artifact to shatter into fragments. Wang Pulin, whose consciousness was linked to the shield, experienced a significant jolt, yet he emerged unscathed. The superiority of exceptional artifacts is undeniable. They do not allow their wielder to be harmed by shock waves as lesser defensive artifacts might. Ha ha ha. Waste, now you understand. Wang Pulin laughed heartily, witnessing that Jiang Wenzhe's attack was futile against him. Without an exceptional artifact, you remain that pretender. Jiang Wenzhe silently retrieved another arrow, knocked it, drew the bow, and aimed once more. Whoosh! Boom! After unleashing 6 consecutive arrows, Wang Pulin could no longer maintain his mirth. Although the exceptional Tongling Songjia shield could withstand the direct assaults of the Qingling Zhentian Bao, Wang Pulin's consciousness, affixed to the shield, lacked any protection. Whoosh! Boom! The shield repelled the 7th arrow, but Wang Pulin found himself straining to control the defensive artifact. At that moment, he felt as if needles were piercing through his mind. He was acutely aware that he could barely manipulate the Tongling Songjia shield. To truly harness its capabilities, one would need to possess at least foundational cultivation. Whoosh! Boom! After blocking the 8th arrow, Wang Pulin's stance on his sword grew increasingly unstable. As though he might plummet from the sky at any moment, the pain emanating from his consciousness had intensified to unbearable levels. Dizzied, he beheld Jiang Wenzhe, who was drawing yet another arrow, his form blurring into 3 or 4 indistinct apparitions. Whoosh! Boom! The 9th arrow released from the Qingling Zhentian Bao struck the Tongling Songjia shield with tremendous force. This time, Wang Pulin could not maintain control over his consciousness. The impact from the shield shattered his mental focus. And upon losing Wang Pulin's magical energy and consciousness, the shield shrank back to its original palm-sized form. Simultaneously, the dazed Wang Pulin began to plummet from the heights above. Li Qi hastily intervened to catch him. For if Wang Pulin were to fall from such a height, his fate would surely be dire. Phew! Jiang Wenzhe slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air, having released 9 arrows from the Qingling Zhentian Bao, which consumed a significant portion of his magical energy. Yet, what pleased him most was the resilience of his own body. From the moment he took out the Qingling Zhentian Bao until now, he had drawn it over 30 times without experiencing any discomfort. This attests to the remarkable enhancement of the Earth Sovereign Soil Spirit technique on a cultivator's physique, having merely reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. He pondered what his defenses might be if he were to attain the 10th level. Perhaps they would rival those of an inferior magical artifact. Wang Pulin has been defeated. Are there any other disciples from the Dao-seeking Academy who wish to challenge Jiang Wenzhe? After announcing Jiang Wenzhe's victory, Lili Qi routinely inquired if anyone else wished to contend. At that moment, Tao Shi, also a champion, unexpectedly interjected. Allow me, Jiang Shixiang, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. They have offered too much. No worries, but Brother Tao should prepare himself mentally. The exceptional artifact will only safeguard your physical body from harm, Jiang Wenzhe remarked, not harboring any animosity towards Tao Shi, and kindly offered a word of caution. However, the impact on your consciousness will be something you must bear alone. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your reminder. I, as a junior disciple, am mentally prepared. In principle, I should not have needed to engage in idle chatter with Tao Shi. I could have easily wounded him with a single arrow before he even picked up the Tongling Songjia shield. However, Jiang Wenzhe did not wish to proceed in that manner, as the competition at the Dao Discussion Conference had already transcended the boundaries of the Qiudao Academy. This was now a confrontation between myself and the disciples of the Cultivation Academy, a situation I had anticipated. Once Tao Shi successfully activated the Tongling Songjia shield, Jiang Wenzhe drew back his bow and released an arrow. Opportunities to test the capabilities of the Qingling Zhentian Bao against a premier defensive magical artifact are rare indeed. Jiang Wenzhe loosed 8 arrows in succession, inflicting significant damage to Tao Shi's spiritual sense. The strength of Brother Jiang is truly formidable. I, Tao Shi, am thoroughly convinced. Tao Shi did not pretend to endure. Upon sensing the sharp pain in his spiritual awareness, he decisively chose to concede. Jiang Wenzhe refrained from further attacks, turning his attention to Yang Zhengxiu, Yan Jingyan, and Zhang Xiaoyan. Among the 10 champions of the Dao Discussion Conference, only these 3 remained capable of fighting. Prior to arriving at the conference venue, Jiang Wenzhe had already prepared himself to topple all 10 champions. Given the current circumstances, he could still unleash up to 60 full-powered arrows with the Qingling Zhentian Bao. To be safe, he needed to ensure that he could defeat all 3 within 10 arrows, averaging 3 arrows per person. Thus, he would have to employ the Jinshan Bao technique. Brother Jiang, I would also like to give it a try. Please show some mercy, said Zhang Xiaoyan. Jiang Wenzhe gently shook his head and replied, that might be somewhat difficult. I am nearing my limit. I will no longer consider the safety of my opponents if sister wishes to challenge me. She must be prepared for the possibility of defeat. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. She could sense that Jiang Wenzhe's words were devoid of any pretense. Nevertheless, it must be said that Jiang Wenzhe's actions today at the Dao Discussion Conference were indeed magnanimous. The arrows capable of shattering mid-grade magical artifacts had not resulted in any fatalities throughout numerous battles, demonstrating his careful control over the power of his artifacts. If he had acted without restraint, how could he have avoided causing death to his opponents? Sister Jiang Wenzhe is already at his limit. What are you afraid of? Just as Zhang Xiaoyan contemplated whether to truly step into the arena, she suddenly heard a languid male voice in her mind. Lin Qi, the 7th seed of the top 10 disciples of the Cultivation Academy. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyan deduced the identity of the one who had transmitted the message and, recalling Lin Qi's style of action, she could only clench her fists and approach Jiang Wenzhe's platform. Tao Shi hastily tossed the Tongling Songjia shield to Zhang Xiaoyan. By virtue of his innate intuition, Jiang Wenzhe could clearly sense the aura of desperation emanating from Zhang Xiaoyan. In other words, she felt as though she had been forced into a corner. The benefits associated with the position of a true disciple must be significant if they could compel a disciple who was already half involved in the Cultivation Academy to risk their life. Jiang Wenzhe had developed a habit since his previous life. The more one attempts to prevent him from obtaining something, the more he desires to acquire it. He had agreed to compete for the position of a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy to obtain refining materials like Lingji softwood. As for the resources or benefits that true disciples could gain, Jiang Wenzhe had never considered or inquired about them. However, when he proclaimed his intent to seize the position of a true disciple during the Dao Discussion Conference, The atmosphere in the venue instantly grew tense. It even escalated to the point where the true disciples of the Cultivation Academy covertly intervened to thwart his ambitions. This inevitably piqued Jiang Wenzhe's interest in the true disciple position. Sister Jiang, I am about to begin. If you cannot hold on, quickly concede. After delivering his final warning, Jiang Wenzhe chose to directly fire the Qingling Jintian Bao. After 7 arrows, Zhang Xiaoyan's complexion had turned pale. She swayed, barely managing to maintain her sword flight, yet she did not utter a word of surrender. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to withstand the next assault. Jiang Wenzhe had already retrieved arrows from his storage bag, yet ultimately could not bring himself to strike her down. Employing his lightness skill, he swiftly moved behind Zhang Xiaoyan and gently struck her on the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. What kind of monster is this? How could a Qi refinement cultivator so effortlessly manipulate a premier magical artifact? Both parties wielded premier magical artifacts. Yet Brother Jiang had successively defeated 4 opponents and appeared to still have strength left. Regardless, in my heart, Brother Jiang is undoubtedly a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. After incapacitating Zhang Xiaoyan, Jiang Wenzhe turned his gaze to Yang Zhengqiu and Yin Jing'an. With a teasing tone, he said, Brothers Yang and Yin, now only the 2 of you remain as full-fledged champions. Why not seize the opportunity and confront me together? Voices of urging and pressure echoed in Yang Zhengqiu and Yin Jing'an's minds, insisting that they must prevent Jiang Wenzhe from attaining the position of a true disciple. However, after watching the performance for so long, they had come to deeply understand that Jiang Wenzhe, armed with the Qingling Jintian Bao, was not an easy opponent to deal with. Brother Yin, Jiang Wenzhe's arrows must be nearly exhausted. Yin Jing'an recalled Yu Shangfei's transmission, even if he still has the strength to draw his bow. Without arrows, he is merely an earth-type spell cultivator. Upon hearing this, Yin Jing'an felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Yet he reflected on the recent interactions with Jiang Wenzhe. He sensed that the situation was not as dire as Yu Shangfei and the others had suggested. Meanwhile, his close friend Yang Zhengqiu appeared ready to take action. Honestly, he was truly reluctant to see either Jiang Wenzhe or Yang Zhengqiu get hurt. Thus, he steeled himself and asked, Brother Jiang, even if you still have the strength to fight, your low-grade magical artifact arrows have already been depleted to such an extent. Why don't we call it a day? And we will not challenge you. Jiang Wenzhe never expected it would be Yin Jing'an seeking reconciliation. His intuition indicated that it was indeed Yin Jing'an's own thoughts, those true disciples of the Cultivation Academy, who were manipulating the Dao discussion conference from behind the scenes, had no intention of making peace. With that realization, Jiang Wenzhe chuckled and said, Thank you for your concern, Brother Yin. I have indeed lost quite a few arrows. The remaining ones are not many, perhaps around 400. As he spoke, Jiang Wenzhe took out 3/4 of the arrows from his storage bag and piled them beside him. What the heck? What on earth? The disciples of the Cultivation Academy watching from the observation pavilion at Tianxiao Peak were utterly astounded. Initially, they had believed that no matter how powerful Jiang Wenzhe's premier magical artifact was, it would be easy to deal with him once he ran out of arrows. Hence, they covertly instructed the champions to wear him down. But who could have anticipated that Jiang Wenzhe had barely scratched the surface of his arrow supply? Jiang Wenzhe patted the pile of arrows beside him and reassured Yin Jing'an, Rest assured, Brother Yin, I could probably still shoot about 20 or 30 arrows at full strength. As long as you can endure. The position of true disciples of the Cultivation Academy will be yours. Upon seeing the pile of arrows Jiang Wenzhe had produced, Yang Zhengqiu's recently ignited fervor was abruptly extinguished, setting aside the question of how many more times Jiang Wenzhe could draw his bow. He had not forgotten how he had been defeated by Su Bin without clarity. Jiang Wenzhe had managed to defeat Su Bin under ambiguous circumstances, and he could similarly defeat him if necessary. The intuition was clear. Both Yang Zhengqiu and Yin Jing'an extinguished any desire to compete against him, and Jiang Wenzhe casually sat upon the pile of arrows. He placed the Qingling Jintian Bao beside him and took out a gourd from his storage bag. Leisurely drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, he then raised his head to address Lu Liqi, who was hovering in midair on his sword, and said, Uncle Lu, please help me inquire among the brothers of the Qiudao Academy. Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and challenge me? Let us resolve this quickly and not delay tomorrow's matters, shall we? After listening to Jiang Wenzhe's words, Lu Liqi showed no visible emotions on his cheeks. He recounted Jiang Wenzhe's words verbatim, but did not elaborate further. So strong, far too strong. Indeed, I cannot fathom any means to defeat Senior Brother Jiang, Uncle Lu. If Senior Brother Jiang is not allowed to employ exquisite magical artifacts, I would be willing to give it a T or Y. Do you still have any shame? If senior brother Jiang cannot use magical artifacts, you can, right? Utilizing exquisite magical artifacts is rather unfair. A mid-grade flying sword would be rendered useless in a mere moment. He possesses the ability to acquire exquisite magical artifacts while you do not. If you feel aggrieved, it is entirely deserved. The entire Tianchi outpeak was abuzz with chatter, yet no one dared to step onto Jiang Wenzhe's arena again. In the viewing pavilion, Jin Zhiro looked at Jiang Wenzhe, who was seated atop a pile of arrows, with a beaming smile. Turning to Leng Yin, she remarked, "Sister, now you must realize just how formidable Brother Wenzhe truly is." Leng Yin longed to counter Jin Zhiro's statement, but given the circumstances, she found herself devoid of any points of rebuttal. Jiang Wenzhe, indeed, single-handedly rendered the Qi refinement disciples of the Tao-Seeking Academy and the Cultivation Academy powerless. Moreover, she sensed that even if she were to confront Jiang Wenzhe directly, it would be a formidable challenge to subdue him. In other words, although Jiang Wenzhe's cultivation level was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, his actual prowess rivaled that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Given a different environment, Jiang Wenzhe's strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. When the incense stick's time had elapsed, the champion Jiang Wenzhe successfully challenged all contenders. The Tao-Seeking Academy's discussion conference concluded splendidly, congratulating the 10 disciples who successfully defended the arena and advanced to the Cultivation Academy. Congratulations to Jiang Wenzhe for securing the 10th seat as a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. As night fully descended upon the earth, Lilichi finally announced the conclusion of the discussion conference. "Wow, it's finally over. Today was truly worthwhile. Indeed, Senior Brother Jiang is so impressive. I've decided to use a bow and arrow as my magical artifact." Right. Who says bow and arrow magical artifacts are weak? The disciples of the Tao-Seeking Academy departed in pairs on their flying swords, for they still bore the responsibility of maintaining the operational affairs of the sect. Unlike the disciples of the Cultivation Academy, who need only focus their energies on their own cultivation, the successfully advanced disciples gathered at the foot of Tianchi Outpeak, and according to customary practice, Jiang Wenzhe and others would meet with the master teacher. It was only after receiving rewards and credentials personally bestowed by the master teacher that they could truly be regarded as disciples of the Cultivation Academy. "Jiang Wenzhe, you are quite remarkable. I shall remember you." As Jiang Wenzhe stored away the arrows he had painstakingly crafted over the past month, he had just approached Yin Jing'an and Yang Jingxiu when a voice filled with malice reached his ears. Wishing to devour him whole, Jiang Wenzhe had long prepared himself for offending Yu Shangfei, yet he did not expect this fellow to dare seek attention at such a moment. "Then I must strike at the heart. Brother, what is so great about being a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy, that it has provoked so many people against me?" Jiang Wenzhe pretended not to hear Yu Shangfei's venomous words and, before reaching Yin Jing'an, began to inquire. Yin Jing'an believed Jiang Wenzhe was genuinely unaware of the benefits of being a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. However, no one else shared this belief. Yang Jingxiu, exceedingly perplexed, exclaimed, "You don't know? I truly do not. Then why are you vying for the position of a true disciple? If someone offers an exquisite magical artifact as a reward, why shouldn't I compete for it?" "Exquisite magical artifact. Is that your longbow?" "No, it's a flying-type exquisite magical artifact." "Two exquisite magical artifacts." Jiang Wenzhe felt that Yang Jingxiu was perfectly suited to play the role of a comedic foil. Aligning seamlessly with his intentions to provoke, Yang Jingxiu scratched the back of his head, utterly confused, and remarked, "What on earth is old Master Gu thinking? Why doesn't he bestow upon me an exquisite magical artifact? If I were to receive one, I could also contend for the position of a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. So, what exactly can one gain from being a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy?" Yin Jing'an was genuinely concerned that Jiang Wenzhe might say something that would elevate their blood pressure. He immediately took it upon himself to enlighten Jiang Wenzhe regarding the benefits afforded to disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Firstly, disciples of the Cultivation Academy are exempt from sect tasks, allowing them to concentrate solely on their cultivation. Secondly, they receive rewards in the form of spirit stones and medicinal pills. The specifics of the rewards are as follows. Ordinary disciples of the Cultivation Academy receive 3 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of true Qi pills each month. In contrast, true disciples receive 10 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of true Qi pills, and a bottle of Huanglong pills monthly. Huanglong pills possess the effect of cleansing the body and enhancing physical strength. significantly shortening the time it takes for qi refinement cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, on every odd day of the month, there are lectures given by foundation establishment masters on the 15th of each month. A Golden Core elder personally visits to impart teachings at the Questioning Valley. This presents a rare opportunity for qi refinement and even foundation establishment cultivators to learn. True disciples enjoy access to even higher-level educational resources, with opportunities for personal instruction from Golden Core elders on the 1st and 15th of each month. Upon securing their position, true disciples are also bestowed with a superior magical artifact. This last benefit of true disciples may not seem significant to Jiang Wenzhe, who possesses two exquisite magical artifacts. For him, a superior magical artifact is hardly a boon. However, for Yin Jing'an, Yang Zhengqiu, and the like, a superior magical artifact is a precious asset that can directly augment their strength. After hearing Yin Jing'an's exposition, Jiang Wenzhe finally comprehended why Yu Shangfei was so antagonistic towards him. The disparity in the welfare resources enjoyed by ordinary disciples and true disciples of the Cultivation Academy is monumental. Without the cultivation resources available to true disciples, who knows how long it would take to progress from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage? Conversely, if he were to obtain such cultivation resources, he could accelerate his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. It is fortunate that old Gu Kailiang dug this pit for him, allowing him to seize the position of a true disciple during the Dao Seeking Academy's discussion conference. Had he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait until the next ranking battle of the Cultivation Academy to contend for the position of a true disciple. Brother Wenzhe, you are amazing. I will come to the Questioning Valley to see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Brother Wenzhe. With the festivities concluded, the personal disciples and true disciples of each peak departed in droves. Jinjiro had initially intended to personally congratulate Jiang Wenzhe, but due to previous arrangements, she could only convey her congratulations through telepathy. Jiang Wenzhe, do not assume that securing the position of a true disciple means everything is settled. Just as Jinjiro's telepathic message ended, she recalled Lang Yan's voice in her mind. The Cultivation Academy and the Dao Seeking Academy are entirely different. In the Dao Seeking Academy, you can study for 10 years without anyone caring. However, at the Cultivation Academy, even a slight misstep could lead to utter devastation. The Cultivation Academy is the true realm of cultivation. In short, be cautious. In truth, a lingering question resided in Jiang Wenze's heart. The Cultivation Academy was a place he had heard of since he first entered the sect. Yet, despite being in the sect for so many years, he had seemingly never encountered any disciples from the Cultivation Academy. Moreover, he had not heard any specifics regarding the Cultivation Academy's location. It was as if it did not exist within the Luojian sect. Earlier, when Jinjiro mentioned the Questioning Valley, could it be that the Cultivation Academy is situated within the Questioning Valley? In truth, the location of the Cultivation Academy was of little consequence to Jiang Wenzhe. He possessed his own rhythm of practice that it was inconceivable for him to alter his cultivation pace merely by transitioning from the Dao Academy to the Cultivation Academy. Soon, only 10 individuals remained at Tianchao Peak, preparing to pay their respects at the Grand Hall where the master teacher resided. Among them, Jiang Wenzhe, Yang Zhengqiu, and Yin Jing'an exhibited the most vibrant spirits. Tao Bin and Zhang Ruoyan had experienced only minor disruptions to their consciousness, and after a period of meditation, they had considerably recovered, their expressions not as pallid as those of others. Wang Pulin and Su Bin lingered at the rear of the group, wishing fervently to avoid walking alongside Jiang Wenzhe. Yet, as they were bound for an audience with the master teacher, it was a rare opportunity to engage closely with Golden Core cultivators. Thus, despite their reluctance, they endured, especially in contrast to the unfortunate Qin Xingqing and Zhu Hongbao, who had at least succeeded in advancing to the Cultivation Academy. Before long, under the guidance of Lilichi, the group arrived before a resplendent hall constructed at the cliff's edge. Reporting to Master, this year's successful disciples advancing to the Cultivation Academy have come to pay their respects. Lilichi paused before the entrance of the hall, bowing respectfully as he made his announcement. Enter. Although a decade had elapsed, Jiang Wenzhe instantly recognized the voice of Master Teacher Luo Tianqing. Fellow disciples, please enter promptly. The newly inducted disciples of the Cultivation Academy became tense, while Jiang Wenzhe remained composed as he ascended the steps leading into the hall. Following his lead, Yin Jing'an, Yang Zhengqiu, Tao Shi, and others followed suit. Upon fully entering the hall, Jiang Wenzhe's consciousness was finally able to perceive the surroundings within. It became evident that a barrier had been established to obstruct the probing of spiritual consciousness. From a distance, when he beheld the Master Teacher's hall, Jiang Wenzhe had anticipated an interior adorned with opulence. Yet, upon actual entry, he realized that he had overestimated the grandeur. The hall of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect was remarkably simple, with a platform roughly a zhang high constructed at the far end. Upon this platform were merely a few sandalwood chairs, upon which sat 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Jiang Wenzhe recognized them all. They were the Golden Core cultivators who had appeared to take in Jinzhiro as a disciple. Master Teacher Luo Tianxing occupied the central chair, while the female Golden Core cultivator, adorned in a resplendent purple palace gown, was known as Shi Xiaorong. The other male Golden Core cultivator, strikingly handsome, exuded an air of effortless elegance, perfectly embodying Jiang Wenzhe's imagination of the Master Teacher of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, Zhou Meng. Disciple Jiang Wenzhe pays respects to Master Teacher, Master Shi, and Master Zhou. Jiang Wenzhe strode confidently to the front of the platform and bowed respectfully to the 3 Golden Core cultivators seated above. After completing his bow, he stood upright, steadily raising his gaze to meet the eyes of the 3 Golden Core cultivators. Jiang Wenzhe believed that all his actions during the Tianxiao Peak discussion had been perceived by their spiritual consciousness. "Ah, little one, why does your spiritual power seem so formidable?" Shi Xiaorong inquired at that moment. The other 9 newly inducted disciples of the Cultivation Academy finally caught up to Jiang Wenzhe, mimicking his respectful gesture towards the 3 Golden Core cultivators. They were astounded by Jiang Wenzhe's words, as if he were already acquainted with these 3 Golden Core elders. It is noteworthy that most of them had cultivated within the sect for 30 to 40 years, with over half never having encountered a Golden Core cultivator. The remainder, although having seen 1 or 2, were unaware of their names. Furthermore, after bowing, they all lowered their heads, too intimidated to gaze upon the forms of the Golden Core cultivators. The Master Teacher, Luo Tianxing, resembling the legendary figure Li Kuei, rose and declared, there is no need for formality. Raise your heads. Let me have a good look at this year's promising talents." Upon hearing Luo Tianxing's words, Yin Jing'an, Yang Jingxiu, and the others dared to lift their heads, albeit only to the level of the Golden Core cultivators' chests, fearful of meeting their gazes directly. "I am Luo Tianxing, entrusted by my master and favored by my fellow brothers and sisters to serve as the Master Teacher of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect." 10 years prior, Jiang Wenzhe had sensed that Master Teacher Luo Tianxing appeared rugged yet possessed an exceptionally meticulous mind. He did not engage in flowery rhetoric. After introducing himself, he instructed everyone to present their identity jade tokens. With a wave of his hand, he infused a spell into their tokens, stating, "Well, from this moment onwards, you are all disciples of the Cultivation Academy." "Thank you, Master Teacher." Upon attaining their identities as disciples of the Cultivation Academy, everyone except Jiang Wenzhe erupted in excitement. Jiang Wenzhe noticed a glimmer of amusement in Zhou Meng and Shi Xiaorong's eyes as they observed his group. Shi Xiaorong rose and gently announced, "Each of you disciples will receive a vial of true essence pills and 3 spirit stones as a monthly reward." As she spoke, she lightly waved her right hand, causing 3 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of pills to materialize before Jiang Wenzhe and the others. "Thank you, Master Shi, for the pills." Jiang Wenzhe was aware that his companions behind him were likely oblivious to Shi Xiaorong's identity, so he accepted the pills and expressed his gratitude. Following suit, Tao Shi, Zhang Xiaoyun, and the others hurriedly accepted the pills and spirit stones, thanking Shi Xiaorong. "Now that you have entered the Cultivation Academy, you must dedicate yourselves to your practice and not become complacent." Zhou Meng stood up with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "This is the attire for disciples of the Cultivation Academy, along with important information for your time here." With a wave of his hand, he tossed 3 sets of water blue attire and a white jade slip to Yin Jing'an, Yang Jingxiu, and the others. Jiang Wenzhe, however, received only a single jade slip, implying that the true disciples of the Cultivation Academy were to be given their uniforms separately. "Thank you, Master Uncle Zhou." This time, there was no need for Jiang Wenzhe to lead. The other disciples had already guessed who was distributing their clothing and the guidelines for entering the Cultivation Academy. At that moment, Luo Tianxing spoke, "Wenzhe, remain. The others may return to rest. Remember to thoroughly read the jade slip provided to you." "Yes." Disciple takes his leave, for Yin Jing'an and the others, now that they had received what they needed. They were eager to depart, and it seemed Luo Tianqing had anticipated their thoughts. Without further ado, he waved them off. Once all the disciples had exited the grand hall, Jiang Wenzhe felt a sudden shift before him, and he found himself standing before Luo Tianqing, Shi Xiarong, and Zhou Ming. Third senior brother, have you discerned anything? In response to Shi Xiarong's inquiry, Luo Tianqing appeared perplexed, stating, such pure and potent earth attribute spiritual power. This is truly unprecedented, truly unprecedented. Zhou Ming, intrigued, asked, Little one, what is the name of the cultivation technique you are primarily practicing? Jiang Wenzhe's intuition suggested that the 3 golden core cultivators present were genuinely unaware of the name of his primary cultivation technique. My primary cultivation technique is the Earth Sovereign Soil Spirit Art. What? X3 Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Luo Tianqing, Shi Xiarong, and Zhou Ming were taken aback. Rising from their seats in astonishment. So you are cultivating the Earth Sovereign Soil Spirit Art. No wonder your spiritual power is so pure and robust. After Luo Tianqing spoke, Shi Xiarong grasped Jiang Wenzhe's right wrist, probing delicately with her spiritual consciousness to examine his condition. You possess a 4-attribute pseudo-spiritual root. Yet there doesn't seem to be anything particularly special about your physique. Shi Xiarong found no extraordinary traits in Jiang Wenzhe's body. Zhou Ming, somewhat skeptical, remarked, Junior sister, are you certain this little fellow is quite ordinary? The Earth Sovereign Soil Spirit Art is notoriously challenging, even for those with true Earth attribute spiritual roots. If you doubt me, you can inspect him yourself. Shi Xiarong shot Zhou Ming an exasperated glance before returning to her seat, her gaze scrutinizing Jiang Wenzhe as if attempting to uncover something. Masters, is there an issue with my cultivation technique? Jiang Wenzhe inquired. Jiang Wenzhe, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, naturally inquired. No, there is no issue, not a single problem. The esteemed Master Luo Tianqing hastily interjected, Wenzhe, I have a few questions for you, and I expect honest answers. Master, please go ahead. 10 years ago, during the initiation trial, it was you who struck down the foe. Upon hearing Luo Tianqing's words, Jiang Wenzhe nodded gently. Indeed, that was the disciple's doing. For my second question, your successful cultivation of the Earth's Sovereign Soil Spirit technique was facilitated by the Yuan Sui Dan gifted to you by your junior sister. Correct. Yes, had it not been for the elixir bestowed by Master Huang, I fear the disciple would not have even coalesced his divine sense. After posing these 2 questions, Luo Tianqing returned to his seat and remarked, Junior brothers and sisters, the unresolved case from 10 years ago has found its true culprit. It was Wenzhe who vanquished the demon wolf, thus preventing any dire consequences. Zhou Ming nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, had another contestant encountered the snowback demon wolf pack, the aftermath would have been unimaginable. Wenzhe has rendered meritorious service in protecting the sect's disciples and demonstrated exceptional skill. Let us reward him with 5 blood bodhi pills. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, Shi Xiarong glanced uncertainly at Luo Tianqing. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I concur with Junior Brother's proposal, especially considering that Wenzhe has brought a wind-attributed genius root to our sect. After hearing Luo Tianqing's statement, Shi Xiarong could only sigh helplessly. Master, Junior Brother, I have already promised these 5 blood bodhi pills to Shoer. What shall we do if we give them to this disciple now and Shoer causes a ruckus? Luo Tianqing snorted lightly. And if he does cause a ruckus, what of it? Were it not for the face of second senior brother, that brat would have long been cast into the earth fire abyss by junior sister. He only dares to stir trouble in front of you. At this point, Luo Tianqing turned to Jiang Wenzhe and said, Wenzhe, these blood bodhi pills can cleanse a cultivator's physical impurities. They could potentially allow you to enter the foundation establishment stage a decade earlier. I hereby bestow them upon you. However, you may incur the resentment of the direct disciples from Tianju Peak. One of them possesses a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivation. Do you dare to accept? For Jiang Wenzhe, anything that could expedite his cultivation was welcome. However, the direct disciple from Tianju Peak must be that fellow named Yi Shouqing, the notorious troublemaker who gives golden core cultivators a headache. As long as Master Shi does not shield him, and he does not seek out foundation establishment uncles as enforcers, the disciple naturally has no fear of anyone seeking trouble. It is not that Jiang Wenzhe looks down upon the Qi refinement disciples of the Falling Sunset Sword sect, but rather that they are truly weak enough to be easily defeated. Junior sister, it is only natural for you to dote on your child. Luo Tianqing remarked to Shi Xiarong. That little monkey feels invincible with your protection. Yet who will protect him once he leaves the sword sect? I propose that Wenzhe take the opportunity to educate him properly. Sigh, Let us proceed as you wish, senior brother. Xiaoring chuckled wryly, her previously regal aura dissipating entirely. Luo Tianqing turned to Jiang Wenzhe. Wenzhe, should that rascal Yu Shouqing dare to trouble you, feel free to deal with him. Just ensure you do not maim him. As for the Foundation establishment disciples, you need not worry. I shall personally handle this matter. Yes, master. Zhou Ming, Luo Tianqing, and Xiaoring exchanged glances, and Zhou Ming rose to address Jiang Wenzhe. Wenzhe, you are now a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. Here is the robe of a true disciple. And in addition, you shall receive a reward of 1 high-grade magical artifact. Zhou Ming first presented Jiang Wenzhe with 3 sets of purple and white patterned garments. Xiaoring also handed over the true essence pills, Huanglong pills, and blood bodhi pills that true disciples receive monthly. Finally, with a wave of his hand, Zhou Ming produced a dozen high-grade magical artifacts shimmering with various spiritual lights, saying, choose one for yourself. You may take any one of these artifacts. Jiang Wenzhe's gaze swept over the high-grade magical artifacts, noting that there were 9 flying sword artifacts and 6 defensive artifacts, with only 5 being of other forms. Guided by intuition, Jiang Wenzhe's eyes fell upon a pearl-shaped artifact, the size of an infant's fist, which was crystal clear and glimmering. This pearl-shaped artifact was surrounded by a chill, though upon closer inspection with his divine sense, he discovered the coldness was not overwhelming. It was known as the flame-repelling pearl, capable of effectively resisting the scorching flames of fire attribute spiritual energy. Upon seeing Jiang Wenzhe take the cold swirling flame-repelling pearl in hand, Zhou Ming promptly explained, aside from being frequently utilized by artifact refiners, the flame-repelling pearl can also withstand fire attribute cultivators' magical attacks. Young one, do you truly wish to select this artifact? Hearing the effects of the flame-repelling pearl, Jiang Wenzhe immediately envisioned using it while secluded in the earth-fire room of the sword-washing pavilion. The earth-fire room was filled with the familiar spiritual energy of Bing Fire and Wu Earth. And if he could resolve the issue of the intense heat, the sword-washing pavilion would become his sacred ground for cultivation. Master, I shall take this flame-repelling pearl. Zhou Ming said nothing further and waved his hand to retract the other high-grade magical artifacts into his storage bag. Luo Tianqing, after Jiang Wenzhe had neatly stowed his reward, finally spoke. Wenzhe, there is something I must advise you on. Henceforth, do not disclose to anyone that your primary cultivation technique is the Earth Sovereign's soil spirit technique. Jiang Wenzhe did not understand why Luo Tianqing insisted on this particular caution, but his intuition told him that Luo Tianqing harbored no ill intentions. Rather, it was a gesture of protection towards him. Yes, disciple shall remember. Zhou Ming and Luo Tianqing exchanged a knowing glance before turning to Jiang Wenzhe. Wenzhe, should you successfully establish your foundation, you may claim a top-tier magical artifact from me. You may also request the sect to forge a top-tier magical artifact you require. After hearing Zhou Ming's words, Jiang Wenzhe felt increasingly perplexed. What secrets could the Earth Sovereign's soil spirit technique be concealing, such that the sect would reward him with a top-tier magical artifact upon his foundation establishment? Disciple shall remember Master Zhou's teachings. Xiaoring, somewhat curious, remarked, Young one, are you not at all curious as to why the sect values you so highly? If Master is willing to enlighten, the disciple is all ears. Jiang Wenzhe replied to Xiaoring with a respectful demeanor. You are quite perceptive. Very well. When the time comes for certain matters to be revealed to you, they shall be disclosed. Luo Tianqing chuckled softly and nodded. Return and rest early. Remember to thoroughly review the jade slip I just entrusted to you. In truth, without Luo Tianqing's reminder, Jiang Wenzhe had already sensed the importance of the jade slip Zhou Ming had given him. Yes, disciple takes his leave. Jiang Wenzhe bowed to Luo Tianqing, Zhou Ming, and Xiaoring before turning to exit the hall of the sect master. Senior brother, what exactly is the situation with this Jiang Wenzhe? Once Jiang Wenzhe had departed the hall, Zhou Ming was the first to inquire. I have never heard of anyone in the Southern Sky Domain's cultivation world successfully cultivating the Earth Sovereign soil spirit technique. Indeed, if this technique were so easily cultivated, Xiaoring interjected, how could it possibly be so accessible that even a slightly connected cultivator could obtain the complete text? The seemingly rugged master Luo Tianqing could not help but smile wryly. Shaking his head, how would I know? But you have all personally examined the purity of that boy's magical power. It is undoubtedly pure Wu Earth attribute magical power. Among the Earth attribute techniques recorded by the Sword Sect, only the Earth Sovereign soil spirit technique can cultivate such pure and profound Wu Earth attribute magical power. That a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luo Tianqing's eyes as his tone suddenly grew serious. Fourth junior brother, fifth junior sister. The circumstances surrounding Wenzhe must remain known only to the three of us. I will personally report this matter to our revered master upon her return from her travels. Yes, we shall adhere to the senior brother's wishes. X2 Zhou eyes twinkled mischievously as he chuckled. Third senior brother, if Wenzhe cannot maintain his position as a true disciple, I shall take him as my personal disciple at Sword Cry Peak. Among our fellow siblings, I am the only one yet to accept a true disciple. Upon hearing Zhou words, Shi Shirong teased, "You, a cultivator of earth attribute, taking a personal disciple? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Laughed at? If Wenzhe manages to establish his foundation through the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit technique, I would like to see who dares to laugh then. Luo Tianqing, not having participated in Zhou and Shi Xiarong's banter, interjected when their conversation had reached a lull. How to arrange for Wenzhe ultimately depends on Master S wishes. Besides, Zhou Shidi, which disciple from the Cultivation Academy do you think could take Wenzhe's position as a true disciple? When he was still immortal, he single-handedly exterminated 6 snowback demon wolves. Even if we sent Shuez now to hunt them down, that is true. Senior brother, I am starting to look forward to Wenzhe entering the Cultivation Academy. Ha ha, so am I. Above the skies of Luoxia Sword Sect, atop Tianxiao Peak, Jiang Wenzhe was swiftly piloting his exquisite flying artifact, the Sky Weaver, racing back to his residence at the Seeking Dao Academy. Upon finally returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Wenzhe allowed himself to relax completely. He lay on the bed in his robes, closing his eyes for a brief respite, appearing utterly at ease. Yet, the reality was that he felt as though his energy was being drained. Concerned about offending Yu Shangfei, who might be scheming against him, he remained on high alert, acutely aware of his surroundings. Only after activating the defensive prohibitions of his courtyard did Jiang Wenzhe dare to truly unwind. Regardless of how much Yu Shangfei loathed him, he would not dare to create chaos within the residence area of the Seeking Dao Academy. This place strictly forbade disciples from engaging in combat, let alone attacking or damaging the disciples' quarters. After resting for 2 hours, Jiang Wenzhe finally rose and made his way to the living room, which he utilized as his study. During the discussion at the Seeking Dao Academy earlier, he had discovered several flaws within himself that needed addressing. He took out paper and pen, meticulously recording each flaw he had identified. His future objective was to devise methods to remedy these deficiencies, ensuring he was well prepared for any similar circumstances in future duels. The first flaw he needed to address was the inability of the Shadow Cloak technique to evade the probing of a cultivator's spiritual sense. Ultimately, the Shadow Cloak technique was merely a mundane lightness skill, designed for the eyes of ordinary mortals. The human eye perceives only what is immediate and visible, making it relatively easy to evade. However, a cultivator's spiritual sense operates more like perception. Apart from muffling his footsteps, the technique offered no other means of concealment. The second issue was his lack of mid to short range combat capabilities. The effective attack range of the Qingling Thunderbow is at least 300 to 1,500 meters, while none of the targets he faced today were beyond 100 meters. Engaging such close-range opponents with the Qingling Thunderbow was indeed an overkill. Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy to tackle mid to short-range dueling challenges. The third concern was the issue of arrow consumption. Although he had learned to refine weapons and could produce a substantial stock of arrows, he was currently facing Qi refinement stage cultivators, and this level of consumption was still manageable. However, what if his future opponents were to evolve into Foundation Establishment true cultivators, or even Golden Core stage experts? The quality of the arrows would need to be elevated to at least the mid-grade magical artifact level, and it was highly likely that he would require arrows of superior or even exquisite quality. No amount of wealth could sustain the loss of an exquisite magical artifact with each shot. Hence, he must address the issue of arrow consumption. After documenting the issues he needed to resolve, Jiang Wenzhe then shifted his focus to the benefits he had gained from becoming a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. With a thought, he retrieved 3 bottles of elixirs from his storage pouch: True Qi Pill, Huanglong Pill, and Blood Bodhi Pill. The True Qi Pill was readily available in the Sect S Xiangdan Pavilion, selling for 10 spirit stones per bottle, yet it remained in high demand. The disciples of the Seeking Dao Academy, after laboriously completing sect missions, often exchanged their hard-earned spirit stones for elixirs there. As for the Huanglong Pill and Blood Bodhi Pill, it was Jiang Wenze's first encounter with them. According to the descriptions, both of these elixirs were designed to cleanse a cultivator's physique and shorten the time required for a Qi refinement cultivator to advance to Foundation Establishment. He took a True Qi Pill and placed it in his mouth. Soon, Jiang Wenzhe felt his body attuned to the spiritual energy that permeated the world. for someone who had previously experienced the effects of the Yuan Sui pill. This sensation was akin to being in a windowless room that had just had a tightly shut window installed. His perception of the world's spiritual energy was hazy, rendering it impossible to accurately discern the properties of the heavenly Tao's energy. While one could argue that the true Qi pill was ineffective, it at least allowed cultivators to vaguely sense more of the spiritual energy in the world. However, for Jiang Wenzhe, who had been training under the influence of the Yuan Sui pill, the true Qi pill proved to be utterly without merit. Moreover, the effects of a single true Qi pill lasted only about half an hour, which explained its scarcity in the Xiangdan Pavilion. Although the true Qi pill held no value for him, it could be exchanged for resources he genuinely required. He then turned his attention to the Huanglong pill, opting to sample one as well. Almost instantly, Jiang Wenzhe felt his blood grow fervent, intuitively sensing that his body was no longer absorbing the magical power he cultivated in the same excessive manner as before. In essence, this meant that he could store more of the magical power he cultivated within his dantian, thereby naturally shortening the time to establish his foundation. What a marvelous item! If only the Xiangdan Pavilion had Huanglong pills for sale, he mused. About an hour later, Jiang Wenzhe felt the effects of the Huanglong pill wane completely. Glancing out the window at the dawnlit sky, he shifted his focus to the final bottle, the Blood Bodhi pill. His intuition suggested that this pill was likely an enhanced version of the Huanglong pill. Yet, intuition alone was insufficient. Experiencing its effects firsthand was the true way to ascertain its value. After consuming a Blood Bodhi pill, Jiang Wenzhe felt as if he had been tossed into a furnace. His limbs, organs, and even his meridians felt ablaze, and the speed at which he refined his magical power surged several-fold. Not one to squander this opportunity, he sat cross-legged and fully activated the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit technique. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until he finally sensed the heat within him dissipating gradually. Once the warmth had completely subsided, he withdrew his consciousness from the state of refining his magical power. What is that smell? How unpleasant! As soon as his awareness returned, Jiang Wenzhe was assaulted by a strange odor. Furthermore, he felt a sticky sensation all over his body. Opening his eyes to inspect the back of his hand, he discovered a layer of yellowish grease exuding various odors clinging to his skin. It seemed these were the waste impurities expelled from his body by the Blood Bodhi pill. Hastily, Jiang Wenzhe rushed to the back of the courtyard, where a spring had been diverted from the mountain ridge. While bathing, he realized it was already midday, indicating that the effects of the Blood Bodhi pill lasted only about 3 hours. I still have the jade slip to review. As I contemplated the necessity of reporting to Wenzhe, I was suddenly reminded that I had neglected to review the essential guidelines for entering the Cultivation Academy, that I extended my consciousness into the jade slip provided by Zhou Ming, only to discover that it contained a brief yet welcoming note. Essentially, it expressed gratitude for my joining the Luoxia Sword Sect's Cultivation Academy, signifying that I had truly entered the realm of immortality. In the accommodation area of Wenzhe, the courtyard numbered Wubaliqui-san would serve as my residence within the academy. Upon entering the Cultivation Academy, I needed to heed the following points. First, disciples may seize any cultivation resources, except for magical tools, from one another. Second, during duels, disciples are prohibited from utilizing magical tools, spells, talismans, spirit beasts, or any external powers. Violators will face the consequences of the spirit locking technique. Third, when seizing cultivation resources, one must leave 3 low-grade spirit stones as basic cultivation resources for the target. Fourth, within the protective array of the Luoxia Sword Sect, all areas are designated as cultivation zones for the Academy's disciples. Fifth, duels between disciples must not result in death. Note, disciples in the Qi refinement stage from each peak also fall under the category of Academy disciples. After reviewing the Academy's admission guide, Jiang Wenzhe felt that many of his confounding questions had found answers. The Luoxia Sword Sect is one of the 4 major cultivation sects in the Shishu Kingdom. Thus, if all sect disciples were to enjoy a tranquil life, as in the Seeking Tao Academy, it would be impossible to maintain a foothold in the strength-oriented world of cultivation. It became clear that the sect regarded outer disciples as sheep to be nurtured, while inner disciples were treated as wolves. The reason I struggled to locate the Cultivation Academy was that the entire Luoxia Sword Sect could be considered as the academy itself. This realization also clarified why Long Yin, a foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied Jinjiro daily. It was because Jinjiro also fell within the legal scope of resource acquisition among academy disciples. However, with such meticulous protection, when would Jinjiro truly become a genuine cultivator? Furthermore, my lack of encounters with disciples from the Cultivation Academy stemmed from their fear of brazenly wearing the Academy's uniform. They continued to don the attire of Seeking Tao Academy disciples, which allowed them to conceal their identities more effectively. Yet, only cattle and sheep require herding in flocks as Jiang Wenzhe finished bathing and prepared to dress. His gaze fell upon the attire of a true disciple from the Cultivation Academy that he had just received. If he were to wear this uniform to Wendegu, he could only imagine how many would covet him. Conversely, he could identify those hidden among the Seeking Tao Academy disciples. Most importantly, he needed to locate all the true disciples. Among the cultivation resources of the Academy, the only item Jiang Wenzhe found useful was the Huanglong Dan.as for the Jinqi Dan. He had no use for it, and could only trade it for spirit stones or other items. Moreover, it was hardly amusing to prey upon a flock of lambs. If he was to seize, it must be something of value to him. With this thought, Jiang Wenzhe promptly donned the uniform of a true disciple from the Cultivation Academy. Although the attire of Luoxia Sword Sect disciples was fashioned from Chaoan fur, the true disciples' uniforms were far more vibrant and aesthetically pleasing, featuring purple clothing, trousers, and a white long shirt along with undergarments. This outfit was undoubtedly more striking and dashing than the plain white Chaoan fur attire. Jiang Wenzhe stored his belongings in his storage bag, reasoning that he should also retain his residence at the Seeking Tao Academy. Typically, newly promoted disciples of the Cultivation Academy would struggle to adjust to its training style and would often find themselves stripped of all but 3 low-grade spirit stones due to their insufficient strength. Those unable to thrive in the academy would have no choice but to return to the Seeking Tao Academy. Thus, the disciples of Seeking Tao Academy believed that the disciples of the Cultivation Academy merely needed to focus on their cultivation while receiving 3 low-grade spirit stones monthly. Clad in the uniform of a true disciple from the Cultivation Academy, Jiang Wenzhe leaped onto the flying magical tool gifted upon entry and leisurely soared towards the location of Wendegu. Drawing the curious gazes of Sword Sect disciples along the way, most of whom were witnessing a true disciple's uniform for the first time. Among the crowd, there were indeed disciples from the Cultivation Academy who recognized Jiang Wenze's attire. However, their eyes were filled with mockery and derision as they gazed at him. Jiang Wenzhe, through his keen intuition, easily discerned the identities of those he encountered. The disciples from the Seeking Tao Academy regarded him with surprise and curiosity, while the disciples from the Cultivation Academy looked upon him with scorn and schadenfreude. What was going on? Why had no one attempted to seize my belongings yet? Jiang Wenzhe assumed that competition within the Cultivation Academy was fierce, and that merely appearing in this attire would attract the attention of those lurking like hyenas. Finally, as he neared Wendegu, his instincts alerted him to an impending threat. Ha ha ha, Jiang Shixiang, welcome to the Cultivation Academy. Suddenly, a disciple clad in Seeking Tao Academy attire, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, and possessing the cultivation of Qi Refinement 8th layer, leaped from the flying magical tool, aiming a sword thrust at Jiang Wenze's right shoulder. Heaven has eyes. I have encountered a true disciple. Jiang Wenzhe regarded the disciple who had ambushed him with a knowing smile and raised his right hand, pinching the sword aimed at him between his index and middle fingers. You're not bad. The first to greet me as a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy, so go easy on me. With a burst of shattered dark energy, the sword, forged from tempered steel, was instantly splintered into several pieces. The residual dark energy surged into the disciple's right arm, causing him to feel a sudden numbness, rendering it entirely devoid of sensation. Jiang Wenzhe exerted a slight force with his legs, leaping from the flying magical tool to seize the neck of the startled disciple, slamming him against a nearby rock wall. That it was only at that moment the disciple truly felt as though his arm had been pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Ah, my arm, it's impossible. Jiang Wenzhe cheerfully removed the identity jade pendant and storage bag from the disciple's waist, probing the jade pendant with his consciousness to reveal the disciple's name, Wei Sun. Why? You clearly used your magical power yet did not face the consequences of the spirit-locking technique. Wei Sun was baffled by how Jiang Wenzhe had shattered his sword, believing that only spells could effortlessly break a sword forged from tempered steel. Take a guess. Wei Sun speculated that perhaps the protective array of the Luoxia Sword Sect had malfunctioned, allowing Jiang Wenzhe to use magical power without facing repercussions. Song Tian sword technique. Consequently, he attempted to summon his magical power to unleash a sword technique against Jiang Wenzhe. However, as Wei Sun prepared to cast the technique, the identity jade pendant in Jiang Wenze's hand trembled slightly, and in an instant, a binding spiritual light descended from the sky, ensnaring Wei Xun. In that moment, Wei Sun's magical power and consciousness were abruptly sealed. while the storage bag in Jiang Wenzhe's possession opened on its own. So this is the spirit locking technique. Indeed, Jiang Wenzhe's gaze fell upon the identity jade pendant, recalling how, the previous night, when he had sought an audience with the sect leader, Luo Tianxing had merely cast a spell into the jade pendants of all present, declaring that the authentication of disciples of the Cultivation Academy was complete. It appeared that this spell was the key to invoking the spirit locking technique. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Jiang Wenzhe emptied the contents of Wei Sun's storage bag, discovering only 2 medium-grade magical tools and 3 low-grade spirit stones, along with a few personal items, leaving him with nothing of worth to seize. Stop feigning ignorance. The spirit locking technique merely seals your magical power and consciousness. Jiang Shixiao. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Wei Sun hastily began to explain, but Jiang Wenzhe tossed Wei Sun's storage bag onto the ground. With a beaming smile, he looked at the almost tearful Wei Sun and said, "There's no need to be so tense, junior brother Wei. According to the sect's rules, disciples of the Cultivation Academy are permitted to spar. However, one must not take a life, which means I can." He. Wei Sun felt as though Jiang Wenzhe's gaze was akin to a bone-piercing knife, scraping across him. "Brother Jiang, please show mercy. I was blind to your talents. From now on, I am willing to offer my vital energy pills as tribute to Brother Jiang." Instinctively, Wei Sun felt as though he was on the verge of losing his wits from fear. Jiang Wenzhe, releasing the nearly terrified Wei Sun, said, "You truly lack ambition. If you give everything to me, what will you use for yourself? If you do not find a way to preserve your cultivation resources, when will you ever reach the foundation establishment stage?" Wei Sun gazed at Jiang Wenzhe in confusion, utterly bewildered by the meaning behind his words. "Oh well, you are the first to welcome me as a junior brother. I shall ask you a few questions. Brother, please be so kind as to answer truthfully." Jiang Wenzhe had already devised a plan for his arrival at the Cultivation Academy, intending to casually fish for information on the Academy's circumstances. His first inquiry was about the true disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's question, Wei Sun quickly responded, "Earlier this year, the previous first seat, Master Zhao Ming, successfully established his foundation. Thus, the true disciples have shifted forward 1 position. And now the first seed is Sister Mei Shuer. The second seed is Brother Xiang Yong. The third is Brother Zheng Han. The fourth is Brother Wei Hongmiao. The fifth is Sister Chen Yun. And the sixth is Brother Qi Yuanxin. The seventh seed is Brother Lin Qi. The eighth is Brother Dai Shuhan. The ninth is Brother Zhou Huawei. And the 10th seat was originally Brother Yu Shangfei. However, yesterday, Brother Jiang showcased his prowess at the debate conference, challenging all 10 champions and emerging victorious, successfully claiming the 10th position. Jiang Wenzhe's instincts informed him that both Xiang Yong and Wei Hongmiao had previously targeted him among the true disciples. His second question was, when will the next ranking competition for disciples at the Cultivation Academy commence? Seeing that Jiang Wenzhe appeared genuinely curious, Wei Sun relaxed considerably and replied, "It will begin in June of next year." The third question followed, "How many disciples are currently enrolled at the Cultivation Academy?" "There are over 3,900 disciples, of which more than 300 are below the 7th layer of Qi refinement," Wei Sun answered without hesitation. "They all reside on Sword Heart Cliff and do not participate in the conflicts in the Wendaegu area." Jiang Wenzhe began to understand the situation at the Cultivation Academy, realizing that the disciples were divided into 2 groups, those on Sword Heart Cliff and those in Wendaegu. The disciples residing on Sword Heart Cliff were all below the 7th layer of Qi refinement, including those at that level, while those in Wendaegu were all high-tier Qi refinement disciples above the 8th layer. His final question was, "Today is October 11th. There should be Foundation Establishment Masters coming to Wendaegu to impart teachings." Jiang Wenzhe looked earnestly into Wei Sun's eyes and asked, "Do you dare to attend a lecture by a Foundation Establishment Master?" "Brother, I am not aware, but within a 300-meter radius of the Wendaegu, disciples are forbidden from sparring," Wei Sun replied sheepishly. "Moreover, as long as we provide ample tribute, the other brothers and sisters will not make things difficult for us." Jiang Wenzhe surmised the current state of the Cultivation Academy. Recognizing that the high-tier disciples' resources had been completely appropriated by the true disciples, his own intrusion could potentially disrupt their gains, which explained why Yu Shangfei collaborated with Xiang Yong and Wei Hongmiao to thwart him at the debate conference. As for the others, he remained uncertain of their attitudes towards him. He hoped they would not be overly friendly, as that would only make him feel awkward about seizing their Huanglong pills. "Well then, let this suffice for today. I hope the next time you come to seize from me, you will be better prepared with resources." With that, Jiang Wenzhe soared towards Wendigu on his magical artifact, while Wei Sun, lying on the ground and unable to move, silently vowed never to approach within 30 meters of Jiang Wenzhe again. Jiang Wenzhe was particularly eager for a true disciple to confront him, as it would allow him to gauge their strength based on his encounters with Foundation establishment cultivators. Although sparring among disciples at the Cultivation Academy prohibited external force, they had not diligently trained in martial arts either. They likely focused on studying techniques and forms, which aligned with their sword control techniques. Two senior brothers, I beseech you to show mercy. Enough of the pleasantries, since junior sister insists on resisting. We shall take matters into our own hands. Indeed, upon entering the Cultivation Academy, one must adhere to its rules. Jiang Wenzhe continued to strategize in his mind about how to acquire more Huanglong pills. From a distance, he heard a familiar female voice scolding someone. Accompanied by the laughter of two unfamiliar men, he immediately extended his spiritual sense towards the entrance of Wendigu and witnessed a scene that ignited his fury. The entrance of Wendigu. Zhang Shaoan, who had entered the Cultivation Academy with him through the debate conference, was cornered at the valley's base by two disciples clad in the robes of the Quest Institute. One was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and the other at the 8th layer, clearly indicating their status as disciples of the Cultivation Academy. These two male disciples, taking advantage of the situation to seize cultivation resources, were engaging in despicable and repulsive behavior. Scoundrels! The sight of this intolerable scene instantly provoked Jiang Wenzhe's ire. Fortunately, his instincts had provided an early warning, allowing him to descend from the Wendigu cliffs using lightness skill rather than unleashing his magical power. Channeling his inner strength, he struck both disciples' shoulders with seething rage. Oblivious to Jiang Wenzhe's arrival, the two ruffians suddenly felt excruciating pain radiating from their shoulders, their bodies uncontrollably flying backward for 30 meters before coming to a halt. Ah, my arm! Who ambushed me? Who? Jiang Wenzhe's furious strike had shattered the shoulder blades, collarbones, and arm bones of the two disciples. Now they clutched their right arms in agony, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and cheeks at a visibly rapid pace. Sister Zhang, it's all right now. Jiang Wenzhe hastily retrieved a garment from his storage bag and draped it over the disheveled Zhang Shaoyan. Zhang, the pent-up feelings of grievance, fear, and shame within Zhang Shaoyan erupted at that moment. Her heart-wrenching sobs resonated throughout Wendigu, expressing the cruelty and ruthlessness of the cultivation world. You were Jiang Wenzhe. The two disciples, whose arms had been crippled by Jiang Wenzhe, quickly recognized him upon seeing the true disciple robes he wore. Do you know who we are? Brother Zhou will not let you off easily. Jiang Wenzhe carefully helped the weeping Zhang Shaoyan to her feet, allowing her to lean against a nearby rock. After hearing the words of the 9th layer Qi refinement disciple behind him, he turned calmly to face them and said, Is it Zhou Huawei? Indeed, the 8th seat true disciple, Brother Zhou. Now you know fear. With a swift movement, Jiang Wenzhe closed the distance of 6 meters in an instant, delivering a resounding slap that sent the disciple hurtling away. Wu Shijin. Is it? What kind of wretched creature barks in my presence? The disciple named Wu Shijin lost 4 teeth from Jiang Wenzhe's strike, his left cheek swelling visibly. And Yin Wei, you should consider yourself fortunate that this is the Falling Sunset Sword sect. Jiang Wenzhe's refined visage was now laced with murderous intent as he glared at the two miscreants, clenching his fist in anger. Were it anywhere else, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to wail before me. At this moment, Wu Shijin and Yin Wei realized that their identity jade tokens had somehow fallen into Jiang Wenzhe's possession. Upon discovering their names through the tokens, Jiang Wenzhe nonchalantly tossed their identity jade tokens in front of them, declaring, Inform Zhou Huawei that I, Jiang Wenzhe, shall personally pay a visit. Now, leave. Wu Shijin and Yin Wei glared furiously at Jiang Wenzhe before picking up their jade tokens with their left hands and, with their weakened right arms, departed on their flying artifacts. As Jiang Wenzhe watched their figures fade from view, he finally exhaled the pent-up frustration that had been accumulating in his chest. Although he had anticipated that the newly arrived disciples from the Qidao Academy would face challenges, he had not expected to encounter such shameless scoundrels within the sect. The malevolence concealed within human nature had been unleashed in a place so close to the realm of cultivation. Returning to the side of the now silent Zhang Shaoyun, who remained immobilized by the binding spirit technique, Jiang Wenzhe heard her voice filled with confusion. Why, senior brother Jiang? Isn't this the Cultivation Academy? Zhang Xiaoyun's cheeks were smeared with dust and dirt as she gazed at Jiang Wenzhe, her voice rising in despair. Why did I endure countless hardships to come here? Jiang Wenzhe seated himself 3 paces in front of Zhang Shaoyun, silently listening to her lamentations. Once she had calmed down, he spoke. "Junior sister Jiang, I have rendered those two scoundrels each incapable of using one arm. Yinwei is at the 9th level of qi refinement, while Wu Shijin is at the 8th. Have you considered why they chose to leave in such a cowardly manner without retaliating?" Zhang Xiaoan paused, taken aback by Jiang Wenzhe's question, as she had not contemplated this aspect. Upon realizing that both Yinwei and Wu Shijin had been incapacitated yet dared not fight back, Jiang Wenzhe perceived that she had grasped the implication. "You must have read the guidelines upon entering the Cultivation Academy, but do you truly understand the meaning behind those guidelines?" Zhang Xiaoan gently shook her head, having believed she comprehended their significance last night. However, upon arriving at the Wenda Valley with anticipation, she began to doubt whether the Luoxia Sword Sect was indeed the same Cultivation Sect she had once known. Jiang Wenzhe was uncertain when the binding spirit technique would cease to function and could not leave the immobile Zhang Xiaoan behind. Thus, he retrieved the admission guide to the Cultivation Academy and stated, "There are 5 key points to note, and I shall explain them to you slowly. First, disciples of the Cultivation Academy may seize any cultivation resources from one another, except for artifacts. In layman's terms, this meant that the true qi pills distributed by the Academy each month could be taken at will. All resources for cultivation on your person, including spirit stones, talismans, and materials, could be legally appropriated by other disciples of the Academy." Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. Why? Jiang Wenzhe understood that she had never considered the rationale behind this, and he explained, "It is because the sect seeks to cultivate our predatory instincts. Do you know how wolf packs survive in the wild? They must roam far and wide in search of prey, sometimes covering over 100 or 200 miles, and during hunts, they risk their lives, with injuries and disabilities being a commonplace occurrence." Zhang Xiaoyan began to struggle with Jiang Wenzhe's perspective, and he sensed her confusion. "Junior sister, for now, set aside your preconceived notions of the cultivation world and the sect, and listen to me." She nodded in acknowledgement, and Jiang Wenzhe continued, "The cultivation world is not as idyllic as you might imagine. Greed, brutality, selfishness, coldness, and even depravity are the true colors of the cultivation realm. We are fortunate to reside in the Luoxia Sword Sect, a place that willingly nurtures cultivators, which is why you were able to cultivate to the 8th level of qi refinement in the comfortable surroundings of the Qi Dao Academy." He paused briefly before continuing. "The Cultivation Academy serves as the last bastion before entering the true cultivation world. Here, it is a regulated environment, governed by the sect's rules. However, the sect is not the cultivation world itself. It merely stipulates that disciples of the Academy may not employ external forces or take lives during conflicts. In the true cultivation world, no one restricts cultivators from using artifacts, spells, or talismans that can significantly enhance their abilities. No one cares whether you live or die during a conflict, and the Academy even forbids the appropriation of basic cultivation resources from the weak. None of this would be tolerated in the true cultivation realm." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly understood. The Cultivation Academy was simulating the true cultivation world. Jiang Wenzhe perceived her comprehension and continued, "Junior sister, you must remember today's lesson. Although what you experienced is indeed dreadful within your lifetime, if you genuinely wish to enter the cultivation world, today's encounter is but a mere appetizer. In the cultivation realm, the weak are nothing more than prey, objects of exploitation, and sometimes even death becomes a luxury." Zhang Xiaoyan, distinguished among the many disciples of the Qi Dao Academy, undoubtedly possessed exceptional temperament, intellect, and knowledge. After Jiang Wenzhe helped her clarify her thoughts, she easily grasped the nature of the Cultivation Academy. This distinction between how sects cultivate their disciples and how rogue cultivators must fend for themselves in the ruthless cultivation world became clear. A single misstep could lead to a fatal outcome, leaving no opportunity for a second chance or a comeback. In contrast, sect disciples could first acquire the requisite strength to survive in the cultivation world before confronting its harsh realities. Only through the trials of the Cultivation Academy could disciples of the Sword Sect truly qualify for entry into the cultivation realm. Senior Brother Jiang, thank you. You truly are a good person. Wait, my dear sister, why are you handing me a good person card just because I offered you some guidance? Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhe's instincts alerted him that a cold and elegant presence was approaching. Today's events served as a lesson. If you cannot swallow this anger, then strive to cultivate. Jiang Wenzhe hastily rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and stated, "Once you have sufficient strength, you may seek retribution against those two scoundrels. The sect does not permit lethal actions, but incapacitating one of their arms is entirely permissible. Senior brother Jiang, please, don't leave, Zhang Shaoan implored anxiously as she noticed him walking deeper into the Window Valley. I fear encountering such individuals again. Jiang Wenzhe halted, conflicted as he gazed at Zhang Shaoyan. Junior sister, it may not be proper for us to remain together like this. Ultimately, he voiced his concerns, adding, moreover, your current condition could easily lead to misunderstandings. He speculated that the binding spirit technique would soon wear off, and once she regained mobility, she should return to the Qidao Academy on her own, after she acclimated to the environment of the Cultivation Academy. She could then consider entering the Window Valley. As Jiang Wenzhe turned to leave, Zhang Shaoan was on the verge of tears. Jiang Wenzhe, are you really going to abandon a weak woman here? Are you truly a man? Suddenly, a cold reprimand echoed from above, and soon after, the elegant figure of Lang Yin, accompanied by Jin Jiro, descended upon the exit of the Window Valley. Master Lang, Master Jin. Jiang Wenzhe had sensed Lang Yin's arrival long before. Yet he feigned nervousness. Lang Yin ignored him entirely, rushing to Zhang Shaoyan's side. Master, upon seeing a female cultivator, Zhang Shaoyan's pin-up grievances surged anew. Lang Yin enveloped Zhang Shaoyan in her embrace, softly reassuring her. Those shameless bastards truly deserve retribution. Jiang Wenzhe seems to have gained some understanding of why Lang Yin has consistently shown him a cold shoulder. Perhaps she encountered similar tribulations as Zhang Shaoyan is facing today during her time at the Cultivation Academy. Brother Wenzhe, you look incredibly handsome today, but wearing that attire might attract considerable trouble, Jin Jiro remarked, initiating a telepathic conversation with Jiang Wenzhe, while subtly hinting that his open display of wearing the garments of an inner disciple could lead to complications. Little girl, do you truly look down upon the martial arts taught to me by Uncle Jin? Jiang Wenzhe responded without turning to face Jin Jiro, merely communicating through his spiritual sense, without relying on artifacts. Spells, or talismans, even 10 of Uncle Lung would not be my match, let alone that group of petty cultivators in the academy. I certainly believe in you, Brother Wenzhe, but the other inner disciples at the academy are likely to unite against you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenzhe turned to look at the anxious Jin Jiro. The notion of the inner disciples uniting against him was indeed intriguing. He had been pondering how to locate those disciples. And to his surprise, they were proactively banding together to confront him. It was Xiang Yong and Wei Hongmiao who spearheaded this alliance, forming the 6 Great Inner Disciples Coalition. Although Jin Jiro appeared quite distressed, her words were delivered with clarity and urgency, emphasizing the need to quell his arrogance and remind him of the academy's rules. Jiang Wenzhe unexpectedly chuckled, realizing that these inner disciples were aligned with his own thoughts. After witnessing Zhang Shaoyan's ordeal, he too had contemplated establishing some regulations for the academy. Perfect, I also wish to set some rules for them. Jiang Wenzhe conveyed a calming glance to Jin Jiro and inquired telepathically. Who are the members of this coalition? There's Xiang Yong, Wei Hongmiao, Qi Yuanqing, Dai Shuhan, Zhou Huawei, and Zhang Han. They've also rallied a considerable number of 9th-level Qi refinement disciples. Jin Jiro hurriedly informed him of her findings. Oh, aside from the 1st seat, Mei Shuer, the 5th seat, Qin Yun, and the 7th seat, Lin Qi, all the other inner disciples have emerged, Jiang Wenzhe noted. Brother Wenzhe, are you aware of the rankings among the inner disciples of the academy? After all, I am also an inner disciple. It's fundamental to understand my standing. Just as Jiang Wenzhe and Jin Jiro were engrossed in their conversation, Lang Yin approached with Zhang Shaoyan, who had freshly donned her attire and groomed herself anew. Jiang Wenzhe, it would be wise for you to return to the Dao-seeking courtyard immediately. The majority of the disciples at the academy are now banding together under the leadership of the 6 inner disciples to take you down. Jiang Wenzhe's expression turned peculiar upon hearing Lang Yan's words, considering she had never shown him any kindness. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Respected Master, I have evaded the 1st and the 15th, but can I escape the 30th? Lang Yin was unaware of the deeper implications of this saying. She simply interpreted it literally, as the 1st and 15th days were times for the Golden Core elders of the sect to impart their teachings. During these lectures, even Foundation establishment cultivators would flock to attend, and missing a session would be a tremendous loss for the Qi refinement disciples. Jiang Wenzhe continued, Master knows that I possess the 4 elemental attributes of water, wood, fire, and earth in a pseudo-spiritual root constitution. How do you think I have come this far? By compromising or resigning myself to fate? If you could enlighten me on these matters, I would be immensely grateful. But even if the Dao-seeking valley is fraught with peril, I must venture forth. After hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Jin Jiro, Lang Yin, and Zhang Xiaoyan realized they had no grounds to obstruct his entry into the Tao-seeking valley. If Jiang Wenzhe had chosen to compromise from the beginning or to leave his fate to chance with his pseudo-spiritual route, he would not even have had the opportunity to join the sect for cultivation. Jiang Wenzhe offered a respectful gesture to Leng Yan, then took flight into the Tao-seeking valley on his artifact. "Sister, let us hurry inside. I wonder what Brother Wenzhe plans to do." Leng Yan gently shook her head, uncertain of what course Jiang Wenzhe would take. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe had landed his flying artifact, contemplating the sudden enforcement of a spatial restriction. Was this restriction aimed specifically at him, or was it a pre-existing feature of the Tao-seeking valley? His instinct suggested that this spatial prohibition had been instituted specifically for him, or perhaps someone had altered the valley's restrictions. A spatial prohibition is splendid. This way, I need not worry about anyone escaping. Jiang Wenzhe stored his flying artifact in his pouch, glanced at the sun hanging low in the western sky, and stepped into the confines of the Tao-seeking valley. The path before him was singular, and due to the spatial restriction, he had no choice but to proceed on foot. As he drew closer to the valley, his instincts indicated that someone was covertly monitoring him. Jiang Wenzhe adjusted his inner disciple uniform, bearing a confident smile as he embarked on the path through the Tao-seeking pavilion. However, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing those who sought to confront him ample time to prepare. In the realm of inner disciple duels, external forces were prohibited, leaving only traps and mechanisms, devices typical of the mundane world, as viable means. It was a pity. Had another person been in his place, they might have faltered before the onslaught of traps. Yet, he possessed an innate immunity to traps, schemes, and deceit. Of course, Jiang Wenzhe's boldness in traversing the perilous Tao-seeking valley stemmed primarily from the martial arts he had learned from Jin Xingzhou. His physical prowess now far exceeded that of ordinary mortals, and the inner energy he could unleash was nothing short of terrifying. He even felt that the legendary martial grandmasters of the mundane world might not stand a chance against him. Oh, here they come. As Jiang Wenzhe entered a small grove, his instincts alerted him to an impending ambush. Buzz. At that moment, a wooden stake weighing approximately 100 pounds was dropped from above, swinging down with a whistling sound towards him. Jiang Wenzhe remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming stake as he continued his leisurely stride. Boom. To everyone's astonishment, when the wooden stake collided with Jiang Wenze's chest, it shattered into countless splinters. Resembling decayed wood, the cultivators within the Tao-seeking valley, who had been observing Jiang Wenzhe with their spiritual senses, were left in disbelief. For them, who typically possessed 9th or 10th level qi refinement skills, shattering a wooden stake was a trivial task, but only when employing spells. However, inner disciples were strictly forbidden from using spells, should the sect's protective array determine that one had employed a spell. It would activate to suppress the offender with a sealing technique. The inner disciples had all experienced the repercussions of having their powers and spiritual senses sealed by such techniques. Thus, after Jiang Wenzhe had incapacitated Wu Shijin and Yin Wei, they had refrained from retaliating with spells, choosing instead to retreat in disgrace. They understood that any form of resistance would only invite graver consequences. What is happening? What on earth is this Jiang Wenzhe capable of? Indeed, how can he wield spells? Could it be that the master did not impose a restriction on him? Impossible. If he had not triggered the sealing technique, he could not have entered the Tao-seeking valley. Lang Yin, accompanied by Jin Jiro and Zhang Xiaoyan, soared through the air on their swords, watching Jiang Wenzhe stroll through the grove. These individuals are truly dull, having activated the prohibition against qi refinement disciples flying. After expressing her frustration regarding the sudden spatial restriction, Lang Yin turned to Jin Jiro and asked, "Sister, do you know what Jiang Wenzhe just did? Since he did not invoke the forbidden spirit technique, it indicates that his earlier shattering of the wooden stake was devoid of any magical incantation." Jin Jiro pursed her lips and softly remarked, "It should be a martial art from another branch of the bone-penetrating force. Perhaps something called dark force." Mundane martial arts. Before Zhang Xiaoyan entered the immortal Cultivation Sect, she had learned some common martial arts at home. However, upon joining the sect, she shifted her focus entirely to spells and incantations, long forsaking the mundane martial arts to the far reaches of her memory. Thunderous sounds echoed as Jiang Wenzhe was about to exit the thicket and prepare to ascend the slope. A remarkably smooth stone ball suddenly rolled down the hillside. The individual who released the stone ball intended to propel themselves into the traps flanking the narrow path. Jiang Wenzhe could only comment on how juvenile their trap-setting techniques were. Seriously treating himself as if he were a wild boar or a deer, observing the stone ball that had rolled within 3 feet of him, Jiang Wenzhe extended his right hand to firmly press down on the stone ball. which weighed over 300 pounds. Then, with a gentle twist and flip, as if performing a magic trick, he lifted the stone ball high above his head with one hand. My heavens, how could this individual possess such strength? That stone ball weighed a staggering 340 pounds, yet he effortlessly hoisted it with a single hand. Is this even human? Clutching the stone ball that was more than 300 pounds. Jiang Wenzhe ascended the slope, only to discover he was standing at the edge of a basin. The basin's expanse covered several thousand acres, with his position merely a small narrow pass. Within the basin's woods, there were vast pavilions, towers, and courtyard buildings. It seemed this was the residence for disciples of the Qi refining stage above the 8th level. The center of the basin lay a square that occupied at least 100 acres. With a tower constructed in its midst, that tower must be the place where Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Core elders impart teachings, known as the Questioning Tao Pavilion. If memory serves, Jiang Wenzhe's gaze fell upon two utterly dazed disciples of the Immortal Cultivation Academy standing at the narrow pass. Casually, he tossed the stone ball he had hoisted above his head to the ground. Boom! The stone ball struck the earth with a resounding thud, prompting Jiang Wenzhe to inquire, "Who pushed the stone ball just now?" "Ah, it wasn't my fault. It was senior brother Xiang. It was Xiang Yong who made us push it." He Ronghua, Dengwen. I shall remember your names. He Ronghua and Dengwen were oblivious to when Jiang Wenzhe had stealthily taken their identity jade tokens. And upon seeing their names, they were taken aback. To continue this thrilling narrative, please turn to the next page. Jiang Wenzhe retrieved a pen and paper from his storage pouch and, in front of Ronghua and Dengwen, inscribed their names in his ledger. After completing this task, he returned their identity jade tokens to them, storing away his ledger of Immortal Cultivation Academy disciples' names. Jiang Wenzhe then strode into the Questioning Tao Valley Basin. Meanwhile, Ronghua and Dengwen remained frozen in place, staring in astonishment at the stone ball that Jiang Wenzhe had lifted from the slope with one hand. Upon formally entering the realm of the Questioning Tao Valley, Jiang Wenzhe encountered even more traps and ambushes. Yet, these were merely childish play, incapable of compelling him to take action to dismantle them. In fact, in the face of Jiang Wenzhe's keen intuition, these traps appeared as glaringly obvious as if laid out before his very eyes. Along his path, Jiang Wenzhe moved leisurely, comfortable and unhurried, exuding an air of calm and composure, arriving effortlessly at the square before the Questioning Tao Pavilion. From a distance, Jiang Wenzhe noticed the square was filled with people. Guided by his instincts, he recognized Xiang Yong and Wei Hong Miao among the crowd. Simultaneously, his intuition warned him that proceeding further would lead him into a moderately dangerous trap zone. The disciples gathered at the square before the Questioning Tao Pavilion gazed at him with eager anticipation. It seemed this perilous trap zone was a trump card prepared by the True Disciples Alliance of the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Jiang Wenzhe, do not advance any further. Ahead lies a puppet mechanism arrayed. At this moment, Jiang Wenzhe received a cold, ethereal voice. This is a contraption designed for the disciples of the Immortal Cultivation Academy to hone their practical combat skills. This mechanism has been set in the Questioning Tao Valley for over 600 years, and no Qi refining disciple has ever successfully navigated this array. What rewards await those who conquer this mechanism? Jiang Wenzhe pondered. Since this mechanism is intended to train the disciples' combat abilities, the sect must have established rewards for passing through. Surviving the mechanism would equate to possessing the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, elevating the disciples' status and privileges within the sect to that level. Foundation Establishment cultivators. Upon hearing the cold voice's explanation, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Wenzhe's eyes. The privileges granted to Foundation Establishment cultivators within the sect were exceedingly generous. Not only did they have the right to establish their own caves, but they also received an annual stipend of mid-grade spirit stones. More importantly, Foundation Establishment cultivators could access the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the library. Jiang Wenzhe had long been eager to explore the library levels exclusive to Foundation Establishment cultivators. Ha ha ha, Jiang Wenzhe, if you have any abilities. An unfamiliar disciple of the Immortal Cultivation Academy began to mock him, intending to provoke Jiang Wenzhe to step further into the trap-laden zone. However, before he could finish his taunts, Jiang Wenzhe had already boldly stepped into the puppet mechanism array. Ha ha ha, fool, truly a fool. He dares to rush in without even inquiring about what awaits him in the Immortal Cultivation Academy. He deserves it. Ha ha ha. I bet within a quarter of an hour, Jiang Wenzhe will be kneeling and calling me grandfather. I wager a quarter of an hour. The disciples of the immortal Cultivation Academy burst into laughter as Jiang Wenzhe entered the realm of the puppet mechanism array. Cold's expression soured. She had already warned Jiang Wenzhe, yet he refused to listen. Click, click, click. As Jiang Wenzhe took 3 steps into the puppet mechanism array, he heard a series of gears grinding. Suddenly, a yellow figure sprang from the ground before him. Lunging directly at his face, it seemed Jiang Wenzhe had anticipated the ambush as he preemptively raised his hands to block the figure's arm. Only then did he realize that this yellow figure was merely a puppet crafted from yellow wood. It possessed a human-like body but lacked facial features or fingers. The puppet's arms were restrained by Jiang Wenzhe, prompting it to alter its strategy and kick towards his lower body. Although this mechanical creation was forged by a cultivator, it appeared incapable of employing spells, resorting instead to attacking like a mundane fighter with punches and kicks. Thud. Jiang Wenzhe lifted his left leg and drove his knee into the inner thigh of the puppet's left leg. If it were a real person, they would have immediately lost their combat efficacy. Unfortunately, the puppet felt no pain. It merely recognized that its second assault had once again been thwarted by Jiang Wenzhe. Click, click, click. Inside the puppet, the sound of gears turning resumed. In its rotund form underwent a transformation. It not only slimmed down but also sprouted fingers and facial features, beginning to take on a more human-like appearance. Whoosh! After manifesting fingers and facial features, the puppet's right hand gently clenched, revealing a longsword that extended from its arm. Jiang Wenzhe slightly turned to the side, evading the longsword that suddenly emerged from the puppet's grasp. As the puppet swung its longsword towards Jiang Wenze's neck, he raised his hand and struck the sword's blade with a forceful palm. Clang. To continue this thrilling narrative, please turn to the next page. The longsword forged from fine steel was suddenly shattered into 4 or 5 pieces by the hidden force unleashed by Jiang Wenzhe. He then deftly twisted the arm of the mechanical puppet, forcing it to kneel on one knee. The sound of the puppet collapsing echoed loudly, akin to a 300-pound boulder crashing to the ground. The disciples of the falling Sunset Sword Sect, along with several foundational stage cultivators who had gathered to witness the spectacle, stared in astonishment at the mechanical puppet now subdued and kneeling before Jiang Wenzhe. Most of those present had been soundly defeated by this puppet, to the point of questioning their very existence. Many had never even seen a mechanical puppet capable of transforming its fingers and facial features, let alone drawing a sword. Creak, 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 creak. The mechanical puppet, now forced to kneel, emitted a series of grinding sounds from within, indicating that its internal mechanisms had been activated once more. Jiang Wenze's instinct suddenly screamed a warning of extreme danger as dozens of small holes appeared on the puppet's body, with a rapid succession of sounds. An abundance of 2-inch wooden spikes erupted from these holes. Jiang Wenzhe was compelled to execute a backflip, evading the barrage of wooden spikes while simultaneously activating the shattered void divine chi, allowing him to deflect the projectiles as they scattered like petals in the wind. Clang, 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 clang. The wooden spikes struck Jiang Wenze's palm, producing a series of ringing sounds. He soon realized he was being forced to retreat from the puppet, with his available escape routes blocked by the spikes. Recognizing that evasion was futile, he resolved to confront the threat head-on. With this determination, Jiang Wenzhe swung his hand, unleashing a wave of chi that cleaved through the air. Shattered void divine chi. Go. Channeling the power of the shattered bone cotton palm, he intercepted all the wooden spikes that had been shot towards him. After the mechanical puppet had unleashed 30 wooden spikes, its assault momentarily paused. Creak. With 2 crisp mechanical sounds, the puppet resumed its relentless barrage of spikes. Seizing this brief respite, Jiang Wenzhe thrust his palm forward towards the puppet, which was 3 meters away. Those present could clearly see the air before Jiang Wenze's palm being compressed, coalescing into a sphere of transparent glass. This glass orb struck the mechanical puppet with blinding speed. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the puppet was violently shattered into countless pieces, its mechanical components scattering across the ground. Once the puppet was destroyed, Jiang Wenzhe received a feedback signal indicating that the threat had been neutralized. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, he shook off the disarray of his garments and strode towards the plaza of the Wenzhe, where the surrounding crowd was still in shock, unable to comprehend the transformation of the mechanical puppet into a gun-like form. Jiang Wenzhe not only evaded the puppet's sudden attack unscathed, but had also completely obliterated it in retaliation. The onlookers were bewildered, feeling as though they were witnessing a farce. However, those who had previously clashed with the puppet understood all too well its formidable and terrifying nature. At last, Jiang Wenzhe reached the plaza, confronting a group of the 6 foremost disciples of the Cultivation Academy from a distance of 6 meters, clad in the distinctive uniform of the Academy's elite disciples. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm detachment. Most of the numerous disciples present dared not meet his gaze, wishing they could distance themselves from this tumultuous scene. The power struggles among the elite disciples were of no concern to them. "Who is Zhou Huaiyue?" Jiang Wenzhe inquired. As the instigator of the elite disciple alliance, Xiang Yong prepared to engage him in dialogue simultaneously. Jiang Wenzhe's attention fell upon a slightly stout disciple clad in a white uniform, whose cultivation level matched that of a true disciple, being at the 10th level of qi refinement. Though Zhou Huaiyue felt a chill run down his spine. He steeled himself, thinking that with the combined strength of 6 elite disciples, they could handle Jiang Wenzhe. "I am he," Zhou Huaiyue proclaimed, puffing out his chest defiantly. Bang! Before he could finish his declaration, Jiang Wenzhe had effortlessly closed the 6-meter gap, delivering a strike to Zhou Huaiyue's abdomen with the shattered bone cotton palm. However, Jiang Wenzhe refrained from applying enough force to damage his bones. Rather, he allowed the cotton energy to surge through Zhou Huaiyue's body before detonating. The shockwave caused the 4 disciples at the 8th level of qi refinement and 2 at the 9th level standing behind him to stumble and fall. Zhou Huaiyue had not anticipated that Jiang Wenzhe would act without a word. And the cotton energy wreaked havoc within him. He could not contain himself as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing feebly to the ground. Jiang Wenzhe seized the collar of Zhou Huaiyue's robe. Lifting the plump figure effortlessly before him, "Do you understand why you're being punished? Wu Shijin and Yinwei, those 2 scoundrels, are under your protection, aren't they?" As he spoke, Jiang Wenzhe grasped Zhou Huaiyue's right arm with his left hand, while his right hand hurled the hefty figure towards the ground. Crack! The crowd collectively heard the sharp sound of bone breaking as Zhou Huaiyue, already suffering from internal injuries, gasped for breath. Jiang Wenzhe had wrenched his right arm cleanly, eliciting a piercing scream from Zhou Huaiyue, who succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain, causing the onlookers to shudder in fright. "That I wasn't finished speaking yet. Who gave you permission to faint?" Jiang Wenzhe did not relent, gently tugging on the severed arm. "Wah! Silence. Scream again, and I won't hesitate to cripple your other arm." Upon hearing Jiang Wenze's warning, Zhou Huaiyue gritted his teeth, suppressing any further cries of agony. "Jiang Wenzhe, isn't your method a bit too cruel? Zhou, as your fellow disciple, deserves better." Finally, Xiang Yong reacted, reproaching Jiang Wenzhe for his brutal tactics. If he weren't my fellow disciple, he wouldn't even have the chance to wail before me." Jiang Wenzhe replied with a light chuckle, locking eyes with Xiang Yong. "Furthermore, I advise you to speak less, or else you might find yourself on the receiving end of my wrath." Xiang Yong clearly faltered under Jiang Wenze's imposing gaze, which then shifted to Wei Hongmiao, a figure who seemed adept at scheming. Jiang Wenzhe suspected that the traps he had encountered that day were likely orchestrated by this individual, crouching beside the trembling Zhou Huaiyue. Jiang Wenzhe asked, "Are you aware of what your underlings have done? They violated and humiliated our junior sister, sealing her power and consciousness with the lock spirit technique. Is this the kind of behavior a human can commit?" With that, Jiang Wenzhe delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Huaiyue's face, sending him rolling several times across the plaza. Standing tall, Jiang Wenzhe surveyed the gathered disciples with an air of authority and declared, "Today, I have 3 matters to address at the Cultivation Academy. First, to establish rules. Second, to set regulations. Third, once again, to enforce rules. I care not what the academy was like before, from the moment I, Jiang Wenzhe, stepped foot within. The academy shall adhere to my principles. That concludes my address. Who is in favor, and who opposes?" Jiang Wenze's figure vanished once more, only to reappear before the disciple of the Cultivation Academy, with a gentle yet forceful palm. He struck the disciple on the abdomen, releasing a surge of soft energy that enveloped his hand. The disciple let out a spurt of fresh blood and crumpled to the ground. Jiang Wenzhe deftly seized the disciple's identity jade token, for there was no time to peruse the name inscribed upon it. Wei Hongmiao stepped forward, declaring, "Jiang Wenze's methods are excessively brutal. Every disciple of the Cultivation Academy deserves to be eliminated. Let us unite against him." Having endured long enough, Xiang Yong bellowed, drawing forth a colossal sword from his storage bag and charging at Jiang Wenzhe. "Come at me. As long as I still breathe, I shall fight. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold." With the shattered dark energy, possessing an acute sense of perception, Jiang Wenzhe remained unfazed by the impending assault as he witnessed Xiang Yong swinging the enormous sword towards him. He did not hold back, unleashing the shattering dark energy to collide with the sword. Boom! Clang! Xiang Yong felt a sudden numbness in his arms, and the massive sword he wielded shattered with a thunderous crack. The overwhelming force swept through the vicinity, leaving the disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement stunned and rooted to the spot. How is this possible? Jiang Wenzhe delivered a kick to Xiang Yong's abdomen, sending him flying backward, his arms now rendered numb. Thud, thud, thud. Xiang Yong's body crashed into a dozen disciples of the Cultivation Academy, who, in turn, were shaken by the impact and spat blood. The nearest disciple, witnessing Jiang Wenzhe shatter the massive sword, lost all rational thought, recklessly channeling his internal energy to cast a protective spell. After sending Xiang Yong flying, Jiang Wenze's instincts urged him to swiftly distance himself from the area, though uncertain of what would transpire next. He chose to heed his intuition, activating his stealthy lightness technique to its fullest, rapidly escaping the encirclement of the Cultivation Academy disciples. These disciples had spent considerable time training at the Cultivation Academy, far surpassing the disciples of the Tao-seeking Academy. Upon sensing the surge of energy among the crowd, they instinctively began to channel their power, preparing to enact defensive measures. Subsequently, Jiang Wenzhe beheld the protective mountain array above the Lianxia sword sect for the first time. As waves of spiritual light cascaded down from the formation, instantly engulfing the disciples gathered at the Tao-seeking pavilion square, which full activated the energy suppression array. Run, everyone, run! The protective mountain array appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. When it dissipated, over 600 disciples lay incapacitated on the ground, their consciousness and energy sealed by the locking spirit technique. Only about 80 disciples remained standing, the true veterans of the Cultivation Academy. Jiang Wenze's figure suddenly materialized before Wei Hongmiao, delivering a palm strike to his right shoulder. An overwhelming force surged into Wei Hongmiao's shoulder, compelling him to kneel upon the hard stone of the square. Crack! Splurt! Witnessing the defeat of Wei Hongmiao, the fourth seed of the True Transmission Disciples, the members of the Sixth Great True Transmission Disciples Alliance lost their will to continue fighting. Run! Jiang Wenzhe has gone mad. As the morale of the troops disintegrated, it truly became a rallying cry. Those disciples who had longed to flee turned on their heels, retrieving their flying artifacts in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, no matter the effort exerted, their flying artifacts refused to take flight. They can't fly. It's that fool who activated the anti-flight array. Indeed, it was Wei Shixiang who said it. Wei Hongmiao, you truly are a genius. Jiang Wenzhe gazed at the multitude of incapacitated disciples with a smile in his eyes. Who could have anticipated the efficacy of the locking spirit technique? It had almost instantaneously dismantled the alliance formed by the 6 great true transmission disciples. He had initially expected to expend considerable effort, perhaps even resorting to harsh measures, to intimidate these individuals. Although it was unexpected, Jiang Wenzhe would not squander such a splendid opportunity, utilizing his lightness technique. He began to kick those disciples who had managed to reach the edge of the Tao-seeking pavilion square back into the fray, simultaneously confiscating their identity jade tokens. Whoever dares to flee, I shall break their legs. As Jiang Wenzhe flitted through the Tao-seeking pavilion square like a specter, he herded the disciples towards the center while collecting the identity jade tokens of those rendered powerless and conscious by the locking spirit technique. The utterly demoralized disciples of the Cultivation Academy were soon gathered together, fear etched upon their faces as they anxiously regarded Jiang Wenzhe, terrified of meeting the same fate as Xiang Yong, Wei Hongmiao, and Zhou Huawei. The upheaval at the Tao-seeking pavilion square transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers hidden nearby stood agape in astonishment. Silence. Jiang Wenze's authoritative rebuke instantly quelled the clamor, plunging the entire Tao-seeking pavilion square into quietude. With a mere thought, Jiang Wenzhe extracted and piled the identity jade tokens he had seized from his storage bag onto the ground. That's my identity jade token. I've lost my jade token. When did he take my jade token? Jiang Wenzhe chuckled lightly. I admit, the sheer numbers can indeed be overwhelming. However, we must express our gratitude to the sect for providing each of us with a personalized identity jade token. I shall not retain those who wish to leave, but should I come seeking you in the future, do not lament. The disciples of the Cultivation Academy wore expressions of despair, stripped of their identity jade tokens. They could not even exit the Tao-seeking valley. Moreover, who would dare ignore Jiang Wenze's menacing words? Today, with so many under the leadership of the 6 great true transmission disciples suffering such a crushing defeat, It would be wiser to remain and ascertain the intentions of this formidable being. Since you all choose to stay, then let us continue our previous discussion, noting the silence that enveloped the disciples not ensnared by the locking spirit technique. Jiang Wenzhe grinned and said, "Allow me to outline my rules. While the Cultivation Academy does not prohibit disciples from engaging in combat with one another, there are certain behaviors I, Jiang Wenzhe, shall not tolerate. Anyone who dares to exploit the guise of dueling to bully or harass their fellow disciples, particularly the female ones, shall face my wrath. You all better heed my warning. If you violate the example set by Zhou Huayue." At this juncture, Jiang Wenzhe hoisted the unconscious Zhou Huayue high above the ground, ensuring all present could see his grotesquely contorted right arm. "I am indifferent to the disputes between disciples. How you conduct yourselves is governed by the rules of the Cultivation Academy." Jiang Wenzhe casually tossed Zhou Huayue back into the throng, awakening him from his stupor due to the agony radiating from his injured arm. Yet, his right cheek had swollen to such a degree that he could not even muster a cry of anguish. "Who dares to impede my enjoyment?" At that moment, a man clad in a red cloud-patterned robe, exuding an air of roguishness, strode onto the Tao-seeking pavilion square. In his wake trailed 3 female disciples at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refinement. Accompanied by a foundation-building practitioner. I am Yi Shouchen. I refuse to allow such a formidable presence to exist within the Cultivation Academy. At last, Jiang Wenzhe encountered Yi Shouchen in person. Having heard tales of his notorious reputation upon first arriving at the Lianxia Sword Sect. As Yi Shouchen approached a female disciple of the Cultivation Academy, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her. The young woman, utterly humiliated and furious, swiftly fled, while those present seemed unfazed by the incident. In fact, many gazed at Jiang Wenzhe with a mix of schadenfreude, eager to witness how he would handle the situation. Naturally, Jiang Wenzhe would not indulge Yi Shouchen. He immediately employed the shadowless technique to appear before him. Upon seeing Jiang Wenze's sudden arrival, Yi Shouchen's cocky grin faltered slightly. Following closely behind Yi Shouchen, a Foundation Establishment cultivator positioned himself in front of Jiang Wenzhe, brandishing a gleaming flying sword against Jiang's neck. With an expression of calm, Jiang Wenzhe addressed him. "Esteemed uncle, I kindly ask that you refrain from disrupting the rules of the Cultivation Academy. This matter concerns the disciples of the Qi refinement stage. If you wish to spectate, kindly maintain your distance. Jiang Wenzhe, you ought to be aware of your actions. Yi Shouchen is the son of the peak master of Tianzhu Peak. Yi Shouchen erupted in laughter. "Come on, Jiang Wenzhe. I'm right here. If you have the guts, make your move." However, before Yi Shouchen could finish his taunt, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his handsome face, with a teasing tone. He remarked, "In all my years, I've never encountered someone who actively seeks a beating." Yi Shouchen felt a burning pain on his cheek, his gaze blankly fixed ahead. Holy moly! Jiang Shixiao is formidable. What on earth is Jiang Wenzhe thinking? Is this a calamity he can provoke? The crowd watched in astonishment as Yi Shouchen, initially stunned by the public slap, soon erupted in fury. The Foundation Establishment cultivator who had been closely following Yi Shouchen retracted his flying sword and retreated silently to the edge of the Wendeoj square. Adopting a spectator's posture. You Maoji, what the hell are you doing?" Jiang Wenzhe continued to deliver 3 more slaps to Yi Shouchen, declaring, "How dare you act so brazenly before me?" Yi Shouchen covered his face with his hands. His eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. He likely had never been struck before and could not fathom that anyone in this world would dare to hit him. Jiang Wenzhe then landed a punch to Yi Shouchen's abdomen, sending the young master plummeting towards the ground. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly grasped Yi Shouchen's collar, hoisting him back up. Yi Shao, answer my question. What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? I'll kill you." After a moment of dazed silence, Yi Shouchen finally reacted and attempted to summon his magical artifact. However, his waist talisman responded faster, trembling slightly before the protective barrier of the Lianxia Sword Sect descended, sealing Yi Shouchen's spiritual energy and consciousness. Yi Shao, do you not realize that within the sect, disciples of the Cultivation Academy are prohibited from using spiritual energy in their conflicts? Jiang Wenzhe casually retrieved Yi Shouchen's storage bag and tossed the immobilized Yi Shouchen to the ground. "Oh, there are quite a few good items here." With a sweep of his consciousness, he scanned Yi Shouchen's storage bag, discovering an abundance of elixirs, spirit stones, talismans, and other cultivation resources. Among them was a top-tier flying sword, along with 2 mid-tier artifacts and some intimate garments belonging to young women, revealing Yi Shouchen's rather frivolous nature. After marking some items that were too inappropriate to display, he poured out the spirit stones. Elixirs, talismans, and artifacts from the bag, slyly mixing in a vial containing blood bodhi elixirs. Only those hidden in the shadows, the golden core cultivators, noticed his subtle actions. The activation of the Luoxia Sword Sect's protective barrier had undoubtedly drawn the attention of golden core cultivators, who had gathered in Wenzhe after being lured by Jinjiro's spiritual root. My heavens, so many spirit stones and true chi elixirs. What is that blue talisman? It seems to be overflowing with spiritual energy. What a lack of insight. That's a water escape talisman. Huanglong Dan. A full 8 vials of Huanglong Dan. That red elixir bottle. Oh my, blood bodhi elixir. The Chi refinement disciples might not know what blood bodhi elixirs were, but the Foundation establishment cultivators recognized this top-tier elixir, obtainable only with 300 merit points. The blood bodhi elixir was valuable not only to Chi refinement cultivators, but also to those at the Foundation establishment stage. Yi Shouqing strained to shift his gaze and caught sight of Jiang Wenzhe picking up a jade vial radiating a blood-red spiritual light. This was indeed the vial containing blood bodhi elixirs. But he had not requested such elixirs from his mother. Could it be that his mother secretly provided them? You bastard, that's my blood bodhi elixir. Jiang Wenzhe grinned at Yi Shouqing's words. You are mistaken. Yi Shao, it now rightfully belongs to me. As he spoke, Jiang Wenzhe collected all the elixirs and talismans in front of Yi Shouqing, ultimately taking away over 200 low-grade spirit stones, leaving only 3 spirit stones and the artifacts on the ground. In light of the generous gifts you've bestowed upon me, I shall spare you from further punishment. Now, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Jiang Wenzhe approached Yi Shouqing and lifted him from the ground, saying, before the sister you so shamelessly harassed, strike yourself 3 times and plead for her forgiveness. I forgive you, shitty. Thank you for your kindness. Jiang Shixiao. Yi Shouqing had yet to speak, but the very sister he had disrespected hurried to clarify. Hearing this, Jiang Wenzhe could only purse his lips in silence, since the involved party did not take the matter seriously. His outrage would be in vain. It seemed Yi Shao's reputation held considerable weight, as he quickly secured the sister's forgiveness. Jiang Wenzhe gazed down at Yi Shouqing. Now it is time to address our matter. Yi Shao, do you have any objections to the rules I have set? Yi Shouqing was not one to submit easily, and opened his mouth to curse, before he could utter a word. Jiang Wenzhe grasped his shoulder. Damn. With a slight squeeze, Yi Shouqing cried out in pain, yet he found himself utterly powerless, unable even to struggle against the agony coursing through him. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead and cheeks at a visible pace. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Wenzhe finally released his grip on Yi Shouqing's shoulder. Yi Shao, do you have any objections to the rules I have set? Jiang Wenzhe, Jiang Wenzhe released a subtle burst of energy from his palm. And suddenly Yi Shouqing was overwhelmed by a multitude of sensations. Aching, tingling, swelling, and pain flooded him, leaving him unsure whether to scream or weep, to laugh uproariously or to cover his face in despair. As bizarre sensations crashed over his nerves in relentless waves, after another long interval, Jiang Wenzhe ceased his torment. Gasping for breath, Yi Shouqing emerged as if pulled from the depths of water, his garments soaked in sweat. Jiang Wenzhe continued to smile. Yi Shao, do you have any objections to the rules I have set? For the first time in his life, Yi Shouqing, who had never known fear, felt the chill of terror. And no objections. Yi Shouqing was acutely aware that regardless of his personal opinions, he must feign compliance. He believed that if he were to hold his ground, Jiang Wenzhe would undoubtedly employ some peculiar methods to make him wish for death. No objections, he conceded, appearing quite astute in recognizing the times. Intuitively, it seemed that Yi Shouqing had never reflected on his missteps. He merely chose to bide his time, waiting to reclaim his standing once he returned to Tianzhufeng and found a powerful ally. Jiang Wenzhe sought to test Yi Shouqing's character, wondering if he would be the obstinate type who would stubbornly resist him. However, Yi Shouqing demonstrated a keen understanding of the situation and a willingness to flatter. Such individuals were, in fact, easier to manage, as it indicated their awareness of fear. As long as one harbors fear, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Once Yi Shouqing was released, Jiang Wenzhe turned his attention to the timid disciples of the Cultivation Academy. Whenever his gaze fell upon someone, they immediately averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Earlier, Yi Shouqing had already stated his lack of objections to the rules I set forth. I wonder who among you still dares to voice dissent. No, brother Jiang, none at all. I hold no objections. I truly have no objections. Even the revered Taisui of the Luoxia sword sect had been subdued. Who among these ordinary disciples of the Cultivation Academy would dare to contest? As for whether Jiang Wenzhe would encounter misfortune, that was a matter for another time. They were acutely aware that failing to recognize the situation could spell disaster for them. All in agreement? Good. Let us consider this matter settled for now. Jiang Wenzhe smiled amiably and nodded. Now, each of you must provide a written acknowledgement, stating your unwavering support for the rules I have established, with your signatures and seals. You shall come to me to reclaim your jade talismans of agility. Brother Jiang, the identity jade. Yes, I understand. Point one disciple attempted to protest, but upon meeting Jiang Wenzhe's gaze, he quickly backed down, fearing further repercussions. Finally, Jiang Wenzhe's gaze landed on Zhang Han, Qi Yuanqing, and Dai Shuhan, his three direct disciples. Direct disciples were easily identifiable, except for Yu Shangfei, who had taken the place of a true disciple and was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The other true disciples were all at the 10th level. The affairs of the ordinary disciples had concluded. It was now time to address our matters, esteemed true disciples, among the disciples of the Cultivation Academy. The ones filled with regret were undoubtedly Zhang Han, Qi Yuanqing, and Wei Shuhan. Originally, among the top 10 true disciples of the Academy, Xiang Yong, Wei Hongmiao, and Yu Shangfei were allies. Jiang Wenzhe had challenged the 10 champions at the Dao-Seeking Council. Seizing the position of Yu Shangfei as a true disciple, Xiang Yong and Wei Hongmiao, being Yu Shangfei's allies, naturally came to his aid for the true disciple who suffered the most, Zhou Huaiwei. It appeared from Jiang Wenzhe's words that he was entangled due to his subordinates' actions. In truth, the three of them bore no grudge against Jiang Wenzhe. However, they were perplexed as to how they had been swayed by Wei Hongmiao's deceptive words and joined the alliance against him. What do you intend to do? Jiang Wenzhe, unsure of who had first initiated the conversation, chuckled lightly. I merely wish to convey one thing to you. In defeat, one must acknowledge it. When struck, one must stand firm. Henceforth, as long as I remain within the Cultivation Academy, Xiang Yong, Wei Hongmiao, Zhang Han, Dai Shuhan, Qi Yuanqing, and Zhou Huawei, each of you is to present me with 5 Huanglong pills every month. Wei Hongmiao and Zhou Huawei, who had previously been knocked unconscious, had now awakened, while Xiang Yong, though injured, had never lost consciousness. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Zhang Han and the others widened their eyes in anger, yet feared uttering a word of refusal. Lest Jiang Wenzhe find a pretext to act against them, their silence was tantamount to acquiescence, and should the day arrive when I do not see the pills you owe me, Jiang Wenzhe continued with a smile, I shall personally come to collect them. Jiang Wenzhe, do not overstep. Slap Xiang Yong struggled to rise and warned Jiang Wenzhe, but before he could finish, Jiang Wenze's figure appeared at his side, with a swift motion. He slapped Xiang Yong's cheek, and just as Xiang Yong was about to fall, Jiang Wenzhe quickly seized his collar and lifted him up. The force of Jiang Wenze's blow left Xiang Yong dizzy. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual awareness, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? What standing do you have to teach me? With Xiang Yong grasped by the collar, he felt utterly powerless. This was due to Jiang Wenze's earlier strike, which had numbed his nervous system. Thus, while Xiang Yong remained conscious, his body was beyond his control. Jiang Wenzhe turned to the other true disciples. Since you find my concession unsatisfactory, let each of you now present 8 Hualong pills per month. Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue, as the excitement is far from over. Zhang Han, Qi Yuanqing, and Dai Shuhan could only lament internally, but dared not voice their concerns. They had not uttered a single word throughout. And now Jiang Wenzhe had seized 8 of the already scarce Huanglong pills. Very well. As Brother Jiang wishes, among the true disciples, it was Wei Hongmiao who perceived the situation most clearly. Jiang Wenzhe had demonstrated that his strength far surpassed that of any disciple in the Cultivation Academy. Continuing to resist would only lead to their own detriment, prompting him to be the first to agree to Jiang Wenze's demands. Upon hearing Wei Hongmiao's words, Jiang Wenzhe could not help but regard him with newfound respect, acknowledging him as the true disciple occupying the 4th seat in the academy. What about the rest of you? If there are any objections, speak now. Zhang Han, Qi Yuanqing, and the others hastily shook their heads, expressing their lack of dissent. Jiang Wenzhe then unceremoniously dropped the listless Xiang Yong to the ground and walked over to the pile of identity jade tokens belonging to the disciples. Turning to survey the area of the inquiry pavilion, he declared loudly, since none of you have objections to the rules I have established in the Cultivation Academy, Let me address the matter of enforcement. True disciples, listen closely. From this day forth, should any acts of bullying or harassment against female disciples occur, I, Jiang Wenzhe, will not show leniency to the offending disciples. At this juncture, Jiang Wenzhe's gaze fell upon Zhou Huawei, stating, "But you will face double the punishment." Zhou Huawei serves as an example. Junior brother Jiang, while I appreciate your defense of our female disciples, a female disciple, approximately 25 or 26 years old and nearing the foundation establishment stage, stepped forth from the edge of the inquiry pavilion, a true disciple at the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. She was none other than the chief true disciple. May Shuer, she regarded Jiang Wenzhe. But why should the transgressions of one disciple implicate me? The answer was simple. Actions at the top set a precedent for those below. Jiang Wenzhe explained leisurely. Without the leadership or indifference of the true disciples, many egregious acts would not proliferate among the ordinary disciples of the Cultivation Academy. More importantly, in the Cultivation Academy, strength is the ultimate authority. If you wish to avoid a beating, then you must comply. Having concluded his explanation, he inquired, "Does sister have any further questions?" May Shuer, upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, suddenly smiled. I did not expect that upon entering the Cultivation Academy, junior brother Jiang would grasp the rules so thoroughly, even beginning to wield them to his advantage. Very well, I have no objections. After concluding his exchange with May Shuer, Jiang Wenzhe turned to the other true disciples. What about you? Do any of you have objections? At this point, as events had unfolded, who would dare voice dissent? I have no objections. I align with brother Jiang's sentiments. The astute Wei Hongmiao, a paragon of the Cultivation Academy, spoke once more, prompting Zheng Han, Qi Yuanxin, and Wei Shuhan to exchange glances, each contemplating the other's thoughts. Ultimately, they acquiesced with nods, signaling their lack of dissent. Jiang Wenzhe's keen intuition discerned that among the true disciples, only Wei Hongmiao held no objections towards him. The others, including the recently unconscious May Shuer and the still recovering Xiang Yong, chose to remain silent. The little fellow has performed admirably. This is precisely what a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy ought to do. Suddenly, the resounding laughter of the sect leader, Luo Tianxing, echoed in Jiang Wenzhe's mind. Come to the top of the Wendaoge. Your esteemed ancestors are all gathered there to finalize the rewards for your successful navigation through the automaton array. After receiving Luo Tianxing's telepathic communication, Jiang Wenzhe lifted his gaze towards the imposing structure that dominated the square of the Wendaoge. Upon his arrival at the periphery of the Wendagu Valley, his attention had been immediately captivated by this magnificent edifice at the center of the basin. Preoccupied with addressing the challenges posed by the 6 true disciple alliances of the Cultivation Academy, he had yet to fully appreciate the ancient and weathered aura of this grand building. The Wendaoge stood over 200 meters high, comprising 9 square stories constructed of wood and stone. Its architectural style was both archaic and elegant, devoid of excessive ornamentation or embellishments. Each tier featured a flying eave design, with the eaves gently curving upwards, serving both decorative and functional purposes for rainwater drainage. Returning his gaze, Jiang Wenzhe's eyes fell upon Wei Hongmiao, whose pallor suggested unease. As Wei Hongmiao fretted over what Jiang Wenzhe might concoct next, Jiang Wenzhe's figure suddenly materialized beside him, affectionately placing a hand on his shoulder, instantly alleviating the discomfort that had been gnawing at Wei Hongmiao's innards. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Wenzhe said, Wei Shixiang, I require your assistance with a matter. Please collect the records established by our fellow brothers. Jot down their names in the ledger, and then return their identity jade tokens. As he spoke, Jiang Wenzhe produced the ledger he used to document the names of the disciples from his storage pouch and presented it to Wei Hongmiao. Initially taken aback by Jiang Wenzhe's request, Wei Hongmiao soon grasped his intent. Previously, he had sought to suppress the true disciples, but now he was being courted as an ally. Indeed, please rest assured, Shixiang, without a trace of hesitation. Wei Hongmiao accepted the ledger. He sensed that aligning himself with Jiang Wenzhe was infinitely more advantageous than his current alliances. Wei Shixiang, you truly are a discerning individual. I relish engaging with astute minds. Jiang Wenzhe patted Wei Hongmiao's shoulder once more, and he felt his previously fatigued arm regain vitality. The other true disciples within the 6 alliances stared at Wei Hongmiao with incredulity, unable to comprehend why he, who had fervently advocated for their alliance against Jiang Wenzhe, would so swiftly become his sycophant. Jiang Wenzhe chose not to elaborate further and instead strode toward the Wendaoge. Along his path, the disciples of the Cultivation Academy instinctively parted to grant him passage. Their gazes were filled with reverence and envy, while the female disciples regarded Jiang Wenzhe with palpable gratitude. Before long, Jiang Wenzhe traversed the expansive 50-acre square of the Wendaoge and arrived at the entrance of the first floor. Jiang Wenzhe, this is your first visit to the Wendaoge. Allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction. A somewhat familiar voice reached Jiang Wenzhe's ears, and soon after, a slender old man materialized at the entrance of the Wendaoge. Qi. Upon recognizing the figure, Jiang Wenzhe expressed his surprise. The individual who had offered to elucidate the Wendaoge's intricacies was none other than Qi Kongqing, the foundation-building cultivator who had presided over the selection of new disciples a decade ago. Qi Kongqing scrutinized Jiang Wenzhe with a wry smile, remarking, "I never anticipated that I would misjudge you. This old face has certainly been thoroughly smacked. What do you mean by that, Shirshu?" Jiang Wenzhe understood the implication behind Qi Kongqing's words, but refrained from directly stating that he had indeed misjudged him. A single bottle of Yuan Sui Dan could not possibly have enabled you to cultivate to your current level within a decade, and my oversight extends beyond mere cultivation. From Qi Kongqing's tone, it seemed he intended to address Jiang Wenzhe's recent triumph over the 10 champions of the Dao Discussion Conference using his extraordinary longbow. However, Jiang Wenzhe was reluctant to delve into trivialities with someone he deemed inconsequential and quickly interjected. "Shirshu, please, enlighten me about the Wendaoge. The summons from the sect leader is pressing, and I am short on time." Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Qi Kongqing's face flickered with astonishment, but he soon regained his composure. The commotion Jiang Wenzhe had caused in the Wendaoge square was sufficient to stir the entire sect. Therefore, it was only natural for the sect leader to be present at the Wendaoge. However, Luo Tianxing's summons of Jiang Wenzhe was indeed intriguing. Very well. Shizizi, please follow me into the Wendaoge, and we shall converse as we walk." Intuitively, Jiang Wenzhe sensed that there was more to the Wendaoge than met the eye, or that it was not as ordinary as it seemed. As he followed Qi Kongqing, they passed through the barriers at the entrance and entered the Wendaoge. Upon beholding the scene before him, Jiang Wenzhe could not help but be momentarily taken aback. What an abundance of spiritual energy! He found himself standing in an unfamiliar space, gazing around, unable to discern any boundaries. More importantly, the density of spiritual energy in this realm was extraordinary. Reminiscent of the effects of consuming a Yuan Sui Dan, this peculiar environmental shift brought to mind the various space-related magical techniques described in literature. Qi Shirshu, is this the Buddhist technique of Naksumi into mustard seed, the Taoist sleeve universe, or perhaps the Confucian golden house within the book? Standing beside Jiang Wenzhe, Qi Kongqing's face registered surprise upon hearing his words. He could not fathom how a novice entering the Wendaoge for the first time could remain so unfazed. Yet, not only did Jiang Wenzhe exhibit no shock or fear, but he also instantly articulated the names of 3 potential magical techniques that could cause such an alteration. Jiang Wenzhe, how do you know the names of these techniques? Qi Kongqing, having spent over a century in the Luanxia sword sect, had never encountered a Qi-refining disciple familiar with spatial magic. Jiang Wenzhe turned to Qi Kongqing and replied, "I simply read about them in books. I never expected someone within the sect could wield such techniques. In truth, I am not certain which technique the ancestor employed, but it certainly cannot be the Buddhist Naksumi into mustard seed. I recall hearing from Jin Xingzhou that the Luanxia sword sect seized its territory from the Yulong Temple to establish itself. Thus, the sword sect and Yulong Temple are undoubtedly archrivals. Naturally, the Luanxia sword sect would not employ Buddhist spatial techniques to construct the Wendaoge. Shirshu, please recount the details of the Wendaoge from the beginning." Qi Kongqing attempted to keep things ambiguous, but ultimately found himself compelled to elaborate in intricate detail about the affairs of the Wendaoge to Jiang Wenzhe. In truth, the Wendaoge is the most pivotal institution of the Luanxia sword sect. From an external perspective, the Wendaoge appears as a 9-story pavilion. However, within its confines, there exist 9 distinct spaces, each serving a unique function. For the sake of simplicity, it is customary to refer to these as 9 layers of space. At this moment, Jiang Wenzhe and Qi Kongqing find themselves in the first layer of the Wendaoge. This particular space permits any disciple of the Cultivation Academy to enter freely, yet they are restricted to a duration of merely 2 hours. Sufficient time to attend a lecture delivered by a Golden Core practitioner. As he spoke, Qi Kongqing gestured towards a vast plaza in the distance. indicating that it is the designated area for listening to the teachings of Golden Core masters. In contrast, the lectures provided by Foundation establishment practitioners to disciples of the Cultivation Academy take place within the plaza of the Wenzhe. Furthermore, this space is equipped with specialized chambers intended for practitioners to enter seclusion and break through their bottlenecks. Although these chambers are exclusively accessible during the Qi refinement stage when advancing to Foundation establishment, on ordinary days, they are utilized solely by Foundation establishment disciples. Notably, true disciples of the Cultivation Academy are allowed to remain within the Wenzhe for 6 hours each month. Even if they do not attend lectures by the Golden Core elders, merely meditating and cultivating within this space can yield immense benefits. Jiang Wenzhe came to comprehend once more why Yu Shangfei harbored such animosity towards him. If his own spot as a direct disciple were to be usurped, he would certainly seek to devise strategies to deal with the individual who had taken it from him. The aforementioned regulations pertain specifically to Qi refinement disciples. Once a practitioner successfully transitions to the Foundation establishment stage, they may remain in the first layer of the Wenzhe indefinitely, devoid of any time constraints. Additionally, Foundation establishment practitioners gain the privilege of accessing the second and third layers of the Wenzhe. Since Qi Kongsheng had only ventured into the second and third layers, he was aware that these spaces house a plethora of texts related to spells, techniques, and various arts of cultivation. While it is true that the sect's library contains relevant jade slips in its third, fourth, and fifth layers, the jade slips within the Wenzhe have been meticulously organized and compiled by the sect, presenting them in a refined format. The breadth of knowledge does not compare to that of the library. In Qi Kongsheng's own words, if one wishes to expand their horizons, the library is the preferable choice. However, for those solely wishing to delve into spells and cultivation arts, it is far more convenient to consult the materials available in the Wenzhe. As for the upper spaces of the Wenzhe, even he, a Foundation establishment practitioner, has yet to set foot in them. It is said that the fourth, fifth, and sixth layers are exclusively accessible to practitioners of the Golden Core stage and above. The pinnacle, the seventh and eighth layers, can only be entered by those at the nascent soul stage. The ninth layer, to which Jiang Wenzhe aspires to ascend, serves as a dedicated area for the high-ranking members of the Luoxia Sword sect to convene with leaders from other cultivation sections. Typically, a Golden Core elder is stationed to oversee the ninth layer. Thus, one can confidently assert that the Wenzhe is a place where one can undoubtedly encounter the Golden Core elders of the Luoxia Sword sect. The Wenzhe is also equipped with teleportation arrays, allowing for effortless transit to any desired space. However, it is imperative that the practitioner utilizing the teleportation array possesses the requisite qualifications or permissions to access the higher tiers. Qi Kongsheng spoke with fervor, inadvertently revealing secrets known only to Foundation establishment practitioners. Jiang Wenzhe, how did you persuade senior brother Gu to forge your magical artifact? Finally, having concluded his exposition on the Wenzhe, Qi Kongsheng shifted the topic towards the Qingling Jintian Bao. Jiang Wenzhe, somewhat taken aback, replied, Uncle Qi, how did you know that I sought senior brother Gu to craft the artifact? Oh, is it really that difficult to deduce? Within the sect, there are only 2 or 3 artisans capable of forging top-tier magical artifacts, and among them, senior brother Gu is the sole one adept at crafting extraordinary artifacts. No one else can forge that longbow of yours. Qi Kongsheng continued, engrossed in discussion about magical artifacts, oblivious to the sudden appearance of a purple figure ahead. To be honest, Jiang Wenzhe, if you have a way to contact senior brother Gu, could you possibly share it? I wish to enlist his services to create a magical artifact. Jiang Wenzhe, uncertain of Gu Caoyang's temperament, felt that he could be exceedingly agreeable at times, yet equally capable of severing ties without a hint of sentiment when he chose to. Jiang Wenzhe sensed a strong connection with Qi Kongsheng, who had indeed assisted him considerably. This favor, he felt, must be repaid. Thus, he proposed, how about this, Uncle Qi? When you have a moment of leisure, I can accompany you to seek out senior brother Gu. As for whether I can persuade him to assist, I cannot guarantee. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Qi Kongsheng was elated, clapping his hands in delight. Ah, that would be splendid. Jiang Wenzhe, we have an agreement. In all honesty, Jiang Wenzhe remained unaware of the high regard held for senior artisans within the world of cultivation. Judging by Qi Kongsheng's demeanor, it seemed that enlisting the aid of a senior artisan was no simple feat. Jiang Wenzhe, let us hasten. The teleportation array is nearly upon us. Excited, Qi Kongqing noticed Jiang Wenzhe suddenly pause and promptly urged him onward. Disciple pays respects to Master Shi. Only then did Qi Kongqing instinctively turn back after hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words. He was taken aback to find Shi Xiaoring merely 3 steps away. Had he advanced another 3 steps, he would have collided directly with her. I was unaware that you were present, Master. I beg your forgiveness. Startled, Qi Kongqing retreated repeatedly until he found himself behind Jiang Wenzhe, whereupon he respectfully apologized to Shi Xiaorong. Dressed in a regal purple robe, Shi Xiaorong smiled gently and shook her head. Qi Shizizi. Your composure and cultivation still require refinement. Your mind can be so easily clouded. Encountering an opponent skilled in illusions could prove perilous. Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance. Master Qi Kongqing recognized that his exuberance had led him to nearly collide with the Golden Core Elder. After offering a brief admonition, Shi Xiaoring turned to Jiang Wenzhe, saying, Young one, allow me to escort you to meet Master Jiang. Yes, I am deeply thankful, Master Shi. Qi Kongqing's face betrayed a hint of concern and regret as he observed Jiang Wenzhe approach the teleportation array behind Shi Xiaorong. Not long ago, Jiang Wenzhe had struck Shi Xiaorong's cherished son and had brazenly seized all of Yi Shouqing's pills and talismans in public. Do not fret, Uncle Qi. Do you truly believe I acted impulsively against Yi Shouqing? Through his intuitive perception, Jiang Wenzhe discerned Qi Kongqing's underlying worries. Just before the teleportation array whisked them away, he comforted Qi Kongqing with a mental transmission. In the next moment, Jiang Wenzhe and Shi Xiaorong vanished from the first layer of the Wendeoge. Jiang Wenzhe felt a dizzying spin before finding himself within a spacious, brilliantly illuminated hall, extravagantly adorned in a manner befitting his imagination of a cultivation sect. Come, ha ha ha. Over here. Jiang Wenzhe's attention remained fixated on the shirts and attire within the 9-story space of the Wendeoge. When suddenly the cheerful laughter of Luo Tianqing reached his ears, following the sound, he beheld 8 figures standing or sitting by one of the windows in the grand hall, along with Shixiarong, who guided him. The 9 prominent Golden Core cultivators of the Falling Sunset Sword sect had assembled here. His instincts immediately alerted him that among these 8 Golden Core cultivators, 2 harbored evident hostility towards him. One was a middle-aged female cultivator clad in a light green palace robe, whom he had encountered a decade ago. The other, a middle-aged man whose complexion was somewhat shadowy, was someone Jiang Wenzhe was certain he had never met before. The animosity from these 2 Golden Core cultivators was truly beyond Jiang Wenzhe's expectations. He swiftly began to speculate the reasons behind their resentment. If one were to consider actions that could provoke the ire of a Golden Core cultivator, the incident at the Dao discussion conference, where he had forcibly seized a position meant for a true disciple of the sect, might be one. However, such positions were intentionally vacated by the sect for its disciples to compete for. He had merely acted within his rights to claim it. If blame were to be assigned, it ought to fall upon the venerable ancestor who devised this system. Even so, he would only have offended one Golden Core cultivator in that case. What, then, could have provoked the other? The serpent demon incident. His intuition suggested this connection. In other words, the Golden Core cultivator who harbored animosity towards him was likely the instigator of the tragedy that befell Longhe Town. At this thought, Jiang Wenzhe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared his sudden display of talent had incited fear in them, prompting a preemptive strike against him. Having unraveled the reasons behind this animosity, Jiang Wenzhe felt a surge of delight. If the architect of the Longhe Town tragedy did not reveal themselves, he would have found it difficult to seek retribution. After all, the Falling Sunset Sword sect had already compensated him, and he had accepted that recompense. Logically, he had no grounds to revisit old grievances. Yet now, with the culprit of the serpent demon incident stepping forth, he had ample justification to settle the score for past transgressions. Without a hint of trepidation, Jiang Wenzhe followed Shixiarong as she approached the window. Disciple Jiang Wenzhe greets the esteemed ancestors. The first to speak was an elderly matron named Qiu, who appeared to be the eldest among them. Though Jiang sensed she was the weakest of the 9 Golden Core cultivators present, such audacity. You've just harmed the precious son of Shi and seized his elixirs and talismans. As she spoke, the Qiu matron subtly elevated her Golden Core aura, pressing it towards Jiang Wenzhe. You seem utterly unfazed by the potential retribution from a Golden Core cultivator. In response to Ancestor Qiu, Jiang Wenzhe replied with unwavering composure. Let us not discuss whether I have erred. Shi is not one to act without reason. How could he possibly make things difficult for a junior? Though this statement was directed at Ancestor Chiu, his true intent was aimed at the middle-aged female cultivator in the light green robe. Ha ha ha. I like this boy. How about coming to my Cheonghuang Peak as a true disciple? Jiang Wenzhe glanced at the golden core cultivator who extended the invitation, recalling that his surname was Ku. Before he could respond, Zhou Ming, seated by the window, interjected, Kalalu, Wenzhe has already agreed to be my personal disciple. You think you can lure him away with the title of true disciple? Have you no shame? The icy Huang Shuiying frowned slightly upon hearing Zhou Ming's words and remarked, devoid of any emotion. Since Jiang Wenzhe is already Zhou Shixiang's personal disciple, there is no need for Master Shixiang to negotiate rewards with us. Everything should proceed according to the treatment afforded to a personal disciple. Luo Tianxing, with a palm the size of a fan, patted the shoulders of Zhou Ming and Ancestor Ku, saying, could you both be a bit more mindful of the occasion? Wenzhe has only just entered the Cultivation Academy from the Dao Seeking Institute and has not yet been claimed as a personal or true disciple by anyone. As Luo Tianxing's words settled, Jiang Wenzhe sensed that he should not be present in this contentious environment. He had initially thought the higher-ups of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect shared amicable relations. However, he now realized he had been overly optimistic. The tension between Fan Binghui and Huang Shuiying suggested a readiness to escalate into conflict. The attitudes of two golden core cultivators were particularly unsettling, as they seemed allied with Fan Binghui, casting unfriendly glances at Huang Shuiying. Meanwhile, the eldest golden core cultivator, Ancestor Chiu, had shrunk into a corner, seemingly engrossed in the scenery outside, as if oblivious to the discord among her junior disciples. Then there were Shixirong and Zhou Ming, each attempting to placate Huang Shuiying and Fan Binghui, respectively. Ultimately, it was Master Luo Tianxing's admonition that quelled their quarrel. Wenzhe, what I mean is to temporarily grant you some privileges typically reserved for Foundation establishment cultivators. Luo Tianxing began with decisive clarity. You will not, however, receive the ability to independently establish a cave dwelling, exchange merit points, or the annual reward of a mid-grade spirit stone, once you successfully establish your foundation. I will compensate you with 500 merit points, along with the mid-grade spirit stones accumulated from this year. That agreeable? Jiang Wenzhe, eager to extricate himself from this contentious place, promptly clasped his hands and replied, everything shall be determined by Master Shixiao. The disciple has no objections. Soft-hearted, all of them soft-hearted. Huang Shuiying, with a cold rebuke, immediately wielded her escape light and departed from the 9th level of the Wendaoge. A flicker of helplessness crossed Luo Tianxing's eyes as he gently glanced at Fan Binghui, the golden core cultivator Ku, and the female cultivator in a light green palace attire. Fellow disciples, do you have any objections to my decision? The golden core female cultivator surnamed Lin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wenzhe and replied, since the master has spoken thus, I naturally have no dissent. Jiang, be cautious outside the sect. Do not perish unknowingly and squander the goodwill of your esteemed ancestor Huang. After delivering this remark with a hint of sarcasm, the golden core cultivator, surnamed Lin, also took her leave, riding the escape light from the 9th level of the Wendaoge. Master, I must take my leave as there are matters to attend to on the peak. I shall surely visit you at Cheonghuang Peak when time permits. Please, Master. Soon. Only the Master Luo Tianxing, Zhou Ming, and Shi Xiaorong remained in the hall as the golden core cultivators departed. Master Ancestor, Master Zhou, Master Shi. I too shall take my leave. Zhou Ming suddenly spoke up. Young one, do you know why Master Lin Fangyu is so antagonistic towards you? I do not know. Jiang Wenzhe replied. Luo Tianxing spoke candidly. Yushan Fei is her own grandson, and in 2 months, the Jiali Conference will commence. This is a grand event in the Shishu Kingdom's cultivation world that occurs once every 400 years. During this time, the direct disciples from the other 3 major sects of the Shishu Kingdom will gather at our sword sect for the conference. Jiang Wenzhe felt a stir in his heart and inquired, Master, is the Jiali not the fruit of the celestial spirit wood, the Yushui pear tree? Ah, I did not expect you to be aware of the Yushui pear tree. Luo Tianxing replied with mild surprise. Jiang Wenzhe nodded gently. I happened upon a record of this spiritual tree in the jade slips collected by our sect. The jade slips state that the Yushui pear tree only thrives in areas rich in spiritual energy, requiring ample sunlight and moisture for nourishment. Its fruit is crystal clear and flawless, hence the name Jiali. The Jiali contains a wealth of pure, attribute-less spiritual energy. Consuming it not only significantly enhances a cultivator's cultivation but more importantly, possesses miraculous effects in cleansing a cultivator's spiritual root. Alas, such celestial fruits typically take hundreds of years to mature. Moreover, once harvested, they must be consumed within 10 breaths. Otherwise, the jiali will dissipate into the surrounding spiritual energy and vanish. Currently, the cultivation world has yet to devise a method for preserving jiali, and the common practice is to consume them upon harvesting. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Luo Tianqing, Zhou Ming, and Shi Xiang regarded Jiang Wenzhe with some astonishment, believing that the sect's collection of jade slips must contain records of the Yushui pear tree. However, it seemed rather far-fetched that Jiang Wenzhe had fortuitously come across such information. Zhou Ming nodded gently. Since you are aware of the jiali's significance, you should understand why Master Lin resents you. Yes, I comprehend, Jiang Wenzhe replied. Luo Tianqing rose and stated, Wenzhe, you are a clever lad. I need not elaborate further. You understand well that no one within the sect would act recklessly, but you must exercise caution outside. The meaning in Luo Tianqing's words was clear. As long as he was present in the Luoxia sword sect, Lin Fangyu would not dare to act out of line. However, once outside the sect, there were limits to his influence. Jiang Wenzhe turned to Luo Tianqing and asked, Master, the venue for the Jiali conference is in the Luoxia mountain range. Correct? Indeed, during the Jiali conference, I will keep an eye on her. I trust she will not dare to act recklessly, Luo Tianqing affirmed confidently, then turned his serious gaze upon Jiang Wenzhe, saying, Yet, every cultivator family in the Shishu kingdom that has existed for over 400 years is well aware of the jiali's maturation timeline. They cannot claim the jiali for themselves, so they will focus their attention on hunting the true disciples of the 4 major sections according to the agreement. The disciples attending the jiali conference will return without the accompaniment of golden core cultivators. At this point, Luo Tianqing cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Wenzhe and added, At that time, I will truly be powerless to assist you. Therefore, young one, you must be mentally prepared. Upon hearing Luo Tianqing's words, Jiang Wenzhe let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as no golden core cultivator took direct action against him, he felt confident in handling himself against Qi refinement cultivators with his eyes closed. The only aspect to be wary of was the foundation establishment cultivators, but with a little caution, he could navigate around them. However, Jiang Wenzhe had not anticipated the existence of Yushui pear trees growing within the Luoxia mountain range. If he could consume a jiali with his pseudo-spiritual root aptitude, it was hard to say how much his cultivation could grow. Merely the cleansing of his spiritual root would suffice to benefit him for a lifetime. Suddenly, Jiang Wenze's intuition alerted him to a potential danger. Master, if the true disciple Zhou Huayue were to die due to severe injuries, would I be deemed guilty of intentional homicide by the law enforcement hall? Zhou Ming waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a severed arm. Can such a trivial injury truly lead to death? A glimmer of insight flashed in Luo Tianqing's eyes as he regarded Jiang Wenzhe deeply, assuring him, Do not worry. Such minor injuries will not cost a life. Then I shall feel at ease. The silent Shi Xiaorong sensed an underlying meaning in the conversation between Jiang Wenzhe and Luo Tianqing. She was about to offer to secretly assist in treating Zhou Huayue's injuries when suddenly, the implications of Jiang Wenzhe and Luo Tianqing's words dawned upon her. The jiali, a celestial fruit that ripens only once every 400 years. If this opportunity were missed, many true disciples would be unable to condense their golden core. Thus, Lin Fangyu was desperately attempting to place her grandson in the 10th position among the true disciples. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. No one could have anticipated Jiang Wenze's emergence at such a crucial moment. Now, Jiang Wenzhe was firmly established as a true disciple, and for Yushan Fei to have a chance to attend the Jiali conference. A vacancy must arise among the top 10 true disciples of the Cultivation Academy. If Lin Fangyu were to covertly orchestrate Zhou Huayue's demise, it would at least create a vacancy among the true disciples. With some maneuvering, Jiang Wenzhe could also face punishment from the sect, making this a twofold opportunity for Lin Fangyu. Senior brother Zhou, you must remain vigilant during this half-year as you guard the Wende Oche, lest you fall prey to the schemes of the unscrupulous. After discerning the implications in Jiang Wenzhe and Luo Tianqing's dialogue, Shi Xiaorong immediately raised her head to address Zhou Ming. Sister Shi, what unscrupulous individuals would dare to wreak havoc in Wendegu? Zhou Ming pondered, suddenly realizing a possibility, and his eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Wenzhe, exclaiming, Master Lin, she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Would she? Jiang Wenzhe feigned ignorance to Zhou Ming's words. while Luo Tianqing let out a gentle sigh. Who can predict such matters? Although he verbally denied it, his tone conveyed a sense of certainty. As he spoke, he requested Jiang Wenzhe to hand over his identity jade token. Jiang Wenzhe did not hesitate. He retrieved his identity jade token and respectfully handed it to Luo Tianqing. Subsequently, Luo Tianqing expelled a plume of azure flame from his mouth, enveloping Jiang Wenzhe's identity jade token, preparing to refine it anew. The flame that Luo Tianqing conjured was known as Danhua, a fundamental divine ability mastered by golden core cultivators after condensing their golden core. Danhua, also referred to as Samay True Fire, essentially compresses magical power to the point where it manifests a burning effect. It is one of the best flames for crafting magical artifacts and elixirs, far surpassing the speed of earthly fire in refining. After approximately half an hour, Luo Tianqing finally completed the re-refinement of Jiang Wenzhe's identity jade token. Jiang Wenzhe mused that if Gu Kailiang were to undertake the task, he could have accomplished it in a mere quarter-hour. At last, it is done, young one. Your identity jade token is now on par with that of a foundation establishment disciple. Luo Tianqing wiped the virtual sweat from his brow and tossed the re-refined token back to Jiang Wenzhe, stating, in truth, aside from the lack of the privilege to establish your own cave dwelling, your privileges and entitlements are akin to those of a foundational disciple. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult with a familiar foundational disciple. Jiang Wenzhe received his new identity token and respectfully addressed Luo Tianqing. Yes, thank you, Master Jiang. Upon witnessing that the formalities were concluded, Shi Xiaorong rose and turned to Jiang Wenzhe, saying, Wenzhe, I am grateful for your assistance in alleviating a troublesome matter. Jiang Wenzhe understood that Shi Xiaorong referred to the scheme he had orchestrated, leading Yi Shouqing to believe that his blood bodhi had been seized by him. There is no need for such gratitude. Master, what I could do is rather limited. Given that the conversation had shifted to Yi Shouqing, Jiang Wenzhe felt compelled to clarify matters. With Yi Shixiang's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek Shi Shizhu's intervention to reclaim his blood bodhi. Jiang Wenzhe gazed into Shi Xiaorong's eyes and stated, if it burdens Master, I can return 4 blood bodhi and no need. Shi Xiaorong replied without hesitation, the blood bodhi is fundamentally a resource of the sect. It would be inappropriate for me to exchange sectal elixirs using my position. There is no need to worry about Shower, as under my protection, he has indeed become rather unruly. It is time he faced some hardship. After clarifying the situation regarding Yi Shouqing, Jiang Wenzhe refrained from lingering in the 9th level of the Wendaoge. With Zhoming's assistance, he returned to the 1st level of the Wendaoge via the teleportation array. Jiang Shizhi, are you all right? The dizziness induced by the teleportation had not fully subsided when he heard Qi Kongqing's inquiring voice. Shaking his head, he banished the disorientation from his mind and looked at the visibly anxious Qi Kongqing beside him, saying, thank you for your concern, Shizhu. I am fine. You struck the son of the Golden Core Elder. Did Shizhu truly not take any action against you? Jiang Wenzhe wished to assert that he faced no repercussions for striking Yi Shouqing. Yet he had offended another Golden Core Elder by usurping the position of a disciple of Yu Shangfei. However, discussing such matters with Qi Kongqing was futile, as he was merely a foundational disciple. No more than a slightly larger ant in the presence of the Golden Core Elders. Shizhu Qi, what do foundational disciples typically engage in? It must be more leisurely and comfortable than the lives of the disciples in the Seeking Tao Academy. Correct? Now possessing certain privileges of a foundational disciple, Jiang Wenzhe was eager to inquire about their pursuits. Upon hearing Jiang Wenze's question, Qi Kongqing smiled wryly and shook his head. If it were possible, I would indeed long for the life at the Seeking Tao Academy, free from the machinations of others, without the need to contemplate my future path. Subsequently, Qi Kongqing began to share the burdens of a foundational disciple with Jiang Wenzhe. Through his subtle inquiries, Jiang Wenzhe gleaned numerous secrets known only to foundational disciples. In the eyes of Qi refining disciples, foundational disciples not only wield great power, but can also live for over 2 centuries. They need only maintain a stern demeanor while supervising the tasks of their juniors. Moreover, they possess their own cultivation caverns within the sect and receive an annual reward of a mid-grade spirit stone. Among other benefits that in truth, once foundational disciples acquire the right to establish their own caverns, they become formal members of the sect, akin to a young man undergoing a coming-of-age ceremony in the mundane world. Foundational disciples are no longer mere wards of the sect. Instead, They are tasked with safeguarding the Qi refining disciples. For disciples of the Cultivation Academy, they receive elixirs distributed by the sect each month. Conversely, foundational disciples must either earn merit points to exchange for elixirs or venture outside the sect to the Luoxia mountain range to seek spirit herbs and medicines, to find alchemists, or to concoct their own. In essence, foundational disciples must rely on themselves. Should they neglect their efforts, they will inevitably face demise 2 centuries hence, reduced to mere dust. However, with diligent practice, many reach the mid-foundational stage and stagnate thereafter. With a stroke of luck, they might advance to the late foundational stage, but over 80% of foundational disciples find themselves eternally shackled at this level, unable to progress, as forming a golden core is exceedingly arduous. Apart from the naturally gifted disciples with celestial roots or extraordinary roots, the probability of forming a golden core for those with dual attributes is merely 30%. Thus, foundational disciples are often quite busy, striving to accumulate merit points, either to exchange for elixirs and treasures that enhance their cultivation or to seek opportunities outside the sect, where fortune may lead them to ancient ruins of former cultivators. Yielding elixirs, treasures, or techniques. The reality is far from the perceptions of Qi refining disciples, who envision foundational disciples idly residing in their caverns, engrossed in cultivation and slumber. During this discussion, Jiang Wenzhe made a point to inquire about merit points from Qi Kongqing. Qi Kongqing, without reservation, detailed the intricacies surrounding merit points. Merit points are a concept exclusive to members of the Sword Sect at the foundational stage and beyond. There are various avenues to earn merit points. Generally, any act contributing to the sect's welfare garners merit points. For instance, completing sect tasks, refining elixirs, crafting artifacts or talismans for the sect, or seeking spirit herbs and medicines in the Luoxia mountain range, hunting demonic beasts, and submitting these materials to the sect are all ways to earn merit points. The simplest method to accrue merit points is to bring talents with celestial or extraordinary roots to the sect. 10 years ago, during the entrance examination for new disciples that Qi Kongqing oversaw, upon detecting Jin Zhirou's wind root, he was originally set to receive 500 merit points, only to lose half due to a single remark from the young girl. Nevertheless, even so, Qi Kongqing earned 250 merit points. Observing Qi Kongqing's pride in his 250 points, Jiang Wenzhe inquired about the purchasing power of merit points, when the topic of exchanging merit points arose. Qi Kongqing hesitated briefly but eventually conveyed the situation regarding exchanges to Jiang Wenzhe through thought transmission. According to Qi Kongqing, the items redeemable with merit points are indeed the true treasures. For example, Yuan Sui Dan and Blood Bodhi, regarded as sacred elixirs by disciples of the Cultivation Academy, can be exchanged by foundational disciples using their merit points. However, there are limitations on the number of exchanges. Each individual may only redeem a few items within a year. Without such restrictions, foundational disciples lacking particular skills would be left helpless. Additionally, there are materials for crafting superior artifacts and various secret techniques that are difficult to find elsewhere. Ultimately, Jiang Wenzhe concluded that if one were to measure merit points in terms of spirit stones, 1 merit point equates to at least 300 spirit stones in purchasing power. Yet, the items redeemable with merit points may not necessarily be obtainable even with sufficient spirit stones. Of course, foundational disciples represent the backbone of a cultivation sect, enjoying numerous implicit benefits. For instance, the use of the sect's underground fire chamber is complementary, and the sect freely provides various spells, techniques, and methods for cultivating the myriad arts of cultivation. They are also permitted to retreat and cultivate in the first level of the Wenzhe for extended periods. Furthermore, on the 1st and 15th of each month, they can attend lectures delivered by Golden Core cultivators. In summary, Jiang Wenzhe sensed that foundational disciples enjoy a degree of freedom, unlike Qi refining disciples who are closely guarded by the sect. For instance, among disciples of the Cultivation Academy, conflicts are regulated, forbidding lethal force or the complete confiscation of spirit stones. In the true realm of cultivation, however, no one intervenes, and a moment's carelessness outside the sect could lead to dire consequences. As their conversation continued, the two arrived at the exit of the first level of the Wenzhe. Qi Kongqing, somewhat sheepishly rubbing his hands, said, "Jiang Shizhi, I wonder when you might have time, as I would like to seek Brother Gu for advice on artifact crafting." Jiang Wenzhe pondered for a moment about what tasks remained unaccomplished. After a swift rummage through his memories, he realized there was little of necessity left to attend to. The responsibility of collecting the guarantee letters from the inner disciples had been entrusted to Wei Hongmiao. And Jiang Wenzhe had faith in his ability to execute the task proficiently. It was now the evening of October 11th, with only 4 days remaining until the time for the Golden Core cultivators to impart their teachings. As for addressing the flaws in his own magical techniques, he was currently devoid of any leads. It seemed he would need to listen to the discourses of the Golden Core masters before he could perhaps find a way forward. Moreover, having fulfilled his agreement with Gu Kaoyang, it was time to seek him out and clarify matters. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. At present, he had yet to locate his residence within the Wendaegu. If only Uncle Chi could guide him to this small courtyard, he would be free of concerns. As he spoke, Jiang Wenzhe presented his courtyard identification number to Qi Kongqing. Qi Kongqing patted his chest confidently, declaring, "I am well acquainted with this place. I know where your residence is. Let me take you there." Without further ado, Qi Kongqing seized Jiang Wenzhe and descended onto his flying sword. Once they had exited the first level of the Wendaegu, they soared at great speed toward the edge of the Wendaegu basin. Jiang Wenze's gaze fell upon the Wendaegu plaza, where he noticed a throng of disciples diligently writing their guarantee letters. Yet the true disciples in Yu Shangfei had vanished without a trace. "Jiang Shidi, this small courtyard is your residence within the Wendaegu," Qi Kongqing announced as they arrived at an elegantly appointed courtyard in less than half a stick of incense's time. Upon inspecting the number on the courtyard door, Jiang Wenzhe confirmed it was indeed assigned directly to him by the sect. He retrieved his identity jade token and completed the binding with the courtyard's restrictions. After accomplishing this, under Qi Kongqing's guidance, they hastened toward the location of the Shijian Pavilion. Along the way, Jiang Wenzhe could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Uncle Qi, are there many artifact refiners within the Shijian Pavilion? Why do you insist on seeking Gu Shixiao?" Qi Kongqing, upon hearing Jiang Wenze's question, immediately explained, Shidi, you are unaware. All foundation-building cultivators aspire to refine a supreme magical artifact, yet the number of artisans capable of such feats is quite limited. Take senior brother Qian and senior sister Ji, for instance. They have both refined supreme magical artifacts before. As he spoke, a bittersweet smile emerged on Qi Kongqing's face. However, enlisting their assistance requires a substantial sum of spirit stones. And there is no guarantee of success. If they fail, the materials will not be refunded. Turning his gaze toward Jiang Wenzhe, Qi Kongqing continued, "Although Gu Shixiang has a rather irritable temperament, he's at least capable of producing a high-quality magical artifact. Moreover, he never charges a fee for his services, yet it is exceedingly difficult to persuade him to undertake any refining work." Reflecting on this, Jiang Wenzhe recalled that when he sought Gu Caoyang's aid in artifact refining, not only did he not charge a fee, but he also provided him with a supreme flying artifact, a medium-grade defensive artifact, and 2 rare refining materials. It seemed Gu Caoyang's temperament was not merely eccentric, but extraordinarily so. "Wow, it's Brother Jiang. Truly, Brother Jiang is so handsome. Where's Brother Jiang? Is this the Taoist robe of the disciples from the Cultivation Academy? How beautiful!" Just as Qi Kongqing brought Jiang Wenzhe to the entrance of the Shijian Pavilion, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of disciples from the Qiudao Academy. Any disciple who had attended this year's Qiudao Academy debate would undoubtedly recognize Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe beamed, continuously nodding and responding to the calls of his junior brothers and sisters. Brother Jiang smiled at me. Get lost." Brother Jiang was clearly smiling at me. Don't push, Brother Jiang. As the scene threatened to spiral out of control, Qi Kongqing had to assert his authority as a foundation-building cultivator. "Ahem, what are you all crowding here for?" Many disciples from the Qiudao Academy, having seen Qi Kongqing before, naturally refrained from causing any mischief in the presence of a foundation-building uncle. They promptly stepped aside, allowing Jiang Wenzhe and Qi Kongqing to enter the Shijian Pavilion. My heavens, thank goodness for Uncle Qi. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to navigate this situation. In response to Jiang Wenze's telepathic message, Qi Kongqing chuckled and replied, "Who would have thought you would accomplish a feat that hasn't been achieved in centuries? To single-handedly challenge all 10 champions of the debate. Those champions are viewed as insurmountable peaks in the eyes of these disciples." Just as Jiang Wenzhe and Qi Kongqing were en route to Gu Caoyang's furnace room, an irate voice suddenly echoed through the corridor. "That Gu Caoyang is utterly unreasonable. Indeed, he would rather refine for a Qi refining disciple than assist us." Yet if we were to approach senior sister Ji or senior brother Qian, the cost would be unbearable. At last, Jiang Wenzhe and Qi Conqing encountered the cultivators who had just faced a rebuff from Gu Kaoyang. Senior brother Wang, senior brother Lu, Uncle Qi, is this person a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy? Jiang Wenzhe respectfully bowed to the two foundation-building cultivators. I greet you, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu. Wang and Lu, visibly still seething with anger, exchanged brief greetings with Qi Conqing before hastily departing, pointedly ignoring Jiang Wenzhe. However, Jiang Wenzhe's instincts alerted him that if he continued to accompany Qi Conqing to seek Gu Kaoyang, he might not even have the chance to speak and would likely be summarily dismissed by the old man. A flicker of insight crossed Jiang Wenzhe's eyes, and he swiftly devised a plan to assist Qi Conqing in acquiring a supreme magical artifact. Turning to Qi Conqing, he whispered, Uncle Qi, please provide me with your refining requirements and the materials you have prepared. I will approach Gu Shixiang alone and see if I can persuade him to assist. Qi Conqing's face broke into a relieved smile as he replied, Excellent. That would be splendid. He then handed over his pre-prepared storage bag to Jiang Wenzhe, stating, My refining requirements and prepared materials are all contained within. Jiang Shidi, I entrust everything to you from here on. Observing the relieved expression on Qi Conqing's face, it was apparent he harbored a significant fear of encountering Gu Kaoyang. After all, the old man's temperament was notorious within the Luoxia sword sect, known even to more than half of the Qi refining disciples from the Qiudao Academy. After receiving the storage bag from Qi Conqing, Jiang Wenzhe turned to glance at the corridor's exit behind him. If his instincts were not mistaken, Wang and Lu, the two foundation-building cultivators who had stormed off earlier, had likely returned. Jiang Wenzhe chose not to say more to Qi Conqing and proceeded alone toward Gu Caoyang's furnace room. Approximately 30 breaths later, Qi Shixiang, that disciple just now is Jiang Wenzhe, who made a remarkable impression at this year's debate, isn't he? Qi Conqing was so preoccupied with Jiang Wenzhe's impending encounter with Gu Kaoyang that he completely overlooked Wang and Lu's return. Hey, senior brother Wang, senior brother Lu, why are you back again? The Wang Foundation-building cultivator lightly tapped Qi Conqing's shoulder, saying, Senior brother Qi, that was rather inconsiderate of you if you had connections to Gu Shixiao. Why didn't you mention it sooner? It left your junior brother on the receiving end of a scolding from Gu Shixiang. The Lu Foundation-building cultivator couldn't help but chime in. Exactly, senior brother Qi. You were being rather inconsiderate. Qi Conqing could only smile apologetically. You two are overestimating me. I only thought of asking Jiang Shidi for help due to serendipity. As for whether it will succeed, who can say? Meanwhile, Jiang Wenzhe had adeptly arrived at the cluttered entrance of Gu Caoyang's furnace room. Just as he prepared to call out, an irate voice erupted from within. Did I not say it? I have no mood for artifact refining. Go away, quickly get out. Jiang Wenzhe chuckled and remarked, Old Master Gu, is it not a tad unkind of you to dismiss someone without even a glance? Jiang, the young lad, inquired, What brings you here? As he spoke, the disheveled Gu Kaoyang emerged from the inner sanctum of the fire room. Jiang Wenzhe raised his hand and gestured, Old Master Gu, did you see clearly? The robes of a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy signify that our agreement has indeed been fulfilled. Gu Kaoyang had long been aware of the commotion Jiang Wenzhe had stirred at the Dao discussion conference, which was precisely why he was inundated with requests for crafting. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. You still have the audacity to speak. It is all due to your ostentatious display that I can hardly even enter seclusion, Gu Kaoyang retorted. Jiang Wenzhe, with a grin, responded, Old Master Gu, if you wish to enter seclusion, the first floor of the Dao Inquiry Pavilion is undoubtedly the best place. You spend your days in the fire room. Who can tell if you are crafting or seeking solitude? Gu Kaoyang shot Jiang Wenzhe a glare and snapped, Speak plainly, and let your farts out. I can tell from your demeanor that your intentions are far from pure, Master. My apprenticeship in crafting is merely a rite of passage. Jiang Wenzhe's instincts urged him to refrain from frivolous chatter when dealing with Gu Kaoyang. Thus, he articulated his thoughts directly. I have recently taken on a task outside, yet this is my first endeavor in crafting for another. I earnestly seek your guidance to rectify any potential oversights. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Gu Caoyang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he chuckled in a peculiar manner. You dare challenge the position of a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy, yet fear failure in crafting? Failure is an inherent aspect of this craft, Jiang Wenzhe replied matter-of-factly. But this is my inaugural attempt at crafting. Old Master Gu, are you not concerned about your reputation being tarnished by my inexperience? Very well, I shall assist you this once. But let this be the final occasion, Gu Kailiang said, his intuition revealing that he had seen through Jiang Wenzhe's intentions. However, he chose not to expose them. Instead, acquiescing to Jiang's request, Jiang Wenzhe smiled and nodded. I am grateful. Master, I shall prepare some fasting pills and return shortly to go on. Gu Kailiang, too, refrained from unveiling Jiang Wenzhe's true motive, knowing that his claim of acquiring fasting pills was a ruse. The real intent was to convey a message to those waiting outside. Uncle Qi, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Jiang Wenzhe emerged from Gu Cailiang's fire room, only to find Wang and Lu, two foundation-building cultivators, embracing Qi Kongqing. Qi Kongqing, visibly anxious, queried, Nephew Jiang, what did Brother Gu say? Jiang Wenzhe's gaze swept over the two foundation-building cultivators before adopting a feigned look of helplessness. Master Gu has agreed. But this is his final assistance to me. In any case. Uncle Qi, you must brace yourself. If I fail to craft the artifact you desire, there will be little I can do. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, Qi Kongqing nearly leaped with excitement. He patted his thigh and exclaimed, Oh, this is splendid news. Brother Gu's willingness to lend a hand is truly marvelous. Wang and Lu, their eyes gleaming with envy, gazed at Jiang Wenzhe, incredulous that he had managed to secure Gu Cailiang's support. Uncle Qi, I shall first consult with old Master Gu. I will provide you with a definitive answer, regardless of the outcome. Had it not been for Wang and Lu's embrace around Qi Kongqing's neck, he would have gladly escorted Jiang Wenzhe to Gu Cailiang's fire room himself. Once Jiang Wenzhe departed, Wang and Lu cast envious and resentful glances at Qi Kongqing. Jiang Wenzhe was disinterested in the activities of the foundation-building cultivators outside the fire room. Instead, he meticulously examined the requirements for crafting artifacts from the storage pouch Qi Kongqing had provided. The so-called artifacts and treasures serve as amplifiers and stabilizers for magical power. Thus, the requirements for crafting each artifact differ significantly. Even using the same materials to craft identical artifacts can yield varying requirements based on the user. For a fire attribute attack artifact, such as a flying sword, it should be paired with the Yang Flame Sword technique, leaning towards the characteristics of the Bing Fire attribute. Although Jiang Wenzhe was confident in his ability to craft a superior artifact, as Gu Kailiang had stated, his experience in crafting remained insufficient, and many issues could not simply be rectified through crafting techniques. Old Master, you must enlighten me on the intricate combinations of crafting materials, Jiang Wenzhe implored as he spotted Gu Kailiang seated at the entrance of the crafting room. He hurriedly presented the crafting requirements for inquiry. Gu Kailiang took a swig of an unknown liquid, whether it be alcohol or medicine, and, after reviewing the crafting requirements, began to elaborate on the nuances of material combinations in great detail. With the foundation of his extensive reading from all the literature on crafting in the library, coupled with Gu Cailiang's guidance, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly selected the materials he intended to use from those prepared by Qi Kongqing. As for the remaining materials that would not be utilized, according to the industry's unwritten rules, they rightfully belong to the craftsman. However, Jiang Wenzhe discovered that the unused materials precisely fulfilled the requirements for crafting the communication ring artifact. After selecting and pairing the necessary materials for crafting, Jiang Wenzhe adorned himself with the high-grade artifact, the fire-repelling pearl, a reward from the sect upon his elevation to a true disciple of the Cultivation Academy. Oh, the fire-repelling pearl. Where did you procure such a rare artifact? Of course, it was a reward from the sect. I have no other means to acquire such a precious item. Although the fire-repelling pearl is merely a superior magical artifact, the process of crafting it is far from simple. Firstly, the materials required for its creation cannot be refined by earthly or demonic flames. Only the alchemical fire of a golden core cultivator or the infant fire of a nascent soul cultivator can refine these materials. As for spirit transformation and void refinement cultivators, they naturally possess means to refine the materials for the fire-repelling pearl. However, those who have reached such levels of cultivation would hardly find amusement in crafting magical artifacts. In essence, the fire-repelling pearl can only be forged by cultivators of golden core rank or above, with the fire-repelling pearl shielding him from the scorching heat of the earth fire. Jiang Wenzhe no longer needed to maintain a distance from it, as he had in the past. He took out the refining cauldron gifted to him by Gu Kaoyang and first cast a levitation spell upon it. Then, using the object manipulation technique, he levitated the cauldron above the earth fire. Seizing the opportunity to discuss with Gu Kaoyang how to commence the crafting of the exquisite magical artifact required for Qikong City. Each craftsman possesses their own unique refining habits and techniques. However, competitors in the same field are often adversaries. Aside from master and apprentice, few craftsmen would engage in discussions about such sensitive topics. Jiang Wenzhe's refining skills were entirely inherited from Gu Kaoyang. Thus Gu Kaoyang answered all of Jiang Wenzhe's inquiries with complete candor and thoroughness. Through their discussions, Jiang Wenzhe had already envisioned the crafting of the longsword artifact in his mind. Yet, to hone his crafting touch, he decided to first refine a pair of communication rings of superior quality from the surplus materials. Due to the limitations of the material quality, these resources could typically only produce rings of intermediate or lower quality. However, Jiang Wenzhe's exceptional refining techniques allowed him to elevate the quality of these communication rings to that of superior artifacts. Now, with a clear mind, Jiang Wenzhe took a brief moment to rest before beginning the crafting of the artifact for Qikong City. Methodically, he placed the refining materials into the cauldron, meticulously purifying them without a single error. Once all the materials had been refined and purified, he cast a spell to levitate the cauldron lid, allowing the intense heat of the earth fire to directly scorch the materials within. Next came the most critical step in artifact crafting, merging the refined materials under the continual blaze of the earth fire. Guided by an instinctive precision, Jiang Wenzhe adeptly addressed any flaws that arose during the fusion process. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he completed the material fusion, rectified the imperfections, and shaped the final artifact. He even had time to meticulously examine the sword embryo he had crafted for any remaining deficiencies. Finally, Jiang Wenzhe inscribed Gu Xiaoyang's mark upon the sword's hilt. After sealing the cauldron lid once more to prevent the earth fire from directly scorching the sword embryo, the most critical phase of the artifact crafting process drew to a close. The next task was to gradually lower the cauldron's temperature. Once the temperature had decreased sufficiently, he completely removed the cauldron from the earth fire. With a sigh of relief after completing this final step, Jiang Wenzhe lay down on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Engrossed in the crafting process, he had lost track of time and awoke only after being informed by Gu Kaoyang that a total of 11 days had elapsed during his artifact crafting endeavor. This meant he had completely missed an opportunity to attend a lecture delivered by a golden core cultivator. All right, young one, let us see how your crafted artifact has turned out. Although Gu Kaoyang had observed the entire crafting process and believed the artifact to be of superior quality, he refrained from making any definitive statements until the cauldron was opened. Jiang Wenzhe smiled gently and nodded, then cast a spell upon the now-cooled cauldron. As the lid opened, he retrieved a longsword radiating a fiery red spiritual light, wide enough to fit a grown man's palm. You rascal, why have you appropriated my mark? Gu Xiaoyang's divine sense swept over the sword's body, and he immediately noticed the imprint of his mark upon it. Uncle Master, this artifact was crafted from your refining chamber. Should it not bear your mark? Gu Kaoyang was not easily swayed by Jiang Wenzhe's reasoning, playfully rebuking him. You scoundrel, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? If outsiders learn that you, a mere qi refinement disciple, can forge superior artifacts, ha ha ha, you shall be tormented endlessly. Hee. Uncle Master, you truly understand. Having had his intentions exposed by Gu Kaoyang, Jiang Wenzhe merely chuckled and said, Uncle Master, why not give this artifact a name? Get lost. Take your wretched sword and scram. Gu Kaoyang, who had been amiable moments ago, suddenly turned irritable, dragging Jiang Wenzhe out of his earth fire chamber. Uncle Master, wait, my cauldron. Jiang Wenzhe barely had time to stow the refining cauldron in his storage pouch, leaving even his uneaten fasting pills behind, before Gu Kaoyang unceremoniously expelled him from the chamber. As he sealed the restrictions, he bellowed, Get lost. Do not let me see you again. Anyone who had dealings with Gu Kaoyang knew that this was merely his standard behavior. Oh dear, is Jiang Shizhi all right? Gu Shixiang can be quite something, came the voice of Qi Kongcheng, who had been waiting with eager anticipation. Uncle Qi, what brings you here? Not only was Qi Kongcheng present, but also Wang and Lu, the Foundation establishment cultivators he had encountered days prior. My dear disciple, if I am not here, I find no comfort anywhere else. Qi Kongcheng's eyes were glued to the storage pouch at Jiang Wenzhe's waist, as if he were about to seize its contents for himself. Congratulations, Uncle Master. Gu Shixiang has successfully crafted a superior magical artifact for you. Jiang Wenzhe no longer kept them in suspense and retrieved the exquisite artifact he had labored over for over 10 days. It worked. Ha ha ha. It really worked. Qi Kongqing abruptly seized the exquisite magical artifact from Jiang Wenzhe's grasp, playing with it as he erupted into hearty laughter. Observing that the attention of Qi Kongqing and the foundational cultivators Wang and Lu was completely captivated by the artifact, Jiang Wenzhe swiftly executed his light-footed technique, shadowless steps, departing the sword-washing pavilion without a sound. Fortuitously, it was night, and the hall of the sword-washing pavilion was devoid of disciples from the path-seeking academy hawking their wares. Jiang Wenzhe piloted his flying artifact, traversing the night sky back to his residence within the Valley of Inquiry. During the past several days spent crafting the artifact for Qi Kongqing, he had been on high alert. Although he had managed to catch some sleep in the artifact workshop, the deep-seated fatigue was not something that a single nap could alleviate. Jiang Wenzhe intended to return to his quarters, indulge in a refreshing hot bath, and then sleep for 3 days and nights straight. While bathing, he contemplated his forthcoming endeavors, which, aside from the usual cultivation and reading, included addressing the pressing issue of how to evade the spiritual probing of other cultivators. A significant concern that needed resolution. Jiang Wenzhe reasoned that in such a vast realm of cultivation, there must exist methods to circumvent the scrutiny of a cultivator's spiritual sense. His lack of knowledge on the matter necessitated that he inquire about it during the next public lecture held by a Golden Core cultivator. After resting for 2 days in the Valley of Inquiry, Jiang Wenzhe felt his energy completely restored. During this respite, he also took the time to compile a text-based decoding manual from the moment he first encountered the records of the communication ring. He had conceived a plan for its utilization. The general consensus in the cultivation world deemed such artifacts to be of little significance, merely capable of producing resonance over long distances. However, upon successfully crafting the communication ring, Jiang Wenzhe discovered that the intensity of its resonance could be modulated according to the duration of the spiritual sense employed. This meant that the communication ring could effectively transmit binary codes of 0 and 1. Since it could generate codes, it was only natural to apply the principles of a telegraph to convey information. When the opportunity arose, he intended to teach Jean Giraud the telegraph version of the communication ring, thus sparing her the need to seek him out for conversation. After finalizing the decoding manual, Jiang Wenzhe prepared to explore the second level of the path-seeking pavilion. Qi Kongqing had mentioned that the pavilion's collection had been curated and organized by the sect. If one sought to learn spells and techniques of the myriad arts of cultivation, this was the optimal destination. On this outing, Jiang Wenzhe chose not to change out of his true disciple uniform of the Cultivation Academy. While other true disciples refrained from wearing it for fear of ambushes by their peers, Jiang Wenzhe was least concerned about such treachery. As he arrived at the plaza of the path-seeking pavilion aboard his flying artifact, he instantly attracted the attention of numerous cultivators, including several foundational period uncles, who gazed at him with curiosity as he donned the uniform of a true disciple. Brother Jiang, you have finally shown yourself. Having sensed someone pursuing him long before, Jiang Wenzhe had deliberately slowed his entrance into the path-seeking pavilion. Turning around, he noticed Wei Hongmiao, whose face bore bruises and whose aura was somewhat unstable. Junior brother Wei, what has happened to you? It's nothing. I simply lost to my fellow disciples due to my lack of skill, Wei Hongmiao replied with a grin, revealing several missing teeth. Brother, this is what you instructed me to do. Here are 662 documents. As he spoke, Wei Hongmiao retrieved a stack of guarantees and an account book from his storage bag, presenting them to Jiang Wenzhe. I have also recorded the names of the disciples who redeemed their identity tokens. Please verify, brother. After accepting the guarantees and account book from Wei Hongmiao, Jiang Wenzhe meticulously reviewed the contents. He discovered that the account book contained over 400 names more than the guarantees, indicating that these individuals were disciples of the Cultivation Academy who had not revealed themselves that day. Well done, Junior brother Wei. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. Jiang Wenzhe was thoroughly impressed with Wei Hongmiao's capabilities. Looking into his eyes, he remarked, You dare to defy the Cultivation Academy's principles to assist me. Are you not afraid I might betray you, leaving you unable to navigate the academy? Wei Hongmiao confidently smiled. Brother, you are not that kind of person, and I believe you will not let me down. Very well. I can grant you one reasonable request. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Wei Hongmiao's eyes. and he hastily clasped his hands together. I wish to learn your martial arts. With Jiang Wenzhe lingering at the plaza of the path-seeking pavilion, he had already captured the attention of many disciples from the Cultivation Academy. Now that Wei Hongmiao had expressed his desire to learn the martial arts that had left the entire academy in awe, they all looked at Jiang Wenzhe with eager anticipation, after days of exploration and inquiry. The disciples had come to understand that Jiang Wenzhe had relied on his exceptional mundane martial skills to pass the mechanical puppetry trials that at present the Cultivation Academy was engulfed in a fervor for martial arts. As they realized that disciples could not employ external forces during duels, making mundane martial arts the optimal choice to enhance their own strength. However, Jiang Wenzhe was the only one within the academy who had truly mastered the essence of mundane martial arts. Want to practice martial arts? It is also contingent upon talent. Jiang Wenzhe gently shook his head. In fact, it is even more dependent on talent than cultivating spiritual energy. Disciples of the Sword Sect all come from the mundane world, and most have learned martial arts to varying degrees before joining the sect. Among them are top-tier martial arts inheritors. Yet after all these years, why has no one considered using martial arts to bolster their strength? Wei Hongmiao was someone Jiang Wenzhe recognized as intelligent, and he quickly grasped the core of the issue. Compared to martial arts, cultivating spiritual energy was relatively simpler. Just look at Jin Xingzhou and Qianhua. They had diligently practiced bone-deep strength for over 20 years. Yet, they had only managed to grasp the surface, and even in death, they would struggle to master the intricacies of advanced martial techniques like the shattered bone palm. Cultivators could not afford to spend 20 years honing a seemingly useless martial art. That energy could be better spent on cultivating spiritual energy, which was sufficient to break through barriers and become foundational period cultivators. Rome wasn't built in a day. You have only seen the surface and never contemplated the underlying issues. After offering some guidance to Wei Hongmiao, Jiang Wenzhe retrieved a rejuvenation talisman he had obtained from Yi Shouqing and affixed it to Wei Hongmiao. The rejuvenation talisman crafted by Yi Shouqing, a golden core cultivator, was a premium product. Merely one application had nearly healed Wei Hongmiao's injuries. Then, he produced a Yuan Sui Dan and presented it to Wei Hongmiao, stating, "People are not the same. You should not aspire to become someone else, but rather to become your true self." Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's words, a flicker of realization illuminated Wei Hongmiao's eyes that he suddenly recognized that he had been gravely mistaken. Jiang Wenzhe was Jiang Wenzhe. Since the founding of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect, there had only ever been one Jiang Wenzhe. In contrast, countless sword cultivators existed, and Jiang Wenzhe possessed dual elemental roots of earth and metal. Naturally suited to the path of the sword. A sword cultivator merely needed to have faith in the sword they wielded. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Jiang. Wei Hongmiao first expressed his gratitude with a bow, and then he caught a whiff of a fragrant medicinal aroma. Is that Yuan Sui Dan? Jiang Wenzhe chuckled lightly. Take it. This is a reward for the clever. My heavens. This is truly Yuan Sui Dan. Brother Jiang, where did you acquire this? This is the prize for the first place in the Cultivation Academy's ranking competition. Junior brother, you have struck gold this time. Wei Hongmiao was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure, cautiously accepting the elixir from Jiang Wenzhe's hands. When he raised his gaze to look at Jiang Wenzhe again, he could only see the latter's silhouette fading away at the entrance of the Wendaoge. Upon stepping into the first layer of the Wendaoge, Jiang Wenzhe did not linger but proceeded directly to the location of the spatial teleportation array. Upon entering the array, he indeed noticed a second point of light appearing at its edge. Following the method taught by Qi Kongqing, he cast a spell towards that point of light. Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a space not smaller than the first layer. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. After surveying the architectural layout of the second layer of the Wendaoge, he discovered it was identical to what Qi Kongqing had described. Just as he was about to head towards the library that housed tomes related to Earth attribute mana, Jiang Wenzhe encountered a Foundation Establishment cultivator preparing to leave the second layer. The cultivator, upon seeing Jiang Wenzhe, who was merely at the Qi refining stage, was momentarily stunned before recovering and asking, "Oh, this esteemed junior. How did you enter the second layer of the Wendaoge?" Reporting to the esteemed uncle, "I have obtained special permission from the headmaster to enter this place." In the presence of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Jiang Wenzhe was exceedingly respectful and never lost his decorum. special permission from the headmaster. Oh, oh, you must be Jiang Wenzhe, right? Jiang Wenzhe was quite puzzled as it seemed that everyone within the sect recognized him. Yes, indeed, I am the disciple. My name is Ching Huid. Oh, you have a way to contact Senior Brother Gu? The instinctive reaction was that not only Cheng Hui before him, but more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators within the sect were aware of his close relationship with Gu Kaoyang. Please do not jest, esteemed uncle. I have no connections to Senior Uncle Gu. Cheng Hui insisted, do not attempt to deceive me. The exquisite artifact belonging to Senior Brother Qi was indeed forged with your assistance in contacting Senior Brother Gu. This matter is known throughout the sect, and if you could assist me just this once, the benefits shall not be lacking for you. Jiang Wenzhe realized that he had underestimated the status of top-tier artifact refiners within the cultivation world. And he began to understand why they were so difficult to invite. If the threshold were not set high enough, he would have no hope of leading a peaceful life. Jiang Wenzhe, what brings you here? The master wishes to see you. Just as Jiang Wenzhe was racking his brain on how to extricate himself, a crisp and familiar female voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Lang Yin, truly a timely savior. Senior Lang, may I ask what Master Huang wishes to see me for? Jiang Wenzhe turned around, bowing to Lang Yin and inquiring about Huang Shuiying's intentions. Senior Sister Lang. Junior Brother Ching. Ching Hui looked at the suddenly appearing senior sister, his eyes reflecting reluctance and regret. After exchanging polite greetings, Lang Yin turned to Jiang Wenzhe and said, I am merely following the master's instructions. You will know what needs to be done once we reach the Listening Sword Peak. Let us hurry. Do not keep the master waiting. Jiang Wenzhe cupped his hands toward Cheng Hui and said, I apologize, esteemed Uncle Cheng. I must take my leave to meet Master Huang. And no worries, no worries. It is indeed best for you to see Master Huang first. The instinctive feedback suggested that Cheng Hui seemed to hold a deep-seated fear of Huang Shuiying. But then again, it was true that Huang Shuiying's cold demeanor was indeed intimidating, especially when he had witnessed her unleash her powers in a confrontation with another golden core cultivator. Following Lang Yin, Jiang Wenzhe stepped onto the teleportation array, noticing 3 flickering points of light beside it. This was due to the array being able to teleport to 3 destinations at that moment. Lang Yin cast a spell into the array, and a familiar wave of dizziness washed over him. When his consciousness returned, he first heard a familiar melody of flute music. Then, he felt a gentle breeze caress his cheek, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing on a cliff beside the sea of clouds. Ah, Brother Wenzhe. As the flute music ceased, Jiang Wenzhe heard Jinjiro's voice filled with surprise and excitement. Brother Wenzhe, you finally came to see me. As she spoke, the young girl's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The tear mole at the corner of her left eye remained as striking as ever, and Jiang Wenzhe felt that she had not changed at all. Junior sister, Master wishes to see Jiang Wenzhe. Let us go meet Master first. Lang Yan's attitude had shifted from one of hostility to one of compliance, which made Jiang Wenzhe feel quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing Lang Yan's words, Jinjiro cast a somewhat disappointed glance at Jiang Wenzhe. Jiang Wenzhe sensed through intuition that the young girl was genuinely disheartened, and it seemed that their prior agreement could not be fulfilled. As long as Fan Binghui and Lin Fengyu harbored animosity toward him, he would have to maintain a certain distance from everyone. Realizing this, Jiang Wenzhe transmitted to Jinjiro, Sigh, Jiro, I have inadvertently stirred up significant trouble. For your safety, it seems we must pretend we do not know each other forever. What trouble? Why? Jinjiro nearly exclaimed upon receiving Jiang Wenzhe's mental message. However, the glimmer in her eyes hinted at brewing tears, as if she were on the verge of breaking down at any moment. Do you know about the Jiali conference? Jiang Wenzhe understood that Jinjiro was merely introverted and not weak, so he did not withhold anything and directly pointed out the crux of the conflict. I have heard my master mention it. It seems there are still 2 months left, a direct disciple of the Listening Sword Peak and the first talent of the Falling Sunset Sword Sect. Jinjiro undoubtedly knew about the Jiali conference. Yet, Jiang Wenzhe's intuition indicated that although she had heard Huang Shuiying mention it, she did not comprehend what the Jiali conference represented, nor did she know what a Jiali was. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenzhe elaborated on the benefits of the Jiali spirit fruit to Jinjiro. He then added, the person whose place I seized at the Cultivation Academy, Yu Shangfei, has a grandmother who is the esteemed ancestor of Lin Fengyu. Because I caused Yu Shangfei to lose his qualification to participate in the Jiali conference, this has become a great grievance for him. as it effectively severed his future cultivation path. However, for Brother Wenzhe, the Jiaoli represents opportunity. There is no mistake in that. Observing the emotionally charged Jiang Wenzhe transmitted further. Aside from the esteemed ancestor Lin Fangyu, there is another Golden Core elder within the sect who harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me, and even wishes to eliminate me. Who? Which Golden Core elder would want to kill you without reason? His desire to eliminate me is not without cause. It is rather to eradicate the root of the problem. Upon hearing Jiang Wenzhe's transmission, Jiang paused for a moment before realizing what he meant. She looked at Jiang Wenzhe in shock and transmitted, "Is it the Golden Core elder who drove the demon serpent to the vicinity of Longhe Town 18 years ago?" Jiang Wenzhe gently nodded in affirmation and transmitted, "With Huang Shuiying protecting you, I feel reassured. If the remnants of Longhe Town and I were to be suspected of collusion, he would surely act out of desperation. Therefore, we must keep our distance. And you must remain vigilant. Do you understand my meaning, Jiro?" Jiang clenched her fists, her eyes displaying an unprecedented determination and resolve. She certainly understood Jiang Wenzhe's intentions. He did not want her to get involved in confronting the instigator of the Serpent Demon incident. Lang Yin seemed oblivious to the exchange between Jiang Wenzhe and Jiang, leading Jiang Wenzhe to a white building before stopping and saying, "We have arrived. Please wait here for a moment. I will go inform the master." Jiang Wenzhe obediently stood in place, watching Lang Yin walk into the building. After a prolonged silence, Jiang suddenly transmitted with utmost seriousness, "Brother Wenzhe, I shall not allow you to face danger alone. I am also a part of Longhe Town. This matter I shall not evade." With these words, she lifted her leg and strode into the building before her, just as Jiang Wenzhe was about to call out to Jiang. Urging her not to act recklessly, a cold voice echoed suddenly in his mind. "What are you doing standing at the door? Come in." Without hesitation, Jiang Wenzhe entered the building, hastily pursuing Jiang and conveying telepathically, "You mustn't act foolishly. Girl." The stone chamber on the left. Before he could receive a response from Jiang, Huang Shuiying's reminder resounded once more in his mind. Ignoring Jiang Wenzhe, Jiang continued deeper into the building. Left with no choice, Jiang Wenzhe turned to meet Huang Shuiying first. Simultaneously, he resolved in his heart to teach this girl how to use the communication ring to send messages as swiftly as possible. Should she inadvertently delve into a quagmire, he would find himself in an even more precarious situation. After traversing a long corridor, Jiang Wenzhe arrived at a cavern sprawling over the size of 3 football fields. At that moment, 3 figures stood at the center of the cave, with Huang Shuiying facing Jiang Wenzhe, her expression frosted. In front of Huang Shuiying stood not only the Reverend Lang Yin, but also a white-haired foundational cultivator, exuding a familiar aura that Jiang Wenzhe recognized. Disciple Jiang Wenzhe pays respects to Master Huang and Uncle Gu. Indeed, the foundational cultivator, impeccably groomed and clad in a fresh set of attire, was none other than Gu Kailiang. Gu Kailiang, I have brought the person you requested. Shall we commence? In a departure from his usual cantankerous demeanor, Gu Kailiang respectfully addressed Huang Shuiying. "Master Huang, may I first confer with Disciple Jiang before proceeding?" Both Huang Shuiying and Lang Yin looked at Gu Kailiang with surprise, evidently unable to comprehend why he chose the term conferred. "I cannot conceal from my master. Disciple Jiang's prowess in crafting magical artifacts far surpasses that of a mere disciple." Without hesitation, Gu Kailiang sold Jiang Wenzhe's reputation. If he lacks confidence in crafting this artifact, then none in the entire Western Shu Kingdom would be capable of doing so. Under the scrutinizing and doubtful gazes of Huang Shuiying and Lang Yin, Jiang Wenzhe conveyed telepathically to Gu Kailiang, "Uncle Gu, what role are you playing here?" As Huang Shuiying remained icy,